Supreme God Emperor Chapter 1211 to Chapter 1268. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios surrounded. That's right. Heartless said frankly, that's where the beast horde erupted. I came from there. After someone entered that place, it didn't take long for the beast horde to erupt. I understand now. Understand? Understand what? Nothing. Since that's the case, let's go over and take a look. Mu Yun said indifferently. What? You're not joking, right? Upon hearing this, Heartless immediately said in horror, that's the center of the beast horde. Aren't you courting death by going there? How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Mu Yun said with a smile, you just said that the problem is there. We have to go there to find the crux of the problem. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Then I'll go with you. Heartless suddenly said solemnly. Oh? I'll go with you. We can take care of each other. Heartless said confidently, this place is too dangerous. It'll be safer if we have each other's company. All right. Mu Yun did not reject him. What Heartless said was very reasonable. He was worried about leaving him here alone. Furthermore, since Mu Yun was determined to go, she naturally had absolute confidence. Since that's the case, follow me closely. All right. Two figures, one holding a sword and the other holding a spear, looked ahead and carefully advanced. Dong, a dull explosion sounded. Mu Yun reacted extremely quickly and took a step forward. Her muscles contracted and she attacked with her sword. Puff. Puff. A figure in front of her was completely turned into minced meat and was enveloped by Mu Yun's sword beam. The two of them realized that because everyone was fleeing in all directions, the number of immortal beasts was decreasing as they walked along the Sword God Residence's buildings. It seems like everyone is busy running outside. They don't have the mood to investigate what's going on here. Heartless exhaled and said, we're approaching the rupture. The number of immortal beasts is decreasing. Be careful. Mu Yun exhorted. However, just as she said that, a figure immediately rushed in front of the two of them. Chen Yuzhu. Mu Yun. The two of them exclaimed when they saw each other. Mu Yun, run. The people from the royal family are here. Chen Yuzhu looked at Mu Yun and roared. Royal family? Mu Yun was startled. She looked to the front and saw that there were indeed many people rushing over from behind Chen Yuzhu. The attire of those figures was indeed very different from theirs. Be careful, Mu Yun. However, as Mu Yun was looking ahead, Chen Yuzhu suddenly shouted. Almost instantly, Mu Yun felt a strong murderous aura coming from behind her. That tyrannical killing intent caused everyone to feel as if the earth was trembling. Mu Yun didn't have time to think. She condensed the sword realm around her. Whoosh, however, the spear still pierced straight into Mu Yun's chest under the condensation of the sword realm. However, under the influence of the sword realm, the spear slowed down, but it still shot into Mu Yun's body. The only difference was that the spear was slightly off target. With a puff, a bloody hole appeared in Mu Yun's chest. The straight tip of the spear appeared in front of her. Looking at the spear, Mu Yun was extremely familiar with it. The last time she was in the Fallen Land, in the Golden Immortal Ruins, she had obtained the Silent Whisper sword. And this spear was in Heartless hands. Mu Yun shouted and waved her hand. The Silent Whisper sword appeared in her hand. Get lost. With a low shout, the Silent Whisper sword struck out. Clang, a clang was heard. The spear in Heartless' hand was immediately split into two. Mu Yun staggered as he dashed forward. Mu Yun, how are you? Chen Yuzhu asked in shock when she saw the blood flowing from Mu Yun's chest. Cough cough, blood spurted from the corner of her mouth. Mu Yun coughed and said, why are you here? I came here with my sister and the rest to investigate the problem here. But I didn't expect to encounter people from the Huangji family. Not only the Huangji family, but the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Tower and the Cosmic Mountain Manor have also appeared here. Chen Yuzhu said anxiously. I got it. Mu Yun comforted her. Don't worry. I want to see what this guy is up to. Mu Yun grabbed the spear tip that was in her chest. Without a word, she pulled it out. With a puff, the spear tipped with blood sprayed out of Mu Yun's chest. Upon seeing this scene, Xianxia's face turned pale. At this moment, Mu Yun was indifferent. Heartless, what are you doing? Looking at Heartless, Mu Yun said coldly. What am I doing? Heartless looked at Mu Yun and chuckled. Mu Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think everyone is willing to be friends with you? With such confidence, I really wonder how you manage to live to this day and still believe in so-called friends who have gone through thick and thin together. If not for entering the inner league, I would have killed you long ago. Oh, so you are not a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. To be precise, you are a spy from the other three factions? Mu Yun's voice gradually turned cold. So what if I am? To tell you the truth, my real name is Huangji Wuqing, not Heartless Yi. Heartless said fiercely. If not for you, why would our Huangji family be in Huangji City? 90% of the former sunken land is occupied by the Biluo Huangquan school. Our Huangji family only has a tiny bit. All of this is because of you. Lunatic. Mu Yun cursed. Lunatic? I think you are the lunatic, right? Huangji Wuqing sneered. You and Jiang Yan are really alike in this aspect. Stupid. So you are saying that Jiang Yan was also killed by you? That's right. Huangji Wuqing smiled coldly. Mu Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think everyone is willing to be friends with you? Mu Yun looked at Huangji Wuqing with a cold look in her eyes. I didn't expect your Huangji family to play a trick of sowing discord. It seems like your Huangji family, Cosmic Mountain Manor, and Purple Phoenix Pagoda have also received news of this trial? Mu Yun's interest was piqued. He had thought that it would be a simple trial, but now, the three great silver rank forces were involved. Heartless Yi, you traitor. Your Huangji family is already on the decline. Why would my Triple Heavenly Alliance be afraid of your Huangji family, Purple Phoenix Pagoda, and Cosmic Mountain Manor? Oh? Is that so? Huangji Wuqing said again. Qin Yuzhu, remember my name. I am Huangji Wuqing, not Heartless Yi. You better remember that this is the 10th moment of your Triple Heavenly Alliance's destruction. Destruction? Dream on. I'm dreaming? Huangji Wuqing snorted and ignored him. He really wanted to see what expression Mu Yun would have at this moment. However, Huangji Wuqing didn't care about this guy's expression at this moment. He just wanted to kill Mu Yun. Huangji Wuqing, why waste so much time talking to him? Just kill him. At this moment, a figure rushed over. Upon closer look, it was another old acquaintance. Crown Prince Chu Bufan. Seeing Chu Bufan, Mu Yun's eyes were filled with caution. This guy was even more powerful than when she saw him at the Golden Immortal Ruins. Mu Yun. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and shouted, I know that the Golden Immortal Tablet is with you. We only took the fake tablet. With your means, the real tablet must be with you. Oh? Am I that capable? Mu Yun smiled sinisterly. Of course you are. Because I know your past like the back of my hand. Chu Bufan didn't speak at this moment, but a figure slowly stood up beside him. Mu Yun, do you still remember me? That figure was tall and well-built. He looked like a saint who walked out of the devil. Yu Huiran, among the 3,000 small worlds, he was the realm master of the demonic Jade Small World, one of the 10 great supremacies. The Crown Prince looked at Mu Yun and sneered. How is it? Old friend, are you happy to meet again? Mu Yun, I know that you had 3 9-spirit heaven capturing tablets before. The so-called Golden Immortal Tablet should have been taken by you. The 4 9-spirit heaven capturing tablets are with you. I think this is also the reason why you have been moving forward bravely, right? Yu Huiran, it's been a long time. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Perhaps I should tell you that Du Wanshan, Miaoqing, and Luan Dongsong are all waiting for you in paradise. Aren't you going to meet them? How can meeting them be as fun as meeting you? Yu Huiran sneered. Mu Yun, no one can save you this time. I know that you've always had countless ways to escape death time and time again. I understand. So, this time I'll make sure that you die without a grave. You? Or you? Mu Yun looked at Yu Huiran and the Crown Prince. What if you include me? However, at this moment, another figure appeared in another direction. Looking at the graceful and curvy figure, Mu Yan's heart thumped slightly. This person's aura was very strong. Mr. Mu Yan, is it? I have long heard of your heavenly saint aptitude. The young lady looked at Mu Yan. Her eyes looked as if they were about to overflow. I am Ziyu from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda. I wonder if Mr. Mu will take a liking to me. Ziyu, all the women from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda are so talkative. Are you trying to seduce people to death? This Mu Yan, the royal family, must be killed. However, at this moment, a snort suddenly sounded. Behind them, a group of people appeared again beside Huangji Wuqing. Big Brother by Tian. Huangji Wuqing looked at this person and cupped his hands. Huangji by Tian was the pride of the Huangji family. Mu Yan suddenly realized that this trial seemed more and more like a conspiracy. Ziyu from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda is a vicious woman. She is a 5th-grade mystic immortal. Huangji by Tian from the Huangji family is a 4th-grade mystic immortal. That Chu Bufan is the young son of Chu Ling Tian from the Heavenly Mountain Villa. He is very talented and has been hiding in your Ye sword sect until you forced him out. This guy is a 6th-grade mystic immortal. Qin Yuzhu stood next to Mu Yan and said cautiously. Now is not the time to tell me their realms, right? Mu Yan looked at Qin Yuzhu and laughed involuntarily. They have almost wrapped us up like a dumpling in this place. How do we leave this place? Isn't that the right way? What can I do? Qin Yuzhu said helplessly. At most, we will die. You take death lightly. I don't want to die here. Mu Yan said bitterly. He really did not expect that the 3 silver-ranked forces would send out almost all their top genius disciples. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This guy ran away again. Mu Yan, you don't have to think about it anymore. Huangji by Tian looked at Mu Yan and sneered. This time even the Triji Heavenly Alliance can't protect you. After destroying you, the Triji Heavenly Alliance is just an ant in a cage. Just wait for your death. Waiting for death isn't my style. Mu Yan looked at the people above and smiled. Huangji by Tian, have you forgotten how the Triji Heavenly Alliance and the Biluo Huangquan School defeated the Huangji family a few years ago? A silver-ranked force was forced into hiding by other forces. This kind of pain, I really can't understand it. Mu Yan chuckled. You're courting death. Seeing this, Huangji by Tian's heart burned with anger. Cut the crap. Kill him. Everyone, don't be careless. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He won't die so easily, Yu Huiran said cautiously. What are you afraid of? Do you think he can run away when hundreds of us besiege him? Suddenly, everyone jumped up and swarmed toward Mu Yan and Qin Yuzhu. Seeing this, Qin Yuzhu's face turned pale. She gripped Mu Yan's arm tighter and tighter. Yuzhu. Ah? Before I'm killed by them, I might be strangled to death by you. Mu Yan said bitterly. Ah? Ah. I. Don't talk. Mu Yan suddenly said seriously, hold me tight. What? I asked you to hold me tight. Mu Yan looked around and said, if you don't want to die here, hold me tight. I got it, Qin Yuzhu looked at Mu Yan nervously. Her hands were trembling slightly. At this moment, no matter how she looked at it, the two of them couldn't escape this tight encirclement. What should she do? Mu Yan shouted in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Besiege? Ridiculous. Mu Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. A layer of bloody light slowly condensed on the surface of his body. Gradually, streaks of bloody light appeared on the surface of his body. The blood-colored light condensed and became dazzling. No one dared to look directly at it. Boundless power started to condense. At this moment, Mu Yan only wanted to release her power as soon as possible. As for Qin Yuzhu, she was completely dumbfounded. What was Mu Yan doing? Kill. However, at this moment, the disciples of the 3 great silver-ranked forces had completely surrounded them from all directions. Bloodthirsty murderous intent filled every corner of the room. At this moment, Mu Yan was completely annihilated. Explode. However, among the crowd, a low but clear voice rang out in a steady and orderly manner. Boom! At that instant, a bloody glow burst out from the crowd. The violent power was like a landslide. The sun and moon lost their light, and the earth lost its color. All of this seemed like a dream. Swoosh swoosh, however, when everyone felt that everything was about to be extinguished, two figures rushed out in an instant and disappeared in the violent explosion. After a long while, everyone regained their senses. What's going on? The crown prince looked at the mess in front of him and was stunned. Yu Huiran said respectfully, "Young master, that Mu Yun is crafty and cunning. He has many life-saving techniques. He must have comprehended that attack from the 9 Spirits Heaven Capturing Tablet. Is the 9 Spirits Heaven Capturing Tablet really so mysterious?" Chu Bufan said coldly, "The more it is so, the more I want to get it. Mu Yun will definitely die. I will never let him go." When Yu Huiran heard this, a cold look flashed across his eyes. He wanted Mu Yun to die more than anyone else. If not for Mu Yun, he, Yu Huiran, would still be a supremacy in the 3,000 small worlds, overlooking tens of thousands of lives and above hundreds of millions of people. However, now that he had come to the immortal world, he was living a life worse than a pig and a dog. He was always stepped on by others. Who could understand this kind of feeling? What was even more hateful was that Mu Yun was able to skyrocket. In the past, he had constantly heard about Mu Yun's reputation. He rose step by step and became stronger step by step, but he could only watch. Now that he saw Mu Yun again, he couldn't wait for Mu Yun to die immediately. Everyone, search for Mu Yun. Kill without mercy. Yes. Chu Bufan seemed to be too lazy to be long-winded. What he had his eyes on was the 9 Spirits Heaven Capturing Tablet. Mu Yun was just a stone hurdle in his life's cultivation path. It was very easy to cross it. On the other side, Huangji Baitian and Huangji Wuqing looked ahead and were secretly angry. This guy ran away again. The Huangji family had already spent a lot of strength on Mu Yun. The price of losing several geniuses was too great. Now, Mu Yun must die. Ziyu's brows revealed a touch of surprise. She didn't expect Mu Yun to be more than what the others had said. This person was full of legends. However, no matter how legendary he would still die when he had to. Gradually, the disciples of the 3 great silver rank forces began to come up with new plans. This child has the golden immortal steel on him. I believe everyone should understand the reason why he was able to improve so much. Chu Bufan said coldly, "In that case, when we kill the disciples of the 3 heavenly alliances, we will focus on Mu Yun." No problem. The Huangji family will search the east side. The west side of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda. Huangji Baitian and Ziyu immediately said. Everyone. Yu Huiran stood up and cupped his hands. Everyone, I have no intention of interrupting your thoughts. However, Mu Yun is very difficult to deal with. Although he is now a first-stage mystic immortal, this guy is very quick-witted. What do you mean? Yu Huiran asked. Huangji Baitian snorted. Are you saying that I, a 4th-stage mystic immortal, can't kill a 1st-stage mystic immortal? That's right. Chu Bufan, is this how you discipline your subordinates? Ziyu said unhappily. Could it be that the Heavenly Mountain Manor is afraid that the Purple Phoenix Pagoda and the Huangji family will snatch the treasures on Mu Yun? Chu Bufan smiled. Don't be angry. The two of you, please don't be angry. It's my fault for not disciplining my subordinates well. Chu Bufan looked at Yu Huiran and directly slapped him. A loud slap rang out. Dog slave, look carefully. Who are these people in front of you? These are the geniuses of the 2 great families. After being slapped, Yu Huiran's face swelled. He lowered his head and didn't speak. Let's go. Huangji Baitian chased towards the east without saying anything. Let's go too. Ziyu looked ahead and sneered. In their eyes, Mu Yun was just an ant. Does it hurt? Chu Bufan looked at Yu Huiran and said coldly, there are some words that shouldn't be said. Young lord. Yu Huiran said again. That Mu Yun really can't be underestimated. Back then, we, the 10 great venerables, only treated him as an ant. But this ant has surpassed us in just a few years. Underestimating Mu Yun will really lead to eternal damnation. I understand. Chu Bufan waved his hand and interrupted. I never underestimate any opponent. Mu Yun, I have never underestimated him. It's just that these guys are all arrogant and conceited. Let them do whatever they want. This time, killing Mu Yun is not the most important thing. Eliminating the core members of the Triji Heavenly Alliance is the most important thing. This time, the Heavenly Mountain Manor will take revenge for the humiliation from a few years ago. Yes. Yu Huiran didn't speak anymore. However, he understood in his heart. Even though Chu Bufan said so, he still didn't take Mu Yun seriously. Although he really wanted to say that underestimating Mu Yun would really lead to great suffering. But he knew that these geniuses didn't take Mu Yun seriously at all. But this time, even if they didn't take Mu Yun seriously, as long as they encountered Mu Yun, each side had the strength to kill Mu Yun. Mu Yun, this time, Yu Huiran, must witness your death. His cold words drifted with the tide. At that moment, Mu Yun was bringing Chen Yuzhu with him. Their speed did not decrease at all. Are you okay? Chen Yuzhu asked worriedly when she saw Mu Yun's pale face and the blood flowing out of her chest without stopping. Now is not the time to worry about me. Mu Yun said reluctantly, I can hide my soul aura. They can't detect me, but you can't. They will definitely chase after your soul aura, so you can't stop. As Mu Yun spoke, his wound split open. He didn't have time to heal his wound while moving forward at high speed. Wasn't your attack just now very powerful? Chen Yuzhu exclaimed. As long as you do it a few more times, they will all be dead. A few more times? Hearing this, Mu Yun only smiled bitterly. Eldest miss, what do you think that was? That was the power of the blood that I had accumulated over the years. The explosion of the blood essence and blood pearls was the only way to have such power. A few more times, I'm afraid that before the second time, he would have lost too much blood and died directly. It's very difficult for me to use that method a second time. Mu Yun said bitterly. The most important thing now is that I hope they can't detect your soul aura after I widen the distance. Then put me down. Chen Yuzhu said calmly. I have a treasure that my father gave me. It can isolate all soul aura detection. Unless it's a perfected immortal, it's impossible to detect my aura. F***ck, hearing this, Mu Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Eldest Miss Chen, Mu Yun was really speechless. If you had such a treasure earlier, we wouldn't have had to run so far. However, Mu Yun only took these words to heart. Let's rest there. Mu Yun looked at a palace under their feet and immediately went down. The two of them could hide their soul aura. It was harder than ascending the heavens for Huangji Bai Tian, the crown prince, and the others to find them. Mu Yun decided not to run and directly flew to a palace below. There were many palaces in the Sword God Mansion. Those people couldn't possibly check them one by one. Moreover, it wasn't just the two of them in the entire Sword God Mansion. The disciples of Biluo Huangquan School and the Triji Heavenly Alliance were all here. It was fine if they encountered the disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. If the disciples of the three silver-ranked forces encountered the disciples of Biluo Huangquan School, they would probably die without knowing how. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. It was too terrifying. Mu Yun understood. She looked at the scenery in the main hall and remained silent. I need to recover now. You should rest well too. I'm afraid everyone in the Sword God Mansion won't have a good time. Okay. Chen Yuzhu also knew that this matter was beyond their expectations. If they weren't careful, they might die here. Seeing that Mu Yun's situation wasn't very good, Chen Yuzhu comforted her. We'll be fine after we leave this place. The royal family, Purple Phoenix Tower, and Cosmos Manor will all pay the price in blood. Don't be so confident. Mu Yun suddenly interrupted. I know where your confidence comes from. The Triple Heaven Alliance suppressed the royal family, Purple Phoenix Tower, and Cosmos Manor a few years ago. They're very powerful. With Biluo Huangquan School's help, the royal family was completely forced to hide in Huangji City. The Triple Heaven Alliance fought against two silver forces alone and quickly defeated two silver forces. They're indeed powerful. But don't forget, this time, they knew that they failed last time and took the initiative to provoke us. As Mu Yun finished speaking, Qin Yuzhu's heart skipped a beat. That's right. The Triple Heaven Alliance provoked them passively this time. Moreover, the three silver forces knew how powerful the Triple Heaven Alliance was, but they still provoked them. Under such circumstances, it could only mean one thing. This time, the three silver-ranked forces were fully confident that they would succeed. Where did this confidence come from? Their own improvement? Impossible. In just a few years, even if the three silver forces improved tremendously, how could they reach the sky in a single step? There was only one possibility. External help, someone helped them. That was why the three silver forces couldn't wait to make a comeback a few years after their last failure. Moreover, they took the initiative to attack and were full of confidence. So, they've called for reinforcements? But how? This is the Southern Sword region. Apart from the five silver forces, where else could they get reinforcements? Qin Yuzhu said anxiously. If that's the case, there are only two possibilities. Mu Yun nodded and said, the first possibility is that Biluo Huangquan School has changed its mind among the five silver-ranked forces and wants to help the three silver-ranked forces deal with the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Impossible. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, Qin Yuzhu immediately shouted, that's absolutely impossible. Looking at Qin Yuzhu's nervous expression, Mu Yun was speechless. I'm just guessing. Such a situation doesn't exist. Qin Yuzhu said resolutely, my father said that Biluo Huangquan School will never do anything to us, unless what? Anyway, it can't be Biluo Huangquan School who broke the agreement. Qin Yuzhu shook her head, seemingly unwilling to explain too much to Mu Yun. Then there is only one possibility left. The three great silver rank forces have called for reinforcements from the neighboring southern sword domain, the eastern and western sword domains. Mu Yun said slowly, the overlord of the western sword domain is the gold rank force 4 symbols loft. The overlord of the eastern sword domain is the gold rank force life and death sect. Looking at Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun said again, do you know which of the Cosmos Villa, Purple Phoenix Tower, Royal Clan, and the silver-ranked forces under these two overlords have a better relationship? Qin Yuzhu fell into deep thought when she heard this. The 4 symbols loft is the overlord of the western sword domain. The 4 silver-ranked forces under it are the Deep Ocean Palace, the Black Cloud Sword Sect, the Origin Returning Sect, and the Taishu Sect. The Life and Death Sect is the overlord of the eastern sword domain. The 4 silver-ranked forces under it are the Blood Cloud Valley, the 5 Elements Immortal Sect, the Holy Scholar Clan, and the Crimson Thunder Hall. Between them, if you say that they have a good relationship, Qin Yuzhu was suddenly stunned and said, I remember now. That Chu Bufan is the son of the Cosmos Villa's Villa Lord, Chu Lingtian. Back then, this guy said that it was because his mother and father didn't get along. Later, his mother took him and left the southern sword domain in anger and returned to her mother's family. Family? Where? The Taishu sect. Qin Yuzhu was suddenly enlightened. What about the Purple Phoenix Tower? Is there anything familiar? That's not it. Qin Yuzhu shook her head and said, the Purple Phoenix Tower is only close to the 9 Immortal Pavilion because the Purple Phoenix land of the Purple Phoenix Tower is close to the 9 Immortal Pavilion's territory. I know. What about the royal family? Didn't you just say that there's a Holy Scholar clan under the Life and Death sect? Could it be that they have a good relationship with the royal family? No. Qin Yuzhu said again, the Holy Scholar clan wouldn't, but the Crimson Thunder Hall is very likely. The Crimson Thunder Hall? Mu Yun frowned. The Crimson Thunder Hall is the closest to the royal family. Moreover, they have always had dealings with each other. After all, the Eastern Sword Domain and our Southern Sword Domain are in different locations. We will always need something from each other. I understand now. Mu Yun said again, if that's the case, then it's very likely that the Crimson Thunder Hall and the Taishu sect are involved. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Mu Yun had already thought about it. Since the threefold heavenly alliance was so powerful, how could the Purple Phoenix Tower, the royal family, and the Chankuan Manor take this lying down? Moreover, losing face was a small matter. Losing the ruling power in the Southern Sword Domain was a big deal. In the future, when people mentioned the Southern Sword Domain, they would only think of the 9 Immortal Pavilion and the threefold Heavenly Alliance. Who would think of them? Therefore, they had to vent their anger. This time, it was different from the previous time. If the three silver-ranked forces wanted to regain their face, they had to go all out. This time, the threefold Heavenly Alliance would probably face a fierce battle. What should we do now? Father and the others probably don't know about this yet. Xianxia said anxiously. It's okay. Muyun nodded and said, if you can be sure that the Biluo Huangquan school won't betray us, then it won't be easy for the disciples of the three silver-ranked forces to attack us in the Sword God Mansion. Muyun said and stopped talking. In fact, he wasn't confident. He didn't know how deep the threefold Heavenly Alliance's foundation was. Moreover, if the people from the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace really joined in, the threefold Heavenly Alliance wouldn't have an easy time. After all, no matter how strong the threefold Heavenly Alliance was, it was still a silver-ranked force. It was hard to say what would happen if the 5 silver-ranked forces attacked them. However, Muyun didn't think about that now. Instead, he was thinking about recovering his strength. He had to seize the time to recover his strength to its peak. The consumption of the essence blood and blood orb meant that he couldn't gather such a powerful explosive force in a short period of time. Now that he had lost one of his trump cards, he had to be fully focused and be more careful. Moreover, the fact that he had the 9 Spirits Heaven Seized tablet had been exposed. Based on the Crown Prince's character, he would definitely keep looking for him to seize the 9 Spirits Heaven Seized tablet. Luo Tianqing. Muyun shouted for Luo Tianqing in the chart of deity extermination. He said, you guys have been lying here all day. How's your strength now? Master, there's no need to be angry. At this moment, Luo Tianqing bowed and said, look at these blood guards. As Luo Tianqing spoke, he waved his hand. The 300 blood guards on the 4 9 Spirits Heaven Seized tablets all turned pale gold. Pale gold? That's right. Luo Tianqing nodded and said with a smile, the power of the 4 9 Spirits Heaven Seized tablets has brought us indescribable benefits. These guys are now in the mystic immortal realm. As for me, I've reached the level 5 mystic immortal realm. Luo Tianqing said confidently. Great. Hearing this, Muyun nodded. In this way, those people who wanted to kill him would have to think twice. 300 mystic immortals and a level 5 mystic immortal bodyguard. With such a force, Muyun didn't need to worry about himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, figures appeared one after another. Suddenly, more than 10 blood guards appeared in the main hall. Muyun said slowly, from now on, don't let anyone enter the main hall until I come out of seclusion. Yes. As soon as Muyun finished speaking, Luo Tianqing responded. More than 10 figures spread out around the main hall and stood firmly like an iron wall. Seeing this, Muyun nodded. They're just some of my bodyguards. Muyun said indifferently, you'd better recover well. We'll be leaving soon. Oh, Xianxia nodded. However, looking at the figures around her, she was shocked. It was too terrifying, these fellows really made people feel endlessly terrified. There was actually such a group of people gathered around Muyun. These guys want to kill me. Then I'll let them know that if they want to kill me, Muyun, they'll have to be prepared to be killed. Muyun's cold words spread out. She swallowed a pill and closed her eyes. At this moment, the entire Sword God Mansion was filled with killings. The appearance of the disciples of the royal family, Cosmos Matter, and Purple Phoenix Pagoda had disrupted this trial. It could be said that this trial hadn't even started, but such a problem had already occurred. The disciples of both sides understood each other's thoughts the moment they saw each other. They didn't say anything and directly used their killing moves. In a cluster of palaces, more than 10 figures were fighting each other. As the blood spread out, only a few figures were left standing in front. A young man who looked like he was 16 or 17 years old patted the dust off his body. His spotless silver robe was suffused with a faint glow, causing one to feel as if the scene in front of one's eyes had brightened up. Get rid of these corpses. The young man pursed his lips and said, seriously, what are these people from the royal family thinking? Do they have to come up and slap people again and again? Senior brother Chinbei, don't complain. This time, it's definitely not the royal family. I'm afraid that the people from the Cosmos Manor and Purple Phoenix Pagoda are also here to cause trouble. Got it, got it. The young man waved his hand and said, get rid of these corpses. Seriously, I still want to see what kind of divine technique the Sword God Mansion's sky-sealing dragon sword technique is. These guys really know how to choose the right time to jump out every time. Hearing those words, the people following behind Shinbei all revealed bitter smiles. This genius martial artist wasn't the most famous in the entire Triji Heavenly Alliance. In terms of fame, he wasn't even as famous as Xiao Tian and Su Chen, the two geniuses. However, in terms of strength, he definitely didn't lose to the two of them. However, as a direct descendant of the Chen family, Shinbei was good at everything, but he was too lazy. However, such a lazy person actually held a pivotal position in the Chen family. This caused others to be speechless. Let's go. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who is this person? At the same time, the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and Biluo Huangquan School had teamed up in the Sword God Mansion. They were also surprised by the appearance of the disciples of the royal family and the other silver-ranked forces. At first, they were caught off guard by the immortal beasts, but now, they had completely stabilized. Groups of people began to work together to fight against the enemy. However, some of the disciples did not take it to heart. At this moment, among a group of people, a few figures teamed up and looked ahead. Senior brother Li Yun, the hall in front is very strange. Should we go in and check it out? Li Yun looked ahead and said indifferently, are these people from the royal family really out of their minds? Wasn't it enough that we chased them the last time? We left them to survive in the royal family. These people are really reckless. Li Yun could not help but complain. Those people are just clowns. Senior brother Li Yun, why do you take them to heart? A Biluo Huangquan school disciple cupped his hands and said, the 6 Hell Kings are in the Biluo Huangquan school this time. Those people are just courting death. Li Yun waved his hand and said, let's go. The sky-sealing dragon luring sword technique is inside. These people can't ruin my plans. Of course. If they don't have eyes, we'll just kill them. A few figures flew out and rushed into the hall in front of him. For example, Li Yun. Many of the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school did not take this attack to heart. They only had their own goals in mind. As for the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Tower, the royal family, and the Cosmos Manor, they looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. At this point, what they wanted to do was to find the lost immortal technique of the Sword God Mansion, the sky-sealing dragon luring sword technique. However, compared to the leisurely disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school, the disciples of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance were not as relaxed. At this moment, a figure was very nervous. It was Qin Yuzhu. Mu Yun swaggered as she sat in the main hall, obediently recovering her strength. There didn't seem to be any problems. However, Qin Yuzhu didn't even dare to breathe too loudly when she saw him recovering in such an honest manner. Could these puppets really do it? The people he had just met were all the top disciples of the 3 Silver Forces. Furthermore, after analyzing the situation, there was a high chance that the disciples of the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Palace were here as well. That was a terrifying thing indeed. Mu Yun was still able to relax and honestly recover her strength. She was too magnanimous. Suddenly, a panting sound was heard. Mu Yun's eyes slowly opened. Seeing this, Qin Yuzhu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Done? Qin Yuzhu said slowly as she looked at Mu Yun. It's about time. Mu Yun nodded and said, you didn't recover? I wouldn't dare. Qin Yuzhu pouted and said, I don't even know if these puppets of yours are reliable or not. What if there is something wrong with their brains? If we are both cultivating, we will not even know if we get killed. It had to be said that this fellow really thought too much. Mu Yun smiled and said, it's alright. You should take the time to recover now. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be time for you to recover later. Okay. Qin Yuzhu sat down obediently. Only when she saw Mu Yun standing up steadily did she feel a little more at ease. Seeing Qin Yuzhu sit down quietly, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Huangji Wuqing's attack was not considered to have harmed his foundation under the protection of his sword realm. He had many immortal pills on him, so it wasn't a big problem. Now, Mu Yun really wanted to know what had happened in the entire Sword God residence during this period of time. This time, these people's attempt to kill him had completely infuriated him. Yi Wuqing, Huangji Wuqing, Huangji Wuqing, Huangji family. Mu Yun's heart was filled with rage. What he hated the most was deceit and betrayal. Yi Wuqing had killed Jiang Yan and deceived him. He couldn't tolerate such a thing. Let's go. Mu Yun stood up and walked out of the main hall. Seeing the devastation and the flames of war lingering everywhere, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, Huangji Wuqing will be the first to kill you. A cold voice sounded faintly. Chen Yuzhu also opened her eyes at this moment. Looking at the figure in front of her, who didn't look strong, she felt even more confident. It was as if being with him made the world quiet down. Everyone shouted in their hearts and stepped out. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, many figures soared into the sky. Master, there's a strange aura in front. Luo Tianqing flew in front and said coldly. What aura? I can't explain it clearly, but it's very strange. Let's go down and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun led the crowd and flew down. This time, he spread all the blood guards around him. As long as they encountered people from Purple Phoenix Tower, Huangji family, or Cosmos Matter, there was only one word, kill. Many figures suddenly landed in front of a main hall. However, coincidentally, there were a few figures standing in front of the main hall. The disciples of Triji Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun frowned and walked forward. Stop. However, the Triji Heavenly Alliance disciple looked at Mu Yun and waved his hand. He shouted, It's you? Mu Yun, this is the place that senior brother Qianbei discovered. Leave quickly. You know that I'm Mu Yun, and you still want to chase me away? Who do you think you are? I know that you're in the limelight in Triji Heavenly Alliance, but compared to senior brother Qianbei, you're still far behind. Chen Yang. However, just as the two of them were about to quarrel, a figure suddenly stood out. Miss Yuzhu. Seeing Chen Yuzhu, the disciple immediately cupped his hands and said, So Miss Yuzhu is also here. Young Master Qianbei said that the Huangji family was causing trouble and was worried about Miss Yuzhu's safety. Mu Yun has been protecting me. It's fine. Where's Qianbei? Young Master Qianbei is inside. Chen Yang smiled and welcomed Chen Yuzhu in. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped forward. Stop right there. However, at this moment, Chen Yang looked at Mu Yun and snorted, This is the place that young Master Qianbei discovered. Who allowed you to come in? Stand here properly. Are you ordering me? Mu Yun said coldly. Brat, who do you think you are? Even if I'm ordering you, you have to listen carefully. Chen Yang snorted and said, Don't think that I don't know that you're someone just because you've achieved some results in Triji Tower. Compared to senior brother Qianbei, you're still far behind. So, if I insist on entering? Then you're courting death. Chen Yang was instantly enraged. Luo Tianqing, kill him. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care who this person was. Regardless of whether it was Qianbei or Xiaozhan Tian, he would kill anyone who blocked his path. After being despised by this and that, everyone thought that he, Mu Yun, was a pushover who could be bullied by anyone. Yi Wuqing's lie and Jiang Yan's death gradually ignited the anger in his heart. You're courting death. Chen Yang snorted and stepped out with a few disciples at the door. Kill. Luo Tianqing didn't care so much. He only needed to carry out Mu Yun's orders. Immediately, 300 mystic immortal blood guards rushed out. These blood guards' strength ranged from level 1 to level 4 mystic immortal, and they all had a faint golden color. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about these guys and directly charged out. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of bangs sounded in front of the main hall. The main door of the main hall was directly smashed open. Under the lead of a few blood guards, Mu Yun directly stepped in. In this secret place of the Sword God Mansion, strength was everything. He didn't have the mood to pretend to be polite with these self-righteous geniuses. Didn't I ask you to? In the main hall, a young man in a silver robe turned around. The young man looked very delicate and pretty. His eyebrows were like willow leaves, and his eyes were like stars. Qianbei, you're very powerful now. So you don't even care about me, your sister? Before the young man spoke, Chen Yuzhu directly walked forward. Sister Yuzhu. Seeing Chen Yuzhu, the anger on Chen Bei's face instantly dissipated. He smiled and said, how would I dare? I've been looking for you and Sister Yu Fei. I just found this place strange, so I came in to investigate. Really? Of course. Chen Bei said confidently. But who is this person? Chen Bei turned to look at Mu Yun, and the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He's Mu Yun. Chen Yuzhu hurriedly said, it's him. He protected Sister. Otherwise, Sister would have been killed by the people from the Huangji family, Purple Phoenix Tower, and Qiankuan Manor. He was worried that Mu Yun's words were disrespectful and offended Chen Bei. In the entire Triji Heavenly Alliance, Chen Bei was definitely the face of the Chen family. In terms of talent, he was only slightly inferior to Mu Yun. More importantly, Mu Yun's current cultivation level and strength were still very far from Chen Bei's. You're Mu Yun? Looking at Mu Yun, Chen Bei smiled and said, you dare to go against Xiaozhan Tian. Not bad. A genius with Sky Sage potential. I thought you would have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Bei, Sister Yuzhu, I'm just joking. Chen Bei seemed to be very close to Chen Yuzhu. Seeing Chen Yuzhu glare at him, he stopped talking. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. But next time, watch your people carefully. Don't be so arrogant. They are arrogant because they are my people. I, Chen Bei, have never known what it means to keep a low profile. Mu Yun sneered and said, that's because you haven't met someone who can make you keep a low profile. You don't seem to be convinced. Do you dare to fight with me? Fight with you? If you can beat my guards, then fight with me. Mu Yun was even more aggressive. You, Chen Bei. Mu Yun. At this moment, Chen Yuzhu suddenly shouted, both of you, stop talking. Hearing this, Chen Bei immediately snorted and said, this guy is looking for trouble. Stop talking. He's not like this. It's just that today, when he saw Yu Wuqing, he was angry. Yu Wuqing? Yes, that guy is Huangji Wuqing from the Huangji family. He's a traitor who infiltrated our Triji Heavenly Alliance. Chen Bei laughed and said, no wonder this guy's strength improved so quickly. So that's why. But this time, the Huangji family is determined to be our enemy. Let's not talk about this first. Chen Yuzhu said, what did you find here? Don't move. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio A Great Achievement. At that moment, Mu Yun was standing in the middle of the hall. His hand was touching the wall and the pictures on the wall. Chen Bei was furious when he saw Mu Yun acting on her own. He could not help but rush forward and attack her with his palm. His palm was aimed at Mu Yun's back. However, Mu Yun did not even look at it. She continued to touch the painting in front of her. With a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was Luo Tianqing. When Luo Tianqing saw Chen Bei attack, he immediately attacked with his white, jade-like palm. Bang, the 2 palms collided. Luo Tianqing and Chen Bei immediately retreated. As they retreated, Chen Bei looked at the person in front of him in surprise. This puppet seemed to be very powerful. It was too powerful. Chen Bei immediately became cautious. I asked you to stop. Did you hear me? Chen Bei looked at Mu Yun and couldn't help but shout. Why should I listen to you? Mu Yun said to herself, you must have studied this place for a long time. Did you find anything? Chen Bei was stunned when he heard Mu Yun's words. He had indeed studied it for a long time, but he really did not find anything. Let me tell you. The paintings on the wall are divided into 9 pieces. They are martial arts moves and cultivation methods. They are called the Heaven-Sealing Dragon Luring Sword Technique, the first 9 moves. How do you know? How do I know? When Mu Yun was asked this question, he only felt that it was funny. He was the one who created this immortal technique. Naturally, he knew about it. Mu Yun was a celestial king in her previous life. She had the ability to create a soul-rank immortal technique. You are all looking for the Heaven-Sealing Dragon Luring Sword Technique, but you don't know how powerful it is and what it contains. Isn't that a joke? Mu Yun sneered. The paintings on the wall are the first 9 moves of the heaven-sealing dragon luring sword technique. The entire sword technique is divided into 3 levels and 27 moves. It is a soul rank immortal technique. Even if you obtain the first level, it will be useless. Why? Are you a pig? Mu Yun was speechless. I already said that this is a soul rank immortal technique. How can you practice it before you reach the true immortal realm? Qinbei felt that he had been unknowingly led into a ditch by Mu Yun. After she finished speaking, Mu Yun turned around and was about to leave. Why did you leave? Qinbei looked at Mu Yun and said, since you know that this is the first level of the heaven-sealing dragon sword technique, why don't you break this formation? Why should I break it? You guys want this soul-grade immortal technique, but I don't. Mu Yun was speechless. You what? Mu Yun found it even more ridiculous. This immortal technique was created by him to begin with. It was just that his current strength was insufficient. Once he reached the grand true immortal realm, it would be extremely easy for him to refine this immortal technique. Thus, there was no need for him to take the extra step of opening the restriction and obtaining the first layer of the immortal technique. They might care about it, but he didn't. It was as if the knowledge that was originally in his mind was now engraved in a book by someone else. There was no need for Mu Yun to get the book and memorize it again. It was unnecessary. Seeing Mu Yun's confident expression, Qin Yuzhu was even more puzzled. It seemed that Mu Yun was very familiar with this heaven-sealing dragon sword technique. However, even if he couldn't cultivate it now, he would be able to obtain a great reward if he handed it over to the sect. Wasn't that a good thing? Mu Yun, even if you don't need it, handing it over to the sect will be a great merit. You will definitely be able to obtain a great reward. Qin Yuzhu immediately spoke up when she saw that Mu Yun was really planning to leave this place. A great merit? Mu Yun shook his head. This was left behind by his good friend in his previous life, Jian Fengxian. He didn't want to destroy it. This was the reason why Mu Yun didn't move. He's just deliberately mystifying things. Seeing Mu Yun shaking his head and leaving, Qinbei snorted with a hint of disdain in his eyes. However, hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't be bothered to argue. He wasn't too willing to enter the Sword God Mansion. If it wasn't for the Triple Heavenly Alliance's rigid request, he wouldn't have come to the Sword God Mansion at all. A bitter smile appeared on Mu Yun's face when he saw this. Let's go. Mu Yun didn't stay any longer. He didn't care about what Qinbei and Qin Yuzhu said and left with Luo Tianqing and the others. Qinbei, you're too arrogant. Qin Yuzhu looked at Qinbei and shook her head. Sister Yuzhu, don't tell me you've fallen for this guy? Qinbei was immediately surprised. I'm arrogant? He's clearly even more arrogant than me. He's only a first-level mystic immortal. He only has a 5th-level mystic immortal guard by his side. Do you really think that's it? Qin Yuzhu smiled bitterly and said. Just a while ago, he and I were in trouble. In the Sword God Mansion, Chu Bufan, Ziyoyu, and Huangji Bai Tian led hundreds of mystic immortal experts to besiege us. This guy activated his secret technique and directly caused the besiegement to explode. He killed dozens of people and then left with me. He's only a first-level mystic immortal. However, he could explode with such tyrannical strength. Don't you feel shocked? What kind of joke is this? Qinbei looked at Qin Yuzhu in disbelief. I'm not joking. I saw everything with my own eyes. Qin Yuzhu shook her head and said, you're still underestimating the heavenly sage aptitude. After all, it's the heavenly sage aptitude. Qin Yuzhu kept shaking her head. At this moment, Qinbei's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't believe that a mere Mu Yun could possess such tyrannical strength. This was simply impossible. Chu Bufan, Ziyoyu, and Huangji Bai Tian were all experts who could compete with him. How could Mu Yun escape from their hands? How was this possible? Not to mention Mu Yun, it was obviously impossible even for him. Qin Yuzhu also knew this. Unless one saw it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. Even she felt that the previous scene was illusory. At this moment, Mu Yun didn't care about what they thought. He only knew that from this step onwards, he would kill all those who stood in his way. No one would be able to stop him from moving forward. Mu Yun had already made up his mind. The Huangji family was his main target this time. Boom, there was a loud explosion. Around the main hall, more than a dozen figures fell to the ground completely. Around the dozen figures stood hundreds of blood guards. Mu Yun grabbed a disciple of the Huangji family and said coldly, "Where is Huangji Wuqing?" I don't know, you don't know? Fine, I'll spare your life. If you see Huangji Wuqing, tell him that if he doesn't come to me to die, I'll kill every disciple of the Huangji family I see. I know, get lost. Mu Yun roared and waved his hand. That disciple immediately pissed his pants and ran away. It was too scary. Over 100 figures immediately attacked them the moment they saw them. They couldn't even run if they wanted to. It was simply too scary. Continue. Mu Yun, on the other hand, looked ahead. With a low roar, he led hundreds of blood guards and continued the massacre. He didn't care who the Huangji family brought this time. Huangji Wuqing would die without a doubt. Perhaps it was because he was cheated by Huangji Wuqing and became angry out of humiliation. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yan's friend died, and he was furious. Or perhaps it was because Huangji Wuqing deceived him and Jiang Yan, and it made him angry. No matter what the reason was, Mu Yun only had hatred in his heart now. Kill. The people of the Huangji family deserved to be killed. However, just as Mu Yun was about to step out, a sneer sounded in his ear. TSK. It seems that the famous heavenly sage talent Mu Yun is now angry out of humiliation. With a sneer and a mocking tone, it suddenly sounded in Mu Yun's ear. Swoosh 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 sound suddenly sounded. Upon closer inspection, hundreds of figures appeared in an instant and surrounded Mu Yun and the blood guards. As for the leader of the 100-plus figures, she had a graceful figure and an extremely beautiful appearance. On her face, there was a faintly discernible smile. It was Ziyoyu. Seeing this person, a sneer appeared on Mu Yun's face. Ziyoyu. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth curved up slightly. Great genius Mu Yun, what's wrong? Are you angry out of humiliation because you were cheated by Huangji Wuqing? Ziyoyu looked at Mu Yun as if she was looking at prey. Her lips curled into a sneer. Don't be angry. Sister can comfort you. Comfort me? Now, other than Huangji Wuqing's head, no one can comfort me. Are you so sure? Ziyoyu smiled faintly. If I want to kill you and cut off your head from your body, will you be calmer? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. Her aura was violent from head to toe. 9 tribulation sword slashed the heavens. With a slash of the sword, Mu Yun's violent aura suddenly erupted. Level 2 Mystic Immortal. Seeing this scene, Ziyoyu was shocked. Previously, in less than a day, Mu Yun was only a level 1 Mystic Immortal. But now, Mu Yun had actually reached level 2 Mystic Immortal. You are indeed a heavenly sage talent. You have improved so much that you can be called a monster. Sister is afraid. So, I have no choice but to take your life now. After all, you are not a disciple of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda. Ziyoyu snorted and took a step forward. Her aura was extremely dense. Explode. With a shout, purple lines appeared on Ziyoyu's body. Those purple lines spread out and swarmed towards Mu Yun. Scram. However, when Ziyoyu attacked, Mu Yun's attack changed direction instantly. It was no longer aimed at Ziyoyu, but at the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda beside her. However, Ziyoyu's attack was blocked by a figure that suddenly appeared. Looking at that figure, Ziyoyu had a sinister smile on her face. A mere puppet dares to stop me? Ziyoyu sneered and took a step forward. Her entire body was filled with power. Purple Phoenix Seal. With a step forward, a thicker purple seal appeared on the surface of Ziyoyu's body. It was fine if she did not attack. But if she did, she would let Mu Yun see that the puppet she relied on was just like a piece of paper in front of her. It was so weak that it could not withstand a gust of wind. It was completely shattered with one strike. Dong dong dong, however, a dull explosion sounded. The purple seal's attack landed on Luo Tianqing's body. But in the end, there was only a dull thud. There was not even a splash. Seeing this, Ziyoyu was completely dumbfounded. This was Mu Yun, how was this possible? Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Yuri really wretched. At this moment, Mu Yun charged into the crowd with the Yoyu sword. Ziyoyu, a genius from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda, even if she was a genius, she should deal with Luo Tianqing first before looking for him. The 300 blood guards rushed out one by one. Ziyoyu's eyes were filled with shock. Out of the hundreds of figures just now, only 300 had appeared. All 300 of them were at the mystic immortal realm. Ziyoyu suspected that Mu Yun had purposely pretended to be weak in front of them that day so that they would think that she was just a level 1 mystic immortal. There's a change of plans. Retreat. Ziyoyu shouted when she saw the 300 blood guards beside Mu Yun suddenly appear. 300 mystic immortals. With the strength of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda, she would not be the one chasing after Mu Yun. Mu Yun would be the one chasing after her. I've already shown you my trump card. Now you want to run? Seeing this, Mu Yun smiled coldly. Then, he took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded and swept out. The blood guards didn't stop at all as they chased after Mu Yun. 300 against 100. There was an obvious advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the strength of the 300 blood guards should not be underestimated at this moment. Ziyoyu was constantly chased by Luo Tianqing. She could not shake him off. The other disciples were also blocked by the blood guards. Ziyoyu realized that the blood guards were not only strong, but their defense was also very abnormal. The attacks of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciples did not seem to cause much damage to the blood guards. However, the attacks of the blood guards were extremely fierce. Bang! As the two sides exchanged blows, the three disciples surrounded one of the blood guards. Under their combined attacks, the blood guard's black robe was blasted apart. The three disciples were dumbfounded when they saw the exposed white bones. Bone Man! Ziyoyu was also stunned. These blood guards are all puppets that you refined? So what if they are? Mu Yun sneered. You Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciples can't even defeat my puppets. How dare you challenge the Triji Heavenly Alliance? You're courting death. Ziyoyu suddenly felt a burst of anger in her chest. As a disciple of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda, when had she ever suffered like this? How despicable. But as the two sides exchanged blows, Ziyoyu's figure could not hold on any longer. Luo Tianqing was a rank 5 mystic immortal. Not to mention his offensive power, his defensive power was even more terrifying than a rank 6 mystic immortal. Ziyoyu discovered that her tyrannical attack was unable to deal a destructive blow to this person's body. The puppet looked exactly like a real person. Mu Yun, is that all you have? Ziyoyu shouted, do you only know how to rely on your puppets? Of course not. The netherworld sword in Mu Yun's hand pierced through a Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciple. She coldly said, I will still rely on myself. Ziyoyu discovered that out of the hundreds of people around her, only a dozen or so were left. On Mu Yun's side, the blood guards were injured and were recalled by Mu Yun. But even so, there were still more than 200 blood guards on the battlefield. What was even more terrifying was that the blood guards had already surrounded and attacked them. It was obviously impossible for a dozen or so people to break through the encirclement of more than 200 people. Ziyoyu looked at Mu Yun and calmly said, I surrender. Surrender? Mu Yun looked at Ziyoyu and slowly said, you can surrender. I won't kill you. But what do you have that's worthy of my attention? Mu Yun looked at Ziyoyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Ever since he knew that the dark seal of life and death had combined with the 9-spirit heaven capturing tablet, he could only sign a limited number of dark seals with his strength. He had to be cautious when signing a single slot. Worthy of my attention, looking at Mu Yun's scrutinizing gaze, Ziyoyu's body suddenly tensed up. Could it be that this fellow had taken a fancy to her body? Ziyoyu's body became unnatural. At this moment, she really wanted to refuse, but refusing meant death. Ziyoyu looked at Mu Yun and said, release my senior and junior brothers first, then I will agree to surrender. Can you still negotiate with me? Mu Yun slowly said, I think you should know that you have no right to negotiate in this situation, right? Ziyoyu's face immediately flushed red. Speak quickly. What qualifications do you have to surrender to me? Mu Yun said again. It's not convenient here. I'll come down with me. Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and said shyly. Mu Yun looked at this woman and was even more puzzled. He was only asking this woman what was worthy of his attention and why she wanted to go down. Could it be that she was unwilling to give up? Mu Yun had a plan in his heart. He nodded and said, no problem. He wanted to see what this woman wanted to do. Master. Luo Tianxing looked at Mu Yun and said cautiously. It's fine. Mu Yun waved his hand. Following Ziyu, two figures stepped into the hall below. Suddenly, the hall door closed. Mu Yun looked at Ziyu and teased, now, can you tell me what you have that's worthy of my attention? Hearing this, Ziyu hated Mu Yun to the core. This fellow was simply shameless to the extreme. What was worthy of his attention on her, besides her body, what else was worthy of his attention? Ziyu bit her lip and slowly undid her dress. Seeing this, Mu Yun was startled. Was there something special about this woman's body? However, Mu Yun didn't have time to understand what was strange about Ziyu's body. But at this moment, Ziyu had already undone her dress and it fell to her ankles. With her eyes closed, Ziyu slowly said, you do it. Mu Yun's eyes looked at Ziyu's body from top to bottom. She had curves and smooth skin. She was indeed of the highest quality. However, there was nothing special about her body. Mu Yun couldn't help but walk forward and look at Ziyu. She looked left and right and slowly stroked Ziyu's back. However, she still didn't feel anything special. At this moment, Ziyu felt a hand slowly touching her back. Her body tensed up again. She wanted to shout, but she couldn't. Men were indeed not good things. When they saw a woman, they only had the lower half of their body left to think. Ziyu's shame turned into anger. However, even if she was angry, she didn't want to die. Although a cultivator's life had an end, it was also very long. Peering into the mysteries of heaven was something any cultivator wanted to do. In order to live forever, it was just having her body taken over. At most, she would close her eyes and treat it as a cabbage being eaten by a pig. However, Ziyu wasn't familiar with the matters between men and women. She had never experienced it before. She heard that it would be very painful. Would it be very rough? Or would it be very enjoyable? Alright, put on your clothes. Just as Ziyu's thoughts were in a mess, Mu Yun's words fell. What? What, did you say? Ziyu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Mu Yun in front of her. Why didn't you make a move on me? Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned. I already made a move. However, I really don't see what you have that's worthy of my attention. Ziyu was furious. Is my body not enough to attract you? Your body? Is there anything special about your body? It's not the Nining body, the body of heavenly sage, or the body of pure yang. How can it attract me? Don't you want to possess me? Ziyu looked at Mu Yun's serious face and was surprised. Possess? Mu Yun was startled. After all this time, Ziyu thought that he was greedy for her beauty. No wonder he entered the hall alone and took off his own clothes. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Did he look like a pervert? After a pause, Mu Yun looked at Ziyu. He really didn't know what to say. You are really wretched. Me? Wretched? Ziyu was even more furious. What I mean is there anything about your talent or strength that's worthy of my attention? Mu Yun smiled and said, if you want to be my slave, you might not be qualified. Slave? Hearing this, Ziyu was furious. This guy was deliberately humiliating her, right? What do you want to do? I said, even if you surrender, you'll have to see if I like it. You also saw the 300 blood guards gathered around me. Each of them is powerful. If you want to surrender, you naturally have to show me your strength. My strength isn't enough? Naturally, it's not enough. It won't be long before I reach your realm. At that time, you will be useless to me. Ziyu had to admit that the Mu Yun in front of her was really arrogant and conceited. What? You're not convinced? Mu Yun said coldly. You'd better think about what I can subdue you. Otherwise, only death awaits. Ziyu looked at Mu Yun's indifferent expression. She was so angry that her whole body trembled and her chest shook. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm the daughter of the Purple Phoenix Tower's Tower Master, Zi Tong. Ziyu snorted. You should understand how valuable this identity is if I surrender to you, right? The daughter of the Purple Phoenix Tower's Tower Master? When Mu Yun heard this, he narrowed his eyes and sized Ziyu up. A moment later, Mu Yun walked forward without a word. She gently lifted Ziyu's chin and smiled. Not bad. This identity is very useful. You are barely suitable to be my slave. As Mu Yun's words fell, a dark seal appeared in her palm. The dark seal carried a touch of cold aura and a trace of blood. It revealed an aura that made people feel stunned. Mu Yun raised his palm. It slowly diffused and surged towards Ziyu's forehead. In an instant, Ziyu only felt that there seemed to be a special feeling on her forehead. Is it very strange? Suddenly, a figure seemed to slowly rise from the depths of her soul. That voice made people feel that the aura of heaven and earth was constantly spreading. Everything was sweeping into her mind. It was an inexplicable and strange smell. Suddenly, Ziyu felt that the aura around her had completely spread out at this moment. The intimacy between his soul and his infant soul was even more compact. His strength was gradually rising. 6th grade mystic immortal, he reached it in one step. Ziyu was immediately shocked. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios stop. 6th level mystic immortal. I've reached 6th level mystic immortal. Ziyu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Mu Yun. She rushed forward and hugged Mu Yun. Her plump body clung to Mu Yun's body. At this moment, she was as happy as a child. Ziyu even shed tears of excitement. No one knew that she had been trapped in 5th level mystic immortal for more than 100 years. Every martial cultivator would have a bottleneck of a certain realm. 5th level mystic immortal was Ziyu's bottleneck. She had been trapped in this realm for 100 years. This 100 years was enough for generations of geniuses in Purple Phoenix Pagoda to surpass her. With her status and identity, she should not be a pawn this time. However, she was only a 5th level mystic immortal. Therefore, even if she was the daughter of the Pagoda Master, she could not be special. However, Mu Yun seemed to have signed a contract with her just now, which directly made her reach 6th level mystic immortal. Unbelievable. Ziyu hugged Mu Yun tightly in her arms like a child, crying tears of joy. Hey, although I know you're very excited, I'm about to suffocate. Can you let me go? At this moment, a voice interrupted Ziyu's excitement. Suddenly, Ziyu's face turned red. That was because even now, she still discovered that her clothes were scattered all over the ground. She was still naked. With a red face, Ziyu hurriedly bent down and picked up her clothes. She turned around and put them on one by one. Thank you. After putting on her clothes, Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and thanked her. Thank me? Yes, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through to 6th level mystic immortal. Haha, that's not necessary. After all, from now on, you are my slave. If you become stronger, I will have a greater guarantee. Mu Yun said slowly. The powerful binding force of the seal of life and death was combined with the power of his bloodline. Now, if someone wanted to rashly touch the seal of life and death, that person would die. You're really a scheming guy. Ziyu seemed to be in a good mood. She looked at Mu Yun with a teasing look. Scheming? No, it's just that I have to give myself some means to protect myself. Mu Yun waved her hand. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me, why did Purple Phoenix Pagoda Master Huang family and Xianxia house and started the war again? This is, Ziyu wanted to say it Shi Mu Yun Yang. Mu Yun. And Mu Yun Mu Yun. Mu Yun. R. Mu Yun and Kuan Mu. Mu Yun and house. Master. Mu Yun Mu. Mu 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 Mu. Mu 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 Mu. Mu 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 and Mu was. Master. Mu 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 and Master family Master Mu. Mu Mu Master Mu. The Qianquan villa, on the other hand, seemed to have made other concessions and asked for the Taishu sect's help, which is why the Purple Phoenix Tower would join again. Yun Yun Mu Mu. Mu Yun could not help but sigh. Mu 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 was Mu. Was Mu Mu Mu. This time, the few major forces were prepared to fight to the death. If they failed, Qiankuan House, Purple Phoenix Pagoda, and Huang family Master Huang family would be finished. What did you do to me? Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and asked, why do I feel that my body is out of my control? Of course. Mu Yun said slowly. What I planted in you is my life and death seal. Even a Xian immortal or true immortal can't break it, let alone you. And you should understand that I can order you to do anything now. Hearing this, Ziyu looked at Mu Yun with disdain. You don't believe me? Mu Yun said with a smile, all right then. Now, take off your coat and dance for me. It has to be a sexy dance. Mu Yun's words made Ziyu's face redden. She wanted to refute, but her body moved disobediently. She slowly took off her coat, leaving only a thin muslin dress. Her footsteps were also out of control at this moment. She began to dance lightly. Sexy dance steps, strange steps. Ziyu couldn't stop at all. What did you do to me? Seeing this scene, Ziyu was completely stunned. Stop it. Ziyu looked at her wild dance and all kinds of hot movements. This scene was displayed in front of a man whom she had just met not long ago. Her face was so red that it was almost dripping blood. Stop, is it? Mu Yun smiled and said, now, do you believe my words? I believe you. Stop. Mu Yun's mind moved and Ziyu stopped. Her chest heaved up and down. Her face was covered in sweat. I said, don't doubt me. Mu Yun said again, okay. This time, tell me how many people you sent. Ziyu stopped and looked at Mu Yun with shame and anger. She finally sighed and said, our Purple Phoenix Pagoda sent out 5,000 disciples. The Huangji family sent out all their disciples. The Heavenly Mountain Manor also sent out 10,000 disciples. The Taishu sect and Crimson Thunder Hall sent about 1,000 people. But don't blame me for not reminding you. These 1,000 people are all Xian immortal disciples. They are very powerful. Is this lineup prepared to kill all the disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance and Biluo Huangquan School here? It's impossible to kill all of them. It's just that we have enough strength to deal a blow to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Then, the higher-ups of the 5 great sects will take action. How can the Triji Heavenly Alliance and Biluo Huangquan School survive? Ziyu said confidently. You underestimate your opponents too much. What? Ziyu said in surprise, underestimate? This time, the Taishu sect and Crimson Thunder Hall also joined. These 2 silver-ranked forces are famous in the eastern and western sword regions. They are even stronger than the Triji Heavenly Alliance. That's not what I mean. Mu Yun interrupted, what I mean is that you may have underestimated the Biluo Huangquan School. Biluo Huangquan School? Ziyu shook her head and said, I know about this sect. I heard that it disappeared 10,000 years ago. It's comparable to a silver-ranked force. Now that it has appeared and revealed its strength, it is indeed shocking. But the Huangji family already suffered a loss last time. They are sure that the reason why they failed was because the 3 prison kings from Biluo Huangquan School were so powerful that they almost crushed the Huangji family's old ancestor. This forced the Huangji family to retreat to Huangji City when they were still a bronze-ranked force. This time, the Crimson Thunder Hall sent several powerful experts. Biluo Huangquan School is probably no match for them. Hearing this, Mu Yun didn't say much. Ziyu didn't know that when Biluo Huangquan School became a bronze-ranked force, the 3 prison kings that appeared were Li Fengxing, Tong Yao, and Han Kai. These 3 were 18th, 17th, and 16th prison kings. When a force was promoted to a silver-ranked force, there were 15, 14, and 13 prison kings. These 3 prison kings were powerful and their methods were even more powerful. These were only 6 of the 18 prison kings from Biluo Huangquan School. The higher the rank of the prison king, the more terrifying their strength was. Who knew how terrifying they were? Okay, now help me find the people from the Huangji family, especially Huangji Wuqing. I must kill him. Understood. Ziyu was dressed neatly. She looked at Mu Yun with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. Everyone knows that my Purple Phoenix Pagoda also favors Mu Yun with heavenly sage aptitude. Indeed, seeing is better than hearing. Mu Yun, I finally know how powerful you are. It's good that you know. Huangji Wuqing betrayed me. I must kill him. In the future, I hope that when you want to betray me, don't forget him. I understand. Ziyu faintly glanced at Mu Yun. Okay, let's go. Mu Yun waved her hand and was about to leave. Wait. Ziyu looked at Mu Yun and said, just now, when you looked at my body, did you not have any reaction at all? Ziyu's face was red. She knew that she was extremely beautiful. Just now, Mu Yun was also attracted by her beauty. That was why she made that kind of request. But Mu Yun didn't mean it that way. This made her a little disappointed. Did he not like her? Reaction? Mu Yun smiled. Of course. Your figure looks much more beautiful without clothes than with clothes on. Mu Yun laughed and left the main hall. But at this moment, outside the main hall, the 300 blood guards and the remaining dozen people from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda had been waiting for a long time. The blood guards naturally didn't say anything. But the people from the Purple Phoenix Pagoda were anxious. The two of them had been in there for a long time. For such a long time, a man and a woman. Mu Yun was the winner, and Ziyu was begging for mercy. Moreover, Ziyu was so beautiful. It was easy to imagine what would happen when the two of them were together. A Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciple shouted, I can't take it anymore. Senior Marshal Sister Z is being bullied and ravaged by that bastard inside. We are here, in order to let us live. Senior Marshal Sister Z sacrificed her body. Are we just going to watch? Yes, and if that Mu Yun doesn't keep her word, Senior Marshal Sister Z's sacrifice will be in vain. A group of disciples stood outside the main hall. Not long after, Ziyu's loud cries could be heard from inside. They only felt a knife-twisting pain in their hearts. But looking at the puppets that surrounded them, they could only stand there obediently. They couldn't do anything. With a creak and a hearty laugh, the door of the hall opened. Mu Yun laughed and walked out of the main hall. Looking at the remaining dozen people, she waved her hand and said, you can get lost now. Get lost. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the dozen people's faces immediately turned red. Mu Yun said to get lost, but just as the dozen people were about to get angry, a figure stood out from the main hall. Senior Marshal Sister Z. Senior Marshal Sister Z. Seeing Ziyu appear, her clothes were obviously a little messy. Coupled with the sweat on her forehead and the tears in the corners of her eyes, these disciples immediately went crazy. Mu Yun, I'm going to kill you. You're wrong. However, Mu Yun ignored him. Luo Tianqing had already stepped forward and punched through that disciple. Ziyu looked anxiously at Mu Yun. I've already obeyed you. Why kill? I don't want to kill him, but they have to be more obedient. Mu Yun responded. Shut up. Ziyu looked at everyone and shouted, let's go. However, those disciples were all furious. How could they be willing to leave at this moment? If you don't leave, I'll leave. Ziyu snorted and flew away. She was really worried that a few more disciples would appear and be unreasonable. She was afraid that they would all be killed by Mu Yun. Seeing Ziyu leave, those disciples also flew away one by one. Senior Sister Z. A disciple chased after Ziyu. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, that Mu Yun did something worse than a beast to you. We definitely won't let him off. What do you mean by worse than a beast? What do you think he is? Ziyu said in shock. Senior Sister Z, you don't have to be afraid. We promise to keep our mouths shut about this matter. As long as that scum Mu Yun doesn't talk nonsense, we definitely won't tell anyone. Ziyu heard their words and immediately understood. These guys thought that she and Mu Yun were inside. You're wrong. Ziyu said bitterly. Senior Sister Z, don't say any more. Although we didn't see it, we heard your cries. We only hate that we don't have the strength and can only watch. Looking at these junior brothers and senior brothers, Ziyu felt that even if she tried to explain, she wouldn't be able to. She really felt that she had saved these fellow disciples for nothing. Were they all pig brains? Seeing Ziyu almost crying from anger, the disciples were even more annoyed at their own incompetence. At this moment, Mu Yun stood in front of the main hall and looked into the distance. This time, it seemed that the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's situation wasn't very good. He wasn't worried about the Biluo Huangquan school at all. On the contrary, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance would be in a very difficult situation if the 5 great silver rank forces joined hands this time. This time, if they had witnessed the terror of Biluo Huangquan school, they would probably never want to provoke the Biluo Huangquan school again. However, when Xiaoqin turned around, the Triple Heavenly Alliance could not escape. Moreover, the Triple Heavenly Alliance was located in the Sovereign's Abyss, south of the Southern Sword Domain, adjacent to the 3 great silver rank forces. This made it very easy for people to feel that it was difficult to defend. Moreover, this time, the 3 silver rank forces would definitely find a breakthrough point from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. This time, it would not be as easy to deal with as last time. However, the most important thing was to see how the Triple Heaven Alliance would handle this. At this moment, Mu Yun could only do her best to kill more disciples of the 3 silver-ranked forces. Out of the 300 blood guards, about 50 of them had suffered significant injuries. However, with the 4 9 spirits heaven capturing steels, it was only a matter of time before they recovered. Mu Yun put away the blood guards and set off again. This time, Mu Yun's goal was very clear. She would continue to search for Huangji Wuqing. Moving forward alone, Mu Yun immediately saw many figures rushing in a certain direction. Those figures seemed to be the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Mu Yun did not say anything and directly followed them. Those disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance seemed to be very anxious, with anxious expressions in their eyes. Mu Yun was somewhat puzzled. Why were these disciples so anxious? What were they going to do? Following those disciples, Mu Yun arrived in front of a large hall. In front of the large hall, there was a square, and in the center of the square, there was a lake fountain with surging lake water. The lake water was clear, and at a glance, one could not see the bottom of the lake at all. It was very strange. At this moment, in front of the square, inside and outside the large hall, there were already several groups of people who had begun to fight. Mu Yun was not unfamiliar with a few of those figures. Chu Bufan, Yu Huiren, and the other disciples of the Cosmos Manor, about 200 to 300 people, were scattered. Opposite them were the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The person leading the group was the Chen family's Chen Bei. These 2 groups of people were fighting with each other, but from time to time, disciples from both sides would join in. The battlefield was gradually expanding. At this moment, Chen Bei's youthful figure was in the air, looking at the figure in front of him. Chu Bufan. Sword Sect's Crown Prince, Cosmos Manor's Chu Bufan. Chen Bei sneered. Chu Bufan, your plan is really good. You set up camp in the Sword Sect. If it wasn't for Mu Yun's appearance, you would be the sect master of the Sword Sect now. Cosmos Manor really inserted a chess piece into the Triple Heavenly Alliance's hinterland. At the mention of Mu Yun, Chu Bufan's face was cold and indifferent. That kid will die in my hands sooner or later, but before that, I will let him see the destruction of the Triple Heavenly Alliance with his own eyes. The Heaven Sword Tower and the Sword Sect that he raised single-handedly will all be destroyed in my hands. You're really arrogant. Chen Bei sneered and brazenly attacked. At the same time, Mu Yun's gaze was searching the crowd at this moment. Not long after, she locked onto a figure. Chen Yuzhu. At this moment, Chen Yuzhu was attacked from both sides. Her strength had not reached the mystic immortal realm, and in this chaotic battle, no one could care about her. In the entire Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, Chen Yuzhu was the only one Mu Yun had some friends with. Without saying a word, Mu Yun's figure flashed and directly charged towards Chen Yuzhu. Puff! Puff! Chen Yuzhu's eyes were filled with despair, but suddenly, the bloody figures in front of her fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuzhu wiped the traces of blood on her face. Mu Yun. Are you okay? Looking at Chen Yuzhu, Mu Yun smiled slightly. I'm fine, I'm fine. Why are you here? Seeing Mu Yun, Chen Yuzhu's heart calmed down for no reason. When I saw those Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples rushing over, I hurried over. Mu Yun smiled and said, fortunately, I followed. Hearing this, Chen Yuzhu's heart warmed. What's going on? Looking at the 2 sides fighting in front of her, Mu Yun was puzzled and puzzled. That's Chu Bufan from the Cosmos Mountain Manor. He's been tailing us all this time. We weren't able to break the seal of the second level of the Cosmos Mountain matter. But as soon as we discovered it, Chu Bufan and the others appeared and started arguing with Chen Bei. Then, they started fighting. Right now, both sides are gathering their disciples. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Mu Yun realized that not many Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples had rushed over. Seeming to see Mu Yun's puzzlement, Chen Yuzhu smiled bitterly and said, "In the Triple Heavenly Alliance, the ordinary disciples are divided into groups. The Xiao, Su, and Chen family disciples form their own groups. As for the other foreign disciples, some follow the disciples of the three families, and most of them form their own groups. So, the inner disciples are not very united." I see. It was no wonder Mu Yun. It seemed that Chu Bufan had gathered quite a number of Cosmos Manor disciples, but only a portion of the Triple Heavenly Alliance disciples had appeared. It seemed that the Triple Heavenly Alliance was not as united as she had thought. "Be careful. Let Luo Tianqing protect you." As Mu Yun spoke, he summoned Luo Tianqing from the crowd to protect Chen Yuzhu. "What are you doing?" Seeing this scene, Chen Yuzhu was puzzled. "Me?" Mu Yun looked at the crowd and smiled. "Of course, I'm looking for an old friend to catch up with." Mu Yun disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. She was now a second-stage mystic immortal. Among the crowd, the one with the highest cultivation was Chen Bei, a fifth-stage mystic immortal. The one with the highest cultivation was Chu Bufan, a sixth-stage mystic immortal. However, most of the disciples in this trial were in the heavenly immortal realm. Only 10 or 20 of them had reached the mystic immortal realm, and these mystic immortals were at most first or second stage mystic immortals. Mu Yun was not worried that she would be controlled. Most importantly, she might not be a match for the disciples who had reached the third or fourth stage mystic immortal realm. Unless it was a fifth stage mystic immortal realm disciple who could completely suppress her. Mu Yun's figure flashed. She and her sword shone brightly in all directions. At this moment, her entire body was emitting a strong light. In her hands, she killed several disciples of the Cosmos Villa with a single slash. As Mu Yun walked, his footsteps gradually moved in a certain direction. There was a figure with a few people standing beside him, looking majestic. It was Yu Huiran. At this moment, Yu Huiran also saw Mu Yun. "Chen Hanyu, Chen Hanlin, the two of you kill that guy." Yu Huiran gave the order the moment he saw Mu Yun. Hearing Yu Huiran's order, Chen Hanyu and Chen Hanlin were unhappy. "Yu Huiran, you're now young master's subordinate. Young master usually gives you a lot of pills, right? You're still afraid of a first-stage mystic immortal? What do you know?" Yu Huiran's face was covered in sweat as he urged, "Go quickly. Kill this guy and make a great contribution to young master. Young master will definitely reward you." Chen Hanyu and Chen Hanlin immediately looked at each other with a hint of greed in their eyes. Yu Huiran was right. This guy was always by Chu Bufan's side, chattering non-stop. Chu Bufan liked him very much. However, the two of them did not receive any favor from Chu Bufan. They also knew that Chu Bufan's perfect plan in the Yi Sword sect was ruined because of Mu Yun. Chu Bufan had wanted to kill Mu Yun for a long time. When the two of them heard Yu Huiran's words, they immediately chuckled and rushed towards Mu Yun together. At this moment, Mu Yun was closing in on them step by step. The two of them directly faced her. When Yu Huiran saw this scene, he sneered in his heart and hurriedly looked for a way to escape. Kill Mu Yun, what a joke. He knew too well that Mu Yun was very powerful at all times. When he was a first-stage mystic immortal, he could kill a second-stage mystic immortal disciple. When he was a second-stage mystic immortal, he could kill a third-stage mystic immortal. This guy, killing someone of a higher level was very difficult for others, but to him, it was as simple as eating and drinking. How could this guy be judged by common sense, these two idiots? Yu Huiran immediately left. At this moment, at the same time, he saw Chen Hanyu and Chen Hanlin walking towards Mu Yun. Stop. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heaven and Earth Doomsday Technique. You're Mu Yun, aren't you? You've ruined our young master's plans, and you still dare to appear? Looking at Mu Yun, the two of them laughed. Let me see what kind of strength you have to be so bold. Chen Hanyu snorted and said, Mu Yun, both of us are third-grade mystic immortals. If you kneel down now and apologize to our young master personally, then commit suicide to apologize, we can spare your life. That's right. After the Heaven and Earth Villa destroyed the Triji Heavenly Alliance and Biluo Huangquan School this time, everything will be meaningless. Chen Hanlin looked at Mu Yun and said again, if you're willing to join our Heaven and Earth Villa, the two of us can save your life. However, you'll definitely suffer. The two of them looked at Mu Yun with a mocking expression in their eyes. Puff puff, however, the two of them waited quietly for Mu Yun's reply. However, two sounds of puff puff rang out, and the two figures in front of her instantly dissipated. Mu Yun killed the two of them with a single sword strike. Two mere second-grade mystic immortals. Do you think you're qualified to talk in front of me? Mu Yun snorted and took a step forward. At this moment, Yu Huiran passed through the crowd. He wanted to turn back and see how Mu Yun was doing. However, when he turned back, he suddenly saw that Chen Hanyu and Chen Hanlin's corpses had already fallen to the ground, and Mu Yun was actually looking at him. Terrified, Yu Huiran's courage seemed to have dropped by 100%. His legs turned to jelly and there was no way he could escape. Mu Yun was really too terrifying. Run? Looking at Yu Huiran lying on the ground, Mu Yun sneered. Why aren't you running? Yu Huiran's words suddenly became rough. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun smiled and said, don't you know me very well? Didn't you want to rely on Chu Bufan to kill me? Now, will he help you? Mu Yun, you're dead meat. The plan of the 3 silver-ranked forces is flawless. Don't worry, you'll be accompanying me soon. Yu Huiran knew that he was at the end of his rope. So, he unyieldingly shouted, if I die, Chu Bufan will also kill you. The Heavenly Mountain Manor will wipe out your entire clan. You know what? You're stupid because you talk too much. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. The muscles all over her body bulged as she slashed out with her sword. Yu Huiran was dead. It was only at this moment that Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. This Yu Huiran talked too much nonsense. This time, he exposed the 9 spirits heaven-capturing tablet in his possession, which made Mu Yun feel a sense of danger. 1 golden immortal steel was already extremely important to the Triple Heaven Alliance. Moreover, all 4 of them were with him. If news of this spread, it was likely that silver-rank forces like the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance wouldn't be the only ones who would want to deal with him in the entire Southern Sword region. Perhaps the 9 Immortal Pavilion wouldn't be able to resist taking action. After cultivating the 4th level of the Indestructible Blood Codex, the power of his bloodline had already reached the level of Bloodline Dao. In other words, without relying on any trump cards, the current Mu Yun could kill someone of a higher level just by relying on her strength alone. In addition, Mu Yun's strength couldn't be underestimated. As his bloodline improved, the power of the bloodline in his body was constantly strengthening. Relying on the Indestructible Blood Codex, his entire physique was changing every day. Everyone knew that a martial artist's innate talent was determined at birth. However, Mu Yun's talent was constantly improving under the transformation of her bloodline. If the Heavenly Saint talent was divided into levels, Mu Yun was almost certain that she should have reached the 9th level now. At this moment, the battle between the 2 figures in the sky became more intense. Chen Bei was a 5th level Profound Immortal, while Chu Bufan was a 6th level Profound Immortal. Although Chu Bufan was a level higher than Chen Bei seemed to have used some kind of immortal technique and was in an invincible position. Although he was suppressed, the situation wasn't bad. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were being suppressed by the disciples of the Cosmos Villa. This time, the disciples of the Cosmos Villa were all quite strong. There were also quite a number of Profound Immortal disciples. Most importantly, the disciples of the Profound Immortal realm were ruthless. A great change seemed to have occurred in the past few years. On the other hand, the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance appeared to be much weaker. It wasn't that the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance were weak. The feeling they gave others was that they were like a pack of wolves, while the disciples of the Cosmos Villa were more like a pride of lions, bravely advancing forward. Of course, these guys weren't worth mentioning in Mu Yun's eyes. Seeing Luo Tianqing beside Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun was relieved. Qin Yuzhu was his only friend in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Now that Qin Yuzhu was safe, he didn't have the mind to care about the others. Without holding back, Mu Yun went on a killing spree. The 9 tribulation immortal sword technique swept out. Almost every sword strike took someone's life. Mu Yun was a 2nd stage profound immortal, but the strength she displayed was as strong as a 3rd stage or even a 4th stage profound immortal. Under such circumstances, the disciples of the Cosmos Villa naturally discovered Mu Yun's abnormality. A few 3rd stage and 4th stage profound immortal disciples immediately chased after her. However, Mu Yun didn't care about them at all. Instead, she wantonly slaughtered in the crowd. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart immediately sank. This Mu Yun was as cunning as a loach. They couldn't stop her at all. Even if they could stop her, they couldn't kill her at all. This guy was really too cunning. The crowd was suddenly in a mess. At this moment, Chu Bufan also discovered the chaos below. He immediately left Shinbei and flew down. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun, Chu Bufan's eyes were bloodthirsty. Should I call you Crown Prince or Chu Bufan? Mu Yun looked at Chu Bufan, who was looking down at her, and said indifferently. You didn't take the path to heaven, but now you're rushing towards me, the path of death. I think you're tired of living. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun with cold eyes. If I want to die, can you kill me? Mu Yun sneered. You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bufan directly slapped Mu Yun with his palm. He was a 6th stage profound immortal, and the origin embryo in his body was already as stable as a mountain of gold. Mu Yun was just a 2nd stage profound immortal now. Killing her would be as easy as flipping his hand. Seeing Chu Bufan attack, Mu Yun immediately summoned Luo Tianxing without hesitation. With a swoosh, Luo Tianxing's figure appeared in front of Mu Yun and blocked the terrifying attack. Luo Tianxing's entire arm suddenly caved in. However, in the blink of an eye, the caved-in area returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Luo Tianxing's body was terrifyingly sturdy. Mu Yun was quite confident about this. Luo Tianxing himself was a puppet created by Biluo Huangquan school. His body was sturdy, and after absorbing the aura from the Golden Immortal Tablet and signing the seal of life and death with her, although he was a 5th stage profound immortal, his body's defense definitely surpassed that of a 6th stage profound immortal. With such a powerful existence by her side, Mu Yun was naturally not afraid of Chu Bufan. At this moment, Chu Bufan was standing high in the sky, looking at Mu Yun with vigilance in his eyes. This guy had such terrifying strength. This was a puppet. How could a mere puppet possess such immense power? Most importantly, this puppet actually obeyed Mu Yun's orders. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and sized her up again. This person was extraordinary. Mu Yun, in the ruins of the Sword God Mansion, you will die without a burial place this time. I can consider if you are willing to surrender. If you join my Cosmos Matter, I, Chu Bufan, will spare your life. Join the Cosmos Matter? Sure. Mu Yun smiled and said, no problem. However, if I join your Cosmos Manor and become the Manor Lord, then what position will your father, Chu Lingtian, have? Are you teasing me? Yes, you are not stupid. Mu Yun said slowly, Chu Bufan, Crown Prince, is there still a need for such empty words between us? There is nothing to say when we are facing each other with swords, right? In your dreams. In that case, there is no need to say anything more. Chu Bufan grunted and said, do you think a mere puppet at the 5th rank of the mysterious immortal realm is capable of stopping me, Chu Bufan? Cosmos Doomsday Technique, Doomsday Shroud. In an instant, Chu Bufan took a step forward. His aura fluctuated and crackling sounds could be heard from his body. The surroundings of the palace turned into a graveyard in an instant. The surroundings were dark and the earth was roaring. The waves were rolling and the aura of death was strong. The Cosmos Doomsday Technique, the secret technique of the Cosmos Matter. Chu Bufan has actually mastered it. Seeing this scene, Chenbei's face changed. He immediately pulled Qin Yuzhu and shouted, leave this place immediately. Leave? The moment I use this technique, all of you are destined to die here. Chu Bufan shouted in a deep voice. Boom. Boom, in an instant, the entire ground cracked. Palms appeared from the ground and extended. Bang. 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 They grabbed the ankles of the disciples. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream could be heard. One of the disciples' ankles was grabbed and wisps of black gas appeared on the surface of his body. Following that, cracks began to appear on it. In the end, those cracks spread and tore the disciple into pieces. He turned into white bones and disappeared with a gust of wind. Seeing this scene, the others did not dare to stay here. Almost in an instant, everyone flew up. However, as soon as those figures flew up and left the ground, Poochie, suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Those dark clouds shrouded the area, turned into streaks of light, and dissipated without a trace. However, at the instant when the remnant light disappeared, those flying figures immediately exploded and turned into bloody curtains that filled the sky. This scene instantly stunned everyone present. Everyone was completely stunned. What was that? That was the Cosmos Manners Cosmos Doomsday technique. It was simply terrifying. Mu Yun, do you think you can still run away now? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Two parties confronted each other. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately flew out without saying a word. Dong dong dong, a dull sound rang out, and a layer of faint seven-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of Mu Yun's body. It was her dragon form. Because of the power of Xiaoqi's dragon shell, the origin embryo that she condensed after stepping into the profound immortal realm was extremely powerful. Moreover, the dragon form on the surface of her body had also been greatly improved. In an instant, a wave of lifeless energy surged into the surface of Mu Yun's skin. That wave of lifeless energy directly rose at this moment, and its speed skyrocketed, causing everyone in the corner to feel as if the world was collapsing. Get lost! Mu Yun shouted, and the power of the seven-colored dragon scales spread out on the surface of her body. The demonic power was instantly dispersed. Seeing this scene, Chu Bufan was shocked. Eh? You broke my heaven and earth doomsday technique? Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun, and he was also extremely surprised. He did not expect Mu Yun to be able to break his attack. It's just this little bit of power. Mu Yun sneered, and her body regained balance. She took a step forward and was about to leave this area. However, how could Chu Bufan let her leave so easily? Stay. With a wave of his hand, the black gas that filled the air immediately surged towards Mu Yun. The wisps of black gas turned into palms that swarmed and slapped Mu Yun's body. At this moment, Mu Yun was like a bee in the depths of the forest, dodging the raindrops in a sorry state. Still running? Where else can you run to? In the blink of an eye, Mu Yun's figure flew into the pool in front of the square in the main hall. Chu Bufan saw the opportunity and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, streams of black gas appeared around the pool. The black gas connected together to form a black net. The entire black net covered the pool and trapped Mu Yun's figure firmly. Go to hell! Chu Bufan shouted, and with a wave of his hand, his palm fell. Bang! A loud bang could be heard as the surface of the lake was covered in a huge splash. The sky, like a heavy downpour, suddenly fell. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were completely stunned. This attack was simply shocking. Chenbei pulled Qinyuzhu and shouted, "Let's go. Leave this place immediately." Chenbei, but Mu Yun, are you still thinking about him? Chenbei shouted, the Qianquan apocalypse art of the Qianquan mountain villa is one of the top immortal techniques in the entire southern sword region. Chu Bufan's attack, let alone Mu Yun, even I would be dead if I took it. Chenbei couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, Chu Bufan did not use the Heaven and Earth Doomsday technique when he fought with him earlier. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to a pile of minced meat by now. At this moment, Qinyuzhu realized that Chenbei wasn't worried about Mu Yun's life, but about himself. That's right, in the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance, other than her, who else would truly care about Mu Yun's life and death? Seeing this scene, Qinyuzhu was vexed. She hated that she was too weak. Eh? Not dead? However, at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Chu Bufan, who was in the sky, looked at the lake and was shocked. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly sounded. In the distance, figures came in a single file. Those figures came from different directions and flew towards Nye Tian's location. Ziyou of the Purple Phoenix Pagoda led a group of Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciples and rushed over. In the other direction, Huangji Wuqing and Huangji Baitian of the Huangji family led the Huangji family members and rushed over murderously. At the same time, Xiao Zhantian of the Triple Heavenly Alliance led the Xiao family members and Su Chen led the Su family members and appeared in two different directions. Suddenly, the disciples of the three silver forces and the three major families gathered at the same time. The scene suddenly became lively. Su Chen. Xiao Zhantian. Seeing the two of them rushing over, Chen Bei also heaved a sigh of relief. The three major families were the main forces of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Although there was usually internal strife, in the face of external enemies, the disciples of the three major families still looked out for each other. This was the iron law of the Triple Heavenly Alliance and the most important reason why the Triple Heavenly Alliance could rise. Internal strife was allowed. However, in the face of external enemies, if they dared to fight among themselves, once they were found out, they would be punished. Not only would they suffer, but their parents and relatives would also be punished. Although it was unreasonable, it was necessary for the Triple Heavenly Alliance to be impregnable. The disciples of the three major families and the three silver forces met. The scene suddenly became tense. Ziyou, you have broken through to the 6th level of the profound immortal realm? Huangji Baitian looked at Ziyou and was stunned. Yes. Then congratulations. Chu Bufan looked at Ziyou's proud figure and smiled. This time, it seems that our plan has a higher chance of success. Regarding this, Ziyou was silent. At the same time, at the Triple Heavenly Alliance, Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and Su Chen were fighting together. Yuzhu, are you okay? Chen Yufei looked at her sister and asked worriedly. Sister, I'm fine. Chen Yuzhu nodded and said, but Mu Yun was injured by Chu Bufan. She seems to be at the bottom of the lake. Let's save her quickly. Don't worry. Chen Yufei looked ahead and said, the disciples of the three silver forces are on the other side. This time, there will be a bloody battle with us. Don't forget, the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Hall may also send people here. This time, we must meet up with the people from Biluo Huangquan School. The two sides will join forces and give them a fatal blow. Hearing this, Qin Yuzhu felt her heart sink to the bottom of the lake. They did not care about Mu Yun's life or death at all. They did not treat Mu Yun as a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Qin Yuzhu did not speak anymore. Looking at Chu Bufan's expression just now, Mu Yun was not dead. But where was she? Seeing this scene, everyone was puzzled. Chu Bufan looked at the calm lake and was also puzzled. Xiao Zhantian, long time no see. At this moment, Chu Bufan looked at Xiao Zhantian in the air and sneered, I didn't expect that after so many years, you, Xiao Zhantian, are still at the level 6 mystic immortal realm. I think you don't seem to want to improve. You, Chu Bufan, have been hiding in the Iya Sword sect under the jurisdiction of the Triple Heavenly Alliance all these years. I, Xiao Zhantian, have not visited you. It's really impolite of me. I really should see how you show off your power in front of a group of rats. Oh, no. Xiao Zhantian suddenly said, among that group of rats, there seemed to be a relatively large one that bit your cat. Hearing this, killing intent slowly emerged in Chu Bufan's eyes. At this moment, the two sides were already at daggers drawn, and the atmosphere became heavy. If they are all rats, I think you, Xiao Zhantian, are the biggest one. You are lazy and have no talent, but you still have the title of the #1 genius of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, at this moment, a voice sounded from the center. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. Who was so bold? Mu Yun. However, Qin Yuzhu was pleasantly surprised at this moment. When she saw Mu Yun, she immediately exclaimed. Mu Yun. When Xiao Zhantian saw Mu Yun, the killing intent on his face suddenly became several times stronger. And the one who hated Mu Yun more than him was Chu Bufan. The two top geniuses looked at Mu Yun with killing intent. Mu Yun stood on the lake and looked at everyone with a hint of ridicule in her eyes. The attack just now made him sink to the bottom of the lake. Not only did it not cause any injury to him, but it also made him discover something interesting. However, when the two sides saw this scene, they felt sorrow in their hearts. What was this guy doing? As a disciple of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, he had offended all the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. And Chu Bufan and the others obviously would not help him. Needless to say, Chu Bufan's plan in the Es Sword sect had been completely ruined by Mu Yun. How could Mu Yun help him at this moment? As for Huangji Bai Tian, it was even more impossible. The number of geniuses who had died in the hands of Mu Yun could be counted on one hand. Those geniuses would all become elders of the Huangji family in the future. In addition, when they attacked the Heaven Sword Tower, because of Mu Yun, the Biluo Huangquan school had gained a foothold and gained the recognition of the Heaven Sword Tower. They became a common iron force and later defeated the Huangji family. This hatred was only stronger than Chu Bufan's. As for Ziyoyu, she had no interaction with Mu Yun at all. It was even more impossible for her to help Mu Yun. However, Chu Bufan and Huangji Bai Tian were surprised to find that when they saw Mu Yun, the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Tower seemed to explode with anger. It was as if Mu Yun had done something to their goddess Ziyoyu. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing in the middle of the crowd, looking at both sides. She was not worried about her situation at all. Mu Yun, if you're not dead, then come over obediently. Why are you pretending to be a wolf and disgracing our Triji Heavenly Alliance? Disgracing? Mu Yun looked at the few of them and sneered. I, Mu Yun, can reach this step today not because of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Xiaozhan Tian, don't judge me. If you really think I'm a disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, why did you stand here for so long and dilly-dally? Didn't you think about diving to see if I, Mu Yun, am alive or dead? Between your life and the survival of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, which is more important? Xiaozhan Tian scolded. Mu Yun was too lazy to respond. It didn't matter that Xiaozhan Tian didn't like him. He was too lazy to argue with Xiaozhan Tian. He liked Xiaozhan Tian. However, Xiaozhan Tian had scolded Chu Bufan and the Es Sword sect. This was something Mu Yun could not tolerate. The Es Sword sect was his foundation. Since Yisueki disappeared, the Es Sword sect had become his Es Sword sect. He had poured a lot of effort into developing the Es Sword sect. How could he tolerate Xiaozhan Tian's wanton insult? As the two of them continued to fight, more and more disciples began to gather in the area. The disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance and the three Silver Forces had all gathered here. A great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios 9 Heavens Ice Lake Formation, Xiaozhan Tian, I think you don't like this fellow either. At this moment, Chu Bufan said, why don't we kill this chirping little sparrow first, and then we'll have a competition. Hearing this, Xiaozhan Tian was suddenly moved. However, considering that Mu Yun was still a disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, he did not say anything. Mu Yun, if you don't come over, don't blame us for not treating you as a disciple of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Chen Bei said, hurry up and come over. Otherwise, no one will collect your corpse when you die. Don't worry. I won't die even if you die. Collect my corpse? In this world, there really isn't anyone qualified to collect my corpse. When Mu Yun's haughty words were spoken, the disciples of the Triple Sky Alliance immediately frowned in anger. Regardless of whether it was Xiaozhan Tian or Chen Bei, both of them were extremely popular in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. As the leaders of the Chen family and Xiao family in the Triji Heavenly Alliance, they naturally received the support of many disciples. Mu Yun's words had offended the disciples of both families. However, looking at Mu Yun's expression, he didn't seem to care at all. Good, good, good. You're very good. Chen Bei shouted, if you want to die, stay there and die. That's right. This fellow is arrogant and conceited. He really thinks he's someone important. He can show off in the Heaven Sword Tower, but in our Triji Heavenly Alliance, he's nothing. He's simply courting death. Does he think that the Triji Heavenly Alliance is the South Pole? The disciples looked at Mu Yun with disdain in their eyes. At the moment, Mu Yun was looking at the crowd with a cold look in his eyes. Tell your people to step back. A sentence suddenly appeared in Ziyoyu's mind for no reason. Ziyoyu was puzzled. She communicated with Mu Yun telepathically, why? You only need to obey my orders. Don't ask why. Understand? Mu Yun's voice rang in his ears again. Bastard. Ziyoyu suddenly cursed in a low voice. Ziyoyu, who are you calling a bastard? Huangji Baitian, who was standing beside Ziyoyu, suddenly spoke. Who else could it be? Of course it's him. He's simply an egomaniac. Ziyoyu immediately snorted. Don't worry, I'll kill him for you. Extreme Emperor Baitian looked down and said coldly. Although Ziyoyu said so on the surface, she had already begun to instruct the Purple Phoenix Pagoda disciples in private to be prepared to kill their way out at any time. She also firmly instructed them not to rush too far ahead. Arrogant and conceited fellow, prepare to die. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and immediately charged out. At the same time, the many disciples of the three-level Heavenly Alliance also took a step forward. Xiao Tian stood at the front and directly attacked. His target was not Chu Bufan, but Mu Yun. Both of them wanted to get rid of Mu Yun quickly. Under such circumstances, Mu Yun instantly became a thorn in their eyes, and they wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. In an instant, tens of thousands of figures charged into each other's crowd. Seeing this, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. It seems that you guys really want to kill me. Mu Yun stood on the lake with her hands behind her back. She smiled slightly and said, since that's the case, let's greet each other. With that, Mu Yun clapped his hands. Is this fellow stupid? I think he's scared silly. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. The pace of their charge did not slow down. In an instant, all the figures charged to the top of the lake. The disciples of the two sides immediately exchanged blows. As for Chu Bufan and Xiao Tian, they directly charged towards Mu Yun. Two level 6 mystic immortals faced a mere level 2 mystic immortal Mu Yun. Under their joint attack, Mu Yun would undoubtedly die. However, seeing the expression on Mu Yun's face, the two of them were very puzzled. What was this fellow doing? The two men's attacks were about to land on Mu Yun. Suddenly, Mu Yun looked at both sides and kept laughing. Alright, let's begin. With these strange words, Mu Yun's palm suddenly patted the surface of the water. Swish swish swish, in an instant, the entire surface of the water condensed into indiscernible patterns. Those lines spread out one by one. Swish. 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 Swish, boom boom boom, everyone watched as the strange patterns spread out. Before they had time to think, a deafening roar resounded across the entire lake. The water in the lake turned into icicles and exploded. The ice cones that filled the sky were like arrows that filled the sky. On the entire lake, only Mu Yun's position did not have a single icicle. However, everyone else was not facing an enemy attack, but an icicle attack from the lake below. The tyrannical icicles pierced those heaven immortal disciples. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. Even the mystic immortal disciples who were slightly careless could not escape being pierced by the icicles. In an instant, thousands of disciples among the tens of thousands of people were seriously injured. Almost everyone was injured. Xiao Zhantian and Chu Bufan's expressions were extremely ugly at this moment. A trace of blood appeared on Xiao Zhantian's cheek. To him, it was like a mosquito bite. However, this scar was a humiliation. At this moment, on the other side, blood dripped from Chu Bufan's palm. His expression was even more frighteningly gloomy. Mu Yun, you will definitely die. The murderous intent in their eyes intensified to the extreme when they saw the surrounding disciples wailing and crying. At this moment, the surrounding disciples looked at each other. They were all in an extremely sorry state. However, the culprit, Mu Yun, had disappeared at this moment. However, everyone discovered that a whirlpool with a diameter of 100 meters had appeared in the center of the water beneath their feet. Chase! Almost without hesitation, Chu Bufan immediately shouted and led the people of the Cosmos Villa into the whirlpool. It was obvious that Mu Yun had entered the whirlpool. At this moment, Mu Yun had indeed entered the whirlpool underwater. With a flash, Mu Yun's figure appeared at the bottom of the lake. However, at this moment, the place where she appeared looked completely different. Around her were luxuriously built palaces. This appearance was almost the same as the one above. The only difference was that Mu Yun stepped into a palace. Everything in the palace was completely placed on the spot. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. Jian Fengxian, you old fox. I was wondering why there was not a single treasure in the entire Sword God Mansion ruins. Mu Yun scolded with a smile. 9 Heavens Ice Lake Formation. Kid, you can think of it. Mu Yun muttered to herself as she looked at the main hall. Little 7. Father. What's wrong? Hearing Mu Yun's call, Little 7 immediately flew out from the extermination of deity painting and transformed into an obedient and cute little girl. However, at this moment, Little 7 looked a little haggard. Mu Yun understood. Little 7 was the divine beast 7-colored heavenly dragon. Since she was young, she had to eat and drink an endless amount of treasures. Immortal pills, immortal weapons, and all kinds of treasures with strengthening effects, she could eat them all. However, recently, Mu Yun was really short of money. Therefore, Little 7 looked a lot haggard and had been in a deep sleep almost all the time. Once she moved, she would need to consume energy. Without energy to replenish her energy, she would be even more haggard. Daddy, you've been starving recently. Now, you can let go and have a good meal. But I have to tell you, you have to be fast. Otherwise, people will come and steal your food. Pursing his lips, Xiaoqi took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. Daddy treats Little 7 the best. I've already smelled so much delicious food. I can't hold it in any longer. Little 7 revealed her silver teeth, and her cute little dimples showed the joy in her heart. Roar! In an instant, a loud dragon roar was heard. Xiaoqi's figure turned into a 7-colored dragon that was 100 meters long. At the same time, Mu Yun left the palace and stood in front of the palace complex. Mu Yun stood in the air and looked ahead. Her gaze finally locked onto the top of a large hall. That should be the main palace. Mu Yun muttered to herself and walked forward. He did not know what Xianxia had gone through. Why would he, who liked to be alone, establish the Sword God Mansion in the Sword Domain? To be precise, Xianxia's character was similar to Shui Zhao's. Both of them were indifferent to fame and wealth and did not like to fight. Logically speaking, Xianxia shouldn't have established the Sword God's abode just because he wanted to become a sword saint. Could it be? Mu Yun was suddenly stunned. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was suddenly heard. Mu Yun hurriedly descended and hid in a large hall, restraining her soul aura. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Looking at the figures descending from above, Mu Yun carefully held her breath. He could merge the aura of his original embryo with the picture of extermination of deity. No one could detect the fluctuation of his true soul and nascent soul. Without the fluctuation of his original embryo, no one could detect him. Unless they met him face to face, he would not be discovered hiding here. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Zhantian said fiercely, just a little bit more and we could have killed that guy. He can't escape. Chu Bufan was too lazy to talk to Xiao Zhantian at this moment. They all wanted to kill Mu Yun now. However, they were still enemies with each other. Once Mu Yun died, the two sides would immediately take action. Search immediately. If you find Mu Yun's divine figure, you will be rewarded handsomely. Chu Bufan immediately said, whoever can kill Mu Yun will be rewarded with 100,000 Xianyang pills, 100,000 Xianyang pills. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations kill all of them. Leave no one behind. Mu Yun sneered in her heart. Unless they searched every hall carefully, how could they possibly find him? There were thousands of halls here. If they wanted to find her, they would have to search slowly. When they found Mu Yun, both the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance and the three major forces would lose at least a few hundred people. Mu Yun was more worried about Little 7. She did not know if this little guy had enough time. If he did not, he should not be greedy and be discovered. However, at this moment, the disciples of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance and the three major silver forces had already spread out and headed to the various halls. Everyone also realized that there was something unusual about this place. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a figure flew directly to Mu Yun's side. That stream of light turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was Little 7. Father! Little 7, you're finally back. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said dotingly, are you full? Yes, I'm really full this time. Father, you don't know. I saw hundreds of soul-grade immortal artifacts and a gold-grade immortal artifact. I'm really full. Wait, what? Gold-grade immortal artifact? You ate a gold-grade immortal artifact? Mu Yun stammered. What was a gold-grade immortal artifact? Immortal artifacts were from mortal artifacts to earth-grade immortal artifacts, and then heaven-grade immortal artifacts. After reaching the mystic immortal realm, heaven-grade immortal artifacts were no longer enough to attract Mu Yun. Above heaven-grade immortal artifacts were mystic artifacts, and then soul-grade immortal artifacts that were compatible with perfected immortals. After soul-grade immortal artifacts were gold-grade immortal artifacts that were suitable for golden immortals. In fact, gold-grade immortal artifacts were also called general immortal artifacts. Golden immortal experts could become great generals in the entire immortal realm. Therefore, their corresponding immortal artifacts were called general immortal artifacts. However, golden immortals were a symbol of status. Many people also called these immortal artifacts gold immortal artifacts. What did a gold-grade immortal artifact mean? This meant that in the entire South Sword domain, other than the 33 heavenly sword sects, all the gold and silver rank forces would go crazy for this supreme treasure. Eaten by Little Seven, eaten, Mu Yun felt her heart bleeding. 1 gold-grade immortal equipment, over 100 soul-grade immortal equipment. Without a doubt, there were at least a few thousand profound-grade immortal equipment. Little Seven swallowed them all. Mu Yun really wanted to vomit blood. If he had known earlier, he would have instructed Little Seven to leave some treasures for him. That was a gold-grade immortal artifact. Even a gold rank force like the 9 Immortal Pavilion would go crazy over this. Mu Yun looked at Little Seven. She really wanted to step forward, strangle Little Seven's neck, and make her spit it out. In the end, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly. Good, as long as you're full, as long as you're full. Little Seven grabbed Mu Yun and directly flew into Mu Yun's arms. She giggled and said, "Daddy treats Little Seven the best." Hugging Little Seven in his arms, the pain in Mu Yun's heart completely disappeared. To hell with the gold-grade immortal equipment. In the future, if he wanted it, would he have to worry about not being able to get it? He truly loved Xiaoqi. Ever since Xiaoqi was a dragon egg, he had been guarding Xiaoqi by his side, watching as Xiaoqi broke out of the egg and was born. He had long treated Little Seven as his own. Seeing Little Seven's happy appearance, Mu Yun felt a different kind of emotion in his heart. Kinship. If this was his child, he probably would not feel tired even if he carried it like this. Mu Yun suddenly felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't know where Yaoer was now. Because of the ice phoenix spirit in Yaoer's body, he didn't know how the child in her stomach was doing. Moreover, there was no news of his father now. In his previous life, he didn't experience his father's love. But in this life, Mu Yun deeply felt his father's deep love for him. This also made Mu Yun want to know even more. Who were his parents in his previous life? Why were they so cruel and threw him in the mountains where no one cared about him and left him to fend for himself? Everything was still unknown. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to understand everything and find the answers to all of these questions. Mu Yun finally calmed down after a few calculations in his heart. The current situation wasn't good. He had offended the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance and the 3 Silver Forces. In this Sword God Mansion, it was likely that both sides wanted him dead. Little Seven, return to the map of extermination first. Daddy has offended many powerful people. Those people want to kill Daddy. It's very dangerous for you to come out. Mu Yun patted Little Seven's shoulder and said gently. I don't want to. Little Seven hugged Mu Yun's neck with her arms and buried her head in Mu Yun's arms. She snorted and said, whoever dares to lay a hand on Daddy, Little Seven will smash his head. Little Seven is very powerful now. I can protect Daddy. Mu Yun suddenly blushed with shame. Daddy knows that Little Seven can protect me. But now, there's no need for Little Seven to do anything. Little Seven, go in first, okay? No, I want to accompany Daddy outside. Daddy, don't worry. As long as Daddy is not discovered, Little Seven will not be discovered. Little Seven pleaded. Moreover, Little Seven can be a fighter to help Daddy. Mu Yun felt that Little Seven was more and more adorable. But the more it was so, the more Mu Yun didn't dare to let her take the risk. But in the end, Little Seven was unwilling to go in. It seemed that after swallowing so many heavenly treasures, she needed to constantly digest them. You cannot go in, but you can't cause trouble. Okay. In the end, it was Mu Yun who compromised. Holding each other's hands, the two of them walked out of the main hall and wandered around the various halls. As matters stood, Mu Yun still wanted to see exactly what sort of place the central palace hall was. However, as soon as he walked out of the hall, numerous figures surrounded him. Mu Yun was stunned when she saw those figures. He was a member of the royal family. A smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. He didn't expect that before he went to look for them, they would look for him first. Mu Yun held Seven's hand and looked ahead. Huang Ji Bai Tian, where is Huang Ji Wu Qing? Mu Yun, die. However, the disciples of the royal family simply ignored Mu Yun's question. They directly rushed out and wanted to kill Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun sneered in his heart. Falling sky travel. Here. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes. With a wave of his hand, the blood guards appeared again. The people in front of him sneered when they saw the blood guards around Mu Yun, but they still charged out angrily. In their eyes, Mu Yun was just a clown. Moreover, Mu Yun was now being chased by the people of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Since he couldn't please either side, this guy could only die. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately shouted coldly. The secluded speech sword let out a buzzing sound, and the 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword Art quickly attacked. At this moment, the sound of people dying constantly rang out. A group of about 100 royal family disciples in front instantly fell to the ground one after another like harvested straws. However, Mu Yun didn't stop at all. She reversed the power between her hands, and the 9 nether fingers cooperated with the secluded speech sword, killing one person with each strike. The 300 blood guards naturally killed the enemies. They only knew that Mu Yun's order was to attack when it was time. In the blink of an eye, the royal family disciples were utterly defeated and wanted to escape. Go quickly. This kid is not someone we can deal with. Find Big Brother Bai Tian. The leading young man let out a deep roar and immediately retreated. Puff, however, just as he finished speaking, the disciple's neck was pierced and he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out. Leave no one alive. Mu Yun ignored him. Being lenient towards the enemy was the same as harming oneself. Mu Yun, how dare you? However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the distance, between the layers of palaces, figures came one after another. At this moment, a total of over 100 figures all surrounded them. The person in the lead, Mu Yun, was no stranger. Royal Extreme Azure Sky. Beside Royal Extreme Azure Sky was Royal Extreme Wuqing. At this moment, Royal Extreme Wuqing's aura was completely different from before. He was no longer a 9th stage Sky Immortal, but a 2nd stage Mystic Immortal. You really came. Mu Yun put away the silent speech sword and sneered. Royal Extreme Wuqing, you deserve to die. Jiang Yan treated you as a friend, a confidant, but you killed him. You deserve to die. I deserve to die? Royal Extreme Wuqing laughed. He is stupid. Don't blame me. How can I let the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance gather the Golden Immortal Token? You deserve to die. However, Mu Yun only said this sentence. Taking a step forward, Mu Yun's long sword completely struck out at this moment. You are the one who deserves to die. Extreme King Bai Tian was in front of Mu Yun, trying to kill him. Swoosh, however, before Royal Extreme Azure Sky's figure could get close to Mu Yun, a sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. That sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Mu Yun. It was Luo Tianxing. It's your puppet again. Get lost. Royal Extreme Azure Sky was furious. If it wasn't for this puppet beside Mu Yun, this fellow would have died countless times. However, Mu Yun did not care at this moment and directly attacked Royal Extreme Wuqing. However, the few Tier 4 and Tier 3 Mystic Immortals who followed Royal Extreme Azure Sky had already surrounded Mu Yun. As long as they killed Mu Yun, these puppets would collapse on their own. Get lost. At this moment, Mu Yun directly shouted and stabbed out with the silent speech sword without another word. At the same time, the power of his sword Dao and sword realm condensed. At the same time, the power of his bloodline Dao completely erupted. His eyes gradually turned crimson red, and Mu Yun felt the blood in his body boiling. Boom boom boom, in an instant, Mu Yun used his own strength to fight against 7 or 8 Tier 3 and Tier 4 Mystic Immortal Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's disciples. Bang bang bang, at this moment, Mu Yun's full strength exploded, and those disciples were blasted away. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Royal Extreme Wuqing was completely dumbfounded. So many Tier 3 and Tier 4 Mystic Immortal Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's disciples could not stop Mu Yun. This was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Little Seven was sitting on the roof of a big hall, watching the battle between the two sides. "Daddy, go for it." Little Seven's childish voice rang out from time to time. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yuri too stupid. A little girl was nothing in their eyes. Right now, stopping those puppets and killing Mu Yun was their top priority. But at this moment, who else could stop Mu Yun except for Huangji Bai Tian? With a swoosh, Mu Yun's figure suddenly appeared in front of Huangji Wuqing. "Huangji Wuqing, you deserve to die." As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed with her sword. Clang, however, just as the sword was about to pierce through Huangji Wuqing's head, a clang sounded in the void, and a black cloud appeared. That black cloud blocked in front of Huangji Wuqing and neutralized Mu Yun's terrifying sword. Seeing this, Huangji Wuqing panted heavily and hurriedly retreated. "So, you little ant, you're hiding here." At this moment, a laughter sounded. Above the void, a figure gradually appeared. Chu Bufan. At this moment, Chu Bufan's entire body was shrouded in black clouds, and his aura was extremely dense. Chu Bufan. Mu Yun knew that what would come would come. There were people from several major forces everywhere in the Sword God Mansion, and they could sense the slightest movement. It was only a matter of time before they rushed over. "You don't have to hide from me, but Chu Bufan, are you sure you can kill me now?" Mu Yun saw that many figures had gathered in the distance. At this moment, there were already over 1,000 people who had arrived. There were only 300 blood guards beside him. Even though they were profound immortals and could withstand attacks, it was difficult for them to protect him when facing opponents who were several times his number. What a joke. "Do you think you can survive by relying on these puppets?" Chu Bufan snorted. "I'll let you know what despair is." Chu Bufan waved his hand, and layers of black gas spread out. At this moment, Mu Yun's face was solemn. Chu Bufan, who was a 6th grade profound immortal, had completed his origin embryo, and his defense had increased by more than several times. If he was careless, he would be completely killed. But now, he obviously would not admit defeat. "Today, either you die, or I die," Chu Bufan shouted. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying hellish aura from before began to spread once again. Instantly, a black cloud dragon covered the entire sky and pounced towards Mu Yun. Seeing this scene, the corners of Mu Yun's mouth curled up. "Today, I don't care what kind of ability you have. I, Mu Yun, will kill you without any discussion." In an instant, Mu Yun flipped her palm. Suddenly, a scroll appeared in Mu Yun's hands. "Mountain rise." With a deep shout, Mu Yun waved her hand. In the blink of an eye, a mountain leaped out from the scroll and came crashing down from above. The towering mountain was like a skyscraper that was about to topple, and it directly covered Chu Bufan. Just one bang, however, before Chu Bufan could finish his words, the 10,000-meter tall mountain began to descend upon them. Bang! 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 Instantly, the surrounding disciples were turned into minced meat. Chu Bufan's figure was faster, and he dodged the mountain. This mountain was like a towering mountain, but in reality, how could a towering mountain crush a mystic immortal realm cultivator? There was something strange about this mountain. Chu Bufan immediately saw through it. "What treasure do you have in your hand that can actually cause such a strange disturbance?" Chu Bufan looked at the scroll in Mu Yun's hand and said excitedly, "Since that's the case, then Mu Yun, you have to die even more." As soon as Chu Bufan finished speaking, he waved his hand again. In an instant, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood merged with the dark clouds. Immediately, the originally calm dark clouds emitted an ear-piercing sound and condensed into a huge hand that grabbed towards the mountain. "Get out of my way!" Chu Bufan shouted in a deep voice and took a step forward. The unmoving mountain showed traces of relaxation at this moment. However, Mu Yun controlled the scroll in her hand and suppressed it firmly. What appeared in her hand was naturally the blue sky yellow springs diagram. In the blue sky yellow springs diagram, there was only the sky, the earth, the mountain, and the spreading river and sea. After a period of fumbling, he finally understood some principles. He could summon these mountains by communicating with his mind. Moreover, this mountain was not an ordinary mountain, but it was extremely heavy. Therefore, just now, it directly smashed hundreds of mystic immortal disciples to death. At this moment, Chu Bufan actually relied on his own strength to forcefully shake the power of Mu Yun's attack. Heaven's descent. However, at this moment, Mu Yun directly shouted in a low voice and waved her hand. In an instant, an invisible force descended from the sky. In an instant, everyone felt that the entire world was completely shaken at this moment. It was as if the sky had collapsed. An invisible force pressed down on everyone present, causing their breathing to become hurried. What was going on, however, while the disciples were suppressed, the puppets were completely unaffected. Immediately, the 300 blood guards broke the stalemate and directly killed hundreds of people. Seeing this scene, Chu Bufan's eyes were about to split open. This Mu Yun was only a second-stage mystic immortal, but now, she relied on this supreme treasure to suppress them until they could not breathe. At this moment, Chu Bufan was even more tormented. He was about to be unable to suppress the mountain, but the heaven's descent that Mu Yun said caused him an extremely strong sense of oppression, causing his body to be constantly lowered. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, at this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds were heard. Suddenly, several figures appeared on the scene. Those figures were in a neat formation, and each of them looked powerful. The three people in the lead were all handsome. At this moment, Xiao Tian looked at the battle in the field and suddenly understood. Xiao Tian, quickly kill this person. Chu Bufan immediately shouted at this moment. However, at this moment, Xiao Tian was happy to see the two of them fighting. How could he be willing to take action? Chu Bufan, aren't you very powerful? At this time, why do you still need me to take action? Xiao Tian suddenly smiled sinisterly. Hearing this, Chu Bufan secretly cursed in his heart for being shameless. However, his gaze fell on the scroll in Mu Yun's hand and immediately shouted, Xiao Tian, you can see the scroll in Mu Yun's hand. It's at least a soul-level immortal artifact with amazing attack power. After killing this person, we'll see who this soul-level immortal artifact belongs to. Hearing this, Xiao Tian looked at Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Xiao Tian immediately said, you should know what kind of situation you're in now. If you're willing to give this treasure to me, I can help you deal with Chu Bufan. Can you be more shameless? After Xiao Tian's words, Mu Yun immediately spoke. You're going to help me deal with Chu Bufan? Mu Yun sneered and said, the royal family, Cosmos Villa, and Purple Phoenix Pagoda have joined forces. This time, they brought the Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace, two great silver-level factions. Can the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance withstand them? You still have the mind to deal with me now? I think after leaving the Sword God Mansion ruins, you won't have the mind to trouble me, but will be worried about the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance's survival. You're presumptuous. I'm presumptuous? The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance defeated the royal family, Purple Phoenix Pagoda, and Cosmos Villa a few years ago. Now, it's even more possible. Xiao Tian said proudly. Are you still a frog in a well? Mu Yun shook her head and said, a few years ago, it was because the Biluo Huangquan school held back the royal family's main force that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance could defeat the Purple Phoenix Pagoda and Cosmos Villa. Have you forgotten that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was in a stalemate before? This time, with the Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace holding back the Biluo Huangquan school, can the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance still be the same as before? Xiao Tian, you're too stupid. Shut up. Xiao Tian snorted. The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance is incomparably powerful. Even if all the silver-ranked factions of the Eastern and Western Sword domains came, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would still be able to resist, let alone the 5 silver-ranked factions joining forces. Arrogant and conceited. Mu Yun was speechless in her heart. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy now. Whether or not the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was strong did not matter to her. Right now, they had yet to realize the danger they were in. You'd better hand over the scroll in your hand now. This soul-ranked immortal artifact is not something that you, Mu Yun, can wield. Hand it over? Mu Yun took a step forward, looked at Xianxia, and shouted, Xianxia, I can tell you clearly that if you kneel down and kowtow to me now and admit your mistakes, I, Mu Yun, might take you all away from here. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death here. Presumptuous. Qianbei also shouted at this moment. I see that you think you have the aptitude of a heavenly saint and have entered the 7th floor of the 3rd-level pagoda. Do you think you are a peerless immortal emperor? You are too arrogant. Su Chen, who had not spoken, looked at Mu Yun and shook his head. Brother Xianxia just wants to suppress your arrogance. He won't really want your treasure, but you are so arrogant. Looking at the 3 geniuses, Mu Yun was speechless. Arrogant? They were the ones who were truly arrogant. Mu Yun was too lazy to care about this. It seems that you all really want the treasure in my hand? Mu Yun smiled and said, in that case, come and get it. Heavenly Descent. With a low shout, Mu Yun immediately used the heavenly descent of the blue sky underworld diagram. It was as if the entire sky was falling down. The powerful pressure caused everyone present to feel powerless. Damn it. Xiao Zhantian snorted. If it weren't for this item, I could kill this kid with one slap. A soul-grade immortal artifact is very powerful, but this kid must have consumed a lot of energy to use its power. We just have to wait patiently, Su Chen said indifferently. At this moment, Mu Yun naturally knew what these people were thinking. The blue sky underworld diagram did consume a lot of energy. Now, he had only used the power of Mountain Rise once and Heavenly Descent twice, but he felt that more than half of the immortal chi in his body had been consumed. This was the result of the 2 core spirals in his body, one condensing immortal chi and the other condensing origin energy. Otherwise, the immortal chi in his body would have been exhausted long ago. The sky falls and the earth rends. Mu Yun looked around. At this moment, where was there a way out? Surrounded by the disciples of the 3 extremes Heavenly Alliance and the 3 silver-ranked forces, there was no way out. Although the 300 blood guards had astonishing combat power, the other party had the advantage in numbers. In addition, Extreme Emperor Bai Tian, Chu Bu Fan and Xiao Zhantian had formed an encirclement. He had nowhere to run. Mu Yun's heart immediately turned cold. These people had forced him into a dead end. At this moment, while Mu Yun was suppressing everyone with the help of the blue sky underworld diagram, 7 figures were standing firmly on top of a tall tower 1,000 meters away. On the other hand, a dense crowd stood silently behind those 7 people. It was like a tomb of the dead, and there wasn't the slightest bit of life within it. Jian Yiming, are we just going to watch? In the center of the 7, Jian Yiming, who was dressed in white and had a handsome figure and a long aura, was looking ahead. Li Yun, who was standing beside him, said impatiently. What else? However, facing Li Yun's impatience, Jian Yiming asked in return. Let's kill our way over. Li Yun said, that's our Bilua Huangquan School's Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram. Hasn't Sect Master been looking for it? Hearing this, Jian Yiming opened his mouth but did not say a word. Li Yun, you become muddle-headed from your anxiety. However, beside Li Yun, a woman wearing a leather skirt that revealed a pair of strong legs suddenly laughed. Su Lin, what do you mean? Li Yun said indifferently as he looked at the beautiful woman who looked like a young married woman. What can I mean? Su Lin suddenly chuckled and said, the 7 of us are respectfully called the 7 martial students. You and I should know that the 7 martial students are only famous in the 13th to 15th hell. In the 12th hell, we are nothing at all. Li Yun had an unnatural expression on his face as he said, in the sect, each level of hell is clearly divided. Of course I know that. If you want to rise to the top in the 12th hell, you have to be at least in the true immortal level. But Su Lin, why are you saying all this? Li Yun was somewhat displeased. Li Yun, you're confused. At that instant, a muscular young man with a sincere smile on his face suddenly spoke. Xianxia, what do you mean? Li Yun's patience was gradually wearing thin. The young man laughed and said heartily, Li Yun, you still don't understand. The news of the heaven underworld diagram being found has spread throughout the sect. The sect master has also ordered that no one is allowed to search for the heaven underworld diagram. Do you know that? Of course I know, but isn't this map in? Li Yun was just about to continue speaking when he suddenly stopped. Do you mean that the sect master means that we shouldn't look for the map on Mu Yun? Did you give it to him? Li Yun was suddenly stunned. At this moment, Jian Yiming took a step forward and said, I don't know if it's the sect master's intention, but since it's the Great Hell King's order, we will naturally follow it. Jian Yiming, stop keeping us in suspense. Li Yun said again, your father is the third king of hell. In the entire Biluo Huangquan school, other than the second king of hell who has disappeared for a long time, your father and the first king of hell have gained the schoolmaster's trust. Your father definitely knows what's going on. Don't tell me you haven't heard anything? Li Yun. Jian Yiming's tone suddenly changed. The schoolmaster is very resourceful. He must have his reasons for letting us hide for 10,000 years. We only need to follow the order. Don't forget the rules of the school. Fine, fine, fine. I won't say any more. Li Yun shook his head and said, anyway, just do what you have to do. Bai Qingyu has also instructed us to listen to Jian Yiming's instructions for any operation. Jian Yiming's expression finally calmed down. This time, the three silver-level forces have made a move against the Triji Heavenly Alliance. I'm afraid this trial can't continue. Jian Yiming said, this time, we will wait and see. If the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace really send disciples here, this trial will be over. We still have a cooperative relationship with the Triji Heavenly Alliance. If the Triji Heavenly Alliance is really swallowed up, our Biluo Huangquan school will also be ostracized. Jian Yiming, you must be mistaken. It's definitely not a problem for us to resist them with just the disciples and protectors from the 13th to 15th levels of hell. If the martial artists from the 12 levels of hell move out, they will immediately be defeated. Li Yun suddenly interjected. Even so, the 6 people present all looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Have you forgotten what Bao Qingyu said? From now on, our Biluo Huangquan school will only have 6 hell kings. Do you understand? Jian Yiming said coldly, Li Yun, you better watch your words. Cut the crap. Li Yun wanted to retort, but stopped when he saw the others' expressions. When we go back, I think we should tell your father and the 18 Hell Kings about your behavior. Don't. Li Yun's hair stood on end when he thought of his father. Last time, it was because he said something wrong that the other Hell Kings did not say anything. His father then hung him up and used him as a medicinal pill to refine him for a year. He was really scared. Jian Yiming said nothing. Alright, let's wait here. If the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace are here, they will definitely show up. When that time comes, we will show up. But what? Xianxia asked, puzzled. Jian Yiming frowned and waved his hand. Strange spatial fluctuations appeared around the 7 figures. Jian Yiming stood in the middle of the 7 people, his mouth moving up and down as he said a sentence. The other 6 people were all dumbfounded. Jian Yiming waved his hand, and the ripples disappeared. Everyone immediately looked forward and stopped talking. The 6 people seemed to have heard something unbelievable, and the shock on their faces did not fade for a long time. At this moment, Mu Yun did not know where those people from the Biluo Huangquan school went. He was more concerned about where those people from the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace went. At this time, Chu Bufan led the disciples of the 3 major forces, and Xiao Zhantian led the disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance. They all wanted to kill him. Mu Yun relied on the blue sky yellow springs diagram to hold on. Mu Yun, you will die if you hold on. Just give me the diagram, and I will represent the Triji Heavenly Alliance to accept you again. Xiao Zhantian said. Get the F***ck out of here. Mu Yun immediately shouted, Xiao Zhantian, let me tell you, after today, I, Mu Yun, will have nothing to do with the Triji Heavenly Alliance. The next time we meet, if the Triji Heavenly Alliance wants me to help, I will take the heads of the three of you as a reward. Ask you for help? Xiao Zhantian laughed. Mu Yun, who do you think you are? If you ask for help, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? There will be such a day. Mu Yun looked at the tens of thousands of people on both sides, and anger surged in his heart. His eyes turned crimson red. The Bloodline Dao was activated again. But this time, the power of the Bloodline Dao was activated to target the Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram. All immortal artifacts were connected to the martial artist's blood. At this moment, Mu Yun's bloodline aura was surging all over his body, and it caused the entire Blue Sky Yellow Springs diagram to tremble completely. Since you want my treasure so badly, I will show you how powerful it is to increase your determination. Mu Yun suddenly shouted and took a step forward. Tsunami. Earth collapse. Almost instantly, with Mu Yun as the center, the earth began to tremble. The trembling at the beginning was only subtle, so weak that it could not be seen. But almost instantly, like the blink of an eye when the sun rose, the entire earth completely burst open. At the same time, at the moment of the collapse, cracks like withered palms emitted a strong suction force. Heavenly descent. Mu Yun shouted again, and the pressure of the void above the sky suddenly dropped. There was a terrifying pressure above, and below, there was an irresistible collapse. However, that was all there was to it. With Mu Yun as the center, the raging tide spread out in all directions like a tsunami. The effect of the two forces was already impossible for the crowd to resist, but now, there was a gentle force. The tide, like fragile vines, came in all directions. When it spread out, it was a soft force that was suffocating. But when it gathered together, it became a violent force that was extremely fierce. Suddenly, the tens of thousands of people on both sides were in complete chaos. The disciples with lower cultivation levels were directly torn apart and blasted below. And the disciples with higher cultivation levels could not continue to advance at this moment, and could only hold on bitterly. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Damn it! Xiao Zhantian also had to retreat at this moment. On the other side, Chu Bufan was not much better than him. The two 6th-grade mystic immortal geniuses, at this moment, retreated directly. If it wasn't for the soul-grade immortal artifact in his hand, this guy would have died no less than 10 times. Chu Bufan was furious. Why was such a good immortal artifact not in his hands, but in Mu Yun's? But it didn't matter, as long as he killed Mu Yun, this good thing would still be in his hands. At that time, he would directly use this item to kill all the disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance who participated in this trial. At the same time, on the other side, Xiao Zhantian also had the same thought. However, before their eyes, a scene that caused them to be dumbfounded suddenly appeared. Heaven fall. Earth collapse. Mountain rise. Tsunami. In an instant, a terrifying tyrannical force suddenly erupted from Mu Yun's mouth again. The rumbling sound spread out. Run! Almost at the same time, Chu Bufan and Xiao Zhantian suddenly roared and shouted crazily. They never dreamed that Mu Yun could actually activate the soul-grade immortal artifact again. This was simply inconceivable to them. However, the fact happened in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth roared, the sea came out and the mountains were overturned, and the sky changed color. All the disciples cried, cursed, annoyed, and despaired continuously. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It's a pity that I'm not dead yet. As time passed, the entire land gradually regained its calm. However, the entire Sword God Mansion was in a mess at this moment. Within 10,000 meters, the land had completely changed. At this moment, on the modeled land, corpses and severely injured figures were lying everywhere. It looked extremely colorful. However, in the center of the chaotic battle, a figure stood firmly with a picture scroll in his hand. It was Mu Yun. With Mu Yun as the center, the land seemed to be completely undamaged at this moment. It was like the eye of a tornado, standing quietly. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Her face was so pale that it was terrifying. At this moment, she still maintained the same posture and did not move at all. It was not that she did not want to move, but she did not dare to move. She could feel that if she moved even a little, she might not be able to stand still anymore and completely fall to the ground. The immortal chi in her body was completely depleted, and her origin energy was exhausted to the extreme. Cough cough, however, in the crowd, a cough suddenly sounded. Chu Bufan's figure stood out from the ruins. At the same time, on the other side, a figure also stood up from the ruins. It was Xianxia. At this moment, the two of them looked extremely miserable. Gradually, those disciples who were lucky enough to survive stood up one by one and began to help the surrounding disciples out of danger. However, Xianxia and Chu Bufan's eyes were like torches as they stared at Mu Yun, who was standing in the center. To be precise, they were staring at the blue sky underworld diagram in Mu Yun's hand. This diagram was too powerful. Mu Yun was only a second-stage mystic immortal. When she used this diagram, its power was simply explosive. This made them feel that it was unbelievable. It was fine if that was all. At this moment, Mu Yun stood there. It seemed that she had only consumed a lot of energy and was not injured at all. You deserve to die. Xianxia looked at the miserable appearance of the surrounding disciples, then looked at Mu Yun and said coldly. However, Chu Bufan did not speak at this moment. Instead, he was carefully observing Mu Yun. Unfortunately, I'm not dead yet. At this moment, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked at Xianxia with a faint smile on her face. Now, do you still have the ability to shout here? However, Chu Bufan interrupted and said, Mu Yun, if I'm not wrong, you probably can't hold on anymore, right? If that's the case, hand over the map in your hand. Chu Bufan understood that even if they'd lost a large number of disciples because of Mu Yun, so long as they obtained a soul-grade immortal artifact, all of these losses could be made up for. Looking at Mu Yun, Chu Bufan could no longer hold himself back. If you want it, then come and take it. Mu Yun bellowed and took a step forward. Haha. Who wouldn't want a soul-ranked immortal artifact? Then I, Lei Peng, won't give in. However, just as Mu Yun's words fell and Xianxia and Chu Bufan were about to rush out, a loud laughter suddenly sounded at this moment. As the loud laughter faded away, a figure immediately flew out. His strong body was like a huge tree with roots. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles all over his body. Lei Peng, you brat, you finally appeared. Seeing that Lei Peng appeared, Huangji Bai Tian walked forward at this moment and said with a smile, this Mu Yun has a soul-ranked immortal artifact on her, and I reckon that there might be more than one. Kill her, the Huangji family and Red Thunder Palace will definitely be invincible if we join forces. The power of a soul-ranked immortal artifact in the hands of a true immortal would definitely be increased by several times, or even dozens of times. Just Mu Yun alone, relying on this treasure map, could make over 10,000 of them battered and exhausted. If it was in the hands of a true immortal, how powerful would its power be? Lei Peng, you really know how to choose the right time to appear. You really saw the right time to appear at this moment. However, when Lei Peng of Red Thunder Palace appeared, another group of people appeared on the other side. That group of people were all wearing white robes and carrying long swords on their backs. They looked like ethereal swordsmen who were in high spirits. Su Yuqing, your Taishu sect's people really came quickly. At this moment, Chu Bufan sneered and said. Hee, my good brother, don't be angry. I, your brother, was delayed for a while. Don't tell your aunt, otherwise, I will die miserably. Su Yuqing seemed to be Chu Bufan's cousin, and they were familiar with each other when they met. However, what surprised everyone was not the two of them, but the dense crowd of people following behind them. Upon closer inspection, those people had strong auras. They were all disciples of the mystic immortal realm. Although the further they went, the lower their realm was, but there were still thousands of disciples who had surpassed the mystic immortal realm. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was also slightly stunned. What he was worried about had finally come. The disciples of Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace had finally appeared at this moment. Mu Yun stood where he was, silent. However, the people of Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance were also silent like him. When the disciples of Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace appeared, the disciples of Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance immediately became cautious as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, Mu Yun smiled coldly and did not care. This time, Xianxia and the others could not smile. Su Yuqing of Taishu sect walked to the front and looked at Mu Yun, and finally at the people of Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. he said, you can all get lost first. His faint words carried a majesty that made it impossible for anyone to defy him. 7th tier mystic immortal, seeing Su Yuqing's strength, Xianxia and the others turned pale. Their realm was originally lower than Su Yuqing's, and they had just experienced a great battle. Now, they were probably no match for him. Not to mention Su Yuqing, even Lei Peng was not someone they could deal with. Lei Peng was the genius of Red Thunder Palace. In the entire South Sword domain, the 4 gold rank forces did not block each other and did not communicate with each other. Red Thunder Palace was a silver rank force near South Sword domain, and had a close relationship with the royal family. Lei Peng was also very famous in East Sword domain. Moreover, this guy was also a 7th tier mystic immortal. Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and Su Chen did not expect Red Thunder Palace and Taishu sect to send their most outstanding disciples over. This was simply unbelievable. However, they could also see that this time, Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace did not just want a share of the pie. Lei Peng looked at the 3 and smiled. Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in South Sword domain? The combined strength of the Eastern Sword domain and Western Sword domain is stronger than the Southern Sword domain to begin with. In the Southern Sword domain, your threefold Heavenly Alliance is powerful, but in my Eastern Sword domain, among the 4 great silver rank powers, you're only at the bottom. Lei Peng and Su Yuqing were clearly disdainful as they watched the battle between the crowd. You guys wait here. After I take care of this guy, I will kill all of you. Su Yuqing snorted and turned around to look at Mu Yun. At this moment, Lei Peng, Extreme Emperor Bai Tian, Chu Bufan, and Su Yuqing were all judging Mu Yun. In their eyes, Mu Yun was now a duck that was about to reach their mouths. Now, you have a choice. Give me the treasure map and then die. You can die quickly. If you don't hand it over, I can let you experience endless torture before you die. Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and suddenly smiled viciously. On the other side, Extreme Emperor Bai Tian did the same. The 4 figures slowly surrounded Mu Yun. The people of Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance stood on the spot, not knowing what to do. Run? How could they run away now? If they stayed, they would be waiting for death. What should they do? All the disciples looked at the 3 figures in front of them with anticipation. However, Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and Su Chen were at their wits' end. Previously, they had used up a lot of manpower and resources to fight with Mu Yun. They were tortured badly. They were in trouble now. Taishu sect and Red Thunder Palace had appeared, and they had no helpers. Where are the disciples of Biluo Huangquan school? Why haven't I seen any of them? Chen Bei shouted in a low voice. Who knows? Xiao Zhantian shouted angrily. These guys are really useless. Now, only the disciples of Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance are left here. After dealing with Mu Yun, they will come to deal with us. The 3 of them fell silent. At this moment, Chen Yuzhu snorted. It's all your fault. You just had to attack Mu Yun. If Mu Yun relied on the treasure map and united with us, it would be the disciples of the 3 silver-ranked forces who fell. Even if Red Thunder Palace and Taishu sect came, we would not be afraid. Yuzhu, stop talking. Qin Yufei held her sister's hand tightly, afraid that she would do something crazy. At this moment, Su Yuqing, Lei Peng, and the other 3 were getting closer to Mu Yun. Hand it over. The treasure map is in your hands. It's like casting pearls before swine. Chu Bufan shouted in a low voice. Huangji Baitian also sneered. You should know that if you hand it over to us, you will die in peace. Seeing the 2 of them approaching, Mu Yun held the scroll and lowered her hands. However, seeing Mu Yun's action, the 2 of them immediately took a step back and did not dare to move forward. Why are you so afraid? Mu Yun joked. I'm just tired from holding it up, so I put it down to rest. Hearing this, some of the disciples around could not help but laugh. You still have the mood to joke at this time. You really don't know what's good for you. Huangji Baitian was instantly furious. Big brother Baitian, just search him. Huangji Wuqing stood aside and said in a low voice. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes were bloodshot. She looked at Huangji Wuqing. He had forgotten just now that he should kill this guy first. However, it was not too late now. Mu Yun took a deep breath. Unfortunately, her whole body was sore. Her aura was as weak as an ordinary martial artist. She did not have a trace of combat power at all. The time she spent just now only allowed her to recover a little. However, it was impossible for her to fight now. Moreover, there were 2 level 7 Mystic Immortals, 1 level 6 Mystic Immortal, and 1 level 5 Mystic Immortal. How could she fight? No matter how she looked at it, it was a dead end. At this moment, Mu Yun glanced and saw a figure. "Little Seven, come here." Mu Yun looked at the small figure sitting on a broken rock leisurely and immediately called out. "Father." Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Xiaoqi's strength. Did you see that? Xiaoqi, these are all bad uncles. Daddy can't hold on any longer. Leave this place first. Do you understand? Mu Yun looked at Xiaoqi and said dotingly. Daddy, aren't you leaving? Xiaoqi raised her tender face and asked. Me? I'm not leaving. Xiaoqi clung on to Mu Yun and wrapped her arms around Mu Yun's neck. She said coquettishly, I will never leave Daddy. When everyone saw this scene, they finally noticed that there was a little girl beside Mu Yun. This little girl looked like she was carved out of jade. Her skin was fair and she was petite and cute. She was really lovable. However, this was obviously not the time to be pitiful. I didn't expect you to have an illegitimate daughter. You're really flirtatious. Extreme King Green Sky looked at Mu Yun and sneered. However, if we're going to die, then we'll all die together. None of you will be able to leave. Cutting the weeds and pulling out the roots is what Extreme King Green Sky loves to do. Who do you think should die? Xiaoqi pouted and looked at Huangji by Tian. She waved her little fist and snorted. Daddy treats Xiaoqi the best. No one can hurt Daddy. Xiaoqi cupped Mu Yun's face and intimately leaned against Mu Yun's nose. She giggled and said, Daddy, do you love Xiaoqi the most? Of course. Seeing Xiaoqi's joyful look, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly in her heart. This was not the time for her to be joyful. Humph, you're about to die and you're still thinking about your father-daughter relationship? Mu Yun, don't worry and die. I'll take care of this little girl for you. Then, hee. Huang Ji Wuqing laughed sinisterly and took a step forward. He reached out with his hand and Mu Yun flew away. He was a second-stage Mystic Immortal. Previously, when Mu Yun was in her peak state, he was no match for her. However, now, he could easily pinch Mu Yun to death. Scram. However, when she saw Huangji Wuqing flying over, Mu Yun was waiting for this moment. The silent whisper sword turned into a ray of light, and whirl and empty blade were unleashed. At this time, she could not care about exposing her trump cards. Almost in an instant, the power that Mu Yun had just recovered condensed in an instant. The powerful sword Dao, the terrifying Yoyu sword, the tyrannical void blade attack, and the void spiral attack. In that instant, Mu Yun gathered all the power that he had just gathered. Puff. The netherworld sword cut through Huangji Wuqing's body. Blood spurted out. Huangji Wuqing screamed in agony. Bloody holes appeared on his body. It was horrifying. He was Mu Yun was dead. Was Mu Yun? Everyone was shocked. Mu Devil God. Mu is Thousand Nai Studio is Studio Tian Mu Yun Studio and Imuchin Studio that Studio Huang Mu Studio Huang Studio die. At this moment, Huangji Wuqing dashed towards Mu Yun. Mu Yun, you're dead. Seeing Huangji by Tian rushing over, Mu Yun's arms drooped. This time, she was really out of strength. Little Seven, Daddy can't make it this time. Daddy, don't be afraid. I'm here. Little Seven comforted Mu Yun and sat her down. She patted her chest and said, Daddy, don't worry. If they want Daddy to die, Little Seven won't let them live. Just as Little Seven finished speaking, Huangji by Tian had already arrived in front of the two of them. Little Seven, behind you. It's okay, Daddy. Little Seven chuckled and made a funny face. Die. As the words left his mouth, Xiaoqi flipped his hand and raised his little arm. Suddenly, a tyrannical power condensed into a handprint. That handprint grabbed Huangji by Tian's body. There was nothing mysterious or strange about it. It was just a small hand, but it seemed to have an unparalleled power. It grabbed Huangji by Tian's body through the air. You, let go of me. Extreme King Green Sky wanted to scream, but he didn't have the power to do so. You said that you want to kill my daddy. You're a bad guy, so Little Seven wants to kill you. Little Seven snorted and clenched her little hand. Crack crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Huangji by Tian's body disappeared completely. In midair, a pool of blood and flesh fell down. Little Seven clapped her hands and turned around again to look at Mu Yun. At this moment, Mu Yun was even more dumbfounded. Not only her, everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Who was this little girl? This palm strike had easily squashed a 5th-level profound immortal disciple to death. What kind of strength was this? Lei Peng and Su Yuqing became cautious at this moment. Even though they were all Tier 7 mystic immortals, it was still impossible for them to kill Extreme Emperor by Tian in one strike. This little girl was more powerful than them. Suddenly, they looked at each other. What was going on? Little Seven, Mu Yun looked at Little Seven and was stunned. She didn't know what to say. Daddy, don't worry. Whoever wants to attack you will die. Little Seven clenched her fist and snorted. Arrogant and conceited. Chu Bufan took a step forward and looked at Little Seven and Mu Yun. He shouted, Mu Yun, I think you won't understand until you die. Understand? Mu Yun sneered. Little Seven, Daddy hates this guy the most. Can you kill him? Of course. Little Seven chuckled and reached out her hand. Chu Bufan didn't see any energy fluctuation from Little Seven, but in an instant, he felt that there was a terrifying binding force around his body. He couldn't stand still at all. His entire body's strength seemed to be sealed. He couldn't use it at all. This feeling was very aggrieving. And it was in front of a little girl who looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. Su Yuqing, Lei Peng, what are you hesitating for? At this moment, the crown prince looked at the two of them and couldn't help but shout. At the same time, Xiao Zhantian and the other two saw a turning point. They never expected that the little girl beside Mu Yun would be so powerful when he couldn't hold on any longer. Zhantian, are we just going to watch? Chen Bei was eager to try. Su Chen also frowned. We can't run away now. Why don't we kill our way out while the three of them are entangled? Yes. Chen Bei also agreed. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to take the initiative. We can't afford to miss this opportunity. Xiao Zhantian looked around. At this moment, the disciples of the 3 silver forces, except for the people from Purple Phoenix Tower and Ziyoyu, were all watching the battle in the center. All right. Xiao Zhantian shouted, all disciples, kill. In an instant, all the disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance suddenly attacked. Those disciples who could still fight attacked one by one. At this moment, the disciples of the major forces were caught off guard. Suddenly, the battle began. At the same time, Lei Peng and Su Yuqing directly attacked. However, they felt that the heaven and earth seemed to be trembling. A surging power suddenly covered the sky and covered the earth. The two of them, who were level 7 mystic immortals, actually couldn't resist this little girl at this moment. What the hell was this little girl? The 3 figures were suspended in midair, completely restrained by Xiaoqi. They were like 3 hanging lanterns on the ground, unable to move at all. At this moment, Mu Yun slowly stood up. Little girl, good job. Mu Yun patted Xiaoqi's head and smiled. A soul-level immortal artifact. You didn't swallow it for nothing. Mu Yun vaguely understood that Xiaoqi's current strength was most likely because she had swallowed all the big and small treasures in the Sword God Mansion. Immortal pills and immortal artifacts were all treasures that would make people go crazy. Others didn't know, but Mu Yun knew that Xiaoqi was a 7-colored heavenly dragon. Her dragon body was tyrannical like a furnace. Everything that she had swallowed could be refined into her own strength to assist her growth. Seeing how Xiaoqi restrained Lei Peng and Su Yuqing so easily, Mu Yun roughly understood that Xiaoqi's current strength should be equivalent to a level 8 or level 9 mystic immortal. This was really a pleasant surprise. Looking at the 3 people who were restrained without any signs of resistance, Mu Yun narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, these 3 people are all bad people. They all want to kill Daddy. It's useless to keep them alive. Kill them. Muyan looked at Xiaoqi and said with a smile. Okay. Xiaoqi didn't think much. She nodded and clenched her fist. Instantly, heart-wrenching screams sounded at this moment. At this moment, Chu Bufan, Su Yuqing, and Lei Peng felt as if their skin and bones were about to split open. They only felt that this little girl could kill them immediately with a flick of her finger. This feeling was really too intense. How dare you? But at this moment, a roar suddenly sounded. In an instant, the moment that voice sounded, Xiaoqi's entire figure immediately took a step back. A figure directly appeared in front of Chu Bufan and the other two. With a wave of his hand, he immediately released his strength. The three figures fell to the ground with loud thuds. And that figure also appeared in front of Mu Yun. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a burly figure. He looked a little old, but he was as straight as a pine tree. Grandfather. Seeing the person who came, Su Yuqing immediately shouted. Grandfather, Mu Yun also sized up this person. His aura was steady and unfathomable. This old thing looked terrifying. Brat, I asked you to help. Now you're doing more harm than good? The old man landed, looked at Su Yuqing, and snorted. Elder Su. Chu Bufan looked at the person in front of him and cupped his hands. This person was called Su Shangyun, an elder of the Taishu sect. He was a genuine true immortal. True immortal realm martial artists were extremely powerful to begin with. Moreover, this Su Shangyun was one of the Taishu sect's elders who had been famous for a long time. Xiaoqi couldn't help but feel annoyed when she was interrupted. She looked at the old man and snorted. Old thing, you're an old baddie, and the three of them are little baddies. Xiaoqi reprimanded unwillingly. Mu Yun was a little shocked at this moment. Seeing how Su Yuqing addressed this old man and Chu Bufan's respectful attitude, this person was at least a true immortal. What was a true immortal? When the soul transformed into a true soul, one would become a true immortal. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. Killing Chu Bufan. The origin embryo was the combination of the nascent soul and the soul. When one became a perfected immortal and condensed the immortal soul, it would be the combination of the immortal soul and the nascent soul. Their strength would rise to a whole new level and could not be compared to a mystic immortal. Xiaoqi. Mu Yun called out to Xiaoqi and shook her head. However, Su Shangyun was looking at Mu Yun and Xiaoqi at this moment. Little girl, you are quite interesting. You have such terrifying strength at such a young age. It's really strange. I want to capture you and see what's so strange about you. After Su Shangyun finished speaking, he stretched out his palm. A vast amount of immortal qi condensed into a palm and grabbed at Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi pouted when she saw this. I'm not afraid of you, old baddie. Xiaoqi snorted and took a step forward. At this moment, power gathered in her body again. An even more terrifying power gathered in Xiaoqi's body. Mu Yun was completely dumbfounded upon seeing this. A terrifying pressure was emitted from Xiaoqi's body. Boom, the two of them collided, and a loud explosion suddenly sounded. The two figures each took 3 steps back. Equally matched, seeing this scene, the crowd present were all astonished. A mere 5 or 6-year-old little girl was actually equally matched with a powerful elder of a silver rank force. Little girl, you're courting death. Su Shangyun felt that he had lost all his face and immediately attacked again. However, Xiaoqi also felt that she had lost face in front of Mu Yun. She snorted and took a step forward. The two figures, one old and one young, immediately exchanged blows. This scene made everyone present feel that the world had changed. A 5 or 6-year-old little girl actually had such terrifying strength. This was simply going against the heavens. At this moment, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground obediently and began to gather the origin energy in her body. Given the current time, the recovery of immortal qi was too slow. However, the 9 elements heavenly technique in his body could gather origin energy and continuously condense it. The speed was more than 10 times faster than his recovery of immortal qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Huangji Wuqing in a single breath. On the other side, Chu Bufan, Lei Peng, and Su Yuqing weren't any better than Mu Yun. The three of them only had a little bit of strength left in their bodies. If Su Shangyun had not arrived at the right time, the three of them would have already become three corpses. At this moment, seeing that Mu Yun was recovering her strength, the three of them immediately sat down cross-legged and began to recover. However, at this moment, the scene was in complete chaos. The disciples of the three-level Heavenly Alliance and the disciples of the three silver rank factions fought each other. A fight was ultimately unavoidable. At this moment, Mu Yun was condensing the power of the 9 elements' heavenly strength, but her eyes were constantly looking at her surroundings. While he was recovering, the other three were also recovering. By the time they fully recovered, he would still be besieged by the three of them. Moreover, he had no confidence in Little Seven's strength. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. After making up her mind, Mu Yan's figure flashed. Suddenly, she raised her sword and attacked. This time, she attacked Chu Bufan, Lei Peng, and Su Yuqing. These three people were severely injured just now. Chu Bufan was a 6th-stage mystic immortal, while Lei Peng and Su Yuqing were 7th-stage mystic immortals. Therefore, she had to stop them from recovering. You still dare to attack? You're courting death. When Chu Bufan saw Mu Yun charging over, he immediately attacked. A 2nd-stage mystic immortal dared to take the initiative to attack in front of him. She was really courting death. However, Mu Yun was not careless at this moment. No matter what, he had to stop one of them. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Clang, a clang sounded. Mu Yun pulled Chu Bufan's figure and retreated step by step. As for Su Yuqing and Lei Peng, they heaved a sigh of relief and seized the time to recover. However, just as the two of them calmed down, 2 whooshing sounds broke through the air and directly attacked them. It was Chen Bei and Su Chen. How could they watch these 2 7th-stage mystic immortals recover? If they didn't kill them now, when would they? Suddenly, the scene became chaotic and noisy. At this moment, Mu Yun was constantly exchanging blows with Chu Bufan. However, Chu Bufan gradually realized that as they exchanged blows, the immortal qi in his body became less and less. The speed of accumulation was far slower than the speed of consumption. However, Mu Yun seemed to be constantly recovering. As a martial artist, the lack of immortal qi in his body was equivalent to holding a treasury in his hand. However, the treasury was empty. It looked rich to outsiders, but it was actually barren. Chu Bufan became more and more anxious. What method did you use to increase your strength step by step? Chu Bufan looked at Mu Yun and snorted coldly. However, aren't you a little too confident if you want to curry favor with me? Cut the crap. Just give me your life. Mu Yun repeatedly slashed out with the Yoyu sword. The origin energy in her body recovered by relying on the 9 elements heavenly gathering technique. Moreover, her origin energy could now be transformed into immortal qi. The mutual flow of power caused Mu Yun's recovery to become very vast. Suddenly, Mu Yun slashed out with her sword. Chu Bufan immediately turned sideways and dodged the sword. However, Mu Yun's palm flipped and the sword was withdrawn in an instant. Puff puff, a bloody wound appeared on Chu Bufan's chest and he let out a muffled groan. Damn it. The immortal qi in his body was constantly being consumed. He couldn't even use the Heaven and Earth Doomsday technique. On the other hand, Mu Yun became braver as she fought. Chu Bufan, you're a 6th-stage mystic immortal. Do you feel uncomfortable being suppressed by me, a 2nd-stage mystic immortal? Mu Yun sneered. What are you so proud of? I'll spare your life today. Mu Yun, if I meet you again in the future, you'll definitely die. In the future? Do you still have a future? Mu Yun sneered. Today is the last day of your life. As soon as she finished speaking, a tyrannical power suddenly rose in Mu Yun's body. That power wasn't immortal qi or origin energy. It came from the strength of her bloodline. The power of her bloodline rose again. Mu Yun directly displayed the long sword in her hand. Bang bang bang, a series of bangs sounded. The sword in Mu Yun's hand slashed on Chu Bufan's body. However, the surface of Chu Bufan's body seemed to be covered with a thick layer of armor. His important parts were completely protected. You want to kill me? With your current strength? Puff, however, as soon as Chu Bufan opened his mouth to speak, a popping sound was suddenly heard, and an invisible fluctuation appeared around him. Following Mu Yun's first slash, that invisible attack shattered the armor on the surface of his body. Then, it sucked and sawed his body again. Puff 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 sounds were heard one after another. In the end, Chu Bufan widened his eyes and couldn't speak anymore. Even if he relied on the strong defensive power of a 6th-stage mystic immortal, he still couldn't resist Mu Yun's tyrannical attack. Blood marks appeared on the surface of Chu Bufan's body. His aura also gradually dissipated. In the end, Mu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground with a plop and gasped for breath. Luo Tianqing. Mu Yun shouted and hurriedly called Luo Tianqing back to her side. Now, he was really at the end of the road. If another person came, he really couldn't fight anymore. In such a situation, without Luo Tianqing, he would probably die miserably. Seeing Luo Tianqing rushing over, Mu Yun shouted softly. However, just as Mu Yun was about to sit cross-legged and begin to recover, a roar suddenly sounded. Boom! The sound of an explosion spread out. A figure descended from the sky. Mu Yun didn't care about sitting down and directly took a step forward. Dong, a dull explosion sounded, and the figure fell to the ground. Seeing this, Mu Yun quickly approached. Could it be little Seven? Could it be her? Mu Yun was very worried. Father! However, just as Mu Yun was about to approach, a shout suddenly sounded. If it wasn't little Seven, who else could it be? Little Seven! Seeing little Seven standing in front of her, Mu Yun immediately smiled. His heart, which was hanging in the air, was finally put down. Grandfather! At this moment, Su Yuqing hurriedly left Qinbei and rushed to the deep pit. A figure stood up in a sorry state. His green robe had become muddy, and his hair was messy. If it wasn't Su Shangyun, who else could it be? At this moment, Su Shangyun appeared to be in an extremely sorry state. Grandfather, how are you? I'm fine. As Su Shangyun spoke, his eyes were fixed on little Seven. This little girl was simply terrifying. This time, he had thought that none of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's disciples would be able to leave alive. However, he didn't expect that he would be tricked by a little girl. Su Shangyun cursed in his heart. Lei Jikong, if you continue to watch the show, neither of our clans will be pleased this time. Su Shangyun suddenly shouted. As Su Shangyun shouted, a figure suddenly descended from the clouds. Haha. Old Su, you said it yourself. If you win, the treasure map will belong to you. Don't blame me. A middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt landed on the ground. Deputy Palace Master. Seeing this person, Lei Peng's eyes were suddenly filled with excitement. This person was the Deputy Palace Master of the Red Thunder Palace, Lei Jikong. He didn't know that the Deputy Palace Master would appear here. Stop talking nonsense. There's not much time left. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's higher-ups will probably arrive soon. Don't waste time. Su Shangyun snorted. That little girl has exhausted herself fighting with me. She probably can't hold on. Kill her and take the treasure map from Mu Yun. We will retreat immediately. I know. Lei Jikong's voice was muffled as he looked at Mu Yun and little Seven. Little guy, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Unfortunately, you're not from the Red Thunder Palace. As Lei Jikong finished speaking, he grabbed with his hand. Seeing this, little Seven wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a sizzling sound was suddenly heard. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Where are you going? Father! Father! Qin Yufei and Qin Yuzhu immediately cried out when they saw that figure. The person who came was one of the 3 leaders of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance, Chen Luo. The disciples of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance looked at each other excitedly when they saw Chen Luo. Now that their leader was here, there was nothing to be afraid of this time. The disciples of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance were in high spirits. Chen Luo was the leader of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance and their faith. Now that their leader was here, the disciples of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance were all in high spirits. Su Shangyun and Lei Jikong's expressions turned unnatural when they saw Chen Luo's appearance. Lei Jikong, Su Shangyun, how dare the two of you come here? Chen Luo looked at the crowd and said, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance is having a trial here and you dare to cause trouble here? I think the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace are overstepping their boundaries. Chen Luo looked at the two of them with murderous intent in his eyes. Damn it. Su Xiangyun cursed and glared at Lei Jikong. He said, didn't you say that it's impossible for him to come here? I don't know what's going on. Either. Lei Jikong's expression changed a few times. Let's retreat for now. Lei Jikong said with an unnatural expression. We'll invade the Trinity Heavenly Alliance sooner or later anyway. Let's retreat for now. Su Xiangyun snorted. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. The soul-grade immortal artifact in Mu Yan's hand was also fatally attractive to him. However, now that Chen Luo had arrived, he had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, both he and Lei Jikong would have to stay here. Retreat. Su Xiangyun snorted and left immediately. At this moment, the disciples of the three great silver-ranked forces were looking at each other with their mouths agape. They were retreating just like that. Su Xiangyun and Lei Jikong were actually so afraid of Chen Luo. The two of them immediately led their disciples and retreated. The disciples of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance were all excited. As soon as Chen Luo arrived, the arrogant Lei Jikong and Lei Jikong immediately cowered. This was their leader, Chen Luo. Seeing that the disciples of the three major forces, the Crimson Thunder Palace, and the Taishu sect were retreating, Chen Luo did not send anyone to chase after them. Xiaozhan Tian, Chen Bei, Su Chen, the three of you, immediately lead the disciples back to the Triple Heaven Alliance. Chen Luo immediately ordered. At this moment, Xiaozhan Tian stepped forward and cupped his hands. Uncle Chen, the disciples are full of arrogance now. We can directly counterattack and attack them. I said retreat. Do you understand? Chen Luo once again let out a low cry. His arm under his sleeve trembled slightly. Hearing this, Xiaozhan Tian was startled. Chen Luo was famous for his good temper in the Triple Heaven Alliance. No one was willing to offend him. But now, he was actually a little angry. A dripping sound could be heard. Xiaozhan Tian immediately saw a drop of blood dripping from Chen Luo's sleeve onto the ground. He was injured. Xiaozhan Tian looked at Chen Luo, dumbfounded. In his eyes, Chen Luo was the strongest. Along with Xiao Yan, the leader of the Xiao clan, and Su Tianchen, the leader of the Su clan, he was undefeatable. But now, Chen Luo was actually injured. That meant that on the way here, someone had intercepted Chen Luo and injured him. Xiaozhan Tian immediately nodded and began to issue orders. The disciples of the Triple Heaven Alliance immediately began to line up neatly. At the same time, Mu Yun slowly stood up from the ground under Shaoqi's protection. Now that he had recovered a portion of his strength, at least he had no problem walking. But looking at the chaotic crowd, Mu Yun turned around and left. Mu Yun. At this moment, Qin Yuzhu was jogging and flying over. Where are you going? Seeing Mu Yun walking to the other side, Qin Yuzhu asked. Me? Naturally, I'm going to the place where I should be. Mu Yun nodded and said, if nothing goes wrong, I should be returning to the Heaven Sword Tower. That is where I should be. The Triple Heaven Alliance. To me, other than you, my friend, it has no other meaning. This time, Mu Yun no longer had any attachment to the Triple Heaven Alliance. Even if the Triple Heaven Tower could help him improve quickly, he did not have any attachment to it. Mu Yun, Yuzhu. Mu Yun interrupted Qin Yuzhu's words and said with a smile, thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. Although I've left the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, I'll definitely appear by your side as long as you need me. After saying that, Mu Yun took a step forward and left. Father, Mu Yun is leaving. Qin Yuzhu knew that she could not change Mu Yun's mind. She could only look at her father with pleading eyes. Sigh, Chen Luo sighed in his heart. Uncle Chen, this Mu Yun is arrogant and conceited. Moreover, he has a soul-grade immortal artifact. Xiaozhan Tian said, if the Triple Heaven Alliance can obtain a soul-grade immortal artifact, we will definitely dominate the Southern Sword region. Uncle Chen, we can't let this person go. After hearing that, Chen Luo looked at Xiaozhan Tian with a deep gaze. Clan leader, this person is already hostile to the Triple Heaven Alliance. If we let him go, we will be releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Chen Bei echoed. Su Chen stood on the spot. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he opened his mouth but did not say a word. It's all because of the three of you. You forced Mu Yun not to fight alongside the Triple Heaven Alliance. Now, you guys are still coveting the Soul Grade Immortal artifact in his hands. Qin Yuzhu immediately shouted. After hearing that, Xiaozhan Tian and Qin Bei looked at each other and avoided eye contact. That's enough. Qin Luo waved his hand and said, let's drop this matter. We can't change this person's decision. However, the Triple Heaven Alliance is in great trouble this time. Without him, I'm afraid, it will be difficult for us to survive. After Qin Luo said that, Xiaozhan Tian and the other two were shocked. What did the alliance leader mean? What did he mean by it will be difficult for us to survive without him? What could a mere Mu Yun change? Qin Luo did not explain. He turned around and left. At this moment, Mu Yun stepped out of the trial grounds. However, standing at the exit of Bailuo Celestial Mountain, Mu Yun raised his head and looked at the sky. Entering the Triple Heaven Alliance was like a dream. It was so unreal. He had only stayed in the Triple Heaven Alliance for a short period of time, like a passerby. The reason he had left was because Xiaozhan Tian, Qin Bei, and Su Chen were determined to kill him. Based on his personality, the three of them would undoubtedly die. However, even if the Triple Heaven Alliance knew that the three of them were in the wrong, they would not be willing to use their lives to make him stay. Qin Luo did not say anything. This meant that he had already made his choice. If Mu Yun stayed in the Triple Heaven Alliance, he would definitely kill Xiaozhan Tian and the other two. This was something that the Triple Heaven Alliance could not tolerate. The three of them were not only the prides of the Triple Heaven Alliance, but also the core members of the three families. They were the future candidates for the alliance leader. Therefore, this was something that could not be stopped. Qin Luo tacitly agreed. Mu Yun left. However, after leaving the Triple Heaven Alliance, Mu Yun felt a sense of freedom in his heart. Little Seven. Daddy, what's wrong? Mu Yun smiled and patted Little Seven's head. Let's go. Follow Daddy back to our land. We didn't kill those three bad guys this time. Next time, Daddy will personally take their lives. Seeing Little Seven's cute appearance, Mu Yun smiled and raised his head to look ahead. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That purple-robed figure stood proudly at the peak of a mountain. It was as if he had been there since everyone entered the Triple Heaven Alliance. Now, he was still standing there, unmoving. However, when Mu Yun glanced at the purple-robed figure, it was as if he had seen an illusion. When he looked again, that person had already disappeared. Mu Yun had an impression of this person. He seemed to be the man who stood beside Bao Qingyu before entering the trial ground. Could it be that he was also the jail king? Mu Yun was a little confused. However, this time, other than killing Hu Jun, he did not seem to have seen any other Biluo Huangquan school disciple in the Sword God Mansion trial. Biluo Huangquan school was still as elusive as before. Mu Yun shook his head and walked away. Heaven Sword Tower. I'm back. Between the mountains and steep ridges, many figures spread out and galloped. In front of this group of figures, there were two figures who were neither fast nor slow. They were Su Shangyun and Lei Jikong. Damn it, Lei Jikong, what's wrong with your Red Thunder Palace? Didn't you say that you were going to stop Qin Luo? Why did you fail? Su Shangyun could not help but curse. How would I know? Lei Jikong shouted. Qi Yan and Qi Kong are at the same level as me. They're both first-grade true immortals. Although they can't kill Qin Luo, it's definitely not a problem for them to stop him. What are these two guys doing? Lei Jikong's eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the majority of the group were also extremely depressed. They had originally come to kill the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, the appearance of Qin Luo had forced them to retreat. It was truly sullen. However, as the group of people continued to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared on the peak of a mountain ahead of them like a phantom. That phantom-like figure was wearing a long purple robe. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he carried a long sword on his back. His arms were crossed before his chest, and he lowered his head without saying a word. Compared to the mountain, that figure was merely the size of a sesame seed. However, that sesame seed-sized figure was something that none of them could ignore. Who are you? Su Shangyun looked ahead and immediately shouted. It was impossible for this person to be standing there and admiring the scenery for no reason at all. The purple-robed man with a sword on his back raised his head and looked at the two of them. He nodded slightly, and his figure immediately turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward the two of them. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of wind sounded, and the purple-robed man's figure appeared on the peak of the mountain again, as if he had never moved at all. However, when the numerous disciples looked ahead, they were completely dumbfounded. Frightening sword wounds immediately appeared on the bodies of Su Shengyun and Lei Jikong. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Instant kill of a perfected immortal. Su Shengyun wanted to raise his hand, but he could not. As soon as he opened his mouth, cracking sounds could be heard. Cracks suddenly appeared on Su Shengyun's body. His body fell to the ground like pieces of fish. On the other side, when Lei Jikong saw this scene, he turned his head in horror. Instantly, sword marks appeared on his body. Two perfected immortal experts had turned into two piles of minced meat in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, all the disciples present froze. At this very moment, Lei Peng and Su Yuqing felt as if the world was about to collapse. Ziyoyu stood there, dumbfounded. This purple-robed man who suddenly appeared did not say anything. He directly attacked and instantly killed two perfected immortals. Perfected immortal experts were instantly killed. What kind of concept was this? Ziyoyu felt her breathing become hurried. What did these two people do? Just now, they joined forces to kill Mu Yun. But now, they were directly killed by an unknown expert. Could this have something to do with Mu Yun? A bold thought suddenly appeared in Ziyoyu's mind. Thinking of this, Ziyoyu lifted her gaze and looked at the peak of the mountain. But there was no one there. Everything seemed like a dream, disappearing without a trace. Bang bang, however, at this moment, two figures descended from the sky. Elder Qi Yun, Elder Qi Kong. Lei Peng was completely dumbfounded when he saw the two figures, or more accurately, the two corpses. What was going on? Who was that person? He instantly killed two perfected immortals. Elder Qi Yun and Elder Qi Kong were also dead, and now, this person threw down two corpses without saying anything. Was this a warning? Ziyoyu's heart was in a mess. After the Sword God Mansion trial ended, the Triji Heavenly Alliance disciples returned to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. A great battle was inevitable. At the same time, at the South Pole, Heaven Sword Tower. A figure holding a little girl's hand appeared outside the Heaven Sword Tower. Senior Brother Mu. Senior Brother Mu. When the gatekeeping disciple saw the two figures, he immediately became enraptured. Mu Yun had become a legendary figure in the entire Heaven Sword Tower and the entire South Pole. Seeing Mu Yun, the two disciples were extremely excited as if they had seen their idol. Is the Tower Master in? Yes, yes. A disciple said excitedly, the Tower Master and the 5 faction leaders are holding a meeting to discuss some matters. This disciple will go and report that Brother Priest has returned. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, no need. Mu Yun looked at the entire Heaven Sword Tower and nodded. I'll go by myself. Seeing Mu Yun's back view as she left, the two of them looked at each other as if they were in a dream. Senior Brother Mu has become even stronger after entering the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Yeah. He must have reached the Xian Immortal Realm. Senior Brother Mu is our role model. Yeah, but our Heaven Sword Tower has now joined forces with the 5 major factions. Together with the opening of the Sky Sword Pavilion, everyone's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In the future, it won't be a problem for us to become a silver faction. The two disciples immediately became enraptured as they spoke. At this moment, in the meeting hall of the Heaven Sword Tower, a figure sat on the seat of honor above. Below them, 6 figures stood in different directions. Those 6 people were the faction leader of the Yi Sword Sect, Lin Jishou. Huan Qingsha of the Sword Washing Pavilion. Luo Jianxue of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. Lu Baidian of the 9 Stacks Sect. Xing Tian and Yu Yuan of the Star and Moon Sword Mansion. Since Mu Yun left the South Pole, Lin Jishou had become the faction leader of the Yi Sword Sect and handled all matters. Huan Qingsha had also inherited the position of Qingyi of the Sword Washing Pavilion and became the pavilion leader. Luo Jianxue had become the sect leader of the Heavenly Master Sword Sect. As for Qingyi and Tong Zhong, they had abdicated their positions and became supreme elders. The figure sitting on the seat of honor was not Tian Junyu, but Ren Gangang. At this moment, Rengangang was in high spirits. He sat on the seat of honor and looked at the figures below. In just over 10 years, since he joined the Heaven Sword Tower, everything had changed. And this time, it was the most unexpected change. The situation in the South Pole had changed drastically. However, this time, Rengangang held the meeting on behalf of Tianjunyu, but there was a trace of worry between his eyebrows. I just received news from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. This time, there will be another war. Rengangang said with a frown. Another war? Hearing those words, the crowd below glanced at one another. Tower Lord Ren, this time, which side will the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance attack? Liu Badian asked respectfully. Hearing this, Rengangang shook his head. No. This time, it's not the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. It's the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Cosmos Villa, and the Huangji clan who have joined forces with the Red Thunder Temple of the Eastern Sword Domain and the Taishu sect of the Western Sword Domain to attack the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people present changed. The 5 great silver-level factions were going to swallow the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. In the last war, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance resisted the attack of the 3 great silver-level factions. Then, the Biluo Huangquan school attacked the Huangji clan's lair. Only then did the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance defeat the Purple Phoenix Tower and the Cosmos Villa in a head-on battle. However, this time, the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Temple had joined the fray. As for the attitude of the Biluo Huangquan school this time, no one knew. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance asked us to fight and defend the Western Sword Domain from the attack of the bronze-level factions of the Taishu sect. Rengangang said with a bitter smile, "What do you all think about this? Defend the Western Sword Domain from the attack of the bronze-level factions of the Taishu sect, what a joke." Asking the Heaven Sword Tower to fight 5 alone, the Taishu sect was a famous silver-level faction in the Western Sword Domain, and each of the 5 great bronze-level factions was extraordinary. Asking the Heaven Sword Tower to fight them alone, Lin Jishio said angrily, "That's too much. The Heaven Sword Tower is now under the jurisdiction of 5 great factions and merged into one. The entire South Pole's strength has indeed increased several times over the past few years, but even if we could fight 5 alone, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance is trying to wear us down." Liu Badian said with a bitter face, "Now, the Heaven Sword Tower is indeed several times stronger than the bronze-level factions, but there are too few mystic immortals and no true immortals. Otherwise, we could have directly become a silver-level faction and wouldn't have to worry about the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's whims." Liu Baitian's meaning was clear. The Heaven Sword Tower lacked support in terms of peak strength. Regardless, we are still a subordinate faction of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. We have to obey the orders of our superior faction. Xing Mantian of the Starmoon Sword Mansion said helplessly. At this moment, Rengangang spoke again, "Everyone, what should we do this time? If we fight, I'm afraid that we will consume our strength. After all, it has only been a few years since the Heaven Sword Tower merged. The more strength we consume, the less we will lose. But if we refuse, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance will probably destroy us first." As soon as he said that, the 6 people present fell silent. What's there to be afraid of? Let's just watch from the sidelines. Just as the Great Hall was silent, a voice slowly rang out. The Great Hall's door was opened, and a figure strode in. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the few people present when they saw that figure. Mu Yun. Rengangang quickly walked down the stairs to Mu Yun and gave her a big hug. "Why are you back now? I wanted to ask you what we should do." Rengangang looked at Mu Yun and said excitedly. "Why can't I come back?" Mu Yun laughed and said, "It's boring to stay in the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, so I came back directly. The Heaven Sword Tower is still the best." Mu Yun smiled and walked up. She looked at the few people and said, "What are you discussing?" Seeing Mu Yun, Rengangang repeated the matter just now. "Oh, this matter." Mu Yun nodded and said, "Just ignore it." "Huh? What? Hearing Mu Yun's words, the few people present were dumbfounded. Ignore it? How could that be? That was the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, not some random cat or dog. Ignoring them was simply courting death. Mu Yun looked at the few of them and said, this time, it's a disaster for the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Why should we, the Heaven Sword Tower, get involved? If they don't like us, they can come and kill us. I'll wait. As soon as these words were said, the few of them immediately felt that Mu Yun had probably received undeserved treatment in the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance this time. It seemed that this time, the Heaven Sword Tower was going to fall out with the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance. Forget it. Ren Gangang said with a smile, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance can't even protect themselves this time. As for the others, if they come to our Heaven Sword Tower, it will be very difficult for them to break through the defenses of our Heaven Sword Tower. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. Now, although the 5 great forces and the Heaven Sword Tower are not comparable to a silver-ranked force, the difference is only in the mystic immortal realm and the perfected immortal realm. This war is bound to spread. This time, I'll take charge. We'll improve as much as we have time. I'm confident that I can make the Heaven Sword Tower a silver-ranked force. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth held a hint of a smile. Alright, let's discuss this time. You all return to the sects and tell the disciples to try their best to go out less. This time is different from the last time. I'm afraid that this time, not only the Southern Sword region will be in turmoil. Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone understood. This time, the chaos would probably be even more extensive than the last time. But then again, the Heaven Sword Tower this time was no longer the Heaven Sword Tower of a few years ago. Moreover, Mu Yun's return brought unprecedented confidence to the disciples. All the disciples would probably be very excited this time. To them, the Cloud Herder tribe was a banner. A flag of hope, a flag of faith. After the meeting ended, Ren Gangang pulled Mu Yun directly to the main peak. At this moment, Xianxia was wearing a jade green long dress, and she had the beauty of a well-nourished woman. You're living a very comfortable life now. To get drunk, stop teasing me. Ren Gangang smiled slowly and said, Xianxia, go and prepare some delicious food and wine. I want to have a good drink with Mu Yun. Yes. With that, Xianxia turned around and left. Seeing the two of them living such a peaceful life, Mu Yun also had a trace of gratification in her eyes. Tell me, why did you come back? Didn't you plan to enter the 9 Immortal Pavilion from the 3rd level Heavenly Alliance, and then join the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? How did you get chased back so quickly? Ren Gangang smiled. You, don't tell me first, let me guess. Ren Gangang interrupted, most likely because of women? Did you take a liking to some beautiful woman, but in the end, someone fought over her? Did you go on a killing spree because of her? Am I that kind of person? However, Mu Yun laughed and scolded, you stinky brat, do you not want to see me doing well? Alright, enough joking. What's going on? Ren Gangang said again, I know that with your temperament, unless it's something you can't tolerate, you won't interrupt your own plan. Immediately, Mu Yun began to talk about her experiences in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Gradually, the sun set. The two of them continued to sit across from each other. So that's how it is. Ren Gangang frowned and analyzed, if you don't leave, according to your personality, you will definitely kill Xiao Zhan Tian and the other two. However, to the Three Poles Heavenly Alliance, killing these 3 fellows would shock the entire Three Poles Heavenly Alliance. Therefore, it seems that you have been abandoned. That's about it. Mu Yun nodded and said, therefore, this time, I don't want to rely on the recognition of the Triple Heavenly Alliance to enter the 9 Immortal Pavilion and then the 33 Heavenly Sword Clan. It's better to rely on myself than on others. The Heaven Sword Tower might be able to become a silver-ranked force. Once the Heaven Sword Tower becomes a silver-ranked force, it can also recommend people to enter the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Mu Yun's words were filled with extreme confidence. You've always been like this. You're full of ideas and achievements. Ren Gangang looked at Mu Yun and praised her. Alright, let's not talk about this. Haven't you found my father yet? No. Ren Gangang said helplessly, the immortal world is divided into 10 large domains. Just the sword domain alone is as vast as 10 small worlds in the lower realm. How difficult is it to find a single person in such a vast place? Seeing Ren Ganggang's melancholic look, Mu Yun smiled and said, it might be difficult for others, but it shouldn't be difficult for my father, right? Upon hearing Mu Yun's strange words, Rengangang was stunned for a moment. However, it only lasted for an instant before he smiled and said, based on my understanding of the palace master, I'm afraid that the palace master should be preparing for her own matters right now. Mu Yun nodded and did not ask further. The only way he could find his father was through Rengangang. Since Zhou Qiyan and Rengangang were his father's right-hand men, there was no reason for his father not to look for them when he arrived in the immortal world. However, from another point of view, it was very likely that his father was not looking for him. Mu Qingyu had always been meticulous in his actions. Back then, in the southern cloud city of the Southern Cloud Empire, he was only the patriarch of the Mu family. Later on, when he arrived at the central continent, he was mysterious and unfathomable. Later on, he appeared in the 3,000 small worlds. Thinking about it carefully, Mu Qingyu seemed to appear wherever he appeared almost at any time. This was also the disciple that had moved Mu Yun. This father seemed to really treat him as his own son. The more this was the case, the more guilty Mu Yun felt. He was the immortal king in his previous life, and he had taken over the body of Mu Qingyu's son. If Mu Qingyu knew about this, would he be very sad? However, Mu Yun did not want to think too much about this at the moment. Although he was not the real Mu Yun, he still regarded Mu Qingyu as his father from the bottom of his heart. Everything was already an unchangeable fact. Why should he let his father down and feel heartache? The dishes are here. Xianxia had brought a few attendants with her. Good wine and good dishes were served at the table. Rengangang smiled and said, Mu Yun, this time, let's compete in drinking capacity. No one can force anyone to drink. What do you think? As if I'm afraid of you. Mu Yun laughed and said, alright, whoever forces anyone to drink will take off their clothes and run around the Heaven Sword Tower for 3 days and 3 nights. Sister-in-law will be the witness. The two of you, Xianxia shook her head and smiled. How old are you? You're still joking. On the main peak, there was a burst of laughter. Every time he saw Rengangang, the responsibility in Mu Yun's heart could be relieved and he could rest. Perhaps it was because the two of them came from the lower realm and were very familiar with each other that Mu Yun could relax his state of mind so much. The sun set in the west, and the moon was in the middle of the night. On the mountain peak, the two figures were completely dazed at this moment. Plop, 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 both of them sprawled on the table. Xianxia looked at the two of them and shook her head with a bitter smile. She turned around and led a few maids to carry the two of them back to their respective rooms. The night grew darker. However, when the moon was in the west, a figure went down the mountainside like a ghost. He came to a cave and entered it again. The blood pool rose, and an illusory figure appeared again. Palace Master, the young master seems to be very dissatisfied with the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Rengangang stood with his hands by his side and said respectfully. Oh? Rengangang immediately told him everything that Mu Yun said. The illusory figure stood with his hands behind his back. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, I know about this matter. Since he has his own thoughts, you can do it according to your current identity. I will handle the rest. Yes. Rengangang cupped his hands and stood. After a moment of silence, the illusory figure asked, Is there anything else? Hearing this, Rengangang said again, Palace Master, the young master seems to miss you very much. Moreover, he seems to feel guilty because of his identity. Do you? No need. The illusory figure interrupted. He has to experience what he needs to experience. Now, let him do what he knows. Sooner or later, he will know everything. Yes. On a rare night, Mu Yun did not cultivate. Instead, she slept until dawn. When she woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Wearing a bamboo green long robe, Mu Yun strode out of the room. Looking at the Heaven Sword Tower that was like the rising sun, Mu Yun stretched her waist, took a breath of fresh air, and stretched her body. You're awake? Yes, you must have cheated yesterday, right? Looking at Rengangang, Mu Yun immediately laughed. How is that possible? You can't drink as much as me, okay? Rengangang defended himself. Looking at Mu Yun, he said again, there's news. Oh? So fast? What news? Purple Phoenix Tower, Cosmos Villa, and the royal family have joined forces to attack the Triple Heavenly Alliance. This time, they are really fighting. Ren Gangang said slowly. Moreover, the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace seem to have secretly sent many experts to the Three Silver Forces to get a share of the loot. But now, the Biluo Huangquan school's attitude is ambiguous. I don't know if they will participate in the battle or not. Hearing this, Mu Yun frowned. The Biluo Huangquan school was participating in the battle for the first time. Rather than saying that it was to help the Triple Heavenly Alliance, it was better to say that it was to strengthen itself. As for this time, it was really hard to say if the Biluo Huangquan school would participate in the battle. Who could say for sure? Forget it. This is just the beginning. No one knows how the situation will develop. Let me show you the current Heaven Sword Tower. Ever since she discovered the spirit vein in the Heaven Sword Tower, Mu Yun set up a large array to seal the aura of the spirit vein. In the past few years, there were many disciples who entered the Heaven Sword Tower built on the spirit vein to cultivate. Therefore, the cultivation of the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 major Iron Rank forces improved rapidly. Now, in the entire Heaven Sword Tower, there are thousands of disciples in the Sky Immortal Realm and tens of thousands of disciples in the Earth Immortal Realm. In terms of disciples in the Earth Immortal Realm and Sky Immortal Realm, the Heaven Sword Tower is actually not inferior to the Triple Heavenly Alliance and the other Silver Rank forces. This is all thanks to the Spirit Vein. The disciples who cultivate in the Heaven Sword Tower improve their strength at least 3 times faster than those who cultivate outside. However, the main problem we are facing now is the lack of disciples in the Mystic Immortal Realm. Now, the 5 major halls and the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower have about 400,000. Among them, there are more than 300,000 disciples in the Human Immortal Realm, more than 100,000 in the Earth Immortal Realm, and several thousand in the Sky Immortal Realm. Including the disciples and elders, there are only about 30 mystic immortals. As for true immortals, there is not a single one. The birth of a disciple in the true immortal realm was really too difficult. As long as it was a silver rank force, there must be a true immortal in the sect. This was also what the Heaven Sword Tower lacked the most. However, there was no other way for this kind of thing. The Heaven Sword Tower had a history of development, but its foundation was not strong. Such a great improvement relied on the secret treasure that Mu Yun obtained in the Sea of Oblivion, as well as the Spirit Vein. However, there was not enough time. If they wanted to produce more powerful disciples, they still needed time. There are more than 1,000 mystic immortal realm disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, and this is not counting the elders. If we add them, the Triple Heavenly Alliance will have thousands or even tens of thousands of disciples. Mu Yun nodded and said, just based on this point alone, the Heaven Sword Tower is much weaker than the Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, the Heaven Sword Tower disciples in the Sky Immortal Realm are much stronger than the Triple Heavenly Alliance. It's not bad. The two walked along the path in the Heaven Sword Tower and soon arrived at the Heaven Sword Pavilion. Elderly was still guarding the Heaven Sword Pavilion. However, after a few years, the current elderly had already reached the Mystic Immortal Realm. Mu Yun looked at the huge Heaven Sword Pavilion and said with a smile, forget it. It's not good to rush the seedlings to help them grow. Fortunately, the Triple Heavenly Alliance has no time to care about us now. As for the Heaven Sword Tower and the 5 mortal rank forces, I will think of a way to set up a great formation and try to focus on defense. Mu Yun had made up her mind. This time, she would openly become enemies with the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Although it seemed that the Heaven Sword Tower could not compete with the Triple Heavenly Alliance, the Triple Heavenly Alliance was attacked from all sides. They had no time to care about the Heaven Sword Tower. The peerless Saint Mu Yun clearly knew that if a battle were to break out, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would not have the time to deal with the Heaven Sword Tower. Even if they were to come, unless the leaders of the 3 great alliances were here, even a first-grade true immortal would not be able to destroy the Heaven Sword Tower with Xiaoqi around. As Rengangang continued forward, they arrived at the Heaven Sword Pavilion. Mu Yun discovered many figures bustling around the Heaven Sword Pavilion. The Heaven Sword Pavilion was built on a huge land. Even the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would need at least 10,000 years to deplete the Spirit Vein, let alone the Heaven Sword Pavilion. Besides, Mu Yun had no idea if the Spirit Vein was endless or if its power was fixed. Pavilion Leader Ren. Senior Brother Mu. Along the way, many disciples greeted the two of them. Mu Yun looked at the Heaven Sword Pavilion with a smile. I've never tried this place before. As Mu Yun spoke, he strode out and entered the Sky Sword Pavilion. Mu Yun went straight to the 4th floor of the pavilion. He had set up the formation to target the Human Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heaven Immortal Realm, Arcane Immortal Realm, and True Immortal Realm. He was currently a 2nd-grade Arcane Immortal, thus he was able to enter the 4th floor. After setting up the formation, he had left the Heaven Sword Tower, but he did not have the time to try it out. Today, he finally had the chance to experience it. Mu Yun stepped into the 4th level. Instantly, an abundant amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth spread out around him. It surrounded his body and slowly seeped into him from all directions. Mu Yun sat down on the ground after feeling the comfortable aura. He activated the immortal chi and primary force in his body. The two forces gradually became abundant under the support of the chi, with a strange sense of spirituality. Ordinary people would not be able to describe the feeling, but Mu Yun could clearly feel it. This special energy was clearly different. It entered his body and nourished the energy in every part of his body. Most importantly, his nascent embryo was being nourished too. The nascent embryo was the combination of the true soul and the nascent soul. It was located in his mind. It was like a real version of himself. Actually, to be precise, Human Immortal Realm cultivators cultivated the immortal body. At the Earth Immortal Realm, a martial artist's immortal body would be tempered, and within the immortal body, 9 core spirals would appear. After core vortex, it would condense into core essence, which would then converge into nascent soul. This was the Heavenly Immortal Realm. And after the Heavenly Immortal Realm, the Profound Immortal Realm, was the steady increase of the body's strength, and the fusion of the soul and elemental essence. When one's soul and Yuanying were combined, it was like a miniature version of a small person. It looked extremely perfect. This was the origin core, and it was the embodiment of a mysterious immortal realm cultivator. The origin embryo contained all the essence, energy, and spirit of a martial artist. If the origin embryo died, the martial artist would die. If a warrior's body was destroyed, as long as his Yuan embryo was still intact, he could be revived. However, the resurrection time had to start all over again. In the profound immortal realm, the most important thing was to cleanse one's origin core. This cleansing was divided into 2 parts. One was to purify the nascent soul, and the other was to cleanse the soul. Once the nascent embryo continued to grow and change, the soul would transform into an immortal soul. That would be when one stepped into the true immortal realm. In the end, the nascent embryo of a perfected immortal realm cultivator was already able to launch attacks. Once the soul grew, the condensed soul power could not only be used for communication, but also to kill enemies. Soul attacks killed people without leaving a trace. No matter how strong one's body was, if the soul was weak, one would die before the perfected immortal realm cultivator could make a move. Soul attacks had nothing to do with the strength of one's body. The biggest relationship was the strength of the nascent embryo. At this moment, Mu Yun was sitting cross-legged on the ground and guiding the chi of the spirit meridian into his body. Gradually, the spirit chi surged and whistled into Mu Yun's body. Following that, the aura of the spirit energy grew even more tyrannical, and even more unfathomable. Gradually, the spirit chi flowed into Mu Yun's body. Mu Yun's heart suddenly became clear. This feeling was very strange. However, it made Mu Yun feel as if he was the only one left in the entire world. The nascent embryo sat quietly in his mind. It was like a Mu Yun that had shrunk dozens of times. However, the nascent embryo was different from the nascent soul. The nascent soul was just like a miniature puppet without any thoughts. However, the nascent embryo was the gathering point of Mu Yun's thoughts and power. If the nascent embryo was destroyed, Mu Yun would die. At this moment, Mu Yun was guiding the spirit chi into his body. He was using the spirit chi to refine his nascent embryo. A mysterious feeling spread from the bottom of his heart. Mu Yun immediately fell into a feeling that made him feel as if he was walking on air. The spirit chi had the spirituality of heaven and earth. It was as if it could make people have an epiphany. At the end of the day, spirit chi and talent were inseparable. Talent was about a cultivator's comprehension and spirituality. The higher the spirituality, the stronger the talent. At this moment, Mu Yun had not felt the changes in his body, but he suddenly felt that his comprehension was changing. He had the potential of a heavenly sage. His execution and comprehension of martial techniques had reached close to 100%. However, now, he clearly felt that his strength had increased again. 9 Tribulation Immortal Sword Technique. It was a sword technique that Mu Yun was incomparably familiar with. There were a total of 9 moves. Each move was a change. However, at this moment, the Yoyu sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Mu Yun did not use any power. He only executed the sword moves. However, as he executed the sword moves, Mu Yun's footsteps became lighter and lighter. His power became more and more mysterious. He could feel that his comprehension had increased once again. This was a change in talent. It led to a change in power. Mu Yun was stunned. His talent had reached a whole new level. Mu Yun was secretly delighted. However, he sat down again. Since that was the case, he would use the spirit qi to nourish his body and see if he could go one step further and reach the 3rd grade. Careless. Mu Yun sat cross-legged and did not speak anymore. Outside the Sky Sword Pavilion, Rengangang smiled and shook his head. This guy. He said that he was just going in to take a look. He actually ran inside to cultivate again. Rengangang muttered to himself, I can't accompany you to cultivate here. There are many things that you still need me to do. After saying that, Rengangang turned and left. At this moment, in the Sky Sword Pavilion, the spirituality in Mu Yun's body increased. His power was also rising. The origin embryo, which was the fusion of the soul and the nascent soul, gradually merged with the hands and feet at this moment. This fusion was the fusion of the soul and the nascent soul. Mu Yun's mind moved. The origin embryo's feet moved slowly and freely. Immediately after, the origin embryo's hands gradually waved. It was like a miniature version of Mu Yun, performing various movements. The manipulation of the hands and feet made the origin embryo look vivid and lifelike. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was completely excited. Sitting steadily on the ground, Mu Yun constantly controlled the origin embryo's hands and feet to perform various movements to familiarize himself with the origin embryo. In fact, to be precise, when the soul and the nascent soul combined to form the origin embryo, it was the soul and the nascent soul that truly controlled the flexibility of the origin embryo. The origin embryo was the one that truly controlled the martial artist's body. The more familiar one was with the use of the origin embryo, the more proficient one would be in controlling the body. Under such circumstances, one's power would become more tyrannical. At this moment, it was rare for Mu Yun to seize the opportunity. Naturally, he would not stop. Step by step, he controlled the mobilization of power in his body. At this moment, the origin embryo became more and more active. Mu Yun also became more and more active. Gradually, the power in his body rose. Just like that, he sat there for an entire year. In the past year, Mu Yun had been constantly adjusting the circulation of his nascent embryo. On this day, Mu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He had tried for a year to activate the brain of his origin embryo, but he had not succeeded. He could only give up. The door of the Sky Sword Pavilion opened. On this day, Mu Yun directly walked out of the Sky Sword Pavilion. All of a sudden, all the immortal qi in the world roared and swarmed toward his body. The extremely rich immortal qi whistled and surged. Wisps and wisps of immortal qi rushed into his body. Mu Yun's body suddenly trembled. This feeling was very comfortable. When he was in the Sky Sword Pavilion, he had already increased his comprehension of the 3rd and 4th stage of the mystic immortal realm. He came here to activate his power. The infusion of immortal qi. In an instant, the power of the 2 core revolutions in his body expanded more than 10 times. The power of immortal qi increased more than 10 times. It was the same for his origin energy. In this way, Mu Yun's immortal qi was vast, surpassing his peers. Now, the power in his 2 core revolutions was the same. This was simply several times more tyrannical than martial artists of the same level. As he clenched his hands, abundant power immediately spread. 4th stage of the mystic immortal realm, Mu Yun's lips curled into a smile. It was simply shocking to say that he had reached the fourth stage of the mystic immortal realm in a year. However, this was not what made Mu Yun the happiest. It was the change in his talent. Other people's talent could only stop at one level in their lifetime. However, his talent was constantly improving. From the initial genius talent in Bayun City to the current heavenly sage talent. And the most terrifying thing was that the heavenly sage talent could only exert close to 100% of the power of the martial technique. But now, he was able to unleash 100% of the power of the sword. With a flying figure, Mu Yun directly came to a canyon behind the Heaven Sword Tower. Let's give it a try. With a slight smile, he held the secluded sword in his hand. Whoosh, a clear sword sound rang out, and a light suddenly appeared on the secluded sword. Primeval Chaos Sword Art, a mystic immortal technique, is very suitable for me now. Mu Yun pursed his lips and smiled, directly slashing out with his sword. Star-splitting sword slash. The sword slashed out, and the secluded sword was full of immortal chi, stirring up the momentum of heaven and earth. This sword could be said to destroy heaven and earth. Mu Yun was secretly delighted. Burning Moon Sword Slash. The second sword was slashed out here. Sun Transformation Sword Rain. Primeval Chaos Featherfall Sword. Primeval Chaos Sword. The 5 moves of the Primeval Chaos Sword art were carefully developed in Mu Yun's hands. The entire canyon exploded with a roar, and the power erupted unscrupulously. After a set of sword moves was completed, Mu Yun immediately stood with his hands behind his back. It is indeed 100%. Mu Yun was overjoyed. His power had truly reached 100% operation. What kind of concept was this? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Why wouldn't he dare? Since ancient times, there had been a scale for the speed of cultivation advancement. It was considered good for ordinary warriors to be able to convert all the power of their immortal chi to more than 10% or 20%. As for geniuses, they could convert 50% of their power and attack with all their power. Peerless geniuses were about 70%. Monstrous geniuses were at a terrifying 90%. As for heavenly sage aptitude, it was infinitely close to 100%. But it was only close. A true 100% was a peerless saint. Obviously, Mu Yun had reached it. To change one's talent after birth was something that defied the heavens. It was basically impossible, but Mu Yun had done it. Not only that, he had reached a terrifying 100%. Perfect, although heavenly sage aptitude was said to be 100%, it was only close. Close and reaching it were two completely different concepts. That was the case for Mu Yun now. Moreover, between heavenly sage aptitude and peerless saint aptitude, one was close to 100%, while the other was true 100%. Although there was only a small difference between them, the real explosion of power could be said to be a world of difference. Heavenly sage aptitude was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. And there were basically no peerless saints. In his previous life, Mu Yun knew that his aptitude was amazing, but it was only a monstrous aptitude. At that time, he had no way to change his aptitude. But now, relying on the power of his bloodline, his aptitude was constantly reaching perfection. Mu Yun was ecstatic. With his monstrous aptitude, he could become one of the 10 great immortal kings. And now, he had reached a terrifying peerless saint. His strength would only be stronger than in his previous life. Mu Yun was full of confidence. Putting away the Yoyu sword, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. 4th stage mystic immortal, his strength had finally improved. But now, Heaven Sword Tower needed perfected immortals. Along the way, his realm had indeed improved rapidly. But compared to the vast immortal world, his path was still very long. Only when he reached the golden immortal realm could he be called a powerhouse in the immortal world. A golden immortal was enough to become the backbone of a gold rank force. Their strength and status were absolute in the entire sword domain. Mu Yun also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. Most importantly, he had already reached the Xian immortal realm. From the weakest body tempering realm until now, he had already traversed more than half of his journey. The final step, he absolutely couldn't lose, the Cloud Alliance of the Cloud region was waiting. Turning around and leaving the mountain range, Mu Yun realized that the entire Heaven Sword Tower seemed to be much quieter. Moreover, He had caused quite a commotion just now, yet no one came to watch the show. Mu Yun kept walking and saw that most of the disciples were flying towards the entrance of the Heaven Sword Tower. He took a step forward and followed behind. Meanwhile, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, one by one, the figures stood ready. Outside the gate of the Heaven Sword Tower, the crowd stood still. Taking a closer look, those people were all wearing the uniforms of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The three people in the lead were tall and straight, and their auras were arrogant. They were Xianxia, Chen Bei, and Su Chen. Inside the gate, Ren Gangang led the 5 sect masters, and their auras were oppressive. Heaven Sword Tower, didn't you receive the order from the Triple Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Zhantian shouted, we asked you to send troops to resist the attack of the Heavenly Mountain Matter. What are you doing? You did nothing for a year? Do you really think that you have become a silver rank force? Become a silver rank force? Ren Gangang put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, sorry, from today onwards, the Heaven Sword Tower, including the 5 silver rank forces under it, will no longer listen to the orders of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. What did you say? Hearing this, Xiao Zhantian's tone suddenly froze, and there was coldness in his tone. Ren Gangang, you have inherited the position of the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, but don't be foolish and lead the Heaven Sword Tower to a dead end. Chen Bei stood up at this moment and sneered, you should know that as long as the Heaven Sword Tower wants to, a true immortal powerhouse is enough to flatten the Heaven Sword Tower. Hearing this, Ren Ganggang's hands trembled slightly. Chen Bei was right. What the Heavenly Sword Tower lacked was top-notch experts. There were very few Xian immortals, and there was not a single true immortal. If they really angered the Triple Heavenly Alliance, the Heaven Sword Tower might not be able to resist. However, this was Mu Yun's intention, and he only needed to do as she said. Flatten the Heaven Sword Tower? Chen Bei, you are so arrogant. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Hearing that voice, Chen Bei's body froze, and his expression became unnatural. Mu Yun, this voice was extremely familiar. It was Mu Yun. Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and Su Chen immediately looked at each other with vigilance in their eyes. What they were vigilant about was the little girl beside Mu Yun. However, that little girl did not seem to be here now. The three of them immediately calmed down. Even if that little girl was still here, they would not be afraid this time. At this moment, Mu Yun walked out from the crowd. I've said what I wanted to say. You can leave. The Heaven Sword Tower does not welcome you. Mu Yun said, go back and tell the 3 leaders that since they have already made their choice in the Sword God Mansion, I, Mu Yun, am no longer a member of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, but a member of the Heaven Sword Tower. You want me to submit to the Triple Heavenly Alliance and the 3 of you? Dream on. There was a hint of contempt in Mu Yun's eyes. You are courting death. Chen Bei snorted and said, Mu Yun, since you are so arrogant, do you dare to fight with me? Let me see what a genius with heavenly saint aptitude is capable of. Chen Bei, you are so shameless. A 5th grade mystic immortal against a 2nd grade mystic immortal. How can you say that? Why can't I say it? Chen Bei sneered and said, didn't he think that he was powerful? Why? Don't you dare? Why not? Mu Yun stepped forward and sneered, you dare, why wouldn't I dare? Chen Bei was stunned when he saw Mu Yun jump out at this moment. Be careful of his tricks. Su Chen said softly at this moment. Don't worry, Pavilion Master Sikong is watching secretly. If that little girl makes a move, Pavilion Master Sikong will also make a move. Don't worry. Chen Bei did not care. He knew that Mu Yun had heavenly saint aptitude. He also knew that Mu Yun was powerful. However, no matter how powerful she was, it was difficult to make up for the difference of 3 grades and heavenly saint aptitude. This person jumped up to seek death, and he would fulfill her wish. It had only been a year. Even if this person had heavenly saint aptitude, it was impossible for her to improve. He was sure of this. He wanted to see how Mu Yun would put up a brave front if she could not take this lying down. Mu Yun, it's okay. Mu Yun smiled and said nonchalantly, I just learned a new sword technique, and I want to test its power. Mu Yun said and walked forward. Chen Bei also came forward at this moment. The two figures stood facing each other. You are really arrogant. You don't even know how you will die. You are too. You are very arrogant. Mu Yun sneered and said, I really want to see how you will die. The two immediately looked at each other, and sparks flashed in their eyes. Make your move. Otherwise, you may not even have the chance to make a move. Qinbei looked at Mu Yun with contempt in his eyes. Although he said that, he was already prepared to attack with all his might. Once Mu Yun made her move, he would immediately kill her with one move. Although he looked down on Mu Yun from the bottom of his heart, it did not mean that he would underestimate his opponent. Even if she was a small fry, he would use 100% of his strength to kill her. Hearing this, Mu Yun did not care. Look down on her, it was good that she looked down on her. Mu Yun held the silent whisper sword in her hand, and a faint light appeared. Broken sword. Seeing the broken sword in Mu Yun's hand, although Qinbei did not say anything, he despised her even more in his heart. This person was simply an idiot. She actually took out her broken sword to fight with him. Such a stupid move was simply courting death. Kill. Suddenly, Mu Yun shouted in a low voice, and the silent whisper sword in her hand bloomed with a strong light. At the same time, her sword realm condensed directly and enveloped Qinbei. A crazy power swept out, and the sword realm instantly controlled Qinbei. At this moment, Qinbei only felt that his entire body was unable to move. He wanted to resist, but he realized that his body had become sluggish. This sluggishness caused his speed to decrease continuously. Qinbei was dumbfounded. Something was wrong, this situation was completely wrong. Seeing this scene, Qinbei wanted to shout, but Mu Yun's attack had already arrived. 9 Tribulations Sword, Heaven Slaying. With a low shout, Mu Yun directly took a step forward. In a crazy whistling sound, the sword was drawn, and it was as if the Milky Way had fallen from the 9 heavens. The crazy aura instantly rose. 4th Stage Mystic Immortal. This person has reached the 4th Stage Mystic Immortal realm. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhantian was instantly stunned. But now that he knew, it was already too late. Mu Yun directly raised her sword, and with a bang, Qinbei's entire body exploded into pieces. One sword, instant kill. Seeing this scene, everyone present was instantly stunned. How dare you, you brat! But at this moment, a shout was heard. With a swoosh, a figure broke through the air and directly attacked Mu Yun. Seeing that figure, Mu Yun immediately understood. The people of the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance knew that he had Xiao Qi, who was more powerful than a first-stage true immortal, by his side. How could it be just Xiao Zhantian and the other two? Leading a group of people at this moment, there must be a true immortal expert accompanying them. Therefore, this was also the reason why Mu Yun used all her strength to kill Qinbei in one blow. She wanted to prevent a true immortal from interrupting her. Seeing that figure approaching, Mu Yun immediately shouted, Xiao Qi. Daddy, I'm here. In an instant, Xiao Qi's petite figure suddenly appeared. Bang, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, a loud bang was heard, and the earth trembled. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Sikong Shangwu, Pavilion Master Sikong. Pavilion Master Sikong. Xiao Zhantian and Suchen exclaimed when they saw this. Sikong Shangwu was the pavilion master of the fierce martial pavilion of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. He was a rank 1 true immortal and had the strongest combat strength among the 4 pavilion masters. However, he was on par with the little girl. Xiao Qi's strength shocked everyone once again. Sikong Shangwu? Mu Yun sneered when she saw this person. You're the pavilion master of the fierce martial pavilion and a true immortal. Why are you doing such despicable things? You bastard, how dare you kill Qinbei? Sikong Shangwu yelled. You're ungrateful. Don't forget that you're a disciple of the Trinity Heavenly Alliance and have received favors from them. Is that so? Mu Yun sneered. I've received favors from the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. The golden immortal badges I found should be enough to repay them, right? Did you give the soul rank immortal technique to your disciples after collecting the golden immortal badges? Sikong Shangwu was stunned when he heard this. He did not know that 81 golden immortal badges were enough to cast a soul rank immortal technique. Also, don't talk about favors. I just want to be treated as a disciple. Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and Su Chen wanted to kill me. Did the Trinity Heavenly Alliance do anything? No, I left on my own accord to preserve my life. Even so, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance did not want to kill you. Why did you kill him? Xikong Shangwu yelled angrily. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. It's that simple. Mu Yun waved his hand and said, Threefold Heavenly Alliance, remember this. Our Heavenly Sword House won't look for trouble with you. Your Threefold Heavenly Alliance better not come. Otherwise, if you really anger me, do you believe that I won't join forces with the other 3 silver rank forces to destroy your Threefold Heavenly Alliance? Xikong Shangwu's expression changed when he heard Mu Yun's words. The Heaven Sword Tower was indeed not a threat to the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. However, over the years, the Heaven Sword Tower had developed, and tens of thousands of disciples had reached the Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal realm. This was a terrifying number. In a war, the top forces were decisive. However, when the top forces were close, the bottom forces would become the most important. Moreover, Earthly Immortal and Celestial Immortal realm martial artists were not the lowest level of power. The Heaven Sword Tower, on the other hand, held such power. If it could be used by the Triple Celestial Alliance, it would be of great help to the Qianquan Villa and the Taishu sect in the west. He could even turn the tide of the battle. This time, he had originally brought Su Chen and the other 2 to Biluo Huangquan School to ask for help from their ally, Biluo Huangquan School. However, who would have thought that such an outcome would occur? The headmaster of Biluo Huangquan School, Bao Qingyu, welcomed them warmly, but declined, saying that they couldn't make decisions on their own. She had to ask the elders for instructions. The Biluo Huangquan School had said this when the war had just begun. Now, a year had passed, and they were still using this as an excuse. It was clear that they didn't want to help and were just going to watch from the sidelines. They didn't know why, but the Biluo Huangquan School, who had been standing beside them, was just going to watch from the sidelines this time. Could it be that they were afraid because the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace had joined in? Xikong Shangwu didn't know. However, this matter had to be reported to the 3 leaders. On the way back, they passed by the Heaven Sword Tower. Thinking that the Heaven Sword Tower had been idle for the past year and didn't contact them, Xiao Zhantian and the other 2 immediately suggested coming here. They wanted to suppress the Heaven Sword Tower and let the other bronze-level forces see the consequences of defying the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. He knew that Mu Yun had a little girl with remarkable strength. However, Xikong Shangwu didn't expect the little girl's strength to be so terrifying. She was on par with him, or even stronger. However, what he didn't expect the most was that Mu Yun could kill Chen Bei in one move. This was what shocked him the most. No matter how weak Chen Bei was, he was still a 5th-level Mystic Immortal. Even if Mu Yun was a 4th-level Mystic Immortal, it was impossible for her to kill him in one move. On the other hand, even if Chen Bei was a 5th-level Mystic Immortal, it was impossible for him to kill Mu Yun, who was a 4th-level Mystic Immortal. However, Mu Yun had done it against the odds. This was unbelievable. What should they do now? They couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. Xikong Shangwu, I advise you to go back quickly and think about how to deal with the attacks from the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Heavenly Mountain Villa, and the Huangji family. I heard that the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace lost many experts this time. Mu Yun said with a smile, last time, the Biluo Huangquan School suppressed the Huangji family. The Trinity Heavenly Alliance fought against 2 of them and won. This time, it's 1 against 5. I, Mu Yun, am waiting to see if the Trinity Heavenly Alliance can win. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Zhantian and Su Chen and said, Xiao Zhantian, do you still remember what I said to you that day? The one who should regret it is not me, but you. Mu Yun's lips curled into a mocking smile. At this moment, Xiao Zhantian clenched his fists. He couldn't wait to kill Mu Yun. However, he wasn't sure if he was still a match for Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Xikong Shangwu looked at Mu Yun and said again, you should know that if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If the Trinity Heavenly Alliance can't be relied on, how can the Heaven Sword Tower stay safe? The Huangji family, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Heavenly Mountain Villa also hate you to the core. Don't forget. When the nest is overturned, there will be no unbroken eggs. Wrong. Looking at Sikong Shanggu, Mu Yun immediately interrupted, when the nest is overturned, there will be no unbroken eggs. First of all, it's true that the teeth will be cold without the lips. However, you are not the lips of the Heaven Sword Tower. The Heaven Sword Tower is not your teeth. Moreover, when the nest is overturned, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance is not the nest of the Heaven Sword Tower. Sikong Shangwu's expression changed when he heard this. He could tell that there was a deep meaning in Mu Yun's words. Could it be that the Heaven Sword Tower was going to seek refuge with the Biluo Huangquan school? Sikong Shangwu looked at Mu Yun, his heart trembling. Let's go. In the end, Sikong Shangwu spat out a simple word and left with the rest of the people. Xiao Zhantian and Su Chen wanted to say something, but they could not say a word. Chen Bei's death would definitely cause an uproar in the Trinity Heavenly Alliance. However, such an uproar would not cause the Trinity Heavenly Alliance to target the Heaven Sword Tower and Mu Yun at this moment. When everyone retreated, Ren Gangang and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Mu Yun in astonishment. Level 4 Mystic Immortal in 1 year. How did she do it? They did not even dare to think about it. For ordinary martial artists, it was already a joyous occasion to raise 1 level in 100 years. However, for a genius to be able to do it in 10 years, a peerless genius for 10 years, and a monstrous talent for 5 years, it was already considered amazing. However, Mu Yun had the talent of a heavenly sage. They could accept that she could raise 1 level in 1 year or 1 level in 3 years. But now, this guy had risen by 2 ranks in a single year. Moreover, the most unacceptable thing was that Mu Yun's strength was still increasing as her cultivation level increased. She must be kidding. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Mu Yun coughed and said, "Everyone, go back and cultivate in peace. Since the Heaven Sword Tower has decided to stand alone, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance will not bully us, and neither will anyone else. As long as you continue to improve and become mystic immortals and genuine immortals, the Heaven Sword Tower will be able to become a silver level force. At that time, no one will be able to make us bow our heads." Yes. Yes. Loud noises could be heard. Seeing this, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Next, there would be a new challenge. As for him, he was going to be busy for a while. First of all, the most important thing was the array. The Heaven Sword Tower, including the 5 mortal level forces under it, needed to be safe. At present, the Heaven Sword Tower could only withstand the attack of 1 genuine immortal realm martial artist. If there was 1 more, it would be difficult to withstand. Fortunately, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance was besieged by the 5 silver-level forces at this moment and had no time to spare. This was also to give Mu Yun time to set up the array. This time, since she was going to set up the array, she had to make it the strongest. An array that could withstand the attack of a genuine immortal realm martial artist. After making up her mind, Mu Yun began to make preparations. "Brother Ren, do you still have the materials I gave you before I left?" "Of course." Ren Gangang said with a smile, "Many of them are materials for refining the array. In the Heaven Sword Tower, the highest level is an early-stage immortal array grandmaster. They don't know how to use them at all, so I didn't touch them." "Okay, take them out now. I'm going to start refining the array." Hearing this, Ren Gangang was overjoyed. Mu Yun's array skills could be said to be extremely powerful, comparable to that of an immortal array grandmaster. An immortal array grandmaster was rare even in the silver-level forces. "Okay, I'll ask Master Luo to bring you there immediately." Looking at Mu Yun, Ren Gangang immediately nodded and began to get busy. In the Heaven Sword Tower, when everyone saw Mu Yun's skills, they were all shocked. Mu Yun's strength was once again proven. After a few years in the Trinity Heavenly Alliance, she had reached the level 4 Mystic Immortal Realm. This was simply unbelievable. However, with Mu Yun setting a strong example for them, in their hearts, boundless courage suddenly appeared. They believed that they could do it too. Compared to the unity in the Heaven Sword Tower, the Trinity Heavenly Alliance was a little depressed. Chen Luo, Su Tianchen, and Xiao Yan, the 3 leaders of the alliance, were sitting in front of the main hall. Below, Sikong Shangwu stood quietly and did not say a word. He felt guilty, but there was nothing he could say. "Leaders, this is what happened. I did not do my job well. Please punish me." Sikong Shangwu said guiltily. No matter what, Qianbei was killed right under his nose, so he was at fault. Forget it. However, at this moment, Chen Luo, who was sitting in the main seat, waved his hand. This is not your fault. Qianbei thought that he was more talented than others, so he underestimated Mu Yun. He was killed by Mu Yun in one strike. This is his own fault. Chen Luo's words carried a tinge of sadness. Qianbei's death was a huge loss to the Chen family. It was irreparable. However, even he did not expect the little girl beside Mu Yun to be so powerful. Su Shangyun was no match for her, but he knew Sikong Shangwu's strength. He was definitely twice as strong as Su Shangyun. Even so, he still could not suppress the little girl. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 3 Great Armies. Qianbei shook off his thoughts and looked at Sikong Shangwu. What's Bao Qingyu's intention for this trip to Biluo Huangquan School? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became nervous. This was what they were most concerned about. If Biluo Huangquan School was willing to help them, then the crisis would be resolved. As for the Heaven Sword Tower, it would not be too late to deal with them after they dealt with the other silver forces. Did Biluo Huangquan School say when they're going to make a move? Chen Luo asked hopefully. Leader, I'm sorry for my incompetence. Hearing these words, Sikong Shangwu knelt on the ground with a thud. Biluo Huangquan School isn't going to make a move? Chen Luo's expression changed. In his eyes, he had thought that the Jade Fall Netherworld sect would definitely take action. With Biluo Huangquan School and the Triji Heavenly Alliance, he was not afraid even if the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Imperial Family, the Heavenly Mountain Villa, the Taishu sect, and the Crimson Thunder Temple made a move. However, Biluo Huangquan School did not make a move. Impossible. Xiaoyan shouted. Sikong Shangwu, you must be mistaken. Biluo Huangquan School will definitely make a move. You didn't ask clearly, did you? Sikong Shangwu felt even more aggrieved when he heard this. Leaders, I didn't see Bao Qingyu at all. Sikong Shangwu said in shame. This time, Bao Qingyu used the excuse that he needed to discuss this matter with the elders in his sect. That's why he didn't show up. As soon as he said this, the three alliance leaders looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, forget it, forget it. You can leave now. This sentence was said in a rather weak and feeble manner. In the blink of an eye, only the three of them were left in the hall. Su Tianchen frowned. What the hell is Biluo Huangquan School doing? Back then, when we worked together to enter the Golden Immortal Ruins, we helped them find the 81 Golden Immortal Tokens and Golden Immortal Steel. Although the Golden Immortal Steel was fake and had gone missing, we eventually defeated the 3 silver-ranked factions and gave them all to them. There's a Soul-Tier Immortal technique in there. They promised to work with us to fight against the enemy. Are they going back on their word now? Xiaoyan shouted, I'd like to see what they want. I'll go to Biluo Huangquan School right now and demand an explanation. Kill? Chen Luo immediately scolded, who can you kill? Biluo Huangquan School has 3 times more true immortals than our Triple Celestial Alliance, and those 3 Hell Kings are a level stronger than us. Who can you kill? Hearing this, Xiaoyan instantly quietened down. This is too strange. Chen Luo did not understand. Don't you think it's very strange? Think about it carefully. The first time, Biluo Huangquan School came to us in private, saying that they found the Golden Immortal Ruins, but asked us to explore and help them find the Golden Immortal Steel and Golden Immortal Tokens. This is like giving us a treasure. Secondly, before the war this time, we gathered the Golden Immortal Tokens for them. They got what they wanted, but they suddenly changed their mind. But in the last war, they acted as promised. This change in attitude is too strange. Chen Luo still could not figure it out. However, in the midst of the silence, Su Tianchen suddenly coughed. You've forgotten something. Su Tianchen said slowly, the cooperation between Biluo Huangquan School seems to be related to one person. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Immediately, Xiaoyan and Chen Luo hurriedly spoke. That's right. Didn't you realize that the first time, during the Golden Immortal Ruins trial, Biluo Huangquan School asked us to add the disciples from the Bronze and Iron sects? This is one of the reasons. After that, they asked Mu Yun to join the Triple Heavenly Alliance. This is the second reason. After that, Bao Qingyu's attitude towards Mu Yun has changed. Now, our attitude towards Mu Yun has changed. Biluo Huangquan School immediately, Su Tianchen sighed. Thinking about it carefully, all of this seems to be related to Mu Yun. That's impossible. Xiao Yan immediately said, he's just a small Xian immortal. He was only a heavenly immortal. What does Biluo Huangquan School have to do with him? Now that you mention it, I think of something. Chen Luo also sighed. Previously, during the trial at the Sword God's mansion, Xiao Zhantian, Chen Bei, and the rest told me that Mu Yun used a soul-level immortal artifact to display extraordinary abilities. And more than 10 years ago, Biluo Huangquan School's Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram was lost. Then, Biluo Huangquan School said that the lost diagram was found. But, in fact, the disciples seemed to know that they didn't find it. You're saying that the immortal artifact in Mu Yun's hands is Biluo Huangquan School's Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram? Xiao Yan immediately said in shock, impossible, absolutely impossible. Biluo Huangquan School's Blue Skies Yellow Springs diagram was condensed by them for 10,000 years. It's said to be a soul-level immortal artifact, but in reality, it might be more than that. How could they be at ease to hand it over to Mu Yun? Su Tianchen also added, this is too unbelievable, isn't it? Unless Mu Yun is a hidden young master, the son of Biluo Huangquan School's sect leader, that's only possible. But if he's the young master that Biluo Huangquan School wants to nurture, how could he not be nurtured within the sect? Hearing this, Chen Luo also smiled bitterly. It's unlikely that he's the young master's identity, but Mu Yun might really have a lot to do with Biluo Huangquan School. The three of them immediately looked at each other and fell silent. If that was the case, then this time, the Triji Heavenly Alliance was in danger. Can we get Mu Yun back? Chen Luo suddenly asked again. Do you think it's possible? Su Tianchen smiled bitterly and said, Chen Tiannan's son, Chen Luo, was killed by Mu Yun. Would Chen Tiannan be willing? In this case, the only way to get this kid back is to kill Xiao Zhantian and Su Chen. Based on the information we have on him, this kid is very stubborn. Thinking of this, Chen Luo also smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was no way to reconcile this matter. With Mu Yun's personality, it was impossible for him to compromise with the Triji Heavenly Alliance, unless he killed Xiao Zhantian and Su Chen. But if the two of them were killed, then the entire Triji Heavenly Alliance would be in chaos. Mu Yun's actions showed that it was impossible to make him back down. If that was the case, it was a dead end. Otherwise, I'll go and kill him directly. Xiao Yan said again. Kill? Can you kill him? You and I both know Xikong Shangwu's strength. Even he only tied with that little girl called Xiaoqi. If you go and Xiaoqi is there, can you kill him? Moreover, the Triji Heavenly Alliance needs us to hold the fort. Once we leave, I'm afraid that the 5 great silver rank forces can easily invade. Chen Luo sighed again. Then there's no other way? Xiao Yan's temper was irritable, and he couldn't help but snort. The three of them fell silent again. The matter this time was really troublesome. They could resist the 3 great silver rank forces, but how could they resist the 5 great silver rank forces, with the addition of the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Hall? Report. However, just as the three of them were at a loss, a report suddenly sounded. A figure broke through the door and entered. But the three of them weren't angry. Because they knew that unless something big happened, their subordinates wouldn't be so rude. Something big? What kind of big thing could it be now? Report. Something bad has happened. The Purple Phoenix Pagoda is attacking from the back and has started to attack cities. They have already taken 3 cities under the Triji Heavenly Alliance's jurisdiction. The royal family is also attacking from the northeast, and there are Crimson Thunder Hall martial artists secretly attacking. The east is also in trouble. From the west, the Cosmos Villa and a small number of people from the Taishu sect are also attacking. They have taken 10 cities. That person said a lot of words in one breath, and immediately gasped for breath. This battle was almost the same as the previous one. 3 great armies attacking from 3 different directions. But this time, the difference was that there were martial artists from the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Hall. They were the ones that the Triji Heavenly Alliance feared the most. What will come in the end. Chenluo nodded and said, if that's the case, we should set off. All right. Xiao Yan shouted, the royal family in the east was crippled by the Biluo Huangquan school a few years ago. They are less of a threat than the west. I'll go to the east. Then I'll go to the north. Let's see what the Purple Phoenix Pagoda is up to this time. If that's the case, I'll go to the east. Chenluo nodded and said, let Xikong Shanwu go to the west with you, old Xiao. The three leaders immediately made their decisions. After a year of small skirmishes, it seemed that the 5 great silver rank forces were serious this time. But how could they retreat at this moment? The three leaders were suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Even if they didn't rely on the Biluo Huangquan school, they might not lose this battle. Even if they lost, the 5 great silver rank forces would have to pay a heavy price. The three of them walked out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, over 10,000 figures had already gathered. Disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, listen up. Xiao Yan stepped forward and shouted. His voice shook the entire forest. Today, I swear on my blood that I will kill all invaders out of the Triji Heavenly Alliance and protect the Triji Heavenly Alliance with my life. After Xiao Yan's words, the entire Triji Heavenly Alliance was filled with roars and shouts. Let's go. There weren't too many words of encouragement. One sentence was enough. Instantly, the large group split up completely. The disciples of the Triji Heavenly Alliance were divided into 3 groups. They followed the leaders and elders of the alliance and set off. This battle was destined to be a bloodbath. If the Triji Heavenly Alliance couldn't withstand it, they would definitely die and become slaves. If it wasn't life, then it was death. No one would be merciful. The entire Triji Heavenly Alliance was completely ignited by the flames of war. Compared to the flames of war in the Triji Heavenly Alliance, the Heaven Sword Tower, which was originally 10,000 miles away, was also in full swing. However, this bustling atmosphere was not because of a battle. Instead, it was because the entire Heavenly Sword Tower, from top to bottom, was busy building the formation. Mu Yun decided to take action. Naturally, she had to start preparing. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translations Ether Fairy The Pentagram 8 Desolation Formation. Mu Yun had racked his brains for a long time to come up with this formation. Only a Grandmaster level Immortal Formation Master could create this formation. In fact, Mu Yun's understanding of formations was limited to the beginner Immortal Formation Master level. Therefore, there were very few formations he could choose from. Combining his own abilities and the resources he had at his disposal, it would take him at least a year to complete the Great Universal 8 Desolation Formation. However, even if it took 10 years, Mu Yun would have to set up the formation, let alone a year. Otherwise, if the other silver forces attacked, they would only need 2 true immortals to destroy the formation that he had painstakingly built. As for the Pentagram 8 Desolation Formation, with Xiaoqi in charge, it would be safe and sound. No one below the 5th grade true immortal level could break it. Such a strong defense was enough for the Heaven Sword Tower to defend. On this day, Mu Yun started to get busy early in the morning. He gathered all the formation masters of the 5 great sects to build the formation diagram and prepare the materials. He had been busy for an entire month. During this month, the entire Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was mobilized. The war between the rulers Abyss and the other 3 lands had begun. However, this time, the cities that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had swallowed a few years ago had been taken back by the 5 great silver forces within a month. Now, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was mainly defending its former territory. Mu Yun understood this. After all, the cities that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance had seized had only been ruled for a few years, while the other 3 great silver forces had ruled for hundreds and thousands of years. How could they change overnight? The Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance would at most seize these cities symbolically. The real battle would be in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance's territory. The most important place, or even the final battle, would most likely be in Tripoli's city. Mu Yun also understood that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was holding back the other silver forces. Therefore, he still had time to build the formation to protect the 5 great forces and the Heaven Sword Tower. If any of the forces sent two true immortals to deal with him, the Heaven Sword Tower would be in trouble. Therefore, to prevent this, Mu Yun could be said to be working day and night to build the formation diagram and search for spiritual materials. Every day, he rushed around the huge Heaven Sword Tower. As Mu Yun was busy, the entire Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was in an uproar. This time, the attack of the 5 great silver rank forces was simply too fierce. In just a month's time, not only had they lost their cities, they had also lost over 1,000 men. Moreover, the 5 great silver forces, the Alliance's alliance, the Alliance Army's army, the Alliance, and the Alliance. This way, Heavenly Alliance was Heavenly Alliance. This time, it was truly a crisis. While the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance was worried, the 5 great forces were overjoyed. In the Eastern Army, the royal family and the Red Thunder Palace had joined hands and sent out 4 true immortals. At this moment, among the 2 armies, 4 figures stood quietly in the city lord's mansion of a city that had just been taken back. The royal family's old ancestor was very excited. Haha. This time, it's all thanks to the help of the 3 elders. I, the royal family's old ancestor, am very grateful. The royal family's old ancestor was dressed in a golden robe. His hair and beard were white, and he was full of energy. Below him, the 3 elders sat down one by one. These 3 people were the 3 core elders that the Scarlet Thunder Hall had dispatched this time. Qi Tianyu, Lei Jingyun, and Wu Pokong. Qi Tianyu raised his long eyebrows and said with a smile, "Old ancestor, you're too polite. Your royal family and my Red Thunder Palace have always been close. That Biluo Huangquan school took over my territory and occupied Royal Family City. They forced me into Jade Imperial City. It's really infuriating. This time, the 3 of us will first destroy the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Then, we'll wipe out the Biluo Huangquan school in one fell swoop." Good. The royal family's old ancestor slapped his thigh and said hatefully, "I'll never forget the humiliation of Biluo Huangquan school." A few years ago, the royal family was forced to move from Royal Family City to Jade Imperial City, where they used to be when they were still bronze forces. No one could bear this kind of humiliation. As the leader of the royal family's old ancestor naturally lost all his face. Therefore, this time, he must get back his face. And this time, it was an opportunity. An opportunity to get back his face. The royal family's old ancestor could not wait to see the destruction of the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and the fall of the Biluo Huangquan school at his feet. At the same time, the Taishu sect and the Cosmos Villa were attacking from the west. This time, the Cosmos Villa's Villa Lord, Chu Lingtian, was personally involved. Together with the 3 Taishu sect elders. Chu Lingtian himself was a rank 2 true immortal, while the 3 Taishu sect elders were rank 1 true immortals. At this moment, inside a meeting hall, Chu Lingtian clasped his hands behind his back and said slowly, "This time, the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will be destroyed. We can all divide its resources, and from today onwards, the 5 silver factions will become 4. It's just that the name has to be changed." Hearing those words, the people present all smiled slightly. "Dilla Master Chu, do you think that's enough?" At this moment, a skinny old man stood up and said with a smile. "What do you mean, Elder Qin Taiyu?" Qin Taiyu was one of the 3 elders of the Taishu sect. Looking at Chu Lingtian, Qin Taiyu said with a smile, "Dilla Lord Chu, your beloved son Chu Bufan was killed by Linyu, right? Are you not going to avenge your son's death?" At the mention of this, Chu Lingtian's face turned cold. "Of course, I will avenge him." There were traces of tears at the corner of Chu Lingtian's eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "Among my many sons, Bufan is the most considerate one." For the sake of the Heavenly Mountain matter, he entered the Iya Sword sect and pretended to be polite. However, Mu Yun ruined it. When Bufan went out again, he was killed by Linyu. If I don't avenge him, I'm not a man. The moment we destroy the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, I will go directly to the Heaven Sword Tower and kill that kid. Hearing this, another elder stood up and said with a smile, "I'm afraid Villa Lord Chu won't have the chance." "Elder Guyu, what do you mean by that?" Chu Lingtian was puzzled. "That's because Elder Fan Xinla has brought Elder Su Shangfeng and a group of disciples of the Taishu sect to the Heaven Sword Tower. What? Chu Lingtian was shocked. Elder Guyu, Xinla, Fan Xinla was Chu Lingtian's first wife and Chu Bufan's mother. As his mother, Fan Xinla was naturally angry when her son died. Don't worry, Villa Lord Chu. Elder Fan Xinla and Elder Su Shangfeng are both grade 2 true immortals. It's fine. Elder Guyu said with a smile. What kind of background can a mere bronze faction have? It's just a matter of a snap of a finger. Moreover, Elder Su Shangyun of the Taishu sect and Elder Qi Yun, Qi Kong, and Lei Jikong of the Crimson Thunder Palace were killed by a purple-robed man for no reason. This matter is most likely related to the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance and the Biluo Huangquan School. This time, we can investigate and get information from Mu Yun. All right. Chu Lingtian clenched his fists and said, Fanner can't die in vain. This time, Xinla will go and destroy the Heaven Sword Tower. When the time comes, the East, South, West, and North armies will besiege the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. Then, after regrouping, the 4 armies will attack the Biluo Huangquan School. This time, the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Palace were not only targeting the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, but also the Biluo Huangquan School. This silver faction had disappeared 10,000 years ago and suddenly reappeared 10,000 years later. It was too shocking. They also wanted to see what was hidden in the Biluo Huangquan School. The entire South Sword domain was now completely covered in the flames of war. However, as the overlord of the South Sword domain, the 9 Immortal Pavilion seemed to turn a deaf ear to all of this. Even when the people of the East and West Sword domains intervened, they were indifferent. The 9 Immortal Pavilion was the overlord of the South Sword domain and had absolute authority over the entire South Sword domain. As a supreme gold faction and the absolute ruler of the entire South Sword domain, true immortals in the 9 Immortal Pavilion could not be considered elites. The true elites were in the Golden Immortal Realm. As for the master of the 9 Immortal Pavilion, it was said that he had surpassed the Golden Immortal Realm. It was said that the 9 Immortal Pavilion was only a small faction in the South Sword domain 10,000 years ago. It was not even an ordinary iron faction. However, during this time, a heavenly daughter appeared in the 9 Immortal Pavilion. This woman was proficient in music. Her attacks were extremely powerful and murderous. In the vast immortal world of the Greater Thousand Realms, not only did immortals temper their bodies and become immortals, but there were also many types of Tao. The Tao of sound was one of them. Compared to other types of cultivation, music was more difficult to cultivate. However, the proud daughter of the heavens relied on her own skill in playing the zither to kill countless people and become the famous zither fairy of a generation. On the surface, everyone addressed her as Zither Fairy. However, behind her back, everyone called her the Sound Demon. Because of this woman, the small 9 Immortal Pavilion only used 1,000 years to become the overlord of the South Sword domain. This woman was also addressed as the Pavilion Master. The famous Zither Fairy, Chu Yuji. At this moment, Chu Yuji was wearing a long black dress in a magnificent hall of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Her charming and voluptuous figure was vividly displayed. A thin gauze was tied behind his hair, making him look exceptionally cold. Her face was like that of a mature woman in her 30s. One look at her and one's breathing would become heavy. Chu Yuji was the Pavilion Master of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. It was said that in the past, an inner sanctum elder of the 33 Heavens Sword sect had coveted Chu Yuji's beauty and wanted to take advantage of her. However, in the end, he was killed instantly by Chu Yuji's zither. In the 33 Heavens Sword sect, even if he was an inner sanctum elder, he would at least be a golden immortal. However, he was killed instantly by her. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation is that your husband's name, right now. Chu Yuji was sitting lazily on the golden bench above. With one leg bent, she was lying on the bench lazily, listening to the report of someone below. Pavilion Master, now that the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace are involved, I'm afraid the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance will not survive. Below, a middle-aged man with a simple and honest face spoke respectfully with his hands by his side. Interesting. It seems that the Four Symbols Loft, as the overlord of the Western Sword region, doesn't care about its subordinates. And the Life and Death sect, it seems that Xiang Wuxing and Luo Yongfeng, those 2 old farts, are just decorations after shaking the Southern Sword region? Chu Yuji sneered. those two old farts, I think they have the whole world in their hearts. Pavilion Master, do you want us to intervene and warn the Grand Master of the Emperor Realm, Chu Lingtian, and Zitong? The middle-aged man asked tentatively. No need. Chu Yuji waved her hand. The bait has been cast, and the fish have been lured. Now I want to see what the Biluo Huangquan school will do. Once the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance is destroyed, the 5 Silver Forces will definitely continue to invade the south. At that time it will be the Biluo Huangquan school. 10,000 years ago, this sect disobeyed the rules of the 9 Immortal Pavilion and went into hiding in the celestial mountain of Bailuo. 10,000 years later, it suddenly appeared and became a silver force. Moreover, its leader is just a little girl. I want to see who the big shot behind the Biluo Huangquan school is. A cold look appeared on Chu Yuji's face. By the way, Pavilion Master, there is a heavenly saint talent in the South Pole. I think it's necessary to report this to you. The man said again. His name is Mu Yun. In less than 20 years, he reached the mystic immortal realm from the human immortal realm. When I returned, I found that he had reached the level 5 mystic immortal realm. Oh? Chu Yuji's interest was piqued. Interesting. A heavenly saint talent. Every heavenly saint talent in the southern sword region was taken away by the 33 Swords sect. Now, there is a fish that escaped the net. Let's ignore this kid for now. Just keep an eye on him. Yes. Alright, let them make a ruckus first. We'll just watch from the sidelines. Tell the disciples and elders to behave themselves. If anyone dares to interfere, they'll lose their lives. As Chu Yuji's words fell, the middle-aged man bowed indifferently. In the entire 9 Immortal Pavilion, there was only one outcome for those who dared to disobey Zither Fairy's orders. Although she was a woman, Chu Yuji was a woman who strictly followed the rules. Master, I'm so annoyed. However, at that instant, a figure suddenly ran into the hall with a worried look on his face. When Chu Yuji heard this complaint, a smile gradually appeared on her face. In the entire 9 Immortal Pavilion, there was no one else who dared to make such a ruckus, especially when she was in the middle of a meeting. Hee. Hearing this tender cry, the middle-aged man below also smiled bitterly. He didn't need to look to know who this person was. In the entire 9 Immortal Pavilion, there was no one else who dared to make such a ruckus and complain in front of Chu Yuji. Outside the hall, a beautiful figure ran into the hall. Her long hair was tied up by a pink ribbon and scattered behind her head. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes were like pearls, and her lips were like cherries. With her fair face and facial features, she gave off an extremely pure feeling. She wore a light pink dress and a short pink skirt that covered her thighs. On her feet, she wore a pair of pink boots. She looked like a girl next door who didn't know much about the world. At first glance, the girl gave off a beautiful and pure feeling. She was like a blooming lotus flower, pure and flawless, but also like a pink rose, pure and bright. Yeah, you're making a ruckus again. Seeing who it was, Chu Yuji smiled bitterly. She took a few steps forward and appeared in the hall. Gently stroking the girl's head, she smiled and said, "What's wrong? Who bullied my Yaer again? I'll settle the score with him." Who else could it be? Wang Xianxia snorted and said, "It's Senior Chu Yiming. He's always bullying me. Master, I've already told him that I have a husband. My husband will come and find me sooner or later. He's always pestering me. It's so annoying." Yiming? Chu Yuji immediately understood. Yeah, Yiming is my adopted son and you're my beloved disciple. I feel that the two of you are a match made in heaven. As for your husband, how can he be compared to Yiming? Chu Yuji immediately comforted her. No wonder everyone calls you the Guqin. Devil. You're really a devil. The girl snorted. The man standing at the side smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaoya, in the entire 9 Immortal Pavilion and Southern Sword Domain, only you dare to call the Pavilion Master that." That's right. Master is the sound saint. Behind your back, everyone calls you the Guqin devil. The girl stuck out her tongue and smiled. Tong Xian, is that true? Pavilion Master, tell me the truth. Yes. The man named Tong Xian cupped his hands and said, "That's true." Xiaoya's rise and her mastery of music has made her famous in the entire Nine Immortal Pavilion. Now, everyone calls Xiaoya the Guqin Fairy. However, Pavilion Master, only a small portion of people call you the Guqin Devil behind your back. Uncle Tong Xian is afraid of Master. Most people are like that. Only a small portion of people call you the Sound Saint. As for the title of Guqin Fairy, it's already given to me. You little girl. Chu Yuji looked at the girl and shook her head with a bitter smile. Li Tongxian, who was standing at the side, smiled bitterly in his heart. Ever since Chu Yuji had taken in this disciple a few decades ago, she had been training her with all her might. This disciple had also lived up to her expectations. She displayed extraordinary talent in music and shocked the entire Nine Immortal Pavilion. Since then, in less than 30 years, this disciple's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was almost godly. Although she was not considered a heavenly sage in terms of cultivation, this disciple's improvement in her cultivation base with music was godly. Therefore, Chu Yuji doted on her even more, almost to the point of surpassing everything else. By the way, Xiaoya, you've always said that your husband is very powerful and that he came from the lower plane like you. However, you haven't told me your husband's name. Chu Yuji suddenly asked. Mu Yun. The girl suddenly smiled and said. Almost at the same time, Chu Yuji and Li Tongxian looked at each other and were stunned. Alright. Chu Yuji changed the topic and said, you've always said that I don't love you. Now, I'll help you find him. How about we search in the South Sword domain first? Tell me how this person looks like first. I'll follow your description and search the entire South Sword domain for Mu Yun. Really? Hearing this, the girl immediately jumped up in excitement. Xianxia, so you're here. As the three of them were talking, a figure walked into the main hall. The person was wearing a long green robe and had an imposing appearance. There was a restrained and sharp aura all over his body. That pair of eyes was as sharp as a blade. This person's body was glowing and gave off a strong sense of oppression. Xianxia, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. When the man saw the girl, he immediately smiled and said. Chu Yiming, remember my words. My name is Wang Xinya, not Xianxia. You can call me Junior Sister Wang or Senior Sister Wang in the future. I don't mind. However, please don't call me Xianxia. Wang Xinya immediately snorted and turned to leave the main hall. Xianxia, seeing the leaving figure, Chu Yiming was stunned. Hurry up and chase after her. Seeing this, Chu Yuji immediately said. Yes. Chu Yiming immediately ran out. At this moment, only Chu Yuji and Li Tongxian were left in the main hall. Tongxian, what did you say that person's name was? Mu Yun. Li Tongxian cupped his hands and said. Could it be? Chu Yuji was puzzled. I don't know. Ask her later and ask her to describe that person's appearance. If it's him, what should I do? Please tell me, Pavilion Master. Chu Yuji exhaled and said slowly, let's confirm if it's him first. After saying that, Chu Yuji turned and left. Li Tongxian smiled bitterly. If this Mu Yun was really that Mu Yun, then Mu Yun might be dead. However, the immortal realm was vast and there were too many people with the same name. The former leader of the Cloud Alliance in the Cloud region was also called Mu Yun. Mu Yun, it couldn't be him, could it? If it was really him, then it would be too much of a coincidence. At this moment, in the Heaven Sword Tower in the South Pole, the construction of the array was in full swing and had never stopped. 3 months had passed. At this moment, standing on a mountain peak in the Heaven Sword Tower, Mu Yun exhaled. How is it? Ren Gangang walked over and looked at the array with a smile. Only a part of it has been completed. At least now, there is a prototype. If I want to complete it, I'm afraid it will take another year. Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. You think it's too long? Ren Gangang scolded jokingly, in the past, I only knew that you were good at refining pills and refining weapons. I didn't expect you to have such high achievements in array formation. There are still many things you don't know. Mu Yun said slowly, actually, based on my previous ability, the chances of failure when I set up this Universal 8 Desolation Array, which can only be set up by an Immortal Array Grandmaster, are very high. However, recently, my understanding of the bloodline Dao has greatly improved. Speaking of which, I have a martial technique here. Perhaps you can cultivate it. Mu Yun said again, this martial technique is called the Immortal Blood Codex. It is used to cultivate the power of bloodline. You can try it. Back then, I also let Xian Yun and Yao cultivate it, but only Yao could cultivate it. You can give it a try. Immortal Blood Codex. Soul Force attack. What's wrong? No, nothing. Ren Gangang waved his hand and said, my talent isn't that great. Even my two sisters-in-law failed to cultivate it. I'm afraid I won't succeed either, so forget it. Why don't you give it a try? I've comprehended the blood codex from the 9 spirits heaven-seizing boulder. I won't let anyone else cultivate it. Mu Yun mocked. Forget it, I'll go take a look at your formation. Ren Gangang was about to leave after saying this. However, his back was already covered in cold sweat. Mu Yun's words had given him a great shock. Bang bang bang, however, at that instant, a series of deafening explosions could be heard outside the Heavenly Sword Tower all of a sudden. As the deafening explosions rang out, one figure after another rose into the sky. They could see several figures standing proudly in front of the entrance. Each of them had a ferocious look in their eyes. It was obvious that they were not friendly. What I was worried about still happened, Mu Yun said with a wry smile when she saw the explosions. However, she could not avoid them. She could only face them head-on. Mu Yun, come out and face your death. A cold shout immediately rang out. Her voice shook the entire Heavenly Sword Tower. If it weren't for the fact that the Great Formation had been constructed as the core, the entire Heavenly Sword Tower would have been destroyed. An expert of the true immortal realm, the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower immediately looked into the sky after hearing the roar. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The crowd immediately flew toward the entrance of the Heaven Sword Tower. Meanwhile, 2 figures were leading the group at the entrance. One of the 2 figures wore a golden crown on his head and a pair of golden boots on his feet. He looked like an emperor of the mortal world. The other person was a middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman was wearing a light purple dress that wrapped around her graceful figure. She was extremely beautiful when she was young, but she was slightly plump now. Who are you? Ren Gangang, who was walking at the front, shouted at the 2 of them. Are you Mu Yun? However, the middle-aged woman looked at Ren Gangang and immediately shouted, ask Mu Yun to come out and die. Hearing these words, the crowd was infuriated. Now, Mu Yun was the core figure of their Heaven Sword Tower. She was the target and the person that every disciple admired. However, the moment this person came up, he said that he wanted Mu Yun to die. Naturally, they were furious. Are you not convinced? Seeing the angry expressions on everyone's faces, the woman immediately shouted, then all of you can die. Void Devil capturing palm. The woman let out a low roar and extended her hand. Rumbling sounds gathered as a giant purple palm descended from the sky and slammed down. Boom, suddenly, the entire Heaven Sword Tower began to shake. However, that spirit formation appeared all of a sudden. It formed a faint fluorescent light that protected everyone within it. Seeing this scene, the woman was stunned. A mere Heaven Sword Tower actually has such an exquisite spirit formation? The woman immediately shouted, Elder Su Shangfeng, capture that immortal array master and let him serve the Taishu sect. The woman immediately looked at the elder beside her and ordered. That's not right. However, just as the woman finished speaking, a figure stepped out from among the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. You're saying that you want to kill me? You want to capture me? Isn't that self-contradictory? Mu Yun looked up and the corners of his lips curled up as he sneered. You're Mu Yun? You're the one who built this spirit formation? The woman looked at Mu Yun and her eyes were burning with anger. That's right, it's me. Mu Yun smiled and said, how is it? If I'm not wrong, you should be Chu Bufan's mother, Fan Xinla, right? Mu Yun had been sizing up this woman since the first time he saw her. The Heaven Sword Tower had not been idle during this period of time. He knew the entire battle in the southern sword region like the back of his hand. However, what he did not expect was that Fan Xinla would come and drag Su Shangfeng along with him. These 2 people were quite famous. They were both famous elders of the Taishu sect and held high positions in the sect. Most importantly, both of them were grade 2 true immortals. That was terrifying. Although he knew that there was no other way, he had to step out at this time. In the Heaven Sword Tower, only Xiaoqi was considered a true immortal. However, this time, there were 2 true immortals who were grade 2 true immortals. As such, Xiaoqi could resist one of them, but no one could control the other. Fan Xinle seemed to have planned everything. Alright, since you dare to show up, you're not afraid of death. Now, kill yourself in front of me as an apology. You must pay for my son's life. Fan Xinle waved her hand and said. No, no, no. Mu Yun waved her hand and said, a martial artist cultivates his entire life to become stronger and to live longer. I don't think anyone would complain about having a long life, right? You want me to kill myself, isn't this a joke? Do I look like I'm joking with you? Fan Xinle took a step forward. Since you're not willing to do it, I'll help you. After saying that, Fan Xinle took another step forward. She was glad that she had come. She had used 60% of her strength to break the formation, but she did not manage to do so. She could feel that the formation was not complete. If she had come late, she might not have been able to break the formation even if she had used all her strength. Die. Fan Xinle took a step forward and slammed her palm forward. Under the continuous attacks, the formation could not withstand it and cracks started to appear. At this moment, Ren Gangang said anxiously, if we let them in, it'll be like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. We can't just watch. Now, I'll lead some martial artists to stop them. After saying that, Ren Gangang immediately gave the order. Disciples above the mystic immortal realm, follow me and kill. After Ren Gangang said that, he immediately took the lead and charged out. This time, Fan Xinle only led a small portion of the Taishu sect's troops. Fortunately, there were not many mystic immortal realm disciples. After the development of the Heaven Sword Tower over the years, there were still some mystic immortal realm disciples. Although they were few, they could still hold on for a while. Come out? Come out and die. When Su Shangfeng saw the martial artists of the Heaven Sword Tower charging out, he immediately laughed sinisterly and said, listen up, there are many treasures in the Heaven Sword Tower. Break into the Heaven Sword Tower and kill everyone. Take whatever you want. After Su Shangfeng finished speaking, the disciples following behind him immediately cheered and were extremely excited. The sound of killing was suddenly heard. Mu Yun, why don't you come out and die? Don't tell me you want them to die like you. Die? Mu Yun shook her head and snorted, if you want me to die, you'll have to shed a layer of skin first. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she flew up. Father. At this moment, Xiaoqi shouted and directly appeared in front of Mu Yun. Crackling sounds could be heard immediately. Xiaoqi looked at Fan Xinle and said hatefully, ugly woman, you want to kill my father and make Xiaoqi an orphan. Xiaoqi will kill you. Xiaoqi immediately shouted and her petite figure rushed out. Fan Xinle already knew that there was a little girl beside Mu Yun in the Heaven Sword Tower. She was in the true immortal realm and was extremely powerful. Naturally, she would not be careless at this moment. Su Shangfeng, kill Mu Yun. No problem. Su Shangfeng was Su Shangyun's elder brother and was more powerful than Su Shangyun. Mu Yun, before I die, let me ask you a question. My younger brother, Su Shangyun, and Lei Jikong of the Red Thunder Hall, were you the one who killed them? Mu Yun did not know about this matter. Su Shangyun and Lei Jikong were both grade 1 true immortals. In this southern sword domain, other than the 9 immortal pavilion, who could kill them? What? You don't dare to admit it? Su Shangfeng sneered and said, no matter whether you killed them or not, you will definitely die. Su Shangfeng snorted and grabbed with his big hand. A low rumbling sound was heard at this moment. At the same time, in an instant, a wisp of soul power attacked Mu Yun's mind. Whoosh, however, unexpectedly, Su Shangfeng only felt that the moment his soul power attack touched Mu Yun, it seemed to have passed through her body. It was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the air and landed on the ground. How is this possible? Su Shangfeng was astonished. He was in the true immortal realm, and his soul had transformed into a true soul. His soul power attack would definitely kill warriors who had not reached the true immortal realm. However, his attack on Mu Yun was actually ineffective. Su Shangfeng looked at Mu Yun and became completely cautious. However, Mu Yun was not in a good state at this moment. Soul power attack, of course, it was useless against him. The immortal extermination painting was in his mind. If his origin embryo was in any danger, he would immediately escape into the immortal extermination painting, and Su Shangfeng would not be able to attack him. Unless it was a warrior above grade 5 true immortal who could condense a soul power attack, even if his origin embryo hid in the immortal extermination painting, his head would be blasted into a paste. However, the current Su Shangfeng was obviously unable to do that. Damn it! Mu Yun cursed angrily at this moment. He could ignore Su Shangfeng's soul power attack, but a real immortal technique attack would directly crush him to the point that he could not breathe. That invisible force instantly crushed the sword realm that he had condensed into pieces. The Yoyu sword was in front of him, but it was also controlled by that force until it almost left his hand. The difference between a grade 5 mystic immortal and a grade 2 true immortal was like heaven and earth. He was already very lucky that he was not smashed into dust by Su Shangfeng's palm. Humph, brat, let's see how long you can last. Su Shangfeng immediately sneered. Last until your father shoots you to the wall. Mu Yun cursed in a low voice. His entire body was boiling with power. His bloodline was completely activated. His entire being began to go crazy. In an instant, a scroll appeared in his hand. It was the Blue Sky Underworld scroll. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The fusion of 9 elements and the underworld diagram. Heavenly descent. Earth collapse. Mountain rise. Tsunami. In an instant, the 4 forces of nature roared and surged out. At this moment, all of his control was unleashed. Mu Yun stood at the forefront. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot. This is a soul-grade immortal weapon. Su Shangfeng was shocked. He had heard that Mu Yun had a soul-grade immortal weapon, but he only realized how terrifying it was after seeing it in person today. What a waste. It's such a waste for such a high-grade immortal weapon to be in your hands. Su Shangfeng slapped his thigh. He looked at Mu Yun and the Blue Sky Underworld diagram in her hand. He felt like the diagram was the only thing in his eyes. I'll kill you. Su Shangfeng did not hesitate any longer. His 5 fingers formed into claws and grabbed at Mu Yun. Brat, try to merge the 9 elements in your body into the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. Guiyi's voice suddenly sounded. Cut the crap. Guiyi said again, otherwise, you're dead meat. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Yun waved his hands. In an instant, the Blue Sky's Underworld diagram in his hands rose up. That's more like it. Su Shangfeng grinned when he saw that Mu Yun was about to give up on the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. Give me the diagram. Su Shangfeng smirked and waved his hand. Boom boom boom. However, at that instant, a loud explosion could be heard. With Mu Yun as the center, 9 powerful auras soared into the sky. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, and bloodline auras. 9 auras spread out. The heavenly fire and strange water that Mu Yun had absorbed in the past all bloomed at this moment. They turned into 9 sharp auras that surged and roared into the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. Instantly, the earth, sky, sea, and mountains all shrank into the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. Su Shangfeng was even more excited when he saw this. This was simply the right time, place, and people. This brat was digging his own grave. Su Shangfeng instantly formed a claw with one hand and grabbed at Mu Yun. At this moment, an earth-shattering change was happening inside the Blue Sky Underworld diagram. This place seemed to have become a new world. At this very moment, the heavenly fire and mutated water that Mu Yun had once obtained had completely merged with the sky, earth, sea, and mountains within the Heaven Fall Underworld diagram. At this moment, everything had undergone an earth-shattering change. The entire Heaven Fall Underworld diagram was originally just a sky, land, mountains, and ocean. However, at this moment, wind, rain, light, and ice appeared. It was as if a new world. Mu Yun was stunned. Brat, if you continue to be in a daze, you'll die. Guai scolded angrily. Understood. When Mu Yun saw that Su Shangfeng was only 100 meters away from him, a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corners of his mouth. Heavens fall. Earth collapse. Mountain rise. Tsunami. At this moment, Mu Yun used 4 techniques again. Boom, in an instant, the mountains outside the Heaven Sword Tower that stretched for 100 miles were smashed into pieces by an invisible force. A cry of agony was heard amidst the loud explosion. Everyone was completely dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The entire Heavenly Sword Tower was originally surrounded by a mountain range of 100 miles. But at this moment, this mountain range was forcibly pierced through. In front of the Heavenly Sword Tower's mountain gate, a 100 miles long passageway appeared. The ground was smooth and neat, and all the mountain ranges along the way were cut into pieces. During this period, there was a scream. It was Su Shangfeng's scream. The rumbling spread, and dust flew up into the sky. In the end, it slowly settled. The disciples from both sides were completely dumbfounded. What the hell was this? Not to mention them, even Mu Yun was dumbfounded. He had only merged with the 9 primordial forces and entered the blue sky underworld diagram. Then, he unleashed 4 types of attacks. However, he did not expect the power to undergo such a drastic change. A series of cries of agony could be heard. Su Shangfeng's figure descended from the sky. However, at this moment, he was in a miserable state. His entire body seemed to have been blasted into dregs by that powerful aura. Elder Su. Fan Xinla flew down and was shocked when he saw Su Shangfeng's appearance. This was caused by Mu Yun. How could it be? A level 5 mystic immortal had turned Su Shangfeng, a level 2 true immortal, into such a miserable state. At this moment, Su Shangfeng's clothes had been charred and stuck to his body. His entire body was charred black as if he had been roasted by fire. Most importantly, there seemed to be a unique power in his body that was constantly shattering the immortal chi in his body. The most terrifying thing was that the palm he had stretched out just now had been blasted into ashes. It was a great humiliation. It was simply a great humiliation. Su Shangfeng was like an enraged lion. He looked at Mu Yun with a murderous gaze. Seeing this, Mu Yun immediately panted heavily. He was in an even worse state. The attack just now was very violent, but it had almost drained all the energy in his body. Originally, activating 4 types of attacks consumed a lot of immortal chi and origin energy. This time, with the addition of the 9 elemental forces of nature, he had used up a lot of energy in his body. He panted heavily as a wave of dizziness invaded his head. However, Mu Yun knew that he could not fall now. If he fell, the faith of the Heaven Sword Tower disciples would collapse. Heaven Sword Tower would definitely be destroyed. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Su Shangfeng's entire body was exploding with energy. He looked ahead, and only Mu Yun was left in his eyes. He wanted to tear Mu Yun to shreds. I'm really done for this time. A bitter smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. However, Su Shangfeng rushed over again at this moment. However, Mu Yun still held the Yoyu sword in her hand. No matter what, she could not give up, unless he fell. Sword realm, condense. A buzzing sound exploded. Suddenly, Mu Yun's sword realm was used again. Clang, however, at this moment, Mu Yun's sword realm condensed. Su Shangfeng was about to attack, but at this moment, his body suddenly stopped. His body seemed to be imprisoned in Mu Yun's sword realm. 1,000 techniques, 10,000 sword slash. This misconception caused everyone to think that Mu Yun's sword realm had imprisoned Su Shangfeng. However, at this moment, a delicate shout was heard. The instant that delicate shout was heard, a snow-white figure suddenly appeared. Holding a sword in her hand, she slashed out. In an instant, sword auras shot towards Su Shangfeng from all directions within the sword realm. Slashing sounds were heard. Su Shangfeng's body was immediately torn to pieces by the sword auras. Even his origin embryo disappeared under the encirclement of the sword auras. A second-grade true immortal expert had fallen just like that. This scene happened in an instant after Su Shangfeng was enraged. It happened too quickly. Just as everyone was preparing to fight again, Su Shangfeng died. Mu Yun's sword realm controlled Su Shangfeng and killed him. In fact, Many people had this misconception in their minds for a moment. However, when that snow-white figure landed on the ground, the crowd discovered that they were mistaken. Sister Xueqi. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Everyone was in an uproar. She could not understand what was going on. Even if Mu Yun had a soul-grade immortal weapon, how could she injure Su Shangfeng? Moreover, a woman had appeared out of nowhere, and she was a woman who had comprehended the sword principle. She was so powerful that she could kill Su Shangfeng instantly. What kind of place was the South Pole? It was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. The culprit was Mu Yun. However, Fan Xinla knew that the lady who had appeared out of nowhere was not someone she could deal with. Retreat. In an instant, Fan Xinla made the wisest choice. Retreat. If she did not retreat now, she would not even know how she died. You want to run now? It's too late. At this moment, Yi Guxue stepped forward. She had a slim figure and wore a long white dress. Her long legs were faintly visible as she stepped forward. She looked at Fan Xinla with murderous intent. You, die. Yi Guxue slashed out with her sword. Her aura was completely released at this moment. True immortal realm. Mu Yun was stunned when he saw this. She did not expect Yi Guxue, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, to have reached the true immortal realm. What had Yi Guxue been doing for more than 10 years? With a slash of the sword, Fan Xianli's arm was chopped off with a poochie sound. She could not fight against such strength at all. At the same time, Fan Xianlu immediately leapt up and a pearl suddenly appeared in his palm. Boom, the bead instantly exploded, and Fan Xianli's figure disappeared without a trace. Spatial shift pearl. Seeing this, Yi Guxue frowned. Spatial shift pearl. Mu Yun was slightly taken aback. Such a spatial shift pearl could only be refined by immortal equipment masters who had surpassed the soul grade. When the pearl was detonated, it could bring a person through space and escape. She did not expect Fan Xinla to have one. As such, it would be impossible for him to chase after Fan Xinla. However, the remaining disciples were in trouble. Kill them all. Mu Yun ordered. Haha. No problem. Aoo. However, just as Mu Yun finished speaking, a loud laugh suddenly sounded from the depths of the Heaven Sword Tower. A purple dog shadow that was hundreds of meters tall suddenly appeared. It was none other than Xia. However, at this moment, Xia's figure was tall and mighty. There seemed to be a collar around his neck. The necklace was dotted with a few golden threads, and where the threads were connected, there were 9 golden beads that shone brightly. As Xia strode over valiantly, his figure gradually transformed into a human figure. The figure was close to 2 meters tall. He wore a set of purple clothes and a golden necklace around his neck. He looked very healthy. When he opened his mouth, his 2 canine teeth looked very dazzling. Master, leave these guys to me. Violet Fong didn't say another word. It took a step forward and transformed into a vigorous dog shadow, instantly starting a slaughter. Seeing this, Yi Guxue had a strange expression on his face. This is Purple Fong? At this moment, Ren Gangang spoke first. Isn't it unable to transform into a human form? How did you do it? It even called you Master? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Mu Yun smiled mysteriously. It's actually some cheap tricks. Focus on improving your realm. That's the right way to go. Yi Guxue's face regained its coldness, and she said indifferently. Sister Yi is right. You're not allowed to call me Sister Yi. Yes, Sister Yi. Mu Yun cupped her hands and smiled again. Father, this Sister Yi is so beautiful. Little Seven's words immediately attracted Yi Guxue's attention. You even have a daughter. Yi Guxue looked at Mu Yun and said in shock, it's just that your daughter's strength is much stronger than yours. Moreover, is she really your biological daughter? As soon as this was said, the few people present immediately held back their laughter. However, Mu Yun's face revealed an awkward expression. It was supposed to be a siege, but now it seemed to be a slightly dramatic ending. Fan Xinla escaped, Su Shangfeng died, and the other accompanying disciples could only be defeated under Xia's pursuit. Master, I'm back. Xia transformed into his human form, and his tall figure went to Mu Yun's side and said proudly. don't call me master. It's very uncomfortable to hear it. Then. Master Mu? Mu Yun was instantly speechless. Today, each and every one of them was crazy. With a flick of her sleeve, Mu Yun directly left. Master, tell me, what should I call you? You're the one who put this sky ring on me, so I'm your dog. What do you think I should call you? Master Mu? Wooden man? Get lost, Mu Yun immediately scolded, but it affected her wound, and she immediately grimaced in pain. The entire Heaven Sword Tower was instantly filled with laughter, and it spread continuously. However, compared to the excitement outside the Heaven Sword Tower, Fan Xinla could be said to be extremely irritated at this moment. In the middle of a forest of towering giant trees, Fan Xinla stood on a horizontal tree trunk. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Looking at the less than 100 people gathered around her, Fan Xinla's heart was like a volcano that was about to erupt. She originally wanted to kill Mu Yun, and this was almost a done deal. However, the sudden appearance of Yi Guxue, who was at the true immortal realm and killed Su Shangfeng, disrupted her plan. And according to the dozens of people who escaped, there was also a dog who had reached the true immortal realm. An immortal beast with a soul-grade bloodline? Didn't Mu Yun only have one true immortal by her side? Why did two suddenly appear out of nowhere? Could it be that she was destined to not be able to kill Mu Yun? Damn it, damn it, Fan Xinla shouted angrily, Mu Yun, there's still a chance. Your death is near. As long as we destroy the Triple Heavenly Alliance, we will send our troops to the south. A mere Heaven Sword Tower will definitely be destroyed, and you will also die without a burial place. There's still a chance. The corner of Fan Xinla's mouth was filled with a sinister and vicious smile. No, you're wrong. Who? However, just as Fan Xinla's words fell, a figure suddenly appeared. The person who came was dressed in a purple robe, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and a long sword stood proudly behind his back. That sword, without being unsheathed, gave people a feeling of unparalleled sharpness. Who are you? You have no chance. However, the purple-robed person did not care about Fan Xinla's question, and waved his hand. Suddenly, Fan Xinla only felt that the entire world seemed to be completely controlled at this moment. The dozens of disciples in the surroundings, at this moment, silently exploded into pieces one by one. Spatial law. Your gene, bang. However, before Fan Xinla could finish her sentence, the entire world completely fell into darkness. Her body had already exploded into pieces. The entire forest once again regained its tranquility. The purple-robed person placed his hands behind his back, and looked at everything indifferently. What I owed you in my previous life, I will definitely repay you in this life. The words disappeared with the wind, and the figure also gradually disappeared. All of this, no one knew. However, the news that returned to Taishu sect and Qiankuan Mountain Manor was shocking. Missing? Chu Lingtian suddenly roared, what do you mean by missing? Su Shangfeng and Fan Xinla, the two true immortals, how could they disappear from the South Pole? In the magnificent hall, Chu Lingtian's tyrannical aura swept out, and he suddenly roared. Manor. Lord, they really disappeared. The disciple's legs trembled, and he lowered his head. The follow-up news, report. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared. The moment the figure appeared, Chu Lingtian immediately shouted, what's the matter? Lord Su Shangfeng and Lord Fan Xinla attacked the Heaven Sword Tower, but in the end, Elder Su Shangfeng died, and Elder Fan Xinla disappeared. Boom. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with a deafening sound. Chu Lingtian directly slapped out, and the person who reported was instantly turned into minced meat. Get out, and investigate immediately. Disappeared? What do you mean by disappeared? Chu Lingtian was completely enraged. Fan Xinla and Su Shangfeng were both second-grade true immortals. How could they die in the Heaven Sword Tower? It was simply impossible. Chu Lingtian did not believe it. Below, the two Taishu sect elders, Qin Taiyu and Gu Yu, looked solemn. Su Shangfeng was a second-grade true immortal, and his strength was higher than both of them. However, he had died in the Heaven Sword Tower. This was big trouble. At the same time, the Taishu sect and the Cosmos Villa were not the only ones who were shocked. The Crimson Thunder Temple, the Imperial Family, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance were all in an uproar. The news that there was a Xiaoqi in the Heaven Sword Tower had spread like wildfire. But now, another powerful true immortal had appeared, along with a soul-class bloodline immortal beast. 3 true immortals holding the fort. Why would the Heaven Sword Tower suddenly change like this, in the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance? Chen Luo, Xiao Yan, and Su Tianchen sat together in a circle. That immortal beast was said to have been found by Mu Yun in the Golden Immortal Ruins. When Mu Yun left the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, the immortal beast also left. It was said to be of the heavenly bloodline, but who would have thought that Mu Yun seemed to have used some method to restore Purple Fang to its original appearance. That woman is called Yi Guxiue, the leader of the Yi Sword sect. She was only a second-grade heavenly immortal, but after disappearing for more than 10 years and returning, Chen Luo looked at the other 2 leaders and said, "According to the information we have now, Yi Guxiue is at least stronger than a second-grade true immortal." Hearing this, Xiao Yan and Su Tianchen could only smile bitterly. They would never have dreamed that there would be such a powerful cultivator under the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance. She had only disappeared for more than 10 years, but her cultivation level had increased by leaps and bounds. She was even more terrifying than Mu Yun. They had never noticed such an existence before. Now, on the western battlefield, Su Shangfeng is dead and Fan Xinla has disappeared. We can finally take a breather against the Heavenly Mountain Villa and the Taishu sect. Su Tianchen smiled bitterly. In that case, we still have to thank Mu Yun for this. On the eastern front, the Crimson Thunder Temple and the Huang clan are becoming fiercer and fiercer. Now, we have lost more than 10 cities with a population of 10 million. If the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance wanted to maintain its position as the overlord of the Sovereign's Abyss, it needed a certain number of cities. As long as there were cities, there would be forces and attacks to ensure the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance's strength. You hatched it? Why don't we make peace with Heaven Sword Tower? Su Tianchen said. Make peace? When Xiao Yan heard this, his expression became unnatural. Making peace with Heaven Sword Tower? A silver organization trying to make peace with a bronze organization, not only would he become the laughingstock of the entire South Sword domain, but he would also become the laughingstock of the entire South Sword domain. I'm afraid that it's even more impossible for this kid to agree to make peace now. Chen Bei smiled bitterly. At this moment, Xiao Yan stood up and said, "Don't say any more. Why don't we try? If we don't give it a try, I'm afraid that our losses will continue to increase. Even if we win this battle, we'll still be demoted." Xiao Yan continued, "Let's put down our pride and negotiate. If we fail, we won't lose anything." At that moment, the 3 alliance leaders looked at each other, their hearts trembling. Had things already reached such a stage, they had to bow down to Mu Yun. Alright, since that's the case, we'll send someone to the Heaven Sword Tower and ask Mu Yun to take action. At this moment, Su Tianchen made up his mind and said, "It's not impossible for things to take a turn for the better." Xiao Zhan Tian and the other 2 were indeed mean to Mu Yun, but Mu Yun also killed Chen Bei. It's time for him to vent his anger. Besides, as long as he works with us this time, he will be able to weigh the pros and cons. Yes. The 3 immediately nodded. But who should he send next? The 3 of them were once again in a difficult situation. Only the 3 alliance leaders and the 4 pavilion leaders were suitable for the task. However, on the battlefield, the 3 alliance masters had to defend against the attacks of 3 armies. Of the 4 pavilion masters, Chen Tiannan, the Pil Zenith Pavilion's pavilion master, definitely couldn't do that. Chen Bei was killed by Mu Yun. It was impossible for him to go. However, Xikong Shanwu also had a conflict with Mu Yun last time. Only the Heavenly Array Pavilion's pavilion master Zhuge Wenqing and the Weapon Gathering Pavilion's pavilion master Su Yugong were left. Forget about Su Yugong. Su Tianchen said with a wry smile, "Su Yugong is more hot-tempered than you. Let him go and they will fight. Then it can only be Zhuge Wenqing." Chen Luo smiled bitterly and said, "Since that's the case, there's nothing to discuss. Let Zhuge Wenqing lead his men to the Heaven Sword Tower. This time, there are 3 true immortals in the Heaven Sword Tower. They can even stop a silver-ranked force, let alone a bronze-ranked force. Moreover, Mu Yun has also offended the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Palace. He should know that he won't have a good ending if he doesn't join forces with us now. Alright. The three alliance leaders were finally decided. However, as soon as the three alliance leaders made up their minds, a figure suddenly sprinted toward them. Leaders, this is bad. The three armies have suddenly gone crazy and are attacking again. What? Instantly, Xiaoyan, Su Tianchen, and Chen Luo looked at each other. There was no time for discussion as they prepared to depart. Then, this matter, let's put this matter aside for now and push back the three armies. This time, we can't lose any more cities. Otherwise, our foundation will be in danger. All right. As soon as they finished speaking, the three alliance leaders left the main hall and rushed to the front line. At the same time, the Heaven Sword Tower was a little quiet. In the main hall of the Heaven Sword Tower, one figure after another was seated in an upright manner. Liu Beidian, Tong Zhong, Yuman Tian, and a few other leaders of the 5 major iron-ranked forces were sitting outside the main hall. Lin Jishou and some other corps members were also standing outside. There were only 4 figures in the inner circle. Mu Yan sat in her seat steadily. On her right was Yi Guxue. On her left, Xiaoqi was happily munching on a fruit. At the same time, Purple Fong was lying on the table near the chair in boredom. He looked at Xiaoqi's cute appearance and couldn't stop giggling. Seeing this scene, the people on the outside felt that this lineup was too strange. A little girl of 6 or 7 years old was actually a perfected immortal expert. A celestial hound was originally a heaven-ranked bloodline, but now it was a soul-ranked bloodline. There was also Yi Guxue. She was originally the leader of the Yi Sword sect, but now she was a perfected immortal expert who could kill a second-rank perfected immortal. What kind of world was this? It was a complete mess. Or was it that perfected immortals were so worthless now? In the blink of an eye, 3 perfected immortal experts appeared in the Heaven Sword Tower. Ahem, Sister Yi, where have you been for the past 10 years? Looking at Yi Guxue, Mu Yan asked. I went to a place and obtained some inheritances to improve my cultivation. Yi Guxue said indifferently. Mu Yan realized that at this moment, she felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Nothing to say? Yi Guxue looked at Mu Yan and said, then explain to me what's going on between your daughter and a dog. I'm not a dog. Purple Fong immediately shouted, I'm a celestial hound. Alright, celestial hound. Hearing Yi Guxue's words, Purple Fong really wanted to go forward and bite her, but thinking that he might not be as strong as her, he gave up in the end. Celestial hound is also fine. Purple Fong finally comforted himself. This is more complicated to explain. Then I'll make it short. Alright. Mu Yan nodded and said, the truth is that little 7 is not a human, but a dragon egg. After I hatched it, it broke out of its shell, so it will call me Daddy. As for Purple Fong, I met it in the Golden Immortal Ruins and brought it back. It has been imprisoned before, but now with this heavenly ring, it has regained its freedom. However, after Mu Yan's words, Yi Guxue was a little dumbfounded. I knew that you wouldn't believe me. The dragon egg was hatched by you? Yi Guxue looked at Mu Yan, her eyes full of shock. In the past, she was the daughter of exterminating heavenly flame and had a high status, so she knew a lot of secrets. Dragons were not immortal beasts, but were respectfully called divine dragons by immortals. However, in the entire immortal world, no one knew where the dragon race was. Almost everyone knew that the former leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yan, had a divine dragon under him. Only this one. However, Mu Yan now said that he had another one in his hands. And he had brought it up since it was young. Yi Guxue did not dare to believe it. Not only could she not believe it, but other people would also not believe it. Do you know what you mean by that? Yi Guxue said indifferently, since ancient times, in the vast immortal world, only the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yan, has taken in a shameless dragon. That shameless dragon is a replica of the leader of the Cloud Alliance. He is lustful, arrogant, conceited, and afraid of death. Hearing Yi Guxue's evaluation, Mu Yan only felt that, if he really told Yi Guxue that he was Mu Yan and could prove it, Yi Guxue would definitely stab him into a hornet's nest with her sword. However, in the end, it is still a divine dragon. However, in the immortal world, apart from that bastard Xiaqing, no other divine dragon has appeared. Moreover, I heard not long ago that there was chaos in the Cloud Alliance. That shameless dragon disappeared and seemed to have been caught. What? Hearing this, Mu Yun was stunned. Why are you so agitated? Looking at Mu Yun's nervous expression, Yi Gushue frowned and said, it's good that that shameless dragon is dead. I feel depressed when I think of his lecherous eyes. Hearing this, Mu Yun's heart was in turmoil. Xiaqing was caught. Who caught him? Who had such great means to catch Xiaqing in the Cloud Alliance? Sister Yi, do you know who caught him? I'm not sure about this. In the 10 Great Realms, apart from the Cloud Territory, it is very possible for the other realms. Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun and suddenly said strangely, look at you. What's wrong with your name? You just have to be called Mu Yun. You have the same name as that guy. Every time I see you, it's hard for me not to be angry. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. However, she was very worried in her heart. No matter what Xiaqing said, although she didn't know what kind of divine dragon he was still a divine dragon after all. His dragon scales, dragon armor, dragon blood, and even dragon eggs were all priceless. Since someone spent so much effort to catch him, it meant that this person definitely didn't want to study how perverted this shameless dragon was. Please don't let anything happen to him, Mu Yun muttered to herself in her heart. Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun and said, can you afford to raise this little seven? What do you think? Mu Yun said bitterly, I'm almost bankrupt. The last time I went to the Sword God Mansion, the entire Sword God Mansion, which used to be a silver-ranked force, almost all the treasures were eaten by her. Otherwise, this little girl would have starved to death now. Yi Gushue nodded and said, all right, let me handle this. You? Yes, you forgot that I'm the daughter of Exterminating Heaven's Flame, the former young master of Exterminating Swordsmanship sect. Even though my father was killed, some people are still loyal to him. Naturally, there are forces that belong to me. I understand. What do you understand? Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun and said, you actually chose to tell me such a big matter so easily. You're simply courting death. Little Seven's identity must not be exposed. Otherwise, the entire Great Sword Domain, no, the entire 10 great domains of the immortal world, countless experts will take action to take her back and nurture her into a real divine dragon that can look down on the entire firmament. I understand. Mu Yun nodded. Of course, he understood that Little Seven's existence was originally inconceivable. 10,000 years ago, he encountered a dragon egg in Wu Mountain. 10,000 years later, it was still there. This was a miracle. Other than fate, he really could not think of any other reason that he could explain. However, you should know what a divine dragon means. Why did you tell me? At this moment, Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun and said directly. Why? Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, because you're my sister Yi. Your sect master Yi who protected me when I entered the immortal world. Is this reason enough? Not enough. It can only be said that it's because we have a common enemy, the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. I want the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect to be completely destroyed and disappear without a trace. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio tell them to get lost. I understand. Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun. It seems like your hatred for the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect is no less than mine. Only more, not less. Mu Yun sighed in his heart. Compared to Yi Gushue, it was the death of his father. To him, it was the death of his master. Moreover, he, a dignified immortal king, one of the 10 great immortal kings of the immortal world, was wronged. Naturally, she could not let the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect off. Alright, things have not reached that stage yet. Yi Gushue nodded and said, from today onwards, Heaven Sword Tower can develop in peace. If anyone dares to come, just kill them. We will follow Sister Ye's instructions. Tower Master. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Outside the main hall, a disciple immediately said nervously, the people from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance are here. They said, they want to discuss the matter of cooperation with us. Cooperation? Ren Gang and the others immediately looked at Mu Yun and Yi Gushue, who were deep in the main hall. They could not hear the conversation between the two of them, but the two of them could hear the conversation outside clearly. At this moment, Yi Gushue took a step forward. He looked outside and said, cooperation? What cooperation? Pavilion Master Zhuge Wenqing from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance has arrived. He said that he wants to cooperate with the Heaven Sword Tower to deal with the Cosmos Manor in the west. He wants to devour all of them and share the rewards. Tell them to get lost. However, just as the disciple finished speaking, Yi Guxiwei immediately spoke. Get lost. Hearing this, the entire main hall fell into a dead silence. What? My words are not effective? Yi Guxiwei said indifferently. Go and pass down the order. Mu Yun walked out and said, we will do as Sister Yi said. From today onwards, when I am not around, all orders will be given by Sister Yi. Do you understand? Yes. The people below immediately cupped their hands and responded. Tong Zhong and the other sect masters did not feel awkward at all. If it was before, Yi Guxiwei was at the same level as them, how could they be convinced? But now, Yi Guxiwei had reached the true immortal realm, and not just any ordinary true immortal realm. They had just reached the Xian immortal realm, and before they could even show off, they had already been beaten down. At this moment, the disciple who had given the order arrived at the entrance of the mountain. Luo Qing, who was standing in front of the mountain gate, looked at the returning disciples and immediately asked, what happened? Didn't I tell you to pass a message to Senior Brother Mu? Why did you come back alone? I've sent the message. The disciple argued, it's just that Senior Brother Mu and the others didn't take it to heart at all. They even asked me to pass on a message. Pass on what? Just say it. The woman who returned, the one called Yi Guxiwei, that was our former sect master. Luo Qing's eyes widened. That disciple immediately nodded and said, yes, Sect Master Yi. She said, let them scram. Cough cough, cough cough, Luo Qing suddenly couldn't catch his breath. He immediately widened his eyes and said, Brat, did you pass on the message clearly or not? It's true. That's what Sect Master Yi said. Brother Mu also said to pass on the message exactly. Luo Qing turned around and looked at his younger brother, Luo Yun, and said, Mu Yun didn't go crazy? I don't think so. Luo Yun was also a little dazed at this moment. It wasn't just them. At this moment, the many disciples standing in front of the mountain gate were boiling with excitement. Who was this person? Someone from the Triple Heavenly Alliance, and there was even a pavilion master. What was he doing here? He was here to ask for peace. He said that he was joining forces with the Heaven Sword Tower to attack the invaders, but in reality, he was pulling down the face of a silver rank force to ask for peace. However, to fight back with just one sentence, Luo Yun looked at Luo Qing and said, Brother? Just one sentence and you're going to fight back? What else do you think we should do? Luo Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, however, you should go and say it. I'm afraid that after saying it, that Zhuge Wenqing will slap me to death. What are you afraid of? With the protection of the formation, that Fan Xinla won't be able to destroy it with one slap. Go, brother. You go, you go. In the end, the two brothers pushed each other and arrived in front of the mountain gate. Outside the formation, Zhuge Wenqing stood still. Beside him, two figures stood. They were Xiaozhan Tian and Su Chen. Uncle Zhuge, this Mu Yun is really too presumptuous. She made you wait here. She's really reckless. Xiaozhan Tian said angrily. Be careful with your words. Zhuge Wenqing nodded and said, the current Heavenly Sword Tower is only lacking disciples at the mysterious immortal realm when compared to our Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, whereas Yi Guxiwei alone is sufficient for an expert at the true immortal realm. So this time, we're here to discuss. The three Alliance Masters said that we should be more polite. Zhuge Wenqing said again, let's wait a little longer. At this moment, Su Chen also said hatefully, if I knew this would happen, I would have killed Mu Yun directly in the Golden Immortal Ruins. Now, there won't be so much trouble. Be careful with your words. Zhuge Wenqing said again. Seeing Zhuge Wenqing's cowardly look, Xiaozhan Tian and Su Chen were both dissatisfied. No matter how powerful the Heaven Sword Tower was, they only had 3 true immortals. However, there were 7 true immortals in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. This time, if it weren't for the Purple Phoenix Tower, Huangji family, Qiankuan Manor, and Taishu sect, and Red Thunder Palace, the Heaven Sword Tower would have died a terrible death for daring to be so presumptuous. This time, if it were another alliance master, they would have attacked long ago. How could the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance wait here for the people of the Heaven Sword Tower to reply? Xiaozhan Tian and Su Chen became more and more indignant. In the past, every time they came to the Heaven Sword Tower, Tian Junyu would come out to greet them like a dog. However, now, they were asked to wait here like dogs. As the crowd waited, two figures walked out from the mountain gate. Our tower master said. Luo Qing said and immediately nudged Luo Yun who was beside him. Luo Yun was stunned. He walked forward and said slowly, he said you, if you have something to say it quickly. Xiaozhan Tian's anger reached its peak and he couldn't help but shout. Mother ****, why are you so arrogant? Luo Qing couldn't help but roar. Sect Master Yi and Brother Priest said one sentence. You better remember it, tell them to get lost. Tell them to get lost. Hearing this, Zhuge Wenqing and the others' expressions changed. Luo Yun also shouted angrily, if you want to ask for help, you should have the attitude of asking for help. The two lords said to get lost. Now, get lost. Originally, they were very afraid of the Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, when they saw Xiaozhan Tian and Su Chen's attitude, they were furious. In any case, he was here to tell them to scram and talk nicely. It was also meant to scold them, so he might as well shout at the top of his lungs to intimidate them. This was the only way to let them know who was the one in control right now. Two pieces of trash, how dare you be so presumptuous? You're courting death. Xiaozhan Tian immediately took a step forward, extended his right hand, and punched the mountain gate's formation. A rumbling sound could be heard, but the entire formation was safe and sound. Xiaozhan Tian's expression suddenly became gloomy. He didn't know that although the Universal 8 Desolation formation was not complete, Fan Xinla's full-strength attack as a rank 2 true immortal could not break it, let alone a mere mystic immortal like him. However, at this moment, the rumbling sound alarmed everyone in the Heaven Sword Tower. What's going on? Yi Guxue frowned. After knowing that Xiao Qi, who was by Mu Yun's side, was a divine dragon, she couldn't calm down for a long time. Now, hearing the rumbling sound, she was even more irritated. Let's go and check it out. Tian Junyu immediately said. However, before he could finish his words, a swoosh sound was heard, and a figure had already disappeared. It was Yi Guxue who had disappeared. Suddenly, everyone stared at Mu Yun. Why are you all looking at me? Let's go out and check it out. Mu Yun was speechless. This time, Yi Guxue had returned as if she was a completely different person. She would kill without saying a word. However, thinking about it, in this southern sword domain, except for the 9 Immortal Pavilion, no one could subdue her now. At this moment, while Xiaozhan Tian was furious, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. That figure was dressed in snow-white clothes. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair fluttered in the wind. She looked like a fairy. Was that you? Yi Guxue looked at Xiaozhan Tian and suddenly said, didn't I tell you to get lost? What are you still doing here? Yi Guxue, how dare you? Xiaozhan Tian immediately shouted, have you forgotten your identity? You are the sect leader of the Iya Sword sect, under the jurisdiction of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance. When you see me, you should kneel down and kowtow. Oh? Is that so? With a flick of her palm, a stream of light shot out and supported Xiaozhan Tian's figure. Kneel down? Is that so? Yi Guxue flung her palm, and with a plop, Xiaozhan Tian's whole body bent and fell to the ground with a bang. A rumbling sound was immediately heard, followed by the sound of something shattering. Stop. Seeing this scene, Zhuge Wenqing immediately waved his hand to stop her. My nephew was just confused for a moment. Yi Guxue, for the sake of our past friendship, spare his life. Spare his life? Yi Guxue shouted, Zhuge Wenqing, what friendship do I have with you? Spare his life? Did you take my words as wind past your ears? Do you really think a genuine immortal expert is just a decoration? Bang, as Yi Guxue finished speaking, she clenched her fist. With a cracking sound, Xiaozhan Tian's whole body turned into a pool of blood. Seeing that scene, Zhuge Wenqing immediately became speechless. Su Chen stood at the side, his face already pale. What the F***ck is this? Last time, when the three of them were together, Chen Luo was killed because of a disagreement. And this time, Zhao Zhantian was killed because of a disagreement. Su Chen kept comforting himself. Luckily, the one who was too impulsive was not him, Su Chen. Otherwise, the one who would be dead now would be him. However, at this moment, Zhuge Wenqing stood in the same place, not daring to say a word. He saw Yigushiwa's method. It was definitely not something a rank 2 or rank 3 true immortal could do. This kind of strength far surpassed his own. If he said another word, he would also die. Goodbye. Zhuge Wenqing immediately cupped his hands and led the crowd away from the Heaven Sword Tower. Seeing this scene, the crowd of disciples in front of the Heaven Sword Tower were completely dumbfounded. This was simply too shocking, since when did the Heaven Sword Tower show such attitude to the Triple Heavenly Alliance? Moreover, they did it so thoroughly. This was too satisfying. At this moment, Mu Yun and the others finally arrived. Seeing the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples retreat, the Heaven Sword Tower's disciples were all stunned. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 7 Busy years. However, looking at the expressions of the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower, they could roughly guess what had happened. At this moment, Mu Yun's heart was filled with bitterness. This time, Yi Guxiwei had forced the Threefold Heavenly Alliance into a corner. He originally wanted to show the Threefold Heavenly Alliance how powerful he was, but now, he directly made the Threefold Heavenly Alliance give up completely. It was not that Mu Yun was worried, but he wanted to recruit the Threefold Heavenly Alliance under his command. Yi Guxiwei looked at everyone and said loudly, "Today, everyone is here." That's good. From today onwards, the Heaven Sword Tower will have its own faction. This faction will no longer be a bronze-ranked faction. Everyone will work hard to cultivate. The 9 Immortal Pavilion has a rule that as long as there is 1 true immortal expert and 1,000 mystic immortal experts in the sect, they can apply to become a silver-ranked faction. Now, in the Heaven Sword Tower, there are 4 true immortal experts and less than 300 mystic immortal experts, right? From today onwards, once everyone advances to the mystic immortal realm, they will be recorded. When the number reaches 1,000, they will apply to the 9 Immortal Pavilion to become a silver-ranked faction. Yi Guxiwei's words were like a heavy bomb that exploded, causing a huge uproar. Back then, Mu Yun had meant this, but now, Yi Guxiwei had made it public. This news would definitely cause a huge uproar in the entire Southern Sword domain. However, Yi Guxiwei's next words shocked them even more. 5 years. Within 5 years, 1,000 mystic immortal disciples will be in seclusion in the entire Heaven Sword Tower. After saying that, Yi Guxiwei left directly. Seeing Yi Guxiwei's domineering side, Mu Yun was completely speechless. He only knew that Yi Guxiwei was not like this back then. What exactly changed Yi Guxiwei's mind? At this moment, Mu Yun was extremely shocked. However, he knew that if this news was released, everyone in the entire Southern Sword domain would be shocked. After shaking hands, a smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. Since that's the case, let's play bigger. Mu Yun clenched her fists tightly and said, "Now, all the disciples that have attained the mysterious immortal realm can seek guidance from me. If anyone is able to attain the true immortal realm within 5 years of time, then I, Mu Yun, will reward them with a soul-grade immortal artifact." This sentence was like a bombshell. Almost everyone was dumbfounded by this. A soul-grade immortal artifact. Heavens! What kind of concept is that? Seeing this, Yi Guxiwei frowned. He looked at Mu Yun and said in a low voice, "You're exaggerating, aren't you? Even I don't have many soul-ranked immortal artifacts. Do you have any? Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean that there won't be one 5 years later." Mu Yun smiled faintly. Right now, he truly felt that his cultivation was too low. A 5th stage profound immortal couldn't change anything under such circumstances. True immortal. Only after reaching the true immortal realm would he be able to do some things. Moreover, with the help of the blue sky underworld diagram, he could display even more tyrannical power. After making up his mind, Mu Yun's heart was filled with fighting spirit. It wasn't just him. At this time, all the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower were in an uproar. Reaching the true immortal realm, a soul-grade immortal artifact. Reaching the mystic immortal realm, a generous reward. Most importantly, as long as they reached the mystic immortal realm, the entire Heaven Sword Tower would be a silver-ranked force. In the South Pole, a silver-ranked force had already appeared in the blue sky Immortal Mountain. Now, another silver-ranked force had appeared. Thinking of how the Triple Heavenly Alliance had shouted at them in the past, everyone only felt that today's anger wasn't vented enough. They still needed to vent more. It wasn't enough for Xianxia to ride on their heads. The real power was to ride on their heads. That was enough. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire Heaven Sword Tower was abnormally fiery. Muyin understood that this time, it was even more exciting than the 10-year seclusion of the Sword sect. A vigorous operation was carried out in full swing. Compared to the crazy cultivation in the Heaven Sword Tower, the entire southern sword region was even crazier. It was just that this craziness was caused by the war. After learning of Xiao Zhantian's death, the entire Triple Heavenly Alliance was in an uproar. The Heaven Sword Tower was really too lawless. However, even if they were lawless, it was impossible for them to care about the southern sword region at this moment. Care? How? With 3 true immortals in charge, could the Triple Heavenly Alliance transfer 3 true immortals from the battlefield to destroy the Heaven Sword Tower? The entire battlefield would collapse in an instant. Moreover, even if they sent 3 true immortals, it was still unknown whether they could succeed or not. It was really a fire in the front yard and a robbery in the backyard. If they could only choose one side, they would naturally choose the front. Fortunately, although the Heaven Sword Tower had fallen out with them, they didn't attack them in the end and hit them when they were down. This stone didn't fall too badly. However, the attacks of the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Palace in front of them were getting fiercer and fiercer. Everyone knew what the other person was thinking. However, no one was willing to give in. In war, the more they fought, the braver they became. Both sides were losing more and more men. As time passed, the entire southern sword domain was shaken by this battle. Even the Taishu sect of the western sword region and the Red Thunder Palace of the eastern sword region were constantly sending more men. However, compared to the chaos and war in the entire southern sword region, only 3 places appeared to be as tranquil as a paradise. 9 Immortals Pavilion, Heaven Sword Tower, and Biluo Huangquan School. Biluo Huangquan School didn't release any news for several years. The entire Biluo Huangquan School was like a gloomy castle, and no news would be revealed inside. Heaven Sword Tower was even more heroic. They directly closed their doors here. Mu Yun did this 10 years ago, but at that time it was the Sword sect, and now it was the Heaven Sword Tower. However, at that time, everyone remembered that after 10 years of seclusion, the Sword sect grew into a bronze-level force. This time, Heaven Sword Tower closed their doors and didn't come out. What had become of them, however, in the flames of war? Half a year after Zhuge Wenqing left the Heaven Sword Tower, the entire Heaven Sword Tower disappeared without a trace. The quintuple 8 desolation formation was completed. The Heaven Sword Tower instantly became the same as the Biluo Huangquan School. It was like a black hole, and one could only enter and not exit. As for the 9 Immortals Pavilion, it was needless to say. The 9 Immortals Pavilion was a gold-level force that was above everyone else. In their eyes, the battle between the silver-level forces was just a child's play, and they didn't take it to heart at all. At this moment, as the master of the 9 Immortals Pavilion, Chu Yuji was listening to Li Tongshuan's report. Didn't find it? What do you mean? Chu Yuji didn't understand. Reporting to the pavilion master, when this subordinate went there, the entire Heavenly Sword Tower was in seclusion, so I couldn't find anyone to ask. Moreover, when this subordinate entered the South Pole, I felt a threatening aura that made this subordinate feel fear. Li Tongxian said bitterly, if I continued to stay there, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep my life. Hearing this, a cold light flashed across Chu Yuji's eyes. An aura that could make a golden immortal feel fear. Chu Yuji had to be cautious. In the South Pole, other than the 3 heavenly alliances, there was only the Heaven Sword Tower and the Biluo Huangquan School. The Heaven Sword Tower was known to everyone, and it was impossible for there to be a peerless golden immortal in there. The only possibility was the Biluo Huangquan School. Biluo Huangquan School, Chu Yuji muttered carefully. For such a sect to exist within her jurisdiction, she couldn't help but worry. You should withdraw first. I'll let others keep an eye on the Biluo Huangquan school. The world is so big that Mu Yun might not be the Mu Yun that Xianxia is looking for. Ignore it for now. Chu Yuji said slowly, recently, Xianxia's strength will be greatly improved, so I need you to watch over her carefully. Don't let Yiming disturb her for the time being. Yes. Biluo Huangquan school. I really want to meet this strange sect. Chu Yuji's words carried a deeper meaning. At this moment, the war had lasted for 7 years. 7 years was enough to change many things. The changes to the entire Heaven Sword Tower were even more significant. Yi Guxiue had returned with countless Heaven Yang pills. Mu Yun had also consolidated the Sky Sword Pavilion, causing the spiritual qi to become even more saturated. However, these 7 years were a kind of torture for Mu Yun. In these 7 years, he was almost driven crazy. The entire Heaven Sword Tower, including the disciples of the 5 major sects, had once again brought out their crazy cultivation spirit and improved by leaps and bounds. As for him, he was almost always seen by people asking him all kinds of questions. In these 7 years, Mu Yun could say with certainty that he didn't even have half the time to cultivate. What almost made Mu Yun collapse was that once, when he was at the point of breaking through, a disciple directly rushed over and asked him a question. It almost caused him to go crazy. However, that disciple said innocently, "Didn't Brother Mu Yun say that I can ask him any time?" This sentence made him want to cry, but no tears came out. This time, Mu Yun really felt that he had given up everything. In these 7 years, Mu Yun had improved from the level 5 Mystic Immortal Realm to the level 9 Mystic Immortal Realm. This kind of improvement could be said to be very fast, very fast. However, for a peerless sage like him, it was really too slow. In these 7 years, he had only improved by 4 levels, and this was in the first 3 years of seclusion. In the next 4 years, Mu Yun couldn't go into seclusion because of the matters in the sect, so he didn't dare to improve at all. However, what made Mu Yun most speechless was Yi Guxiue's question. Both of them were swordsmen who had comprehended the sword principle. However, Mu Yun had received much more guidance from his master, Mie Tianyan, in his previous life than this senior sister. He also had much more knowledge than Yi Guxiue. Therefore, Yi Guxiue would exchange swordsmanship with him almost whenever she had time now. Mu Yun had practically accompanied Yi Guxiue to practice swordsmanship for 4 years. However, in these 4 years, although his realm didn't improve and was still at the level 9 Mystic Immortal Realm, Mu Yun's swordsmanship had improved tremendously. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studio Surrender. What was more interesting was that Yi Guxiue's swordsmanship did not improve much. This made Mu Yun feel very strange. Was he the one practicing swordsmanship with her, or was she the one practicing swordsmanship with him? On this day, early in the morning, Mu Yun had just woken up from yesterday's meditation when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. It was Yi Guxiue. You gave me a fright. Seeing Yi Guxiue, Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Get up, let's practice swordsmanship. Yi Guxiue's unchanging words sounded again. Okay. Mu Yun did not think much. She immediately stood up and walked with her sword. However, at this moment, Ren Gangang suddenly rushed in from outside the hall. Oh no. Seeing Mu Yun, Ren Gangang hurriedly said. What's wrong? I just received news that Triji Heavenly Alliance has surrendered. Mu Yun was stunned when she heard this. Surrendered. Continue. Triji Heavenly Alliance, Purple Phoenix Tower, Cosmic Villa, and Royal Family have been fighting for almost 10 years. Both sides originally wanted to end the war quickly, but they have been fighting for almost 10 years. Now, Triji Heavenly Alliance can't afford to lose anymore. The same goes for the 3 Silver Forces. Therefore, after Triji Heavenly Alliance surrendered, both sides reached an agreement. Triji Heavenly Alliance ceded almost half of their cities to the 3 Silver Forces. Half of their cities. Hearing this, Mu Yun was very surprised. Triji Heavenly Alliance could be said to have put in a lot of effort this time. Half of their cities was simply cutting off their flesh. This is interesting. I'm afraid we have to prepare well. Mu Yun said with a smile. Prepare? Prepare for what? Ren Gangang was puzzled. Purple Phoenix Tower, Royal Family, and Cosmic Villa all hate our Heaven Sword Tower to the core. This time, since they have made peace, the next spearhead will naturally be directed at us. Perhaps Triji Heavenly Alliance will also come along and want to destroy our Heaven Sword Tower to avenge our humiliation. Furthermore, in the eyes of the Triple Heaven Alliance, we, the Heaven Sword Tower, are the main culprits. It's none of our business. Ren Gangang snorted and said, those fellows have always been arrogant. Who told them to try to kill you? This is their lesson. I'll immediately gather the inner sect disciples and make preparations. Since they're here, they'll have to pay the price. There's no need to be so earth-shattering. Right at that moment, Yi Guxiue said, isn't your 5 Directions 8 Desolation Grand Formation something that no one below rank 5 true immortal would be able to break through? Then let them come. Disciples of the 5 factions, move to the Heaven Sword Tower. Let them shout outside. Do you really think that their target is you? Hearing Yi Guxiue's words, a bitter smile appeared on Mu Yun's face. I understand. Mu Yun said again, Brother Ren, let the disciples cultivate in peace. So what if they come? It's no big deal. All right. Hearing this, Ren Gangang immediately understood. Sister Yi, after hearing what you said, I feel that we'll have to watch from the sidelines again this time. Watch from the sidelines? That's not necessarily the case. If Biluo Huangquan School is no match for them, I'm afraid that they'll seek help from the Heaven Sword Tower. They won't. Mu Yun said confidently, this time, let's prepare to see the miserable state of the allied forces of the Silver factions. He was very sure that even if the 9 Immortal Pavilion came, they would have to think twice before destroying Biluo Huangquan School, let alone the royal families. Without saying anything more, Mu Yun and Yi Guxiue went to the peak of the mountain again and began to cultivate their swordsmanship. And this scene had become a beautiful scenery in the entire Heaven Sword Tower in these 4 years. Yi Guxiue and Mu Yun would practice their swordsmanship on the peak of the mountain almost every day. They were already used to this scene. Many disciples even stood at a distance and carefully watched the 2 sword Dao masters sparring. They yearned for it. There were even disciples who comprehended the sword essence after careful observation. In these 4 years, the constant sparring with a sword Dao master triggered Mu Yun's deep understanding of swordsmanship. Now that the sword realm had expanded by 10 times, his sword Dao was also constantly improving. Most importantly, Mu Yun gradually found a way to use the sword to improve his cultivation. He entered the sword Dao from the heart and used his understanding and thoughts of the sword Dao to think about the changes in his nascent embryo. From level 5 Mystic Immortal to level 9 Mystic Immortal, Mu Yun's speed of improvement had been very fast. But after reaching level 9, he stopped. One reason was that there were many things to do. Another reason was that once he took this step, he would become a genuine immortal. In the step of condensing the genuine soul, if he was not careful, everything would be destroyed. He had to be cautious. So in these 4 years, he was not in a hurry to reach the genuine immortal realm. Instead, he constantly relied on the sword Dao to stimulate the changes in his body. The changes in the sword Dao, the improvement, and the change in speed affected the changes in his thoughts. It also affected the transformation of the genuine soul in his nascent embryo subtly. This time, Mu Yun was not prepared to take the initiative to improve. Instead, he wanted his genuine immortal soul to become a genuine immortal soul step by step. Hanging himself with water would make his immortal soul even more condensed. At this moment, inside the Heaven Sword Tower, everything was as calm as the surface of water. But inside the Triji Heavenly Alliance, there was no peace. Defeat, surrender, and admit defeat. They had to pay the price. Half of the city, a series of elixirs, and immortal artifacts as compensation. They had to pay a hefty price for all of this. Under such circumstances, Chen Luo, Su Tianchen, and Xiao Yan were overwhelmed with work. At this moment, in the main hall of the Triji Heavenly Alliance, the 3 alliance leaders sat in order. Chen Luo rubbed his head. Even though he was a genuine immortal realm cultivator, he was still mentally and physically exhausted. Everything is ready. The compensation has already been distributed to the royal family, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Qianquan Mountain Villa. Chen Luo exhaled and said, this time, we've lost. We've lost completely. It's all that Mu Yun's fault. Damn it. Xiao Yan snorted. I can't take this lying down. Forget it. There's no point in talking about this. Su Tianchen said again. Let's think about how we should deal with their plans for the South Pole. At this, the three of them fell silent. We've already seeded the South Pole. The celestial mountain of Biluo was taken by the Biluo Huangquan school. Now, the South Pole is a heaven sword tower. They can do whatever they want with it. Xiaoyan said. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Chen Luo said. If the Purple Phoenix Tower, the royal family, and the Chankuan Mountain Villa are only after the Heaven Sword Tower, how can they make up for the flaw in starting this war? Moreover, the three silver rank forces may be interested in the compensation, but the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Temple probably won't. What you're saying is, they want to attack the Biluo Huangquan school. I'm not sure. Chen Luo nodded. I'm probably overthinking it. Then what should we do? Xiaoyan asked. Let's wait and see. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. You and I both know that we can't afford to offend the Biluo Huangquan school. This time, we're lucky to be able to keep half of the city. After saying that, Chen Luo left. He felt very bitter in his heart. Now that things had developed to this stage, it was a heavy blow to the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, even if it was a heavy blow, he had to hold his head high and endure it. As long as the Triji Heavenly Alliance was still around, there was still a chance. This time was their chance. If the three silver-ranked forces angered the Biluo Huangquan school, they still had a chance to rise up. This time, it all depended on the attitude of the Biluo Huangquan school. At the same time, in Tianlang City of the Sovereign's Abyss. Tianlang City was the third largest city in the Sovereign's Abyss. It was also a source of income for the Triji Heavenly Alliance. However, this time, it was poached by the three silver-ranked forces. At this moment, in Tianlang City, Zi Tong, the leader of the Purple Phoenix Tower, the leader of the royal family patriarch, and Chu Lingtian, the leader of the Heavenly Mountain Villa, were all present. In addition, there were three elders of the Red Thunder Hall, Qi Tianyu, Lei Jingyun, and Wu Pokong. The two elders of the Taishu sect, Qin Taiyu and Gu Yu, were also present. In the entire hall, there were no less than 10 people in the true immortal realm. At this moment, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. This battle was a complete victory. The Triji Heavenly Alliance was suppressed to the point where they couldn't breathe. Awesome, the royal family patriarch laughed and said, this time, it's all thanks to the Red Thunder Hall and the Taishu sect that we were able to completely defeat the Triji Heavenly Alliance. Looking at the dispirited expressions on Chen Luo and the others' faces, I really want to laugh. Haha. The royal family patriarch was one of the most excited people present. 20 years ago, the royal family went to war with the Triji Heavenly Alliance. The Biluo Huangquan school had only a third of the city left, and they were forced to move to Jade Imperial City and hide. Now, they had beaten the Triji Heavenly Alliance until only half of their territory was left. They even had to compensate a large number of immortal pills and immortal weapons. Although the Biluo Huangquan school still occupied their base, it was only a matter of time before they took it back. That's right. This great victory is all thanks to the help of the two sects. Chu Lingtian also cupped his hands and smiled. The atmosphere in the hall was lively. Everyone. However, at this moment, Taishu sect's Qin Taiyu spoke. We agreed to help you this time not because of the immortal pills and immortal weapons from the Triji Heavenly Alliance, nor because of the city. Our real goal this time is the Biluo Huangquan school. I think everyone should discuss how to deal with the Biluo Huangquan school, right? That's right. Elder Qi Tianyu of the Red Thunder Hall also spoke. The immortal pills and immortal artifacts that the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance offered as compensation aren't that attractive to us. Moreover, we won't be able to occupy the cities they ceded. After all, our headquarters is in the Eastern Sword Domain. Qi Tianyu shouted, the Biluo Huangquan school has existed for 10,000 years and disappeared for 10,000 years. If it reappears again, it will definitely have endless wealth. That's the most coveted thing. Hearing the two elders' words, the royal family patriarch clenched his fists and said, calm down, the two of you. My hatred for the Biluo Huangquan school is greater than yours. I can't wait to send out my troops and destroy the Biluo Huangquan school. The royal family patriarch was not lying. Everyone knew that the royal family was almost wiped out by the Biluo Huangquan school more than 20 years ago. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Alright, since that's the case, let's get ready. Chu Lingtian said excitedly. We don't know what's going on in Biluo Huangquan school, but we can choose to go to the South Pole first. This time, the Triji Heavenly Alliance has given the South Pole to us. We can create a diversion. A diversion? Hearing Chu Lingtian's words, they were all interested. If we attack Biluo Huangquan school, I'm afraid the Biluo Huangquan school will be heavily guarded and we won't be able to break in. However, if we attack Heaven Sword Tower with great momentum and a large army. Chu Lingtian's words made everyone understand. They would pretend to attack Heaven Sword Tower, but in fact, they would attack Biluo Huangquan school unexpectedly. Not bad, not bad. It's a good idea. At this moment, Zitong nodded and said, moreover, not only that, we can also not feign an attack. We can directly destroy the Heavenly Sword Tower. Yes. Hearing this, the others all nodded. Alright, since that's the case, we'll come faster this time. We don't need to bring Sky Immortal disciples, only Xian Immortal disciples. This way, we can come and go freely and move quickly. No problem. Everyone nodded in unison. In their hearts, they were already itching to go straight to the underworld, but at this moment, Ziyu, who was standing beside Zitong, had a deathly pale complexion. She kept her mouth shut. After the battle, the entire South Sword region seemed to have returned to peace. However, this peace did not last for a month before the entire South Sword region was in an uproar again. Purple Phoenix Tower, Royal Family, and Heavenly Mountain Villa, the three Silver Forces, once again led their disciples to the South Pole. Almost 10,000 Xian Immortals and dozens of true Immortals. Their purpose was to destroy the Bronze Force in the South Pole, Heaven Sword Tower. This news once again shook the entire Southern Sword region. What did the three Silver Forces that had just calmed down want to do now? However, the Heaven Sword Tower was surprisingly calm about this news. He didn't run away, he didn't panic, and he didn't even take any action. The entire Southern Sword region was watching to see what kind of trump card the Heaven Sword Tower had. That day, early in the morning, the gate of the Heaven Sword Tower was wide open. 3 to 5 disciples were cleaning the ground. The sound of footsteps gradually sounded along the 100-mile-long tunnel that Mu Yun had dug 10 years ago. Gradually, a huge crowd began to appear in front of the mountain entrance. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were cleaning the ground had a bored look on their faces as they continued to do the work at hand. It looked as if it had nothing to do with them at all. Zitong, Chu Lingtian, the ultimate Emperor Realm progenitor, and the others exchanged glances with one another. They did not know what to do. Heaven Sword Tower should have known that they were going to attack. Why didn't they feel anything? This shouldn't be the case. In order to confuse Biluo Huangquan school, they even deliberately spread the news that they were going to attack Heaven Sword Tower. What was wrong with these guys? Everyone was at a loss. When they arrived at the mountain entrance, the disciples were still cleaning the ground. It was as if what was in front of them was not an army, but a shadow. Hey, tell Mu Yun to come out and die. Today, we are here to destroy Heaven Sword Tower. The ultimate Emperor Realm progenitor couldn't help but shout. Silence, bored silence. Those disciples didn't seem to hear him at all. They were still doing what they were doing. Are you deaf? The ultimate Emperor Realm progenitor shouted again. However, the only response he got was the rustling of the mountain wind. Everyone felt even more incredulous. What were these disciples doing? Were the disciples sweeping the ground of Heaven Sword Tower all deaf? You guys, you talk a lot of nonsense. The ultimate Emperor Realm progenitor was about to speak when one of the disciples suddenly said, "How annoying. If you want to fight, then fight. Who's stopping you? Can't you see that we're busy? Besides, you interrupted us when we thought of some enlightenment. How annoying." As soon as the disciple finished speaking, everyone standing outside Heaven Sword Tower felt a gust of cold wind blow past. Did they hear wrongly? A mere servant sweeping the floor actually dared to say such words in such an impudent manner. It was unbelievable. At this moment, everyone was shocked. At this time, they really couldn't understand where the Heaven Sword Tower's earthly item was. Everyone, let's attack. I think Heaven Sword Tower is already a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. As soon as the Ultimate Emperor Realm Progenitor finished speaking, everyone nodded. At this moment, they could already see it. These guys were completely unafraid of death. To be more precise, they were completely crazy. Alright. Instantly, Zitong, Chu Lingtian, Qin Taiyu, and Qi Tianyu stepped forward. Their auras immediately spread out from their bodies. Open! In an instant, more than 10 true immortal powerhouses directly attacked at this moment. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the ground outside Heaven Sword Tower trembled and the mountain wind howled. However, the combined attack of more than 10 true immortal powerhouses was like a stone sinking into the sea at this moment. The powerful attack landed on a single point and immediately spread over the entire formation. With the naked eye, one could see that the faint halo of the formation absorbed the entire attack. If one looked closely, the halo of the formation even became stronger. What's going on? Instantly, more than 10 people were completely dumbfounded. However, at this moment, the disciples who were sweeping the ground suddenly shook their heads. I thought true immortals were strong, but this is all they are. Seriously, they are like firecrackers. They can only hear the sound but not see the movement. It's completely useless. They can't even enter the mountain gate and still say that they are going to destroy Heaven Sword Tower. Sigh, how disappointing. Yeah, actually, I really want to have a good fight. The few of them looked at the people outside the formation and started chatting. When these words fell into the ears of the Ultimate Emperor Realm Progenitor and the others, it was a blatant insult. These mere disciples who were guarding the mountain gate and cleaning the mountain gate dared to look down on them like that. Little brat, come out if you dare. Forget it. The disciple who was sweeping the ground curled his lips and said, come in if you dare. You, what? The disciple who was sweeping the ground smiled and said, you can't enter, right? Hearing this, a ball of fire burned in the chests of the few people. This disciple who was sweeping the ground had gone too far. The Ultimate Emperor Realm Progenitor and the others tried again. Gradually, rumbling sounds could be heard. However, under the siege of the few people, the defense of the pentagram formation seemed to be getting stronger. Let's stop. Zitong said at this moment, this formation is very strange. Everyone, let's take a rest first. Everyone looked at the Heaven Sword Tower inside the formation and could only stop. If they did not stop now, there was no better choice. The sun rose, and there was still a sea of people outside the Heaven Sword Tower. However, this time, the disciples were not as nervous. They looked outside the Heaven Sword Tower, and their hearts calmed down. Those people would not be able to break in this case, what was there to be afraid of? However, at this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, everyone was even more anxious. What the hell was this? They could not even break the Heaven Sword Tower's formation. A formation had trapped them. The Ultimate Emperor Realm Progenitor looked at the few people in the tent and said, we miscalculated this time. I heard that Mu Yun is an immortal formation master, but this formation is obviously not something that an immortal formation master can set up. That's right. Only an immortal array grandmaster would be able to do that. Chu Lingtian also added, in that case, we can only change our strategy. What strategy? Hearing these words, the others also came forward. We were originally feigning an attack on the Heaven Sword Tower. Since we can't take down the Heaven Sword Tower, everyone will think that we will continue to think of other ways. At this time, we will directly attack the Biluo Huangquan school. When Chu Lingtian said this, the others looked at each other and nodded. This was a good idea. They would catch the Biluo Huangquan school off guard. It was very wise. Alright. The Ultimate Emperor Realm Progenitor said viciously, I have been wanting to destroy the Biluo Huangquan school for a long time. Now is the time. Alright, in that case, everyone, don't spread the news. Only the few of us know. When the time comes, we will directly attack the Biluo Huangquan school in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Zitong suddenly said, although this is a good idea, I'm afraid that the Biluo Huangquan school will notice us. If the Heaven Sword Tower is related to the Biluo Huangquan school, if we all retreat, I'm afraid that they will tell on us. Tower Master Z, you mean, why don't the Purple Phoenix Tower stay here and guard the Heaven Sword Tower? Also, if the Heaven Sword Tower wants to help the Biluo Huangquan school, we can also serve as a deterrent. Hearing this, the others looked at each other. That's not a bad idea. Once you arrive at the Biluo Huangquan school and start attacking, the Purple Phoenix Tower will immediately rush over to help. At that time, it will be too late for the Heaven Sword Tower to help. Zitong said again. Hearing this, the others nodded. That was more like it. If the Purple Phoenix Tower wanted to wait here and reap the fruits of their labor, then they would definitely not let Zitong have her way. After the discussion was done, everyone sent out their disciples and waited solemnly. They surrounded the Heavenly Sword Tower firmly, as if they were ready for battle. However, in private, they were already preparing to evacuate the spikes. Night gradually fell. The outside of the Heaven Sword Tower was brightly lit. The Alliance army seemed to be still thinking of a way out. At this moment, the Heaven Sword Tower was also brightly lit. However, their appearances and postures were completely different. Mu Yun, why did you summon us here? Ren Gangang asked in confusion. What is it? I'm not happy to be surrounded, so I'm preparing to fight my way out. Huh? Hearing these words, the surrounding people were extremely shocked. Fight their way out, was there a mistake? If they fought their way out now, they would be asking for trouble. That was the Alliance army of several major sections. Everyone, please calm down. Mu Yun said, I'm already waiting for news. Once the news arrives, we'll fight our way out immediately. But remember, don't kill them. Fight their way out? Don't kill them? It was finally here. At this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, in the brightly lit tent, the other sect's cultivators had already left quietly. But the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Tower stayed. At this moment, in the main tent, Zitong looked at her daughter and said slowly, Yoyu, tell me, why do you want me to stay? Ziyoyu knelt on one knee and said, Mother, this trip to Biluo Huangquan school will definitely be a one-way trip, so, daughter begs mother to find an excuse to stay. A one-way trip? Zitong looked at Ziyoyu and said, Yoyu, are you hiding something from me? In the past 10 years, your cultivation has improved rapidly and reached the 9th level of the mystic immortal realm. I am very surprised, but you must be hiding something from me, right? And how do you know that going to Biluo Huangquan school will be a one-way trip? It's Mu Yun who told me. Ziyoyu said in a low voice. What? Mu Yun? Zitong was instantly enraged. That little bastard, why would she tell you? Ziyoyu, what are you hiding from me? Haha, actually, there is nothing to hide from Tower Master Zitong. It's just that I did something to Miss Ziyoyu. But at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded. The moment the laughter sounded, a figure stepped in from outside the main tent. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun's arrival, Ziyoyu was shocked. Even if the people from the Huangji family and Qiankuan Manor had left, there were still some experts from the Purple Phoenix Tower here. Mu Yun was really not afraid of death. Miss Ziyoyu, long time no see. At this moment, Mu Yun directly entered the main tent. Behind her, a figure followed closely. It was little Seven. You still dare to come? Aren't you afraid of death? Looking at Mu Yun, Zitong suddenly opened her mouth and shouted. Who in this world is not afraid of death? Mu Yun smiled faintly and said, It's a pity that even if I want to die, you can't kill me. How dare you? Men! Zitong immediately shouted. However, as soon as she finished speaking, no one rushed in. There was not even the slightest bit of movement. Seeing this scene, Zitong's expression suddenly changed. What had happened? Are they the people you want? Mu Yun waved her hand. Boom, suddenly, a series of roars sounded at this moment. The main tent was completely disintegrated. Around him, one figure after another was all subdued. Seeing this scene, Zitong's heart almost jumped out of her chest. What was going on? She was completely. How could such a thing happen? Logically speaking, Mu Yun should be holed up in the Heavenly Sword Tower, not daring to come out. But now, she appeared here. How was it? Furthermore, from the looks of it, those were the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower. What kind of joke was this? There were actually so many profound Immortal Realm disciples in the Heavenly Sword Tower, that was impossible, but at this moment, Mu Yun obviously would not give Zitong the time to be surprised. Tower Master Zitong, this time, I let Ziyoyu stay for your own good. For the Purple Phoenix Tower, don't be completely annihilated in the hands of Biluo Huangquan School. You're talking nonsense. Zitong immediately shouted, this time, not only Qiankuan matter. And Huangji family came, but also Taishu sect and Red Thunder Hall. There are also several true Immortal Realm elders secretly attacking. Biluo Huangquan School is completely finished. Oh? Is that so? Why don't we wait here? Mu Yun smiled and said, how about this? Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. What bet? If the Alliance army returns safely, Heaven Sword Tower will open the mountain gate and sincerely worship them. If they return defeated, you need to join forces with me to kill them all. How about it? Are you dreaming? It seems that you still don't want to believe me. Then there's no other way. As Mu Yun finished speaking, she waved her hand. Bang bang bang, suddenly, two figures swept across the sky. It was Yigushue and Xia. At this moment, the aura on their bodies was incomparably strong. In an instant, the two of them suddenly attacked. Zitong, who was standing in the middle of the field, suddenly felt an earth-shattering aura pressing towards her, suppressing her reaction. At this moment, before Zitong could see any flaws, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. In front of her, there was an explosion with a bang. A mark directly covered her cheek. That mark carried a strong power, completely sealing all the aura around her body. Now, Mu Yun was a 9th-grade Mystic Immortal Realm, and Zitong was a 2nd-grade True Immortal Realm. Although there was a big gap, Mu Yun's bloodline power had risen, and her strength was strong. It was not difficult to plant the dark seal of life and death with the cooperation of Yigushue and Xia. After the mark was planted, a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. With his control of the bloodline power, the curse of the dark seal of life and death became more and more invulnerable. This dark seal carried the power of his bloodline and was planted on the cultivator's soul. Once anyone had any strange movements, he could instantly kill them. This was his strong confidence in the dark seal of life and death. Now, we can have a good bet. Mu Yun said with a smile. Have you played enough? Yigushue reprimanded, do you only know how to gamble? Get ready first. When the defeated troops return, we will kill them directly. Cough cough. Okay. Mu Yun immediately turned around and ordered Zitong, now, get your people to prepare obediently. Why should I listen? Yes. Zitong rushed to resist, but suddenly, a thought in her mind went out of control and she actually agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, Zitong immediately walked outside. At this moment, Ziyoyu was dumbfounded. Of course, she knew what Mu Yun had done. But how could Mu Yun have such a powerful method? Her mother was a 2nd-grade True Immortal. What did a 2nd-grade True Immortal mean? But she was forcibly controlled by Mu Yun. This was simply inconceivable. Ziyoyu, you've done well. You promised me that you wouldn't hurt my mother. Did I hurt her? Mu Yun smiled and said, think about it yourself. Since you signed the dark seal of life and death with me, your strength should have advanced by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, with your talent, is it possible to advance by 2 grades in 10 years? Ziyoyu naturally knew. In the past 10 years, her advancement in cultivation was rather strange. Originally, she thought that this was just an accident, but now it seemed that it was not. It was Mu Yun's effect. Ziyoyu understood something in her heart. All of this was planned by Mu Yun. At the same time, the ultimate Emperor Realm Ancestor, Chu Lingtian, and the others set off for Biluo Huangquan School. The entire Biluo Celestial Mountain was shrouded in darkness under the night sky. Do you feel strange? Why did Zitong suddenly say to stay? The ultimate Emperor Realm Ancestor asked cautiously. Who knows? Chu Lingtian snorted and said, this old woman is probably afraid of some accident. Accident? The ultimate Emperor Realm Ancestor smiled and said, what accident can there be? Who knows, haha. Chu Lingtian suddenly laughed and said, this time, we have the mentality of winning, and the result will be the same. This old woman is probably scared out of her mind. Who cares about her? Let's take down Biluo Huangquan School and plunder it, then inform her to come. At that time, she won't be able to find a place to cry even if she wants to. Taishu Sec's Qin Taiyu sneered and said, this Tower Master Zi Tong is probably worried that Biluo Huangquan School has some trump card, right? She doesn't know that our Taishu sect doesn't only have us 2 elders. This time, the vice sect master has also come. Oh? And here I thought that only our Crimson Thunder Hall was fully prepared. Qi Tianyu also laughed and said, our Red Thunder Hall's vice sect master has also come, and it's the 2 sect masters. Hearing this, the ultimate Emperor Realm Ancestor and Chu Ling Tian immediately looked at the 2 of them with resentment. You guys really hid it well. You even managed to hide it from us. Haha, don't be angry. Qin Taiyu suddenly laughed and said, if we don't do this, how would we know who is giving it their all? That's right. This time, Biluo Huangquan School is much more difficult to deal with than the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Naturally, we are fully prepared. This time, we will definitely take drastic measures to deal with the Biluo Huangquan School. Hearing this, the few of them immediately laughed. In front of them, the scene of a dark building slowly appeared. At this moment, tens of thousands of people were like ghosts in the night, silently approaching. Not far away, the Black Castle was like a taotai with its mouth wide open, about to devour them. However, at this moment, in their eyes, the Black Castle was like a golden fortress covered with a layer of gold. As long as they opened the door, endless treasures would be waiting for them. Everyone, listen to my order. Kill. In an instant, the alliance army that surrounded the Biluo Huangquan School directly charged out. The dark mass of people immediately charged out. On top of the Biluo Huangquan School, the patrolling disciples did not even have time to react before they were killed by the powerful martial artists in the vanguard. In an instant, the army climbed up the walls. Haha, endless treasures are waiting for us. Kill. The ultimate Emperor Realm Ancestor roared and charged out. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the entire Biluo Huangquan School's alarm went off. At the same time, deep inside the Biluo Huangquan School, Bao Qingyu was wearing a jade-green long dress that accentuated her slim figure. They're here, Bao Qingyu muttered to herself. Yes, they're finally here. Beside him, 3 figures stood still. Uncle Lu, Uncle Meng, Uncle Huangfu, I'll have to trouble the 3 of you this time. Bao Qingyu stretched her back, revealing her ample bosom. Bao Qingyu patted her mouth and said with a smile, I'm getting a little impatient from waiting. I'm going to take a nap. Go ahead. Lu Itsu looked at Bao Qingyu and said with a smile, this is a huge burden. Even if the sect leader and your father don't feel sorry for you, we do. When Meng Jia heard that, he laughed and said, Old Lu, Xiaoyu is going to be the wife of the junior sect leader of the Biluo Huangquan School in the future, although I still don't know who the junior sect leader is. Be careful with your words. When he heard Meng Jia's words, Huang Fuke, who was by the side, cautiously said, the sect leader has only mentioned the matter of the young sect leader not long ago. However, he did not inform us. At the very least, it is better not to discuss it in private. Lu Itsu and Meng Jia nodded when they heard that. Bao Qingyu smiled bitterly. The junior sect leader. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who is this person? Alright, I'll leave the rest to you uncles. Bao Qingyu stretched and said again, as the sect leader, I'll take a rest first. With that, Bao Qingyu left. Lu Itsu and the other 2 stood where they were, not knowing what to do. Slowly, Huang Fuke said, My lord, the sect master has never mentioned anything about the young sect master. Why are you talking about the young sect master's wife? I'm just saying. Meng Jia said helplessly. From today onwards, you're not allowed to talk about this unless you want to be punished by the sect leader. I understand, I understand. Meng Jia waved his hand as if he was escaping. This matter ends here. I'm going to clean up those bastards outside. I've been waiting for them for a long time. With that, Meng Jia's figure disappeared. Lu Itsu and Huang Fuke looked at each other and smiled wryly. As the 14th Hell King, Meng Jia was good at everything, but sometimes, he liked to gossip. Sooner or later, he would bring big trouble to them. At this moment, the entire Biluo Huangquan school seemed to be in a panic. The Huangji family, Xianxia Manor, Taishu sect, and Red Thunder Palace martial artists were on a killing spree. The Huangji family's old ancestor sneered. I thought the Biluo Huangquan school had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it's just SOSO? I thought it was very powerful. Chu Lingtian said cautiously, it's better to be careful. The higher-ups of the Triple Heavenly Alliance haven't appeared yet. We can't be careless. Yeah. Qi Tianyu sneered. I thought the Biluo Huangquan school was very powerful, but it's just SOSO. Based on what you said, it seems like you guys were exaggerating. Taishu sect's Qin Taiyu also laughed. If that's the case, our vice sect leader doesn't have to do anything. The perfected immortal powerhouses were very happy at this moment. The Blue Sky Netherworld sect was too arrogant. Along the way, they didn't find any powerful disciples or elders. They were almost unstoppable all the way and killed their way in. What was even funnier was that they hadn't even seen a single higher-up from Biluo Huangquan school. Those fellows were probably still in seclusion right now, thinking about how to break through their realms. Disciples, listen up. Find all the treasures you can find. Don't leave anything behind. Yes. At this moment, the army that swarmed in was overjoyed to the extreme. At this time, all they wanted to do was to plunder like crazy. Children of Biluo Huangquan school, tremble in fear. The extreme King Realm forefather laughed. Shivering? Do you think you're worthy? At that instant, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They were none other than Lu Yixiu, Meng Jia, and Huangfu Quebec. The 3 of them stood in a row and looked down, their tone cold. The extreme King Realm forefather raised his eyebrows when he saw the 3 of them. It was this guy who had pushed the extreme King Realm family to the brink of collapse more than 10 years ago. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't be human. The extreme King Realm forefather's aura completely rose. Lu Yixiu, it's you again. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A loser? Lu Yixiu looked at the extreme King Realm forefather and sneered. You've been waiting for me for a long time? Last time, you were severely injured by the blood escape. Have you recovered? More than 10 years ago, when the 2 sides fought, he couldn't fight Lu Yixiu head-on at all. It could be said that he was completely defeated. Now, seeing Lu Yixiu again, the extreme King Realm forefather was furious. At the same time, Chu Lingtian and the others also became nervous. These 3 could be said to be the top forces in Biluo Huangquan school. They were definitely not just rank 2 true immortals. Whether they were rank 3, rank 4, or rank 5, they didn't know. But this time, since they had decided to kill their way in, they had made full preparations. With the 2 vice palace masters of the Crimson Thunder Hall and the vice sect master of the Taishu sect, they had nothing to fear. The Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Hall were more powerful than the extreme King Realm family and the Cosmos Matter. The 2 vice palace masters and the vice sect master were both rank 5 true immortals. These 3 would definitely die. The extreme King Realm forefather looked up and suddenly shouted, Lu Yixiu, do you think that your opponent today is me? You're wrong. Very wrong. Your opponents are the other 3. After the extreme King Realm forefather finished speaking, he looked at Qi Tianyu and Qin Taiyu. Qi Tianyu nodded and cupped his hands in front of him. He said loudly, Vice Sect Master, Senior Su Yuzi, please kill this person. On the other side, Qi Tianyu also cupped his hands and said, thank you for your help, Vice Palace Masters Lei Badian and Lei Badi. The 2 of them stood in the middle of the square and cupped their hands toward the void, their voices passionate. They had already thought of a plan. When Su Yuzi, Lei Badian and Lei Badi appeared, the 3 rank 5 true immortals would subdue Lu Yixiu, Meng Jia and Huangfu Quebec. Then, they would lead the crowd and cleanse the Biluo Huangquan school. A perfect plan. However, after the 2 of them finished speaking, the entire square was incomparably silent. No one appeared at all. The extreme King Realm forefather and Chu Lingtian looked at Qin Taiyu and Qi Tianyu and frowned. What was going on? Vice Sect Master, Senior Su Yuzi, please kill this person. Thank you for your help, Vice Palace Masters Lei Badian and Lei Badi. Silence, a deathly silence. Qin Taiyu and Qi Tianyu spoke again. However, no one appeared in the Biluo Huangquan school. What was going on? How could this be? Seeing this scene, the two of them were startled. What's going on? The extreme King Realm forefather looked at Xianxia and asked. I don't know either. It was planned. The two vice palace masters should be here. He really did not know what was going on. Logically speaking, the two vice palace masters should have appeared here by now. Don't talk so much nonsense. Chu Lingtian said anxiously. Without the three of you, the few of us are no match for Lu Yixiu and the other two. I know. Qin Taiyu was also anxious. This was not right. This was not the plan, swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, just as the few of them were starting to panic, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. They're here, they're here. Qin Taiyu immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that the three of you would be here. Following Qin Taiyu's words, the three figures in the air fell towards the ground. However, after Qin Taiyu's words, the crowd realized that the three of them did not seem right. The way they appeared was not right. However, before the crowd had time to think, the three figures suddenly landed on the ground in a straight line. Bang bang bang, a deep explosion could be heard as the three figures were completely blasted apart at this moment. Su Yuzi, Lei Badian, and Lei Badi, the three true immortal realm experts, were now corpses that fell to the ground in front of the crowd. This scene instantly caused an even quieter atmosphere than before to spread out. What was a deathly silence? This was truly a deathly silence. The three experts that they looked up to, the ones that they relied on, were now three corpses in front of them. This was hard to believe. However, they had no choice but to believe it. The extreme emperor old ancestor, Chu Lingtian, and the others felt as if someone was choking them. They wanted to speak but no words came out of their mouths. They wanted to leave but they could not move their feet. While the crowd was still in shock, a figure descended from the sky. The man was wearing a purple robe and had a long sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked like a heroic swordsman. However, it was precisely this man who was carrying a sword on his back that caused all of them to stand there speechlessly. It was precisely this man that caused them to be at a loss as to what to do. Three Hell Kings. At this moment, Lu Yixiu, Meng Jia, and Huang Fuke all knelt on one knee and kowtowed with their heads lowered. Three Hell Kings? Who was this man? He was actually capable of making Lu Yixiu and the other two experts kneel on one knee and kowtow with sincerity. When they saw the man who had arrived, the crowd felt as if a million curses were running through their hearts. What exactly was going on? They were surprised. The greatest trump cards of the Biluo Huangquan school were these three Hell Kings. They were very likely to be rank 5 true immortals. However, a man had actually appeared and made the three Hell Kings kneel on the ground without saying a word. To make true immortal experts kneel on the ground, could it be a golden immortal? Immediately, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. They truly did not expect things to develop to this point. Moreover, it was obvious that Su Yuzi and the other two had been killed by this man. In this way, they were like lambs entering a tiger's den. They had thought that they were like wolves entering a flock of lambs, but now, they had become lambs in the eyes of others. What a mockery! Thud! Suddenly, there was a thud. Chu Lingtian suddenly knelt on both knees and kowtowed. With a long face, he said, Lord Three Hell Kings, please spare my life. This matter was instigated by the ultimate Emperor Realm's patriarch. We did not mean to be enemies with the Biluo Huangquan school. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chu Lingtian, what are you doing? The ultimate Emperor Realm's patriarch suddenly shouted. What am I doing? Ultimate Emperor Realm's patriarch, your own territory has hindered the development of the Biluo Huangquan school, and now you're instigating us to help you deal with the Biluo Huangquan school. I, Chu Lingtian, have been fooled by you before. Now, stop lying to me. Chu Lingtian instantly turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him. At that instant, the others also came to a realization. What should they do at this time? He wanted to turn his back on them. Su Yuzi, Lei Badian, and Lei Badi were all dead. If even they were dead, what could the remaining people do? Completely useless. Now, if they did not turn hostile with the ultimate Emperor Realm's patriarch and find a scapegoat, they would all die. Qi Tianyu also kowtowed and said, Lord, please forgive us. We were all fooled by the ultimate Emperor Realm's patriarch. That's right, that's right. Taishu Sexchin Taiyu also immediately said. He had already sworn in his heart that after escaping this time, he would never step foot in the South Pole again in this life, no, in the next life, and the life after that. Heaven-sealing dragons upon seeing this, their hearts completely crumbled. However, Lu Yixiu, Meng Jia, and Huang Fuke remained on their knees and stared at the person before them as if they did not hear anything. The man in a purple robe and a purple hat glanced downward before taking a step forward. Deal with it. Affirmative. With just a few simple steps and a simple sentence, the purple-robed man immediately left. Meanwhile, Lu Yixiu and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. The Biluo Huangquan school had a strict hierarchy. Although it sounded like the 18 kings of hell, the 3 of them were only at the bottom of the hierarchy. Facing the 3 kings of hell was simply an unbeatable pressure. As a matter of fact, even facing the 12 kings of hell was enough to crush them, let alone the 3 kings of hell. Lu Yixiu said with a wry smile, "All right, let's get to work." Meng Jia said with a wry smile, "I'm really annoyed that these clowns are trying to show off their strength." The sword mark on Huang Fuke's face shuddered as he said, "If that's the case, let's see who has killed the most people here." Seriously? Huang Fuke, you're the one who left no survivors behind when your name was mentioned. You even slaughtered an entire city on your own. Compared to you, I won't do it. Meng Jia immediately waved his hand and said. It's not up to you. Huang Fuke dashed forward as soon as he finished speaking. In the blink of an eye, numerous black-robed figures began to spread out like specters, spreading out like bamboo shoots after a rain. That faint, cold-blooded glow made everyone feel as if they were in hell at this moment. The sounds of fighting, cries of agony, begging, and roars echoed in the Biluo Huangquan school. The man in the purple robe stepped forward and left the battle. He turned around and sat at the corner of a hall. He took out the long sword on his back and kept wiping it. You seem to be furious. At that instant, a voice appeared behind the man in the purple robe. It was none other than Bai Zhongtian. At this moment, Bai Zhongtian appeared behind the purple-robed man like a ghost. He smiled slowly and said, "It seems that you are very angry about everything related to him. The sect leader said that you don't have to interfere in these matters. It seems like I didn't ruin the plan either." The man in the purple robe said with a frown. Of course not. After all, you're one of the kings of hell. Even though I'm the great Hell Emperor, I have no authority over you. I just hope you don't expose your identity too early. The man in the purple robe paused for a second. I understand. The sect leader have a sect king. And him. And I have no choice but to help. But I couldn't do anything. When I found out that he was dead, I was completely disheartened. I thought that I would never have the chance to face him in this lifetime. However, now that I have met the sect leader, I know some things. Therefore, I will do everything I can to help him. He was willing to shed blood for his friends and brothers. Even if he became a peerless immortal king, he would still do so. In order to kill Mia Tianyan, he killed his way to the 33 heavenly sword sects and almost got himself killed. However, the world said that he was a coward and that Mia Tianyan had misjudged him. This is unfair to him. I couldn't help him before he was born. In this life, even if I die, I have to do what I should do. The man in the purple robe seemed to be mumbling to himself as his voice became lower and lower. Sword immortal. Bai Zhongtian suddenly interrupted the man in the purple robe as if he was talking to himself. Sword immortal? The man in the purple robe laughed at himself. That's a dead name. I'm just the third Hell Emperor of the Biluo Huangquan school. I'm a shadow that's willing to help him clean up in the dark and return to the top. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the purple robe slashed with his long sword. The moment the sword was swung, a sharp light flashed in front of the man in the purple robe. In an instant, the sword chi condensed into a ray of light that made people feel like they were going to collapse. Heaven-sealing dragon slash. With a low roar, the long sword in front of the man in the purple robe bloomed with a brilliant light. In an instant, a ray of sword chi whizzed down. The ray of sword chi flashed and became a powerful murderous aura that made people's hearts tremble. Every ray of sword chi spread out and rushed down. Anyone who was touched by the sword chi disappeared into the clouds in an instant. Not even a speck of dust was left. Heaven-Sealing Dragon Slash is the last move of the Heaven-Sealing Dragon Slash. It's the strongest move. The Extreme Emperor Realm Patriarch was completely stunned when he saw this scene. That's the Immortal Slaying Sword. It's a peerless divine sword. Refined by the leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun. But this sword was given to Sword Immortal by Mu Yun. How could it? Chu Lingtian was also completely dumbfounded. I understand now. I understand now. Ha ha ha, the Extreme Emperor Realm Patriarch laughed loudly at this moment. What a joke, what a joke. Sword Immortal. So you're Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal who disappeared for 10,000 years, Immortal Slaying Sword, Heaven-Sealing Dragon Slash. Other than you, Sword Immortal, who else could it be? Haha. What a joke, what a joke, the Extreme Emperor Realm Patriarch laughed loudly at this moment. His eyes were filled with madness. Although he didn't know why Jian Fengxian, who used to be quite famous in the sword domain, had disappeared for 10,000 years and joined the Blue Sky Underworld sect, he knew they were just too ridiculous. They thought that they could destroy the Biluo Huangquan school. Little did they know. In the eyes of the Biluo Huangquan school, they were just ants, wrong, to be precise, even ants were not qualified to be called ants. The sword realm was going to change. It was going to completely change its appearance. At this moment, the entire Biluo Huangquan school had become hell on earth. At this moment, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, the disciples of the Purple Phoenix Tower were all subdued by the disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. Zitong was sitting in the center. Opposite her, Mu Yun was pouring a cup of tea and looking at Zitong in front of her. Tower Master Zitong, you seem to have a lot of questions to ask me? Mu Yun smiled and put down her teacup. That's right. Zitong did not shirk and said, I do have a lot of questions to ask you. Please ask. Zitong looked at Mu Yun and said seriously, first, how did you control Ziyoyo? It's simple. I controlled her the same way I controlled you. Hearing this, Zitong's face revealed a trace of gloominess. You seem to be very unconvinced. Mu Yun smiled and said, to tell you the truth, although I'm now a level 9 mystic immortal, even if you, a level 2 true immortal, fought me with all your strength, you're destined to lose. Hearing this, Zitong pursed her lips. Obviously, she did not believe it. What's your relationship with Biluo Huangquan school? Zitong asked again. It's nothing. Impossible. Zitong suddenly raised her voice and said, it's absolutely impossible. Triji Heavenly Alliance originally had a very good relationship with Biluo Huangquan school. However, because you left Triji Heavenly Alliance, Biluo Huangquan school stood by and watched, causing Triji Heavenly Alliance to suffer. And most importantly, Triji Heavenly Alliance did not dare to hold Biluo Huangquan school accountable, let alone target you. If it's not because of you, who else could it be? It's really not because of me. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, the reason why Triji Heavenly Alliance did not destroy me is that when you started the war, they could no longer care about me. Just like now, you only care about Biluo Huangquan school. Have you ever thought that there would be a day when you would be intimidated by me, Mu Yun? It's not you who intimidated me, it's the 3 people behind you. Zitong looked at Yi Gushue, Little Qi, and Ziya behind Mu Yun and said hatefully. If it weren't for the 3 of them, how could she have been captured by Mu Yun so easily? Now that she had been planted with the so-called seal of life and death, she didn't even have the ability to turn the tables. It's fine if you don't believe me. Mu Yun did not explain further. How could you be proficient in the 3 paths of weapon refinement, alchemy, and array formation one day? As far as I know, you only came from the lower realm. Zitong said again. This question, Mu Yun smiled and said, it's simple. It's because I have the potential of a peerless saint. Moreover, I once obtained the opportunity of an immortal king, so I had a meteoric rise. When these words were said, everyone present was stunned. Peerless saint? Zitong looked at Mu Yun and said, do you know what a peerless saint is? 100% innate comprehension ability. Mu Yun, I know that you are an innate saint with close to 100% comprehension ability, but close doesn't mean the same. Of course I know. Mu Yun said with a smile, it seems that you don't believe me again. Of course I don't believe you. Hello, I can let you see. Mu Yun stood up with a hint of confidence on her face. The potential of a peerless saint was indeed not something that could be casually said. It was easy to verify it. Looking into the distance, Mu Yun said, those defeated soldiers should be back by now. However, as soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, specks of light flickered in the distance like fireflies in the dark night. Several figures suddenly appeared. Mu Yun was not familiar with the two people in the lead. However, when Zi Tong saw the two of them, she exclaimed, Elder Gu Yu, Elder Qi Tianyu. You know them? Of course. Zi Tong immediately said, they are the elders of the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Hall. They are all first-grade true immortals. Why did they come back in such a sorry state? That's good. Then I'll let you see if I'm lying. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Zi Tong and said with a smile, Tower Master Zi Tong, please cooperate. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, Elder Gu Yu and Elder Qi Tianyu had already rushed over. Tower Master Zi Tong. When Qi Tianyu saw Zi Tong, he immediately berated, why didn't you go to the Biluo Huangquan school? At this moment, Qi Tianyu was burning with anger. 3 moves opportunity. Hearing this, Qi Tianyu still wanted to reprimand, but Gu Yu stopped him and said, forget it, forget it. It's already not bad that we can escape with our lives. I'm afraid that not even dregs of the extreme Emperor realm's old ancestor and Chu Ling Tian are left now. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianyu also heaved a sigh of relief and said, it's all thanks to Elder Gu Yu's 2 space-shifting pearls. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I, Qi Tianyu, would have died. It's my duty, it's my duty. Gu Yu immediately waved his hand and said. He was actually even more vexed in his heart. Whether Qi Tianyu died or not had nothing to do with him. However, he originally wanted to leave with Qin Taiyu, but time was of the essence. With Qi Tianyu by his side, he had no choice. What are you two talking about? Zi Tong looked at the two of them and became more and more puzzled. You went with 10,000 people, but now, why did only so few people come back? Zi Tong looked at the less than 100 people behind them and said, where are the others? What's going on? Time is of the essence. Let's make a long story short. Biluo Huangquan School is not to be trifled with. There's a golden immortal expert in their sect. Qi Tianyu immediately shouted. Golden immortal? Hearing this, Zi Tong's entire body trembled. She suddenly remembered what Mu Yun said. He had stopped her to save her life, golden immortal realm. Just hearing this name made Zi Tong's entire body tremble. The word golden represented a peak expert standing in this sword domain. It represented a powerful existence that no one could contend against. Don't say so much. Quickly take your people and leave. Otherwise, if the people from Biluo Huangquan School catch up, you'll all die. Gu Yu immediately shouted. That Heaven Sword Tower, why do you care about Heaven Sword Tower now? Take care of your own life first. This time, Cosmos Mountain Villa and the Extreme Emperor family are completely finished. Hearing those words, Zi Tong was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Leave? The two of you, aren't you going to destroy my Heaven Sword Tower now? At that instant, a mocking voice could be heard once again. You two can take a closer look. The defensive array of my Heaven Sword Tower is open. Mu Yun's figure stepped forward. Mu Yun. It's you. And at that moment, when Gu Yu and Qi Tianyu saw Mu Yun, they were immediately enraged. But soon after, their gazes fell on Zi Tong, and the two of them immediately became cautious. Tower Master Zi Tong, I'm sorry, both of you. I had no choice. Zi Tong smiled bitterly. Good. Tower Master Zi Tong, you actually betrayed us. Qi Tianyu sneered. Purple Phoenix Pagoda, take care of yourself. When we return this time, the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Palace will take revenge for what you've done. Revenge? Mu Yun smiled and said, whether the two of you can walk out of this Heaven Sword Tower today is still uncertain. How can you talk about revenge? As soon as he said this, the two of them were stunned. They no longer had the Space Shifter Pearl. And at that moment, beside Mu Yun, there were 3 true immortals and Zi Tong. The two of them were only rank 1 true immortals. There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. I can give the two of you two choices now. First, the four of them will rush forward together and kill the two of you. Second, the two of you can fight with me. If you win, you can leave safely. If you lose, you can commit suicide. Mu Yan's sudden words gave Xianxia and Guyu hope. Was this boy really not seeking his own death? If he fought with the two of them, the result would be that Mu Yan would definitely be defeated. What was this guy thinking? Hearing those words, Zitong was also stunned. What was this Mu Yan trying to do? Prove himself? Wasn't he being too arrogant? No matter what, Guyu and Xianxia were still rank 1 true immortals. And he was only a rank 9 mystic immortal. Even if he wanted to prove himself, there was no need for him to boast like this. If he lost, could it be that he would really let the two of them go? Wouldn't that be letting the tiger return to the mountain? Seeing this scene, Guyu and Xianxia looked at each other. It was as if they had caught a trace of hope in their hearts. By doing this, Mu Yan was giving them a way out. Alright, it's a deal. The two of them immediately looked at Mu Yan. Their hearts were filled with fighting spirit. However, before this, I want to ask, what exactly did the two of you see in the Biluo Huangquan school? Once Mu Yan said these words, Guyu and Xianxia's complexions instantly turned pale. The Biluo Huangquan school is hell. Anyone who enters it will die. Guyu said in alarm, that is not a place where humans can stay. The entire Biluo Huangquan school has the strength of at least a gold rank force. That purple-robed man is too terrifying. Purple-robed man? That's right, it's him. He killed the 3 rank 5 true immortal experts dispatched by our 2 great sects. Once Guyu finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed. How was this possible? 3 rank 5 true immortal experts. How tyrannical was that level of strength? Golden immortal. Could it be that he was really a golden immortal? Once Guyu said these words, the figure of the purple-robed man appeared in Mu Yan's mind. He wore a purple robe, wore a purple hat, carried a long sword on his back, and placed his hands behind his back. Even when facing Bao Qingyu, he was like a sword, sharp and unstoppable. However, facing such an answer, Mu Yan was not very surprised. He had long guessed that within the Biluo Huangquan school, each of the 18 prison kings was more powerful than the other. Li Fengxing and the other 2 were only heavenly immortals, but Lu Yixiu and the other 2 were true immortals. And these were the last 6 prison kings. Who knew how powerful the 12th, 11th, and 10th prison king were? In this regard, the strength of the top 10 prison kings, and even the sect master who had never shown himself. How terrifying were they? Do you know the identity of that purple-robed man? We don't know. Guyu said frankly, but when the two of us left, we saw that the entire Biluo Huangquan school seemed to be shining brightly. It was simply terrifying. Oh, right, that purple-robed man was called the 3rd prison king by Lu Yixiu and the other 2. Once this was said, Mu Yan was suddenly stunned. 3rd prison king, Mu Yan was even more certain. If this person was the 3rd prison king, then he was undoubtedly at least a golden immortal, or even more than that. However, at this moment, Mu Yan did not want to verify this. Alright, now, I'll give you a chance to escape from here. However, you only have 3 chances. If you can't defeat me within 3 moves, then, only death awaits you. After Mu Yan finished speaking, she gestured for the crowd to disperse. Seeing this, the crowd retreated. Zitong, along with Ziyu and Xianxia, followed behind the crowd. She was very puzzled. Those people did not seem to be worried about Mu Yan's safety at all. But how could that be? Mu Yan was only a grade 9 mystic immortal, but Guyu and Xianxia were grade 1 true immortals. Were they really not worried? Ziyu could not help but ask, aren't you worried about him? After Ziyu's words, the surrounding people immediately looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot. Ren Gangang finally smiled and said, worried about him? I'm just worried that Guyu and Xianxia won't even have the chance to kneel and beg for mercy. Once this was said, Ziyu only felt that it was even more unbelievable. What did they have? They were so confident in Mu Yan. However, in the next moment, when the battle began, Ziyu was completely dumbfounded. Mu Yan took a step forward and attacked with her sword. In an instant, Guyu and Xianxia's figures were completely stiff. First move. Mu Yan waved her hand. At this moment, the Youyu sword in her hand bloomed with rays of sword light. The sword light came down like a thunderbolt. With a puff, one of Qi Tianyu's arms was broken. The sword slashed down. One arm was broken. Seeing this scene, Guyu's expression suddenly changed. This was simply unbelievable. However, Guyu knew at this moment that even if it was terrifying, he could not retreat. Otherwise, if he took a step back, he would die without a burial place. Guyu understood this logic. How could Qi Tianyu not understand it? However, at this moment, Mu Yan's second move had already completely attacked. At this moment, Qi Tianyu swung his fist. He glanced at Guyu and immediately took a step forward. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded. At this moment, Guyu's entire body suddenly exploded with power. At this moment, he completely turned into an afterimage and rushed directly towards Mu Yan. Second move. Mu Yan swung her sword again. The sword realm condensed. At this moment, she was only relying on her own sword realm. There was no other means. One sword, one move. Puff puff, two Puchi sounds rang out. Immediately, Qi Tianyu and Guyu did not even have the time to react before they sensed that the fresh blood on their arms was already wantonly flowing out. At this time, no one could say anything. Run. However, Guyu and Qi Tianyu, who were bleeding profusely, instantly shouted loudly. Run. If they did not run now, they would be waiting for death here. If they wanted to run later, it would be impossible to escape. In an instant, two figures rushed out. The third move has not started yet. As Mu Yan's words fell, she directly flew out. Her speed was actually several times faster than the two of them. The third move is over. At this moment, Mu Yan casually swung her sword. Bang! Bang! Two explosions rang out. Immediately, Guyu and Qi Tianyu's origin embryos ran out of their bodies, wanting to escape. Don't run. Mu Yun waved her hand and the blue sky yellow springs diagram appeared. She directly absorbed the two origin embryos into the blue sky yellow springs diagram. That final roar of resistance had also completely disappeared. Mu Yun instantly turned around and retreated. As for Zitong and Ziyu, they were already completely dumbfounded. Was this still Mu Yun? They had heard of the rumors of Mu Yun. It was just that her methods were strange and she attracted many people to submit to her. However, they had never heard that Mu Yun actually had such powerful strength. If they did not see this scene with their own eyes, who would believe it? Mu Yun, a level 9 mystic immortal, easily killed two level 1 true immortal experts. And the most important thing was that it was so easy. The two of them looked at each other and only felt that the whole world had been turned upside down. Not only the two of them, but the members of Purple Phoenix Pagoda were also dumbfounded. However, Zitong's heart could not calm down for a long time. She suddenly thought of what Mu Yun said. Even if I face you, I might not be unable to defeat you if I go all out. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Heading to the Huangquan sect, Zitong increasingly felt that Mu Yun was terrifying. He was only a 9th stage mystic immortal, but he could recruit a perfected immortal realm immortal beast and had a daughter who was already a perfected immortal at such a young age. He even had a beautiful sister whose strength was unfathomable. Where did this guy come from? Zitong increasingly suspected that Mu Yun might be the young master of some large force, just like the crown prince in the past, who came to the Iya sword sect to train. Mu Yun couldn't be like this, right? Could he be the son of the Biluo Huangquan school's sect master? Was he deliberately driven out to train Mu Yun? As Zitong thought of this, she looked at Mu Yun and felt that he was becoming more and more unfathomable. Mu Yun. Zitong finally couldn't help but say, "What's your relationship with the Biluo Huangquan school's sect master? Are you his son? You deliberately came out and used Mu Yun's identity to deceive others, right?" When Zitong's words came out, everyone present started laughing with a poochie sound. Mu Yun smiled bitterly, shook his head, and left directly. Zitong looked at everyone and said, "That's indeed the case. It must be so, right?" However, looking at the strange gazes of the people around her, Zitong knew that Mu Yun's strength was unique to him. No one could compare to him in this aspect. Heaven Sword Tower, in the conference hall. Mu Yun stood up proudly and looked at the people below. These people were once the overlords of ordinary iron and bronze forces in the South Pole. But now, they were all his subordinates. This time, the Taishu sect and the Red Thunder Hall suffered heavy losses and lost several perfected immortal experts. I think these two sects will never be willing to enter the South Pole again in this lifetime. Moreover, the Qianquan Mountain Villa is in the Qianquan Mountain Range of the Southern Sword region, and the Huangji family is in the Fallen Land of the Southern Sword region. These two forces are completely annihilated this time. What we are discussing now is how to subdue the Qianquan Mountain Range and the Fallen Land. Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said slowly. Luo Jianxue rose to his feet and cupped his fists. The Qianquan Mountain Villa is close to our Heaven Sword Tower, while the Qianquan Mountain Range is a fertile land just like the Blue Sky Immortal Mountain Range. We have to make haste here, or the Taishu sect might step in. That's right. As for the sunken land, more than half of it is occupied by Biluo Huangquan School. This time, if we enter the sunken land, I'm afraid, it will be difficult to explain to Biluo Huangquan School. Lin Jishou said frankly. At the mention of Biluo Huangquan School, Mu Yun nodded. The Fallen Land used to be the home of the Extreme King's family. However, Huangji City was occupied by the Biluo Huangquan School. The main force of the Huangji family was in Jade Imperial City. It did not seem appropriate to bypass the Biluo Huangquan School and enter Jade Imperial City. It seemed that he still had to make a trip to Biluo Huangquan School. Mu Yun made a decision in his heart. I will take care of this. Nodding, Mu Yun said again, in that case, all of you will head to the Qianquan Mountain Range. Xia, lead the army to the Qianquan Mountain Villa. If any bronze rank faction disobeys, exterminate them. As for the Qianquan Mountain Villa, reclaim it all. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them. Mu Yun said bluntly. Yes. Zitong, this time, your Purple Phoenix Tower will take a detour from the Purple Phoenix Land and head to the Qianquan Mountain Range. Do the same. Understood. Zitong's expression was extremely unnatural. Originally, she had joined forces with the Qianquan Mountain Villa and the Extreme King's family to destroy the Heaven Sword Tower. But now, she actually had to obey Mu Yun's orders. As for Jade Imperial City, Mu Yun looked away and said, I'll talk to Biluo Huangquan School. Hearing this, the surrounding people were surprised. Brother Mu, you can't. Lin Jishou hurriedly said, since Biluo Huangquan School has a golden immortal expert, I'm afraid they don't want to see the rise of our Heaven Sword Tower. It's too dangerous for you to go. Don't worry. Mu Yun waved his hand and said, if Biluo Huangquan School wanted to destroy us, they would have done so long ago. It's impossible that there's no news yet. Moreover, if they really want to destroy us, my Universal 8 Desolation formation alone won't be able to withstand it. Mu Yun still remembered. When Bao Qingyu brought him to the Bailuo Immortal Mountain, he was only a heaven immortal. At that time, the combat strength that Bao Qingyu displayed was definitely above his. He was at least an immortal array grandmaster, and most likely a top-notch one. For such a powerful figure, even if Biluo Huangquan School did not have a golden immortal, it would be easy for them to break his formation. I'll go with you. Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun and said slowly. All right, the arrangements are done. Mu Yun smiled and said, there are no true immortals in the Cosmos Mountain Villa. You have to be extra careful on this trip. Purple Fang, if there's a problem, I'll hold you responsible. Hee. Purple Fang grinned, revealing a pair of small canine teeth. He smiled wickedly and said, don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to open the fourth treasure box for me. Tower Master Zitong, I think you should know why your Purple Phoenix Tower can become a silver rank force. This time, please don't disappoint me. I understand. After the discussion, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. 20 years ago, they would not even dare to think about such a thing. But now, they were discussing how to deal with a silver rank force like the Imperial Army's Cosmos Mountain Villa. All of this seemed like a dream, but it had truly happened. All of this was because of the high-spirited man standing in front of them. He made the impossible possible. At this moment, Mu Yun was also somewhat fascinated. He was one step closer to his return. 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, I, Mu Yun, am coming, a gentle breeze blew, and the sun shone brightly. The two figures walked together at a moderate speed. Are you very familiar with the Biluo Huangquan school? Yi Guxiue asked slowly as he looked at Mu Yun in front of him. That's not it. Mu Yun smiled slightly and said, it's just a feeling. What feeling? It's nothing. TSK. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Yi Guxiue's face was cold as he surpassed Mu Yun. Mu Yun really did not dare to say it. He always felt that this Biluo Huangquan school was very strange. First of all, it had been dormant for 10,000 years and did not move at all. As if it had disappeared from the entire sword domain. However, after 10,000 years, as he came to the immortal world, this Biluo Huangquan school actually came to life. It really came to life. 10,000 years ago, he had fallen. 10,000 years later, he had returned. Moreover, Bao Qingyu's attitude towards him and the Triji Heavenly Alliance was really unfathomable. All these added up made Mu Yun still have some doubts in his mind. However, as the two of them moved forward, a mountain range slowly appeared in front of him. A dark castle appeared in front of the two of them. From the outside, this castle looked like a huge Taotai beast lying in a deep sleep in the mountain range. Back then, Mu Yun had personally seen Bao Qingyu use the power of the array formation to directly uproot such a castle. Until now, Mu Yun still faintly felt that kind of aura and methods were incredible. The two figures arrived outside the Biluo Huangquan school. The disciples had already noticed them. Creaking sounds could be heard. The castle door retracted from the middle, and a passageway opened directly. A few figures came out in a single file. And Mu Yun was no stranger to the person in the lead. Jian Yiming, the last time he participated in the trial, the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school basically did not show up. Moreover, he did not see Jian Yiming and the other 7 martial artists make a move. Mr. Mu. Seeing Mu Yun, Jian Yiming cupped his hands and smiled. I've been waiting for a long time. You knew I was coming? Looking at Jian Yiming, Mu Yun said slowly. Of course not. It's just that the sect master has long ordered us to wait here for you. Hearing this, Mu Yun slightly froze. Please. Jian Yiming walked in front and led Mu Yun into the castle. The entire castle covered an area of thousands of hectares and was vast. At this moment, in the castle, the disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school were walking in groups of 3 or 2. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people coming and going on the streets. The interior of the Netherworld sect didn't look like a sect, but more like a city, a small city. Under Jian Yiming's lead, the two of them turned left and right and came to a bustling street. On the street, there were disciples of the Biluo Huangquan school and some who were not powerful cultivators. They set up stalls to sell things. It was very lively. Jian Yiming led Mu Yun to a restaurant and went straight to the 2nd floor. A beautiful figure stood by the window of a street near the restaurant. She was wearing a long green dress and a jade-like robe. She looked exceptionally beautiful. It was Bao Qingyu. Mr. Mu. Miss Yi. Seeing the two of them, Bao Qingyu immediately stood up. As soon as she stood up, Bao Qingyu sized up Yi Guxiue. Naturally, Yi Guxiue also sized up Bao Qingyu. It could be said that according to Mu Yun's judgment, these two were the kind of women who could be compared to Qin Mingyao, Xiao Yuner, and Wang Xinya. Not only were they beautiful, but most importantly, their temperament was different from ordinary people. In the immortal world, the appearance of immortal cultivators could gradually change gradually. However, temperament was innate and could not be changed. Yi Guxiue and Bao Qingyu belonged to this type. Their temperaments were noble and different. Please have a seat. The two women looked at each other for a while. Then, Bao Qingyu cupped her hands and smiled. Mu Yun suddenly felt that something was going to happen in the Biluo Huangquan school this time. Sect Master Bai, the reason why I'm here, Mu Yun said directly. I know why. Bao Qingyu waved her hand and did not look at Mu Yun. Instead, she stared at Yi Guxiue and said slowly, however, before we talk about this matter, Miss Yi Sueki, are you not going to show your true face? Whoosh, as soon as Bao Qingyu finished speaking, a murderous aura erupted from Yi Guxiue's body. With a wave of her hand, a chopstick on the table flew up and pierced toward Bao Qingyu. However, Bao Qingyu smiled slightly. She twisted her hand and the chopstick turned into ashes. Miss Yisweki, 10,000 years have passed, but your temper is still so fiery. Do you still think of yourself as a young lady? Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The truth from 10,000 years ago. 1. Who are you? Yi Gushue did not expect that the feminine Bao Qingyu in front of her was as strong as her. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I know who you are. Yi Gushue's aura gradually dissipated. Mu Yun was sitting between the two of them. She felt bitter as she watched the fight between the two women. Beauties, please tell me before you make a move next time. I'm afraid that I'll be killed by you before I can do anything. Mu Yun said with a bitter smile. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said, Don't worry, Mr. Mu. I can't bear to kill you. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun felt goosebumps all over his body. What do you want? Yi Gushue looked at Bao Qingyu again and asked. I don't want anything. In Bai Qingyu's eyes, the smile gradually had a different meaning. She did not look like she was looking at her opponent. Instead, she looked like she was looking at her love rival. Mu Yun chose to keep quiet at this moment. Bao Qingyu seemed to know more than her. Yi Sweki, your father, Mia Tianyan, was the Heaven Sword son of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect 10,000 years ago. Every 10,000 years, the 33 peerless divine swords on the 33 main peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect will select a Heaven Sword son from among the thousands of worlds. Once the Heaven Sword son is selected, anyone will be accepted into the Heavenly Sword sect and nurtured with great care. Your father was originally a sword genius. Since the establishment of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he was known as the one and only sword genius. He was deeply loved by the peak masters of the 33 peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. He was very famous. However, your father took in a disciple called Mu Yun. She later became the leader of the Cloud Alliance. Bao Qingyu said and looked at Mu Yun meaningfully. She smiled and said, She has the same name as your current disciple. Your father loved this disciple very much and treated her as his own. Later, because of this disciple, he even left the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and established the Heavenly Sword sect in the land of extreme chaos. It became one of the few super sects in the land of extreme chaos. However, the good times did not last long. Your father was still pursued by the 33 Heavenly Sword Gate. The 33 peak masters were dispatched to kill your father. Yi Gushue couldn't help but tremble when she heard Bao Qingyu's her father. The veins on Mu Yun's hand, which was holding the teacup, bulged. However, your father died and the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed. Your father's beloved disciple didn't say anything. However, you changed your identity and became Yi Gushue. You hid in the sword domain and became a new identity, Yi Gushue. Moreover, you disappeared in the past 10 years and went back and forth between the sword domain and the land of extreme chaos. If I'm not wrong, the Heavenly Sword sect should be guarded by your mother. She was prepared to destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect at any time. However, the two of them were even more surprised when they heard Bao Qingyu's words. Yi Gushue was surprised that Bao Qingyu knew everything about her. Mu Yun was surprised that her master's wife wasn't dead. She wasn't dead. Mu Yun's eyes widened. She suddenly shouted, Yi Jingyun isn't dead? Bao Qingyu and Yi Gushue looked at Mu Yun in surprise. I heard about the Heavenly Sword sect and Yi Jingyun. I know that the two of you have a deep relationship and admire each other very much. Mu Yun immediately said awkwardly. However, he knew in his heart that his master's wife wasn't dead. Yi Gushue, Yi Jingyun, the pseudonyms that Sister Yi used were his master's wife's surname. His master's wife was definitely not dead. Hearing this, Bao Qingyu looked at Yi Gushue and said, You'll have to ask your sister Yi about this. How do you know all this? Yi Gushue looked at Bao Qingyu and said, Also, what do you want to do? Bao Qingyu stood up and looked at the noisy street downstairs. How do I know? That's not important. What's important is what I want to do. Isn't that right? Moreover, the Biluo Huangquan school has existed for 10,000 years and disappeared. Do you think that it suddenly appeared just for the Biluo Celestial Mountain? You want to destroy the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? Yi Gushue suddenly said. Impossible. However, before Bao Qingyu could answer, Yi Gushue had already denied it. Bao Qingyu, I know that there are many experts in the Biluo Huangquan school, and there are even golden immortals. However, you should also know that there are countless experts in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Just the number of golden immortal disciples is probably innumerable. Needless to say, the 33 peak leaders are all in the Immortal King realm. Moreover, their sect leader is someone who is about to reach the Immortal Emperor realm. Do you think that the Biluo Huangquan school is very powerful? Impossible? Since it's impossible, then what are you doing, Yi Sueki? Are you a mantis trying to stop a chariot? Bao Qingyu immediately asked. Bao Qingyu said again, didn't you push Mu Yun to the position of sect leader and unify the entire South Pole to prevent the 33 Heavenly Sword sect from suspecting you because of the power of the Heaven Sword Tower? For this reason, Tian Junyu, the tower leader of the Heaven Sword Tower, is a golden immortal expert, but you asked him to disguise himself and become the tower leader of the Heaven Sword Tower. Isn't it to deceive people so that you can prepare for your big event? Yi Guxiue was completely silent when she heard this. Bao Qingyu knew too many things. However, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect did not know about these things. How did she know? Are you very puzzled? How would I know? That's right. This is the strength of the Biluo Huangquan school. I think Mr. Mu Yun should be very clear about this. I'm not too sure. Mu Yun had completely become a tea drinker now. But I know that the Biluo Huangquan school has 18 Hell Kings. Just the 6 Hell Kings that appeared now, from the Heaven Immortal Realm to the True Immortal Realm, already surprised me. I think the real top 10 Hell Kings are at least above the True Immortal Realm. There should be Golden Immortal experts, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, and even Immortal King Realm experts. Bai Qingyu nodded as soon as he said that. True Immortal Realm experts were experts in the Immortal Realm. As for the Golden Immortal Realm, one could be considered a powerhouse. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were experts. Mu Yun guessed that the Pavilion Master of the 9 Immortal Pavilion might also be a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. As for Immortal Kings, it was needless to say. Every Immortal King was in existence that could dominate the entire Immortal Realm. As for Immortal Emperors, 10,000 years ago, he had not heard of any Immortal Realm that had such an existence that people looked up to like Immortal Emperors. Mu Yun had already guessed that there were Immortal Kings in the Netherworld Biluo sect. But now that it was confirmed, he was shocked. Every single Immortal King was a figure that shook the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. Not to mention Immortal Kings, even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were already powerful existences. Golden Immortals were experts that looked down on the world with a smile. What I want to say is that since the Annihilating Swordsmanship sect wants to rise again, you, Yi Jingyun and Yi Sueki, want to avenge your father. I want to do it alone, but I'm afraid it's not enough. 10,000 years, at most, you'll return to your peak 10,000 years ago, right? Bao Qingyu said again, so this time, I want to join forces with the Annihilating Swordsmanship sect to deal with the 33 Heavenly Swordsmanship sect. Join forces? What was going on? At this moment, Mu Yun, as a tea drinker, could not help but say something. This idea sounded a little hard to understand. Why would the Biluo Huangquan school want to deal with the 33 Heavenly Swordsmanship sect? Then why? Yi Guxiue asked again, what do you want? For what? Bao Qingyu suddenly laughed. You're actually asking me for what? Bao Qingyu laughed and said, as everyone knows, the 10 great domains of the immortal world were 9 domains 10,000 years ago. The leader of the Cloud Alliance, Mu Yun, led the 4 great protectors, the number 1 alchemy immortal in the immortal world, Meng Zimo, the divine beast Xia Qing, and some other people to establish the 10th domain, the Cloud Domain, and establish the Cloud Alliance. However, even the talented people of the Cloud Alliance took nearly 10,000 years to do all this. Hearing Bao Qingyu's praise, Mu Yun felt a little happy. But, Mu Yun was stunned when he heard the but. However, because of a treasure, he still died, leaving only the Cloud Alliance. The Cloud Alliance, which has long lost its core members, is no longer the same as before. Therefore, our sect leader's plan is to destroy the 33 Heavenly Swordsmanship sect and then replace their ruling position. The Annihilation Heavenly Swordsmanship sect just wants revenge. Once we succeed, the sword domain will belong to the Biluo Huangquan school. The Annihilation Heavenly Swordsmanship sect can still be nourished and strong in the extreme chaos continent in the center of the immortal world. After Bao Qingyu finished speaking, he sat down and sipped a cup of tea. Seeing this, Yi Gushue fell silent. Of course, you don't have to answer me now. I can wait for your reply. I think this matter needs to be handled by Yi Jingyun personally. After all, she has worked hard for 10,000 years to strengthen the Annihilation Heavenly Swordsmanship sect again. She has to make a careful decision. After Bao Qingyu finished speaking, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Actually, there's something I can tell you." "What is it?" Yi Gushue said with a cold face. "You can also find people from the Cloud Alliance to help with this matter." Bao Qingyu smiled and said, "Although the current Cloud Alliance doesn't have leader Mu Yun, the number 1 alchemy celestial, Meng Zimo, is still the number 1 alchemy celestial. In the entire immortal world, no one can surpass her in alchemy skills. She is now acting as the leader of the Cloud Alliance. She can still help you. After all, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the Cloud Alliance is the leader of a domain." "Cloud Alliance? Meng Zimo?" Yi Gushue sneered and said, "Forget it. No one in the Cloud Alliance is good. Perhaps there's something you don't know." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The Truth from 10,000 Years Ago, Part 2, What are they waiting for? They are waiting for the Cloud Alliance to send their troops. Then, they will join forces with the 33 Heavenly Swords sect to completely destroy the Cloud Alliance. Bao Qingyu smiled. "So, I guess this is why the Cloud Alliance didn't do anything after the 33 Heavenly Swords sect killed your father at lightning speed. This is also why the leader of the Cloud Alliance died. What does it have to do with that bastard? Yi Sueki, you have cultivated for 10,000 years after all. It's time for you to change your temperament." Yi Gushue was stunned when she heard Bao Qingyu's words. "You don't understand?" Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun and said, "Then, Mr. Mu, can you guess why?" Bao Qingyu turned to Mu Yun and said slowly. At this moment, Mu Yun walked to the window and looked down at the noisy street in silence. "That's because the Cloud Alliance created the Cloud Territory adjacent to Zhao's Cloud Territory and the 9 Elements Immortal Sect's 9 Elements domain. These two superpowers didn't allow the Cloud Alliance to continue growing stronger. So, they colluded with the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. Once they made a move and the Cloud Alliance reacted, they would immediately send troops to the Cloud Alliance and completely destroy the Cloud Alliance. The 3 major territories didn't want to destroy the Heavenly Swords sect, but the Cloud Alliance." Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief and said slowly. "Look." Bao Qingyu looked at Yi Gushue and smiled. "Mr. Mu, you came to the Celestial Realm 10,000 years later. You can guess this. How difficult is it to establish a territory? But the Cloud Alliance did it. How could the 9 Elements Immortal Sect and Zhao sit by and do nothing?" Bao Qingyu said again, "Yi Sueki, you should really think about whether you missed something. Is this the reason for that bastard to sit by and do nothing?" Yi Sueki's tears flowed. She scolded, "It's him, Mu Yun. My father died because of him. Back then, my father was devoted to nurturing him. Without my father, Mu Yun would have been a corpse time," Yi Sueki said as tears flowed from her eyes. At this moment, Mu Yun was standing by the window was looking at the sky. The corners of his eyes were slightly moist. This matter Yi Gushue was heartbroken. Yi Gushue's was Mu Yun she? As far as I know, that's as is that? Bai Qingyu smiled and said, "I know that your father wants you to marry Alliance leader Yun, but it's a pity that this matter has already happened." But at that time, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects attacked at lightning speed. It was impossible for reinforcements to arrive. What I know is that the Cloud Alliance's alliance master, Mu Yun, ignored the opinions of the masses and led his troops to attack. However, the moment he left the Cloud Alliance, the 9 Elements domain and Zhao domain clashed. In the end, Mu Yun went to the 33 Heavenly Sword sects alone. As a former disciple of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects, you should know that the 33 Heavenly Sword sects and the 33 Mountain Gates are filled with obstacles. Back then, Mu Yun challenged the Mountain Gates alone. He fought his way to the 30th Mountain Gate of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects alone. In the end, he was defeated at the last 3 Mountain Gates. Hearing this, Yi Gushue was completely astonished. Impossible. There's no such news in the sword domain. Of course there's no news. Bao Qingyu laughed again. I really don't know if I should say that you're naive or ignorant. Mu Yun broke into the 33 Heavenly Sword sects alone and went straight to the 30th mountain gate of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. He defeated the 33 peak masters of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects. In the end, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects sect master and dozens of grand elders worked together to intimidate Mu Yun. Would the 33 Heavenly Sword sects let such a shameful thing leak out? All the disciples who knew about it were killed. Now, only the sect master and the other core members of the 33 Heavenly Sword sects know about it. Hearing this, Yi Guxiue fell to the ground with a thud. You can't take it anymore? Bao Qingyu said again, do you know that because of this, Mu Yun was seriously injured? Later, it was Meng Zimo's immortal elixir that saved his life. However, it was also because of this that when the divine artifact that everyone yearned for appeared in the immortal world, Mu Yun risked everything to snatch it for the sake of killing. However, in the end, even with the divine beast by his side, he couldn't suppress his internal injuries. In the end, he was besieged by the people of the various domains and ended up dying. The legend of a generation became a dead myth. Bao Qingyu looked at Yi Guxiue and said with a smile, everyone thought that the legend of a generation back then was because he was outnumbered. However, if he was in his peak state, even if Mu Yun was no match for them, he could still run away. However, at that time, he was no match for everyone. Even though he was injured, in the end, he was unwilling to leave. Instead, he chose to self-destruct and perished together with the immortal kings of the various domains. In that battle, hundreds of peerless immortal kings died. I think you should know this. As soon as Bao Qingyu said this, Mu Yun stood at the window and looked out. His body gradually trembled uncontrollably. He didn't know how many immortal kings had died in that battle. However, he knew that at that time, he had indeed obtained the chart of immortal extermination. After that, he was already seriously injured. It was impossible for him to leave. Even Xianxia, who had accompanied him, might not have been able to escape death. Therefore, out of helplessness and anger, he chose to self-detonate. He didn't know what kind of sensation that battle had caused. However, he knew that if he hadn't been seriously injured in the sword domain, he would have killed everyone in that battle. However, even though that was the case, it was now 10,000 years later. What was the point of discussing all this now? Yi Guxiue, you and Mu Yun were both under your father's tutelage back then. You should know what kind of person he is. You should change your temperament and think about it. You should understand. You think that your father was the victim. But in reality? Everything they did was because of Mu Yun. On the contrary, your father caused Mu Yun to fall into a trap of death. The illustrious immortal king fell just like that. You didn't resent or anger the Cloud Alliance for all of this. It was the members of the Cloud Alliance who resented and angered you because you caused them to lose a big brother and an alliance leader. Enough. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded. Mu Yun immediately shouted in a deep voice, enough, enough. The shout interrupted Bao Qingyu's accusation. However, the two of them looked at Mu Yun at the same time, dumbfounded. Yi Guxiue saw Mu Yun's angry look and felt very puzzled. The matter that Bao Qingyu and her were discussing seemed to have nothing to do with him, right? Seeing the two women looking at her at the same time, Mu Yun immediately knew that she had lost her composure. Coughing, Mu Yun smiled awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, the two of you. I feel that it's meaningless for us to talk about things that happened 10,000 years ago. Why don't we talk about the present? Mu Yun looked at the two of them and chuckled. Moreover, you keep talking about Mu Yun. I keep feeling that you are talking about me. It gives me goosebumps all over. Mr. Mu, you can also listen as if it were you. Bao Qingyu smiled slightly and didn't care about Mu Yun's anger. Haha. Sect Master Bai, I'm here this time to discuss the matter of the royal family. Oh. I know. Bao Qingyu said, the heavenly mountain villa belongs to you. The royal family's fallen land belongs to me. Okay. But I have a condition. What condition? You can't stay in the Heaven Sword Tower in the South Pole. Bao Qingyu said, the heavenly mountain villa is much stronger than the Heaven Sword Tower. I suggest that you move the Heaven Sword Tower to the Heavenly Mountain Range. In this way, the entire Southern Sword region will still be the 4 silver rank forces and will return to its previous state. Hearing this, Mu Yun was naturally unwilling to do so. There was a spiritual vein in the Heaven Sword Tower, and he had just set up the Universal 8 Wilderness Array. He couldn't bear to part with the spirit vein alone. I know what Mr. Mu is thinking. Bao Qingyu said again, the Universal 8 Wilderness Array is the work of an immortal array grandmaster. My Biluo Huangquan school can once again set up an array better than this one in the Heaven Sword Tower in the Heavenly Mountain Range. At least I can guarantee that a perfected immortal won't be able to break it. As for the spiritual vein, Bao Qingyu said with a smile, our Biluo Huangquan school has set its eyes on it. You're just taking it by force. Although Mu Yun said so, she knew in her heart. If she did not agree, the Heaven Sword Tower would be lost. The reason why she was able to sit down and discuss with Bao Qingyu now was that Ye Guxiue had the same goal as her. Otherwise, this conversation would not have happened. Even so, Mu Yun's heart still ached at the thought of giving up such a large spirit vein. Of course not. Bao Qingyu said with a smile, since my Biluo Huangquan school wants to cooperate with Yi Sueki, we naturally have to show our sincerity. The Heaven Sword Tower now belongs to you in name, Mu Yun, but you have no idea that Tian Junyu, a real golden immortal, is right beside you. Your sister Yi is the one in control. This time, I'll set up the protective array for your relocation. As for the spiritual vein, you'll give it to me. My Biluo Huangquan school is willing to compensate you with 5 soul-grade immortal weapons, 10 trillion mortal yang pills, 1 trillion earth yang pills, 10 billion heaven yang pills, and 1 billion black yang pills. What do you think? This was really a generous offer. Of course, I have no problem with it. Mu Yun said with a shrug. Even if she was unwilling, there was no other way. It's a deal. Ye Guxiue said at this moment. Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the two had reached an agreement. Oh, right. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. It's really me. Me? Mu Yun was taken aback. What's wrong with me? Bao Qingyu walked up to Mu Yun and leaned in close to her. Her faint fragrance spread as she smiled and said, I won't allow you to get lost in this matter. If you know about this, our safety won't be guaranteed. So, if you don't have a suitable reason, I definitely won't let you go. That won't happen. Ye Guxiue suddenly stopped Bao Qingyu and said, he's trustworthy. His hatred for the 33 Heavens Sword sect is no less than mine. Oh? What hatred? The hatred of killing my master. Ye Guxiue said indifferently, that kind of hatred can be seen just by looking at a person. It can't be hidden, and it can't be covered up by a mere disguise. Oh? Is that so? Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun, and the smile on her lips became wider and wider. Looking at Bao Qingyu's smile, Mu Yun felt extremely uncomfortable all over. This woman was looking at her with an unfriendly gaze. All right. Bao Qingyu looked at Mu Yun again and said, I'll believe you for now. But, Mr. Mu, if I find out that you have any ill intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sect leader Bai, you must be joking. How could I have any ill intentions? Mu Yun cupped his hands and smiled. After the discussion, Mu Yun wanted to leave Biluo Huangquan school with Ye Guxiue. Now, looking at Biluo Huangquan school again, Mu Yun only felt that the blood in his body had turned colder. It was not that he was afraid, but this place was too gloomy. He originally thought that Biluo Huangquan school was strong enough, but now he realized that it was not enough. It was still far from enough. Ye Guxiue walked in front without saying a word, but her back view looked very dispirited. I was wrong. I was always wrong. I wronged Xiaoyun, I wronged him. Ye Guxiue muttered to himself. Suddenly, he turned around and threw himself into Mu Yun's arms. Xiaoyun, I've wronged you. Sister Yi is not good, it's all Sister Ye's fault. I should have known that you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry, Xiaoyun, I'm sorry. Ye Guxiue looked at Mu Yun, his body trembling. Sister Yi. I don't blame you. Mu Yun knew that Ye Guxiue was treating him as the old Mu Yun. Now that she knew the cause and effect of his death 10,000 years ago, All the hatred she had accumulated for the past 10,000 years had dissipated. In her heart, there was only endless regret. At this moment, facing Yi Guxiue's embrace, Mu Yun felt as if her heart had stopped. This feeling was the same as 10,000 years ago. It was still his sister Yi. I should have known. How could you be that kind of person? My father loved you so much, and you missed your brother so much. I knew that you wouldn't be indifferent. But I hate you. I hate you to death. Why did you have to die? Why were you so impulsive? Do you know that without my father and without you, my heart is like dead ashes? You're a big baddie, bastard, shameless. Yi Guxiue kept scolding and hitting Mu Yun's chest. However, at this moment, Mu Yun did not evade at all. Yi Guxiue needed an outlet to vent. To express the pain in her heart for the past 10,000 years. It's all my fault. Mu Yun patted Yi Guxiue's back gently and said with a bitter smile, I was too arrogant. For master, I couldn't control myself. At this moment, the pain in Mu Yun's heart was no less than Yi Guxiue's. That kind of hatred that was engraved in his heart, that kind of unwillingness that went deep into his mind, since his rebirth, had never made him feel at ease. Therefore, he kept working hard to shorten the time to return to the immortal world. Even if he had to risk his life, in this life, he would definitely make those who should pay the price, all pay the price. However, at this moment, Yi Guxiue suddenly raised her head and looked at Mu Yun with a look of bewilderment in her eyes. Little Yun? Yi Guxiue caressed Mu Yun's cheeks with both hands and was suddenly startled. Who exactly is your master? Yi Guxiue seemed to have thought of something and was completely stunned. Who exactly are you? She suddenly remembered that when Mu Yun first found out about her identity, he was not surprised at all. And again, when the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was mentioned, Mu Yun's hatred was stronger than hers. And just now, what Bao Qingyu said was clearly about the exterminating heavenly flames, but why was he so angry? Seeing Yi Guxiue's bewildered expression, Mu Yun was about to speak. Yi Guxiue said again, your swordsmanship and the way you walk on the sword path are very similar to someone. You are very similar to him, but you are stronger than him. Are you Mu Yun's disciple? No, it's impossible. He is already dead. Seeing Yi Guxiue's expression, Mu Yun really could not bear to continue lying to her. She was not willing to tell her previously because she hated her in her previous life to the core. But now, it was different. Sister Yi, actually. I am Mu Yun. I know that this sounds unimaginable, but it is the truth. I am dead, but I am alive in a way that is reborn. Mu Yun looked at the bewildered Yi Guxiue and said slowly. Zeng, but suddenly, a long sword was placed directly on Mu Yun's neck. Seeing the cold blade approaching her bloodline, Mu Yun immediately smiled bitterly. He knew that this would be the outcome. And he also knew that it could not be changed. You are not him. You can't be him. Yi Guxiue suddenly said coldly. I know that you won't believe me. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. But perhaps you can listen to me. Do you believe me or not? Say it. Okay. 10,000 years ago, a young man survived the heavenly tribulation and came to the immortal world. He was first a disciple of a small force. His talent was not that strong, but he was determined and unafraid of death. Later, this young disciple entered the 33 Heavens Sword sect. He was not afraid of power and was not cut out for the sword. However, he relied on his tenacity and perseverance to comprehend sword will, sword momentum, and sword heart. Step by step, he rose to prominence. Later on, he was chosen by a supreme figure in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and became a disciple. He had a senior brother and a senior sister. The senior brother treated him very well, and the senior sister even affectionately called him Junior Brother Yun. But later on, this kid did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He killed the son of the sect master of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Later on, he was chased by the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. However, his master stood forth and brought him away from the 33 Heavens Sword Gate. Later on, this person did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He left his master's embrace and went to thousands of realms, where he met a group of brothers. There was Xie Qing, Meng Zimo, and too many people, until one day, this guy came back and knelt in front of his master. He said that he wanted to do something big and create a new realm. His master supported him and encouraged him. From then on, this person disregarded everything to become stronger. In the beginning, every time he got into trouble, his master, senior brother, and senior sister would always help him clean up his messes and clean up his messes. At this point, the sword in Yigushiwa's hand was faintly trembling. Until one day, this kid got into big trouble. He killed the young sect master of a major force in the extreme chaos continent and even slept with the young sect master's fiancée. The entire extreme chaos continent was sealed. This kid got into big trouble. In the end, with the help of his master, he left the extreme chaos continent and went to start his own struggle. Gradually, he worked hard and became the lord of a realm. However, he lost his master, his senior brother, and the person he loved the most. Enough. Yigushiwe heard this and suddenly said, anyone in the immortal world who knows a little about these things will know about it. Is that so? Muyan smiled and said, then let's talk about the things that only we know about. It's impossible for others to know about it. Only the two of us know about it. It's impossible for others to know about it. What are you talking about? Muyan looked at Yigushiwe and sighed. She also smiled bitterly. Sister Yi cares for me like a younger brother. However, we have been together for a long time. I still remember the first time in the Heaven Exterminating Swordsmanship sect. At that time, I was seriously injured. Master asked me to soak in the cold pool to suppress the heat poison in my body. Sister Yi saw that I was in pain and sat in the cold pool to accompany me. At the mention of this, Yigushiwa's cheeks suddenly turned red. Do you want to continue? Muyan's face also turned red. Of course. Yigushiwa suddenly became cold and said, there are people who know about this. It's not a secret. Is that so? But what happens next will be between you and me. Moreover, I will never tell anyone else. Muyan said again. Since you don't believe me, then I'll tell you in detail. The heat poison in my body was burned by heavenly fire. It burned my internal organs. At that time, my mind was in a mess. In the cold pool, Sister Yi endured the cold and accompanied me. However, later on, I lost my mind. To be precise, I lost half of my mind. The other half was also done by me. In the cold pool, Sister Yi may have forgotten, but I haven't forgotten about the combination between us. I clearly remember that Sister Yi's first words were, I'm afraid of pain. Hooligan. Suddenly, Yigushiwa looked at Muyan and scolded. Her face was already flushed red. Sister Yi, you should know that this matter has always been in my mind. I'm in the immortal king realm. After I self-destructed, my soul dissipated between heaven and earth. Fortunately, the treasure that I fought for collected a wisp of my soul. That's how I am now. Yigushiwa looked at Muyan in a daze. The coldness on her face gradually disappeared. She reached out and tore off the disguise on her face. She was now Yisueki. Little Yun, is it really you? It's really, me. Muyan lowered her head and looked at Yisueki's beautiful face. A touch of tenderness faded in her eyes. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. Amidst the grass, Yisueki wrapped her arms around Muyan's neck. She didn't say a word and just enjoyed this moment. Muyan was also a little helpless in the face of this scene. In his previous life, he didn't have any special feelings towards the relationship between men and women. At that time, all he knew was to make the most hot-blooded friends and sleep with the most beautiful women. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. He didn't mind making someone a cuckold. At that time, being arrogant and despotic was the most suitable for him. As for how many women he had slept with, how could he still remember? In this life, Muyan realized that he didn't want to let too many people down. However, from Qin Mengyao, to Xiao Yun to Wang Xinya, and Mingyue Xin and Jiao he had unknowingly provoked them again. He didn't want to let them down, but now, he had let them down one by one. Muyan didn't want to find excuses for himself. In the end, it was just one reason. He couldn't control the lump of meat on his body. Since that was the case, he didn't want to flaunt himself as a devoted man. Since he was fickle in love, then he would give his love to everyone he needed to care about and be responsible for. Mu Yan hugged Ye Guxue in his arms. At this moment, he only wanted to enjoy this moment. After a long time, the two figures slowly separated. You are really little Yun, really. Yi Xueqi looked at Mu Yan and caressed Mu Yan's face with both hands. Tears gradually flowed out. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I caused you to change your appearance. I caused you to not return for 10,000 years. Yi Xueqi's eyes were filled with regret. Sister Yi, you believe me so quickly? Mu Yan smiled and said, I still have a lot of things that I haven't said. For example, the first time in the cold pool, the second time, the third time, and then at the top of the mountain, you big baddie, shut up. Yi Xueqi looked at Mu Yan and hurriedly covered her mouth. She snorted and said, if you continue, I won't believe it. Alright, I suddenly thought of something. Yi Xueqi suddenly said, when you were reborn, didn't you have 3 wives in the lower realm? I heard them mention one called Qin Mengyao, one called Xiao Yuner, and one called Wang Xinya. You haven't learned anything else, but you've made great progress in your womanizing skills. It can't be helped, his charm is too high, Mu Yan said with a sigh. You're asking for a beating. The two of them began to chase after each other. Within Jadefall Immortal Mountain, immortal beasts were startled. As the two figures chased each other, they ended up lying on top of a grassy forest. Looking up at the sky, Mu Yan slowly said, Big Sister Yi, for the past 10,000 years, I have been drifting around like a ghost until I occupied the consciousness of the owner of this body and was reborn with another identity. However, the 10,000 years of living like a ghost made me feel despair. I don't want to experience that feeling of loneliness ever again. Mu Yan's words revealed endless loneliness. Those 10,000 years were indeed very lonely. Yi Xueqi supported her cheek with one hand and looked at Mu Yan. I know, you feel more bitter than any of us. As Yi Xueqi spoke, she clung onto Mu Yan's body and suddenly smiled. And what I can do, as she spoke, Yi Xueqi placed Mu Yan's palm on her chest and smiled shyly. That's all I can do. In the grass, clothes gradually fell off, and the two figures were completely entangled with each other. Looking at Yi Xueqi, who was in front of her, Mu Yan's breathing became heavier. At this time, it seemed that it was useless to think too much. There was only one word, bestial, Mu Yan shouted in a low voice. Looking at Yi Xueqi, she directly charged forward and completely subdued the woman in front of her. In the grassy forest that was taller than a person, the sky was flickering with light. On the ground, 2 naked figures were glued to each other. As time passed, in the middle of the night, the two of them crazily swept over each other again and again, as if they had no intention of stopping. Don't come, I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, in the grass, a low pleading voice sounded. At this moment, Yi Xueqi's hair was messy and her breath was unstable. Her breathing had also become very rapid. After finally stopping, Mu Yan continued to ask for more. It was really too much for her. That won't do. At this moment, Mu Yan teased, this is the yearning for you that has been accumulating for 10,000 years. At the beginning, after knowing that you are Sister Yi, I was still thinking about how to make you believe me. Who knew that you wanted to kill me? I was really scared at that time. Now, I naturally have to take revenge on you. Ah, Yi Xueqi suddenly screamed. In the grassy forest, a low voice, like the roar of a wild beast, gradually sounded. The next day, early in the morning. In the Heaven Sword Tower. That's strange. Yesterday, Sect Master Yi and Brother Priest went to Biluo Huangquan School together. Why haven't they returned after a day and a night? A disciple who was sweeping the floor was puzzled. Yes, it's so strange. Could it be that something happened? Impossible. Senior Brother Ren and the rest received the news yesterday. They said that there were no accidents. The two disciples went back and forth, one after the other. However, at this moment, 2 figures came together. Those 2 people were Mu Yan and Ye Guxue. However, at this moment, the 2 of them walked over step by step, their hands tightly held together. Clattering sounds were heard. The brooms in the hands of the 2 disciples suddenly fell to the ground at the same time. Little Li, give me a slap. No, give me a kick. did I see wrongly? I also want you to slap me and see what's going on. The two of them were instantly dumbfounded. Mu Yun. Yi Guxue. They came back holding hands like this? Oh my god. Moreover, looking at the way Yi Guxue walked, she actually looked a little light. Everyone was an adult. Who didn't know what had happened in this kind of situation? Bull's nose. That disciple suddenly said, Senior Brother Mu is indeed Senior Brother Mu. He actually managed to get Sect Master Yi. Moreover, from the looks of it, it's not that the cow is tired from plowing, but that the cow plowed until the ground became soft. Hearing this, the few disciples present couldn't help but nod their heads. And this news instantly spread throughout the entire Heaven Sword Tower. This news was simply explosive. No one would have thought that Mu Yun, who was only a 9th grade mystic immortal, could actually take down Yi Guxue, who was in the perfected immortal realm. What did she rely on? Could it be a unique skill? At this moment, Mu Yun's face turned red, which was rare. Sister Yi, isn't this too shocking? Shocking? Is it? Yi Guxue sneered and said, I don't care what they think. Father originally wanted me to be betrothed to you. Now, you are still you, and I am still you. No one can tell us what to do. That seems to be true. Mu Yun smiled slightly and didn't care. It seemed that at this point, it was already unavoidable. Then, she would accept it calmly. In the main hall of the Heaven Sword Tower, a group of higher-ups had gathered here. Looking at the two figures above, those people couldn't stop discussing. This was simply like AF** King Dream. What a turn of events. In everyone's hearts, it was really like a galloping horse galloping past like the mountains and seas. Seeing this scene, everyone completely didn't know what to say. Mu Yun, however, coughed and said, We have already explained to Biluo Huangquan School. The Heavenly Mountain Villa will belong to us, and the Huangji family will belong to Biluo Huangquan School. From today onwards, the Heaven Sword Tower will move out of the South Pole and into the Heavenly Mountain Range. In a few days, we will go to the 9 Immortal Pavilion and apply to become a silver-level force. As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, everyone in the main hall was instantly encouraged. They had been cultivating non-stop for today's scene. The Heaven Sword Tower was about to rise. Brother Mu, the matter of the Heavenly Mountain Villa is already being handled, but I'm afraid it will take at least a year to prepare. That's not a problem, just wait for a year. Yes. Mu Yun looked at everyone and said again, I know that in your hearts, you may not be too willing to leave, but Biluo Huangquan School has promised to give us 5 soul-level immortal weapons and some elixirs as compensation. When we arrive at the Heavenly Mountain Range, they will set up a new formation for us. Hearing Mu Yun's words, everyone smiled. The value of 5 soul-level immortal weapons, elixirs, a complete formation, and the loss of a spirit vein was acceptable. Alright, this is the end of the matter. Mu Yun said slowly, however, everyone can't relax. You should know that when we enter the Heavenly Mountain Range in the future, the Taishu sect will be right next to us. Although this sect has lost a few true immortals, their foundation is still there. Compared to them, we are still young. Yes. Yes. Immediately, everyone cupped their hands. Mu Yun brought Yi Guxue and Yi Shui out of the main hall directly. After the two of them left the main hall, the entire main hall was in an uproar. F***ck, how did Mu Yun get together with Yi Guxue? Who knows, this is F***king, unbelievable. F***ck, could it be that Yi Guxue used force on Mu Yun because she is stronger than Mu Yun? For a moment, the entire main hall was filled with discussions. At this moment, Mu Yun and Yi Guxue went directly to the room at the back. Sister Yi, I'm very puzzled about something. 10,000 years ago, your strength was already at the golden immortal realm, but now, why, is it only at the true immortal realm? Mu Yun sat by the bed and looked at Yi Guxue. When the sect was destroyed, I was severely injured, and my soul was almost destroyed. Therefore, in the past 10,000 years, I was almost repairing my soul, but it's fine now. Yi Guxue smiled and said, after the most recent repair of my soul, my realm will gradually increase in the future, and finally reach the peak realm. That's good. Mu Yun nodded and said, also, is there any news about eldest senior brother? Yi Guxue shook her head and said, ever since the sect was destroyed, we have lost track of him. Eldest senior brother, is nowhere to be found. Moreover, after I released the news, he was not found, I'm afraid. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation worshipped by thousands of people. Eldest senior brother, that man appeared in his mind. He did not smile and was even a little cold. However, when it came to him and Xianxia, it was full of concern. At that time, eldest senior brother had helped him a lot. But now, eldest senior brother had disappeared. It was very likely that he had been assassinated. Mu Yun could not help but be angry. His strength was still too low now. Even though he had reached the 9th stage of the mystic immortal realm in 20 years, the improvement of his strength was still very slow. Above the mystic immortal realm was the perfected immortal realm. Golden immortal realm experts, golden immortal realm experts. Old antiques who had reached the peak of the immortal king realm. He needed to change himself step by step. By Luo Immortal Mountain, Biluo Huangquan School. Mu Yun had already left, but Bao Qingyu was still sitting in the restaurant. He seemed to have not moved for a day and night. Slowly, a figure slowly appeared. It was Bai Zhongtian. Father. Bao Qingyu stood up and bowed. Bai. Zhongtian's face was expressionless. Father, I still don't understand. Why did you let Mu Yun and Xianxia acknowledge each other? Bao Qingyu said slowly. She knew that after what she said yesterday, there was no longer any barrier between Xianxia and Mu Yun. She was afraid that Mu Yun would reveal her identity. Mu Yun should have a way to make Xianxia believe her. Sect leader can't wait any longer. Bai Zhongtian said slowly, sect leader may be away for a long time. Without him around, we must be 120% alert to ensure that there are no accidents. Is he going to let Mu Yu join the 33 Heavenly Sword sect now? Bao Qingyu was shocked. What do you think? Bai Zhongtian smiled bitterly and said, the main thing is that sect leader did not expect Mu Yun's strength to improve so quickly. Most importantly, Mu Yun is now a peerless sage. She no longer has the potential of a heavenly sage. What? Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. This was simply unbelievable. Alright, there's no need to be surprised. Bai Zhongtian smiled and said, I wouldn't be surprised if a miracle happened to him. This matter needs to be slowly prepared. The 9 Immortal Pavilion already knows about Mu Yun's news. I'm afraid that Xianxia and Mu Yun will meet in the near future. This time, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect is preparing to recruit disciples in the entire sword domain. If Mu Yun can enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect this time, he will be one step closer to completing his plan. Moreover, the sect lord's great plan can also be executed. The reason why the sect leader returned this time is that's right. Bai Zhongtian said slowly, the sect leader has always been in the immortal realm. Those guys are starting to act up. After all, the main camp still needs the sect leader to hold the fort. The sect leader has always been in the immortal realm. Those old antiques of the shepherds are starting to lose control of the situation. That's why we have to do our best. Yes. By the way, even Mu Yun doesn't know about this. Only the two of us, the sect leader's 2 guardians, Ren Gangang and Cho Chien know about this. Remember? The 2nd Hell King and the 3rd Hell King don't know about this? Bai Zhongtian said again, they only know that Mu Yun was the immortal king in her previous life. They don't know about Mu Yun's true identity. This matter must not be leaked. Otherwise, someone in the realm of the gods will be eager to take the young sect leader's life. I understand. Bao Qingyu sighed and said, what about the sect leader's wife? Bai Zhongtian's aura turned cold as soon as he heard this. The clan leader has never mentioned anything about the sect leader's wife. You don't have to ask, understand? Yes. Bao Qingyu knew that his status was different from his father, the sect leader, Cho Chien, and Ren Gangang. Therefore, there were some things that they could see through, but others couldn't. Where is Cho Chien now? He has his own matters to attend to. Don't ask. Bai Zhongtian looked at his daughter and said, Xiaoyu, you have to understand that Mu Yun's status is different. We exist for him. You don't have to think about other things. This is for the rise of the shepherds. Do you understand? I understand. I will never forget what you look like, mother. The hatred in Bao Qingyu's eyes intensified. Actually, I have some guesses about the sect leader's identity, but I'm not sure. However, the clan leader must have his reasons for making the young sect leader go through so many hardships and even reincarnate. We don't have to think too much about it. Moreover, if the clan leader hadn't been seriously injured in the battle, the 7 ancient clans and the 2 new clans wouldn't have succeeded in their evil plan. Bai Zhongtian's heart was filled with anger as he spoke. However, these inexplicable words eventually disappeared from the world, and no one could hear them. Alright, now that the sect leader has left, the Biluo Huangquan school should be depressed for a while. Next, we only need to wait quietly for the young sect leader to gradually grow up. Yes. Time passed by slowly. During this period of time, the entire Nanjian domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Qianquan Mountain Manor had been attacked crazily by the Heaven Sword Tower. As for the remaining members of the Huangji family, they were all wiped out by the Biluo Huangquan school at lightning speed. This time, they were truly annihilated. Not even dregs of the huge silver force that stood in the sunken land were left. Most importantly, the Biluo Huangquan school's methods were thunderous, and no one could react in time. What shocked everyone the most was the strength that the Heaven Sword Tower had displayed. Although the Qianquan Mountain Manor had lost its main force, its foundation was still there. However, the Heaven Sword Tower still forced the entire Qianquan Mountain Manor into a desperate situation within a year. However, the Heaven Sword Tower's methods were not as bloody as the Biluo Huangquan school's. Those who resisted, they killed, and those who surrendered, they recruited. A new structure had appeared in the entire Nanjian domain. Qianquan Mountain Range, Heaven Sword Tower. The Sunken Land, Biluo Huangquan School. Purple Phoenix Land, Purple Phoenix Tower. The Abyss of Rulers, Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, the Triple Heavenly Alliance was the most distressed. What they did not expect was the strength of the Biluo Huangquan School. This time, the 3 major sects had almost made a fortune, but the Triple Heavenly Alliance's disciples had shrunk by half. Those cities that had been ceded could not be recovered at all. They had no choice but to swallow this loss. On this day, Mu Yun and the others left the Heaven Sword Tower. Looking at the South Pole, Mu Yun sighed in his heart. He had to take this step sooner or later. This time, he was leaving for Real. The large group advanced, and their destination was the Qianquan Mountain Manor. The 5 soul-grade immortal artifacts promised by the Biluo Huangquan school had been delivered. The original location of the Qianquan Mountain Manor was reinforced by the Biluo Huangquan school. The brand new sect made everyone sigh in their hearts at this moment. As the large group rushed in, the appearance of the Qianquan Mountain Manor gradually appeared in front of everyone. Amidst the undulating mountain range, a colossal figure stood tall and upright. Mu Yun came in front of the mountain gate and looked at the 2 towering peaks. Between the peaks, there were 2 huge doors. They were hundreds of meters tall. Most importantly, on the left side, there were 3 flamboyant words. Heaven Sword Tower. On the right side, on the peak, there was a statue of a person engraved on it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than himself. Creak, at this moment, the 2 wooden doors that were hundreds of meters tall opened at this moment. Dong, a dull sound was heard, and the sound of drums shook the sky. Thumping sounds were heard. Mu Yun took a step forward. Inside the mountain gate, endless figures knelt on one knee. The atmosphere in the entire mountain gate was incomparably heavy. Seeing the disciples lined up neatly on both sides, he knelt on one knee and lowered his head in silence. There was a trace of a smile at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. Step by step, he entered the Qianquan Mountain Manor. To be precise, it was not the Qianquan Mountain Manor, but the Heaven Sword Tower, the new Heaven Sword Tower, the Heaven Sword Tower that had the strength of a silver-level force. Step by step, tens of thousands of people bowed to him. Mu Yun walked straight to the peak of the mountain gate. This was only the first step towards his position as the king. Get up. Waving his hands, Mu Yun looked at the crowd and said slowly. Clattering sounds were heard. At a glance, there were hundreds of thousands of people below. The Heaven Sword Tower, the 5 bronze-level forces, and the disciples left behind by the Qianquan Mountain Manor. This was the current Heaven Sword Tower. From today onwards, the Heaven Sword Tower will be divided into the Yi Sword Sect, Shijian Pavilion, Xingyue Sword Mansion, Ninefold Sect, and Heavenly Master Sword Sect. The 5 bronze-level forces will be further divided into ordinary iron-level forces. Everyone needs to integrate the forces in the Qianquan mountain range. In a few days, I will go to the 9 Immortal Pavilion and turn the Heaven Sword Tower into a silver-level force. When the time comes, all the matters will be recorded in detail. Yes. A response came from the vast and mighty crowd. Mu Yan looked at all of this and slowly let out a breath in his heart. 9 Immortal Pavilion, a gold-level force. This time, he went to the 9 Immortal Pavilion to promote the Heaven Sword Tower to a silver-level force. Next, he had to think about his next move. After working for an entire day, the rewards from various positions made Mu Yan's head hurt. Fortunately, Yi Sueki had been helping by the side. Otherwise, he would have been so busy that he would have become a ball of yarn. Back then, his master, Meng Zimo, was the one who stepped in for the Cloud Alliance. Otherwise, according to his pace, the Cloud Alliance would have been in chaos long ago. As the sun gradually set, Mu Yan went to her room to rest. She lay on the bed and really didn't have any strength left. It's even more tiring than cultivation. Mu Yan was speechless. Yi Sueki walked over and sat beside her. She patiently massaged Mu Yan's back. These things are nothing. It's just the beginning. The real thing is the most tiring. Otherwise, do you think it's easy to be the leader of a faction? Yi Sueki said with a smile. Yes, yes. It's just that I haven't been so busy in a long time. I'm still not used to it all of a sudden. Hearing this, Yi Sueki's heart ached for Mu Yan. But fortunately, Sister Yi is accompanying me. Otherwise, I'll be exhausted to death. Mu Yan smiled teasingly. She hugged Yi Sueki's waist and buried her head in her chest. A fragrance wafted over. Oh? Is that so? However, seeing Mu Yan's shameless actions, Yi Sueki smiled meaningfully and said, You have so many beautiful wives by your side. I, Sister Yi, am an old woman. I'm afraid you'll only feel empty for a while. When you meet those beautiful wives of yours, I'm afraid you'll forget about me. Don't quibble. I remember those shameless things you did in your previous life. Being stared at by Yi Sueki, Mu Yan's face turned red. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 9 Heaven's Cold Jade. He had been arrogant all his life. Whatever he did not think about the results. Instead, he thought about revenge. Being a womanizer, he could simply throw himself 10 streets away from the current him. There was even one time when he pretended to be a seriously injured and dying person to punish his enemy. He tricked that person's fiancée and slept with her. In the end, when his enemy found out about it during the battle, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that time, he really did not have any burdens. But now, he had changed. Now that she had become his woman, all he wanted was to cherish her. Because in this life, he was no longer fighting alone on the road. I messed around in my previous life, but I won't do that in this life. Sister Yi, don't worry. As Mu Yan spoke, she leaned forward again. Are you serious? Yi Sueki tapped Mu Yan's forehead and said, But how would I know that you already have 3 wives and a precious disciple? It is said that you once had a confidant and countless women. There are quite a few of them. You are still in the mystic immortal realm now. When you reach the immortal king realm in the future, won't the women by your side break through the sky? Isn't that because I was afraid that Sister Yi would be lonely, so I found a few sisters to accompany you? Mu Yan hugged Yi Sueki in her arms. Sister Yi, I let you down in my previous life and made you worry. In this life, I will definitely not do that again. Yi Sueki buried her head in Mu Yan's chest like a kitten and said slowly, In this life, I just want to be by your side and watch you from afar. How can that be? Mu Yan lifted Yi Sueki's chin with her palm and said with a smile, Watch me from afar? You have to experience me closely before it is enough. As her words fell, they kissed deeply. In the room, there was a charming scene and soft whispers gradually sounded. After 3 months of busy work, the entire Heaven Sword Tower could be considered to have completely established itself in the Qianquan mountain range. As for those bronze-ranked forces that once belonged to the Qianquan mountain range, they were either destroyed or replaced by new forces. This was something that Xianxia could be said to be easy with the accumulation of 10,000 years. Mu Yun became an idle person again. However, the idlers had to meet the sect masters and leaders of various iron and bronze forces every day to get to know each other. After such a leisurely period ended, the situation in the entire southern sword domain was set. The Purple Phoenix Pagoda controlled the Purple Phoenix continent. After this battle, its territory had expanded by quite a bit. Needless to say, Bilua Huangquan School. The most helpless one was the Triple Heavenly Alliance, whose territory had shrunk by half. However, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance had no other choice. According to the previous agreement, the territory had already been given away. Right now, the Purple Phoenix Tower, the Heaven Sword Tower, and the Bilua Huangquan School couldn't afford to offend any of them. It was impossible to get them back. Under such circumstances, he could only endure. The Heaven Sword Tower, the Purple Phoenix Tower, and the Bilua Huangquan School grew stronger and stronger. At this rate, the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance would be finished sooner or later. Chen Luo, Xiaoyan, and Su Tianchen had been pondering this question for a long time. However, even as they pondered, they couldn't come up with a solution. The two battles had almost depleted the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance's resources. On this day, the three leaders were having a meeting when a figure walked in quickly. "What's the matter?" Chen Luo frowned. "Leaders, we've just received news that the Heaven Sword Tower has already set off for the Nine Immortals Pavilion today." Thud, hearing this, the cup in Su Tianchen's hand fell to the ground. The expressions of the three leaders changed instantly. "Got it. You may leave." Chen Luo waved his hand dispiritedly. "Damn it." Xiaoyan said hatefully, "Who would have thought that Mu Yun would be able to achieve what he has achieved today? While we are fighting with the three silver-ranked powers, he has been quietly developing and strengthening his own powers. We lost the battle and asked for peace, but he hid in his turtle shell and refused to show himself. And now, he even led the three silver-level forces to the Bilua Huangquan School, directly causing the three silver-level forces to lose almost all of their upper echelons. The most despicable thing is that he didn't go to the Purple Phoenix Tower in the end." Su Tianchen sighed. "This matter is already in the past. We can't be bothered with it now. Instead of thinking about this, why don't we think about how to maintain a good relationship in the future?" Hearing this, the three of them fell silent again. Suddenly, Chen Luo said, "Brother Xiao, I remember that you once obtained a piece of 9 heavens cold jade. It's about half a kilogram. Send this to the Heaven Sword Tower. Consider it our congratulatory gift for the Heaven Sword Tower's promotion." 9 heavens cold jade. Hearing this, Xiaoyan and Su Tianchen were stunned. The 9 heavens cold jade could be used to refine a martial artist's physique. Its most important function was to nourish the soul. The 9 heavens cold jade did not have any frost attribute. Instead, its power was gentle and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Most importantly, the 9 heavens cold jade nourished a martial artist's soul greatly. This was especially true for the Xian immortal stage. When one entered the true immortal stage, the soul would transform into a true soul and condense powerful soul power to attack. At this time, using the 9 heavens cold jade to nourish one's soul would be twice the result with half the effort. Although they were reluctant, Su Tianchen and Xiaoyan knew that this was the only way. The Heaven Sword Tower could not be touched. The best thing to do was to avoid it. Otherwise, if they joined forces with the Purple Phoenix Tower and the Bilua Huangquan School, it would be easy for them to swallow the Triji Heavenly Alliance. After everything was settled, the three leaders heaved a sigh of relief. Even if they could not provoke it, they could still avoid it. Compared to the complicated feelings of the three alliance leaders, Mu Yun was much more relaxed at this moment. Riding on a Xian rank flying immortal beast, the group of people headed toward the 9 immortal pavilion. Even though the Heavenly Sword Tower's strength had increased by leaps and bounds this time, it was still not enough. However, they still had to be recognized by the 9 immortal pavilion and become a gold rank force. Otherwise, the existence of the Heaven Sword Tower would still not be recognized, and they would not be able to establish themselves in the southern sword domain. This time, not only did they need to be recognized, but they also needed to make an offering. This time, the Xianxia elixir alone had reached a terrifying amount of more than 100 million. They even had to offer 2 soul-rank immortal artifacts. Under such circumstances, even Mu Yun felt the pinch. However, they had received a lot of compensation from the Biluo Huangquan school and Yisweki's own resources, so it was not a problem. The process of becoming a silver rank force is actually not very complicated. However, when we go to the 9 Immortal Pavilion this time, it's inevitable that some people will look down on us. So, don't be angry. Yisweki looked at Mu Yun and said. I understand. Seeing Mu Yun nod, Yisweki comforted her, don't worry, the procedures will be done soon. Okay. Actually, in the entire sword domain, the common iron, bronze, silver, and gold ranks have reduced a lot of trouble for the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. In the common iron rank forces, the Heaven Immortal Realm is already the highest level of strength. In the bronze rank forces, the Mystic Immortal Realm is the strongest. In the silver rank forces, the True Immortal Realm is the strongest. As for the gold rank forces like the 9 Immortal Pavilion, just the outer disciples alone are at least at the Mystic Immortal Realm. The inner disciples are at the True Immortal Realm, and some of the elders are at the Golden Immortal Realm. The Pavilion Master of the 9 Immortal Pavilion, Chu Yuji, is known as the Zither Saint and Zither Fairy. She is at least at the Almighty Immortal Realm. Almighty Immortal Realm, Mu Yun's heart trembled slightly. Chu Yuji, Zither Saint, this name sounded a little familiar. So, in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, at least now, the outer disciples are at the True Immortal Realm? Of course. Yisweki smiled and said, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect has now gathered the strongest forces in the entire sword domain. Moreover, soon, the outer disciple selection that is held once every 100 years will begin. The outer disciple selection? Yes. Yisweki nodded and said, this is a grand event that is held once every 100 years in the sword domain to select the outer disciples. In other words, it is to select the most talented disciples from the 4 gold rank forces in the entire sword domain to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. In this selection, all the disciples of the 4 sword domains who have reached the True Immortal Realm must participate. When is it? 3 years later. Hearing this, Mu Yun's eyes lit up. 3 years later? That's great. He could make it in time. Within 3 years, he must break through to the True Immortal Realm. After 3 days of hurrying, they finally arrived at the location of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. The entire 9 Immortal Pavilion was located in a mountain range called the 9 Immortal Mountain Range. Surrounding the 9 Immortal Mountain Range were 9 cities, each of which had a population of more than 10 million. The entire 9 Immortal Pavilion was the overlord of the southern sword domain. For 10,000 years, no one could shake its position. The area it occupied was even more vast than the 4 silver rank forces. This time, other than Yisweki, there were also a few disciples of the Heaven Sword Tower. They were all at the profound immortal realm. Along the way, they passed by many cities and realized that the area under the jurisdiction of the 9 Immortal Pavilion was really different. Coming and going, they rarely saw Heaven Immortals, let alone Earth Immortals and Human Immortals. Most of them were at the Profound Immortal Realm and True Immortal Realm. They also saw many Golden Immortal Realm experts. When Mu Yun saw this scene, his heart was filled with pride. The South Pole was a small place after all. Now, they had come to a wider world. Everything had just begun. 3 years later, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect would recruit outer disciples. Mu Yun must enter the outer sect. The real big plan had just begun. Moreover, Mu Yun was not the only one who was going against the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. There was also the Biluo Huangquan school and the Indestructible Sword sect. These 2 forces had a deep foundation. As long as they seized the right opportunity to create a gap in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, they would attack from both inside and outside. Even if the 33 Heavenly Sword sect did not perish, it would at least be greatly damaged. At that time, Mu Yun would not need to do anything. The Levitation Heavenly Palace and the Shui Realm in the Transforming Heaven Domain, which was close to the Sword Domain, would find an opportunity to annex the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The majesty of a gold rank force. Since ancient times, the immortal world was vast and boundless. The founders of each of the 10 great realms were all outstanding figures. There was no other reason. In order to form a realm in the vast immortal world, not only did one need to be strong, but also the strength of the entire sect. Just like Mu Yun in the past. How could he create a realm by himself? He needed the entire Cloud Alliance, the four great guardians, Pil Immortal Meng Zimo, and the divine beast Xie Qing to unite. Only then could the Cloud Alliance become a top and powerful sect. Moreover, they would be able to establish a paradise in the immortal world and withstand the suppression of other realms. It was not easy to be the king of a realm. As Mu Yun's thoughts settled, the group had already arrived outside the Nine Immortal Pavilion. The huge Nine Immortal Pavilion did not look like a sect at all. Instead, it looked like a city that stood in the depths of the mountains and forests. It could be seen almost everywhere in the Nine Immortal Mountain range. There were some buildings, pavilions, and towers on every mountain peak. If one looked carefully, there were countless of them. More importantly, when they arrived at the mountain gate, they saw that the disciples guarding the mountain were already in the profound immortal realm. Such a magnificent scene instantly caused the hearts of the Heavenly Sword Tower's disciples to sway. After walking out of the South Pole, they realized that the immortal world was unbelievably vast and powerful. Frogs at the bottom of a well were very appropriate words to describe them now. Is this the Nine Immortal Pavilion? It's unbelievable. Yes, a gold rank force. This is a gold rank force. It's more than 10 times stronger than our Heaven Sword Tower. I've never seen such a magnificent building in my life. For a moment, the people behind Mu Yun were amazed. However, looking at the building in front of them, Mu Yun's heart was calmer. Yi Sueki was even more so. Both of them had seen the real rich and powerful. The Nine Immortal Pavilion was indeed very powerful, but it was still lacking compared to the heaven-destroying swordsmanship sect of the past. And compared to the Cloud Alliance that Mu Yun had built above the ninth heaven Milky Way, it was thousands of miles apart. They were not on the same level at all. Please inform them that we are from the Heaven Sword Tower in the Cosmos Mountain Range. We are here to apply for the promotion of the Heaven Sword Pavilion to a silver force. Tian Junyu walked to the front of the mountain gate and said with a smile. The Nine Immortals Pavilion had a total of 16 entrances and exits. The main 4 entrances were located in the north, south, east, and west directions. At this moment, they were walking through a small entrance. Oh, wait a moment, I'll go and report it. The disciple on guard immediately left, swish swish swish. However, at that instant, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard. In the sky, there were many figures in different kinds of clothes. They were all standing in the air, stepping on their soul-grade immortal beasts as they flew into the Nine Immortal Pavilion. From the looks of it, the men were high-spirited and the women were astonishingly beautiful. However, the person in the lead was like the moon surrounded by the stars, surrounded in the center. It was a woman with a deep aura. Her head was covered with a veil that covered her cheeks. The veil was not an ordinary item. At least under Lin Yu's inspection, all of the soul power was blocked. TSK. These should be the disciples of the Nine Immortal Pavilion, right? Riding on soul-grade immortal beasts. When can we do that? We'll be in the limelight. A disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower couldn't help but envy. You? Stop dreaming. Hearing this, the disciple on guard immediately laughed and said, Do you know that the person who just passed by is the precious disciple of our Nine Immortal Pavilion's master? Now, outsiders are calling our master the Zither Saint. This disciple has replaced our master's former title and is called Zither Fairy. Zither Fairy? Hearing this, Mu Yun couldn't help but take a few more glances. Unfortunately, that group of people was like a white steed flitting across a crack. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared. Don't think about it. The disciple said again, if you want to have such a good life, first of all, you have to have such a good talent and be proficient in music. Hearing this, the others didn't say anything. At this moment, the disciple who reported also turned around and returned. Everyone, please follow me. Tian Junyu bowed at this moment, smiled faintly, and followed directly. If Bao Qingyu didn't say it, he really wouldn't have known that this Tian Junyu was actually a golden immortal expert. However, the strength that Tian Junyu displayed now was only at the second stage of the true immortal realm. Moreover, most importantly, Mu Yun herself had awakened her bloodline and was different from ordinary people. He could roughly see through most of the others. However, he really couldn't see through Tianjunyu. The strength that he displayed was the strength that he appeared to be. This was not simple. And what made Mu Yun feel most incredulous was that this guy was really good at enduring. Back then, when he was domineering in the Heaven Sword Tower, Tianjunyu could probably kill him with a finger. However, he actually endured his arrogance. And now, facing a disciple in the mystic immortal realm guarding the mountain, he really had to be as polite as possible. Everyone followed that disciple into the Nine Immortal Pavilion. The endless mountain range was isolated by the entire Nine Immortal Pavilion. Only then did they know that what they saw just now was just a drop in the ocean. Now, they really saw the tip of the iceberg. Usually, this kind of promotion is handled by a special elder in the pavilion. However, this time, the elder in charge has something important to do, so this time, our senior brother Chu Yiming of the Nine Immortal Pavilion will handle it for you. The disciple said respectfully, Senior brother Chu Yiming is the adopted son of the pavilion master. Later, you must be respectful and don't lose your status. Thank you for the reminder, young man. As Tianjunyu spoke, he took out a few sun pills. The sun pill contained abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth and was most suitable for nourishing the soul. It was also a necessity for disciples in the true immortal realm to cultivate. This sun pill was worth tens of thousands of mystic yang pills. Tianjunyu gave out dozens of them at once. It could be said that it was enough for this mystic immortal realm disciple to exchange for hundreds of thousands of mystic yang pills for cultivation. After receiving the pills, the disciple's face immediately bloomed with a smile. Okay, this is the place in charge of registration and inspection. You need to submit the application. Senior brother Chu has just returned, so it might take a while. You can wait for a while. Thank you. Tianjunyu cupped his hands in greeting. Mu Yun and Yisweki stood at the back, whispering to each other, not paying attention to their surroundings. This time, they were still prepared by Tianjunyu. As the Tower Master of the Heaven Sword Tower, all the matters had already been handled. Under such circumstances, there was nothing for the two of them to deal with. Everyone was led into a large hall by the disciple. The entire hall seemed to be able to accommodate more than 100 people. At this moment, the few of them were sitting upright on the tables and chairs placed in the hall. Only Yisweki and Mu Yun looked quite relaxed, while the others were nervous. Haha, not long after, a loud laugh sounded. A handsome figure strode into the main hall. The person who came was wearing a green cloak, green jade-colored boots, and green clothes. He looked very muscular. Most importantly, this person was tall, but he didn't look domineering. The word handsome was vividly displayed on this person. Oh, Lu He, this time when I went out to train with Junior Sister, you don't know. That heavenly Gaidai tiger almost touched Junior Sister's body. In the end, the man had just entered the hall and ignored everyone. He was saying something to a plump young man beside him. In the end, it was you, Chu Yiming, who killed the heavenly Gaidai tiger. Lu He replied with a smile. Wrong, very wrong. Chu Yiming laughed and said, Junior Sister played the zither with one hand and killed with one zither note. It can't be? Lu He said in disbelief, the heavenly Gaidai tiger is an overlord among the soul rank immortal beasts. It should be at least a 9th stage true immortal, right? Junior Sister killed it with one note? What do you think? Chu Yiming walked to the center of the hall and sat on a chair. He said with a smile, Junior Sister is now called Zither Fairy, replacing Master's name back then. Even Master said that the title of Zither Fairy will belong to her in the future. Then we will have to look up to Junior Sister in the future. TSK, Lu He, that's not right. Junior Sister will become my wife in the future. At that time, how can you look up to our relationship? Chu Yiming laughed. That's true. Lu He nodded and said, you, Chu Yiming, are the Pavilion Master's son. The Pavilion Master favors you a lot. She, Xianxia, is the Pavilion Master's favorite disciple. A talented man and a beautiful woman, haha, Xianxia. Suddenly, Mu Yun's body froze when she heard this name. What's wrong? Seeing that Mu Yun seemed a little strange, Yisweki asked with concern. Nothing, Mu Yun's expression relaxed. Xianxia, could it be Xian'er? But it couldn't be. Xianxia had never shown any talent in music. Cough cough, I'm the Tower Master of Heaven's Sword Tower, Tianjunyu. Greetings, everyone. At this moment, Tianjunyu stood up and looked at the people in front of him. He cupped his hands and smiled. Oh, I almost forgot about the important matter. Chu Yiming immediately said, You're Tianjunyu? Heaven's Sword Tower, in recent years, can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. You've developed well. Young Master Chu, you flatter me. Tianjunyu smiled and said. Let's not talk about the flattery. The first thing you need to do when you come here is to submit the examination materials. How many disciples do you have? How many bronze-level forces do you have? How many ordinary iron-level forces do you have? And how much land do you have? The most important thing is the number of disciples in the mystic immortal realm, whether you meet the requirements, and how many powerhouses in the true immortal realm you have. Report it first, and then submit the tribute for the promotion to a silver-level force. When we go back and review the information, we will send an elder to your sect to conduct an assessment. Only when you meet the requirements will you be considered promoted and recognized by the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Yes, we've already prepared everything. As Tianjunyu spoke, the disciple behind him immediately presented the roster. Then, 5 interspatial rings appeared in Tianjunyu's hand. Inside them were the materials for the tribute. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, could it be her? Tianjunyu, you're not being honest. At this moment, Chu Yiming suddenly spoke, with a hint of coldness in his tone. I wouldn't dare. Young Master Chu, these tributes are all prepared according to the requirements of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. There will be more, no less. Tianjunyu immediately replied nervously. Seeing Tianjunyu's hard work, Mu Yin also smiled bitterly. It was really hard on Tianjunyu to let a golden Immortal Realm expert and a genuine Immortal Realm kid put on a show here. Is that so? I heard that in order to compensate you for moving away from the South Pole, the Biluo Huangquan School gave you the Heaven Sword Tower as compensation for 5 soul-level immortal artifacts. But there are only 2 of them here. Hearing this, Tianjunyu was stunned. A trace of anger appeared in Mu Yan's heart. Chu Yiming's meaning was very clear. There were 5 soul-level immortal artifacts in the Heaven Sword Tower, and they should all be offered to them. That was too much. Mu Yan couldn't help but want to speak. But Yi Sueki, who was beside him, pulled him back and shook her head. Hearing this, Tianjunyu patted his head and smiled bitterly. Sorry, young Master Chu. It's my first time at the 9 Immortal Pavilion, and I was really nervous. I didn't give you a Space Immortal Ring. The other 3 soul-level immortal artifacts, some pills, and immortal artifacts are all here. As Tianjunyu spoke, he took out another Space Immortal Ring. Hearing this, Chu Yiming looked at Lu He, smiled, and took the Space Immortal Ring. Okay, these things have been checked and confirmed. Leave the roster. When the time comes, the elders of the 9 Immortal Pavilion will go to the Heaven Sword Tower to inspect it. Just go back and wait for the news. As Chu Yiming spoke, he waved his hand, and the Space Immortal Ring returned to his sleeve, but it was not put together with the previous one. Seeing this, Mu Yan's eyes flashed with indifference. Mu Yan had seen greedy people before, but she had never seen someone like Chu Yiming who was greedy for big advantages. He swallowed all 3 soul-grade immortal artifacts by himself. This was too much. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. At this moment, Tianjunyu cupped his hands with a smile on his face and was about to leave with the crowd. Wait. Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Mu Yun. When Yi Sueki heard this, she pulled Mu Yun back and shouted. He knew that this fellow wouldn't be so willing. He had already forgotten what he had told him earlier. Mu Yun? However, at this moment, when Chu Yiming heard this shout, he immediately turned around and stared at Mu Yun. He was dressed in a long robe, and he was about 1.8 meters tall. His figure didn't look that strong, and he could be said to be a little thin. His face looked very delicate and clean, and he could be considered handsome when put together. However, when that strand of long hair appeared in his mind, it gave off a demonic feeling. But in terms of appearance, he was delicate and handsome, and he was more like a gigolo. However, there was nothing special about his aura. He didn't have the domineering aura of an expert, nor did he have that unique personality. You're Mu Yun? Chu Yiming looked at Mu Yun and said slowly, oh, I know. You're Mu Yun with heavenly sage aptitude? Don't you have heavenly sage aptitude? Why are you only a 9th grade mystic immortal now? Chu Yiming looked at Mu Yun with a trace of examination in his eyes. However, he was puzzled. Could the husband that junior sister was talking about be this person? Chu Yiming couldn't help but feel surprised. If it was this guy, he seemed to be a little plain. Mu Yun wasn't thinking about this at this moment. Instead, she was thinking about the person in front of her. There was a trace of examination in his eyes, and more importantly, killing intent. Thinking of Xianxia, Mu Yun understood a little. What do you want to say? Looking at Mu Yun, Chu Yiming said proudly. Compared to Mu Yun, he had the right to be arrogant. He was the pride of the 9 Immortal Pavilion, and a figure with great power in the future. Mu Yun was just a disciple of the Heaven Sword Tower. Now, she still had to beg him shamelessly. This was the pride that came from the bottom of his heart. According to the rules of the 9 Immortal Pavilion, the tribute is 2 soul-grade immortal artifacts. Why did you secretly take 3? Mu Yun said coldly. You little brat. Hearing this, Lu He walked forward and looked at Mu Yun. He immediately shouted, do you know who you are talking to? This is the adopted son of the pavilion master, senior brother Chu Yiming. In the future, he will at least be a core elder of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. You must be blind to speak like this. Is the adopted son of the 9 Immortal Pavilion very powerful? What do you think? Lu He immediately shouted, senior brother Chu is a genius in both sword Dao and music. Even in terms of music cultivation, only junior sister Xianxia can be compared to him. On the other hand, you are nothing. Music? Mu Yun immediately sneered and said, music? What is it? At least in my eyes, his music is worse than Bull *T. Hearing this, Yi Sweki immediately smiled bitterly. She didn't know why Mu Yun was so angry when she was fine just now. Xianxia, this name, however, sounded a little familiar. Good lad, a mere mystic immortal doesn't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. At this moment, Chu Yiming couldn't help but snort and say, since you said that music is not good, I will let you know the power of music attacks. After Chu Yiming finished speaking, he immediately flicked his finger. Just as he was about to condense an attack, a voice suddenly sounded. Senior brother, wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the main hall. A beautiful figure slowly stepped into the hall. The person who came in was wearing a white short skirt, white high-soled boots, and a tight-fitting green shirt that showed off her perfect upper and lower curves. Especially that pair of slender legs under the white short skirt. They were slim and elegant, and very charming. Most importantly, if one were to look at this person's face, they would be able to see that each and every one of his facial features were perfect. When combined together, they would be even more flawless. And the most obvious thing was her temperament. The moment this person appeared, she gave people a very pure feeling. That pure aura even made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Junior Sister Wang. When he saw the person who came in, Chu Yiming immediately stopped. He quickly took 2 steps forward and almost stuck to the woman. When she saw this person, Yi Sweki suddenly thought of something. Xianxia. One of Mu Yun's 3 wives seemed to be called Xianxia. Could it be her? Yi Sweki looked at Mu Yun again, only to find that Mu Yun was unusually calm at this moment. The anger from just now seemed to have disappeared without a trace at this moment. Senior brother, I originally wanted to ask you some questions, but I heard someone boasting shamelessly that music cultivation is useless. That's very interesting. Xianxia put her hands behind her back and walked over to Mu Yun. Xianxia tiptoed and looked at Mu Yun in front of her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You are Mu Yun, right? Xianxia teased. Since you feel that music cultivation is useless, then let me ask you, do you dare to listen to me play a song? Why wouldn't I dare? Mu Yun smiled, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that curve, the worry in Yi Sweki's heart disappeared. She knew that when Mu Yun smiled like that in her previous life, he was very satisfied. Could this Xianxia really be his wife? Alright, since you dare, then come with me. Junior sister. Chu Yiming immediately said anxiously. This ignorant brat, I will teach him a lesson. You don't have to do it. Senior brother, do you not trust me? Wang Xianxia immediately laughed. Of course not. Chu Yiming immediately waved his hand. Senior brother, don't worry. After all, these people are here to be promoted to a silver rank force. They belong to the 9 Immortal Pavilion. I naturally know my limits and won't kill them. The premise is that this arrogant guy can play a song in front of me. Wang Xianxia looked at Mu Yun again and said, I know that behind this hall, there is a secret room specially for disciples to practice martial arts. It is isolated from all soul power detection and sound. Do you dare to come in with me and listen to my song? Let's see how good the music is. There's nothing I don't dare to do. Mu Yun. Tian Junyu stood up and looked at Mu Yun nervously. Don't worry, I can still hold on to a song, let alone a song from a beauty. Mu Yun waved his hand and said nonchalantly. Miss Yi. Tian Junyu looked at Yi Sueki, but Yi Sueki nodded at this moment. The two figures, one in front and one behind, walked towards the back of the hall. Courting death. At this moment, Chu Yiming sat down and said, Junior sister Wang's attainments in music are higher than mine, and her cultivation is not inferior to mine. She just needs to play a song, and this kid is dead for sure. Senior brother Chu is right. At this moment, Lu Ha also smiled and said, then we'll wait here. Okay. Chu Yiming sneered and said, I want to see how long he can hold on. Young lord. Tian Junyu looked at Yi Sueki on the other side at this moment. I will do my best and can bring you all away from here in an instant. What if something happens to Mu Yun? It won't happen. Yi Sueki sat down quietly. Ah? Don't worry, this kid is very cunning. Yi Sueki looked behind and cursed Mu Yun in her heart. At this moment, in a secret room at the back of the hall. With a rumbling sound, the steel door of the entire secret chamber was shut. Two figures appeared in the secret room. Didn't you want me to listen to a song? Play it for me now. Mu Yun rushed out and grabbed Wang Xianxia's hands and pressed them against the wall. Her entire body was almost completely pressed against Wang Xianxia's body. She panted heavily and teased. If you want to listen to it, I will naturally play it for you. Wang Xianxia hugged Mu Yun tightly. Her entire body was almost pressed against the wall. She looked at Mu Yun who was in front of her rudely tearing off her clothes and immediately said, Brother Yun, it's really you, it's really you. Look at my ferocious appearance. If it's not me, who else can it be? Mu Yun lowered her head and did not speak again. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Inside and outside the secret chamber. If the disciples of the 9 Immortal Pavilion saw this scene, they would definitely be heartbroken. You, why are you here? Wang Xianxia asked in surprise. Ever since we parted ways in the Four Essences fiefdom, I've been in the Southern Sword domain. I've only reached the profound immortal realm after a few decades. How did you end up in the 9 Immortals Pavilion? When I entered the immortal realm, I caught the eye of my master. I entered the 9 Immortal Pavilion and became her disciple. I heard from them that you, Zither Fairy, are amazing now. Not at all, it's all because of my master's love for me. I don't know how many treasures she used. Mu Yun teased, it seems that your master likes you very much. Of course. Wang Xianxia laughed and said, I will definitely introduce you to a master. She will definitely like you too. I don't want that old woman to like me. Mu Yun said, if she really likes me, she would have ordered someone to confirm whether I'm the husband you're looking for. You're so naughty. Outside the secret chamber. Chu Yiming was already a little impatient. Chu Yiming snorted, I'll go take a look. Senior brother, this secret chamber can only be opened from the inside. Unless the pavilion master makes a move, this guy, did he do something to junior sister? Chu Yiming looked at Tian Junyu and Yi Sueki and said, if anything happens to junior sister, you will all be buried with her. Hearing this, Tian Junyu's face became even more bitter. If something really happened, it would be terrible. Mu Yun had always done things without caring about the consequences. However, this was the 9 Immortal Pavilion. If she acted recklessly, something big would happen. At this moment, Yi Sueki was cursing Mu Yun in her heart. Looking at Chu Yiming's anxious look, she sneered, what can happen? At most, she will be hit with a stick. You, what's the matter? Mao Mao is so irritable? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Elder Yu. Outside the palace, a voice sounded, and a figure walked in. The newcomer was dressed in a long robe and looked tall and powerful. His black hair was mixed with a few strands of white hair. It was Elder Yu Qingfeng, who was in charge of the subordinate silver forces. Seeing that Elder Yu had arrived, Chu Yiming immediately recounted what had happened before. At this very moment, in the secret chamber, Wang Xinyao looked at the shredded dress on the ground and looked at Mu Yun. She scolded, it's all your fault. A good dress is now in pieces. How are you going to face others when you go out later? Hearing this, Mu Yun smiled lazily and said, just change your clothes. You have the nerve to say that. Why won't you let me acknowledge you? Wang Xinyao looked at Mu Yun and asked in confusion. When she saw Mu Yun for the first time, she almost couldn't help but shout. However, Mu Yun transmitted her voice to tell her not to make a sound. Therefore, she used the excuse of letting Mu Yun experience her musical attack. Because I feel that your eldest senior brother is full of hostility towards me. Mu Yun smiled and said, moreover, I keep having a feeling that I've heard the name of your master, Chu Yuji. Don't tell me it's you, what nonsense are you thinking? Mu Yun patted Wang Xinya's head and said with a smile, your little head is very impure now. It would be strange if I could be impure when I'm with a big pervert like you. Wang Xinya said angrily. Okay, let's get down to business. Seeing Wang Xinya put on one dress after another, revealing her perfect figure, Mu Yun was still a little reluctant in her heart. However, in the end, she suppressed the evil thoughts and said, this time, we're here to promote to a silver force. Your senior brother is amazing. Moreover, I heard that in 3 years, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects will hold the once-in-a-century selection, so this time, I will participate. Ah? Wang Xinya immediately covered her mouth and said, Big Brother Yun, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects are a top force. Why don't you enter the 9 Immortal Pavilion first and train here before entering the 33 Heavenly Sword sects? I wanted to at first, but time doesn't allow it now. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and said, sooner or later, I will have to return to the Cloud Alliance. Time can't be delayed. The reason why I want to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sects now is to start from an outer sect disciple. Step by step, I will disintegrate the 33 Heavenly Sword sects from the inside. When I reach the Immortal King realm, I will return to the Cloud Alliance. Otherwise, I won't be of much use. Wang Xinyao believed Mu Yun's words this time. This was what she knew and understood in the 9 Immortal Pavilion in the past few decades. When she was in the lower realm, she didn't dare to believe these words. Thinking of this, Wang Xinya suddenly said, Big Brother Yun, back then, when you disappeared, a green dragon appeared and said that he was your brother, Xia Qing? I think so. But he said something to Big Sister Yao, and then Big Sister Yao left. Wang Xinya was puzzled. It seems that Big Sister Yao already knew that you were the leader of the Cloud Alliance at that time. Yaoer has the Ice Phoenix Divine Spirit. The Ice Phoenix is part of the Divine Phoenix clan. Sooner or later, Yaoer will awaken her memories. Her potential is probably higher than mine. It's only a matter of time. Mu Yun said slowly, let's not talk about this for now. Do you have any news about Yaoer and Yuner now? No. Hearing this, Mu Yun felt a little uneasy. Back then, other than the 10 supremacies of the small worlds, there were also his 3 disciples, Qi Ming, Moyang, and Miao Xianyu, who entered the immortal world with him. There was also Cold Blood, Shui, and Feng Yuer. Yiqiu and Shan Yueling also didn't know any news. Mu Yun didn't care about the others. However, Mu Yun didn't want any accidents to happen to these people. It was just that the vast immortal world was so vast. If he wanted to find them, even if he became the leader of the Cloud Alliance again, he would have to use all kinds of methods. The only thing was that if he became famous and everyone was safe, they would come to find him. However, along the way, he had met a few of the 10 supremacies. He might also meet these people. However, these things couldn't be rushed. With you in the 9 Immortal Pavilion, I can indeed grow quickly here. However, the 33 heavenly sword sects are the place where I should go. In these 10,000 years, those people would never have dreamed that I would reincarnate and come back. With such an identity, I can walk the path of the past. This time, they will pay the price in blood. Wang Xinya nodded. Alright, we've been here for a long time. Let's go out first. How do we go out now? Wang Xinya looked at the redness on her chest and neck and said, It's all your fault. It's okay. Since when can't I take care of my woman? Mu Yun smiled faintly and was about to step out. Wait. However, Wang Xinya suddenly smiled slyly and said, If we go out like this, they will definitely not believe us. We must. With that, Wang Xinya raised her fist and approached Mu Yun. At this moment, outside the secret chamber. Elder Yu, it's been 2 hours. We can't wait any longer. Chu Yiming cupped his hands and said, I'm worried that something will happen to Junior's sister. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng put his hands behind his back and glanced at Tian Junyu, Yi Sueki, and the others. Then knock on the door. Yes. Chu Yiming said and went straight out of the secret chamber. Boom, boom, boom. However, just as Chu Yiming was about to knock on the door of the secret chamber rumbled. 2 figures came out together. There was a thud. Mu Yun's face was bruised and swollen. Wang Xinya lifted her with one hand and threw her out. Mu Yun. Seeing Mu Yun's half-dead appearance, Yi Sueki's heart ached. She felt as if her life was being taken away. Mu Yun, are you all right? Yi Sueki hugged the groggy Mu Yun in her arms. Her heart ached, and tears flowed down her cheeks. I'm fine. Seeing this, Chu Yiming sneered and said, Brat, are you still doubting Junior Sister Xianxia's ability? A silver force in the 9 Immortal Pavilion is not a place for you to be arrogant. At this moment, Yi Sueki only wanted to take action. However, a hand grabbed her hand tightly. It was Mu Yun. Senior brother Chu. Wang Xinya said, the 9 Immortal Pavilion is a gold force. We should pay as much tribute as we should. How can you be greedy and take advantage of us? If Master knows. Damn it, Chu Yiming did not expect that Mu Yun would tell Wang Xinya about this when she still had a breath left. Then his heroic and bright image would be completely gone. Chu Yiming, what happened? Yu Qingfeng stood up and looked at Chu Yiming. Hearing this, Chu Yiming's face turned bitter. Elder Yu Qingfeng was famous in the sect for being upright and plain-spoken. This time, they were in big trouble. Elder Yu, please don't be angry. Chu Yiming immediately took out a space ring and said, I didn't want these 3 soul-grade immortal artifacts, but they insisted on giving them to me. Now, just return them. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng snorted. Wang Xinya strode forward and looked at Yi Sueki and the rest. Silver Force assessment? It looks fun. This time, I'll go to the Heaven Sword Tower for an inspection. Go back and prepare. After saying this, Wang Xinya strode out of the hall. Junior sister, Chu Yiming immediately chased after her. He did not care whether Mu Yun was dead or alive. Everyone, the disciples are naughty. This old me will send everyone out of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Yu Qingfeng stepped forward and cupped his hands. Okay. Yi Sueki held Mu Yun's arm, her face full of love. Everyone left the hall and headed out of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Lu He was the only one left in the originally bustling hall. Lu He stood there and scratched his head. I clearly remember that Wang Xinya was wearing a white skirt when she went in. Why did she come out in pink? Did I see wrongly? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Who is this person? Meanwhile, Yu Qingfeng led the group of people from the Heaven Sword Tower out of the 9 Immortal Pavilion. Along the way, the accompanying disciples no longer felt that the 9 Immortal Pavilion was beautiful. They were all furious when they saw Mu Yun's miserable state. Yu Qingfeng did not leave after they left the mountain gate. He walked them for 100 miles before stopping. For a golden immortal elder to be so courteous, the disciples heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. At least in the 9 Immortal Pavilion, not everyone was arrogant. However, when they left the 9 Immortal Pavilion, Yi Sueki and Mu Yun leaned against a tree to rest. At this moment, Tian Junyu and Yu Qingfeng walked over together. Young master. Yu Qingfeng immediately cupped his fists and looked at Yi Xueki respectfully. Elder Yu, long time no see. You're too polite, young master. Yu Qingfeng no longer had the feeling that he was a golden immortal. Instead, he looked very respectful. Old Yu. Old lord. When he saw Tian Junyu, he looked more like an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Elder Yu, I've wronged you all these years. Not at all. Yu Qingfeng cupped his fists and said, without the sect leader's guidance, I would be a dead man now. I only hate myself for being weak. The only thing I can do now is to help young master gather information. Is mistress well? My mother is well. That's good, that's good. Yu Qingfeng nodded. Young master, in 3 years, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect will select all the disciples whose bone age is below 1,000 years old and whose strength is above the true immortal realm and below the golden immortal realm from the Eastern Sword Domain, Western Sword Domain, Southern Sword Domain, and Northern Sword Domain to the 33 Heavenly Sword sect for selection. Yi Xueki was stunned when she heard this. She said, why are they so strict this year? Wasn't the bone age limit of 3,000 years in the past? I don't know about that. The old me will ask around. However, this time, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect seems to have higher requirements for selection. Moreover, this time, they will only recruit 100 outer disciples from the 4 sword domains. 100? Hearing this, Yi Xueki was stunned. Even if the 4 great sword domains had raised the requirement to reach the true immortal realm, there would still be tens of thousands of people. However, the 33 Heaven Sword sect only wanted 100. What a joke. I understand. Why did the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate suddenly change this method? Moreover, I have received news from the 33 Heavenly Swords Gate that the new Tian Jianzi has been born. What? His words were like a heavy bomb, causing Yi Xueki to be stunned. The new Tian Jianzi, the 33 Heavenly Sword sects had chosen a Heaven Sword son every 10,000 years. 20,000 years ago, it was his father who destroyed Heavenly Flame. If his father had not left the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he would have been the sect master by now. However, Tian Jianzi from 10,000 years ago had never heard of such news. 10,000 years had passed, and now, a new Tian Jianzi had appeared. Yi Xueki understood what a Tian Jianzi meant to the 33 Heaven Sword sect. It meant power and rise. Since ancient times, every Tian Jianzi of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect was stronger than ordinary people. In addition, with the careful nurturing of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, their progress was even faster. It could even be said that the 33 Heavenly Swords sect could not become the overlord of the great sword domains without a Tian Jianzi appearing 10,000 years ago. Now, after 20,000 years, a new Tian Jianzi had finally appeared. Who is this person? His name is Yun Lang, right? At this moment, Mu Yun, who had fallen asleep while leaning against the tree trunk, suddenly spoke. Are you all right? Hearing Mu Yun speak, Yi Xueki immediately went over to check. I'm fine. I'm just pretending for those people to see. Mu Yun said with a smile. Yes, it's Yun Lang. Yu Qingfeng nodded and said, it is said that this person came from the lower realm and was found by the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. Ever since he returned, he has been in seclusion. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded. These words were undoubtedly a heavy blow. Yun Lang was indeed found by the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. Seeing that Mu Yun was silent, Yi Xueki did not say much. Elder Yu, we'll leave first. We'll contact each other in the future. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yu Qingfeng turned around and left. Mu Yun and the others sat cross-legged on the immortal beast and left the 9 immortal pavilion. On the huge flying immortal beast, Mu Yun leaned on Yi Xueki's leg and closed her eyes without saying a word. You seem to have something on your mind? As expected, I can't escape from Sister Ye's eyes. Mu Yun smiled bitterly. Tell me about it. Yi Xueki said slowly, you used to be like this. If there was something, you would keep it in your heart. Now, I want to share it with you. Phew, after taking a deep breath, Mu Yun said, this Yun Lang is my disciple. To be precise, he's my disciple from my previous life. Disciple, Yi Xueki immediately teased, you're really amazing. You've taught a Tian Jianzi. Hee, with a bitter smile, Mu Yun turned around and hugged Yi Xueki. She buried her head in her waist and said faintly, this kid couldn't cultivate back then, so I brought him in. But later, when I left the lower realm and arrived at the immortal world, I only wanted to become stronger. I created the Cloud Alliance and was competitive. When I was in the lower realm, I didn't know much about it. After that, this brat killed my brother. His martial uncle, Xue Xiao, has long hated me to the core. He hated me and forgot about him. He hated me and left him in the lower realm. When Mu Yun mentioned this, the bitterness in her heart became even more intense. In this life, the biggest nightmare for her was learning about Xue Xiao's death. She had imagined the scene of meeting Xue Xiao again too many times. But she did not expect that the two of them would meet like this. The one who talked to her was only a wisp of Xue Xiao's remnant soul. It's not your fault. Yi Xueki patted Mu Yun's head and said, there is a space barrier between the immortal world and the lower realm. Not to mention that you are a celestial king, even a supreme celestial emperor would find it difficult to open this space barrier. If you return to the lower realm, you will definitely die. Yi Xueki patted Mu Yun's shoulder and comforted her. She knew deeply. In her previous life, Mu Yun was also like this. Once it involved his good friend, he would go crazy, let alone his brother. Although he said that Xie Qing was a shameless dragon every day, in his heart, he always regarded Xie Qing as one of his most precious brothers. Even a strong person would have a weak point. Mu Yun had mentioned to her more than once that one of his brothers was Xue Xiao. Thinking of this, Yi Xueki suddenly said, you can't go to the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Since Yun Lang is there, if he knows about you, he will definitely kill you. As soon as she said this, the wind blew fiercely and the scene calmed down. No. Slowly, Mu Yun exhaled and sat up. If he's there, all the more I have to go. Mu Yun said resolutely, I really want to see how promising this disciple can be. Back then, I was able to mold him. This time, I can also destroy him. Mu Yun's words were extremely cold. Everyone sped all the way. In 3 days, they returned to the Heaven Sword Tower. At this moment, Mu Yun did not seem to be injured at all. When they returned to the Heaven Sword Tower, Mu Yun did not have time to rest before Lin Jishou rushed over. Brother Mu, people from the Tripolar Heavenly Alliance are here. Tripolar Heavenly Alliance? What are they here for? Tell them that I'm not in the mood to see them. You can go and entertain them. Mu Yun said with a wave of his hand. Lin Jishou smiled bitterly and said, Qin Yufei and Qin Yuzhu are here. Hearing this, Mu Yun paused. Alright, let's meet them. It was fine if Mu Yun did not meet the others. The Tripolar Heavenly Alliance could not overturn the situation. However, Qin Yuzhu was still considered familiar with him. Your lovers from your previous life and this life are probably enough for you to change your appearance in a month. Yi Xueki said sourly. How is that possible? Mu Yun smiled and said, how can a month be enough? It'll probably take half a year. You're asking for a beating. Yi Xueki immediately scolded with a smile. However, Mu Yun had already left in a flash. At this moment, in a living room in the Heaven Sword Tower, many figures were sitting uneasily. I don't understand why the sect asked us to come. This time, even the alliance leader did not come. Can Mu Yun see us? A disciple could not help but ask. Sigh, now that the Heaven Sword Tower is rising strongly and has applied to become a silver rank force, it has a close relationship with the Purple Phoenix Tower and an unclear relationship with the Biluo Huangquan School. Our Tripolar Heavenly Alliance is the weakest. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. That Mu Yun is really scheming. Chen Xubing, be careful with your words. Hearing this, Qin Yufei, who was sitting at the top, shouted. I understand, Sister Chen. The young man did not speak anymore. I hope you can understand the purpose of this trip. I believe you have seen the Heaven Sword Tower. The strength of the sect's disciples is much stronger than ours. Moreover, although there are not as many perfected immortals in the sect as Tripolar Heavenly Alliance, one Yigushue is enough. Qin Yufei said coldly, this time, the reason why we were asked to come, as she finished speaking, Qin Yufei looked at her sister beside her. She knew what the three leaders meant. Mu Yun was a person who valued relationships. If Qin Yuzhu came, Mu Yun might meet her out of respect. However, if the three leaders came, Mu Yun might not even meet them. The current Mu Yun had the confidence to do so. He was a rank 9 mystic immortal. It was only a matter of time before he stepped into the perfected immortal realm. Moreover, he had killed 2 rank 1 perfected immortals effortlessly. It could be seen that Mu Yun, who had the potential to become a heavenly sage, was not weak. Facts had proven that those who looked down on him were all dead. I'm not sure if he will meet me, Qin Yuzhu said weakly. Qin Yuzhu said weakly, after all, he's not the same as he was back then. As she said this, Qin Yuzhu's heart ached. He won't meet anyone, but how can I not meet you? At this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. He was dressed in a long black robe with a treasure belt around his waist. His long hair was tied up in a bun, and a lock of hair on his forehead was floating in the breeze, blocking the light in one of his eyes. The figure was slightly thin, with a clean face and flawless eyes. It looked so comfortable from beginning to end. His posture with his hands behind his back looked extremely calm. Cripple her cultivation. Mu Yun. Mu Yun. Qin Yuzhu muttered softly as she looked at that figure. Yuzhu, it's been a while. Mu Yun said with a smile. I thought, what did you think? Mu Yun said with a smile, did you think I wouldn't come? Little girl, you're quite thoughtful. Come, I'll treat you to a meal. I remember you treated me to a meal at the Threefold Heavenly Alliance. Qin Yuzhu nodded when she saw Mu Yun's easygoing attitude. You should have done that long ago. However, as Mu Yun was about to leave, a displeased voice suddenly appeared. Mu Yun halted in her tracks. What is it? Mu Yun, you used to be a disciple of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance. It's all thanks to the Threefold Heavenly Alliance that managed to resist the attacks of the 3 silver factions. Therefore, don't put on airs in front of us. You better behave yourself. Mu Yun's interest was piqued when she heard the words. Are you kidding me? This guy doesn't seem to understand the situation. Behave myself? I'm very obedient. Mu Yun said with a smile. Is that so? Of course. What's your name? My name is Xianxia. Xianxia said proudly, you have to understand that I'm a disciple of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance's Xiao clan. You've killed a disciple of the Threefold Heavenly Alliance, and you're still acting so arrogantly. Do you really think you can act arrogantly in front of us just because you're relying on the Heaven Sword Tower? Arrogant? Mu Yun wore a wry smile when she heard the words. That's right. Xianxia continued, the Threefold Heavenly Alliance used to be your sect. You should be grateful, that's the first reason. Oh? What's the second reason? Of course. Xianxia continued, secondly, we're not here because of the 3 leaders. What do you think? The Threefold Heavenly Alliance is looking down on you. After all, you're from the Threefold Heavenly Alliance. Thirdly, you're in the Heaven Sword Tower, so what? House Master, Deputy House Master, or Elder? Since the Heaven Sword Tower has sent you to receive us, you should have come earlier. You've made us wait for a long time, do you know that? Mu Yun couldn't help but want to laugh when he heard the man in front of him spouting nonsense. Xianxia, shut up. However, right at this moment, Qin Yufei directly walked forward and looked at Xianxia as she said, you talk too much nonsense. Qin Yufei, your Qin clan is afraid of him, but my Xiao clan isn't. Xianxia shouted, Brother Xiaozhan Tian was killed by her. Without our Triple Heavenly Alliance, would Mu Yun be able to reach this step? Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and said sarcastically, Mu Yun, you should know your place. Qin Yufei had an awkward expression on her face. Mu Yun, I'm sorry. Qing rarely gets involved in human affairs, so he doesn't know the rules. It doesn't matter. I'll spare his life for your sake. Spare my life? Xianxia immediately said angrily, who do you think you are? Xianxia took a step forward and punched Mu Yun's cheek. Bang, however, before Mu Yun could make a move, Lin Jishou, who was standing beside her, had already grabbed with his claw. There was a low bang. Lin Jishou's palm grabbed Xiao Qingqing's arm tightly. Screams immediately sounded. Hearing those screams, everyone suddenly felt their bodies tremble. Destroy his cultivation, Mu Yun said indifferently. Then, she turned around and looked at Qin Yuzhu, saying, let's go. I'll bring you to taste the delicacies in the Heaven Sword Tower. After subduing the Cosmos Villa, the delicacies here are also very good. Qin Yuzhu nodded. At this moment, Qin Yufei and the others also followed. What are you doing? However, Mu Yun said softly, I only called Yuzhu. Did I call you? Once this was said, everyone was immediately embarrassed. However, seeing Xiao Qingqing being restrained, who dared to say anything, two figures left the hall. Screams sounded behind them. Everyone in the hall fell silent. Lin Jishou smiled and said, you're overestimating yourselves. I advise you to be more honest. Back then, when Brother Yun was in the Triple Heavenly Alliance, you did not seize the opportunity. Now, how does it feel to be inferior? Moreover, to tell you the truth, there are 3 perfected immortals in the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Sect Master Yigushua is now Mu Yun's confidant and listens to Brother Mu. Xia is Brother Mu's personal immortal beast, and Xiaoqi is Brother Mu's daughter. Who do you think is the most powerful in the Heaven Sword Tower? Once this was said, everyone present was dumbfounded. Only Qin Yufei could only smile bitterly. Thank you very much. Qin Yuzhu was walking in the Heaven Sword Tower at this moment and looked at Mu Yun. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Mu Yun said indifferently, I've always treated my friends this way. I won't be soft-hearted towards my enemies either. Qin Yuzhu knew that Mu Yun had only crippled Xiao Qingqing's cultivation just now. Otherwise, Xiao Qingqing would have died without a doubt. However, some disciples in the Triple Heavenly Alliance could not recognize the current situation and were courting death. Mu Yun, this time, I'm here to bring the attitude of the 3 leaders. Qin Yuzhu mustered up her courage and said, take this 9 heavens cold jade. 9 heavens cold jade, that was good stuff. Mu Yun took the 9 heavens cold jade and said with a smile, what do you mean? My father and 2 uncles no longer have the intention to fight with you over it. They only hope that the Triple Heavenly Alliance can maintain its current state. They hope that the Heaven Sword Tower will be magnanimous. Qin Yuzhu immediately said, although I don't know what method you used to make the Purple Phoenix Tower close to you and the Biluo Huangquan School help you, I know that you've always been this outstanding. Back then, when Xiaozhan Tian and the other 2 wanted to kill you, I knew that this day would come. Hearing this, Mu Yun also smiled slightly. Don't worry. Mu Yun said with a smile, I won't touch the Triple Heavenly Alliance. However, the precondition is that the 3 leaders don't have any bad intentions. Otherwise, we won't. Qin Yuzhu immediately said. Looking at Qin Yuzhu, Mu Yun smiled again and said, you and I have become estranged after all. That's something that can't be helped. Qin Yuzhu said bitterly, who would have thought that in just over 20 years, you've grown from a little human immortal to the 9th stage of the mystic immortal realm? Moreover, you control a silver-ranked force. With just a word, you can change the situation of the 4 silver-ranked forces in the entire Southern Sword region. It's hard not to be nervous when I'm with you. He. Mu Yun also understood that these things were unavoidable, the gap between him and Qin Yuzhu would only grow bigger and bigger. Merely, the friendship that Qin Yuzhu had shown him back then was something that he would never forget. Don't worry, I'll accept this 9 heavens cold jade. You can just pass on my words. Mu Yun said with a smile, moreover, if your father and the others bully you in the Triple Heavenly Alliance in the future, you can come to me. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll strip them naked and spank them. That's right. You look better when you smile like this. Mu Yun nodded and smiled slightly. After having a meal with Qin Yuzhu and saying goodbye, Mu Yun returned to the mountain where he was at. Are you done being carefree? Yi Sweki's voice suddenly sounded and said, I saw that Qin Yuzhu's eyes were almost dripping with love when she looked at you. Do you want me to be hated by everyone and make them spit at me? It's better if they spit at me. Drown you narcissist. Yi Sweki scolded. You and Wang Xingya put on a good show today. Yi Sweki stopped and suddenly said. You must have done something dirty in the secret chamber. Dirty? Mu Yun suddenly said, no way. Then, aren't you doing dirty things with me every day? It was like this in his previous life. Xianxia and he bickered with each other. However, this senior sister always lost to him every time. Mu Yun smiled and took out the 9 heavens cold jade. 9 heavens cold jade? Xianxia said in surprise, the Triple Heavenly Alliance is really willing to spend a lot of money. It's such a big piece. It should be half a kilogram, right? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said, it seems that Chen Luo and the other two are really afraid this time. It's good that they're afraid. Who asked them to be so blind that they almost killed you? Xianxia sat on Mu Yun and snorted. They should be on tenterhooks. If they're unhappy one day, I'll take action and flatten the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered that Yu Qingfeng is also from the Indestructible Sword sect. That's right. Xianxia nodded and said, we've been preparing for 10,000 years. Of course, we have to be more prepared. So, there are also people from the 33 Heavenly Sword sects? Could it be a peak master? I'm not very sure about that. Those seniors who have surpassed the Golden Immortal Realm are all handled by my mother. I don't know much about them. Yes. The two of them were silent for a moment. Xianxia said again, Little Yun, I might need to make a trip back to the Chaotic Lands soon to tell my mother about your matter. Tian Junyu will help you deal with this, but I'll be back soon. Okay. Mu Yun nodded and said, but before you leave, you have to feed me. Feed you? Your little Xianxia will be here soon. Do you still need me to feed you? What do you think? Mu Yun waved her hand. In the room, whimpers gradually sounded. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Xianxia had already set off. She left the Heaven Sword Tower and headed towards the Chaotic Lands. The entire Immortal Realm was divided into 10 major realms. The Sword Realm ruled by the 33 Heavenly Sword sects was in the south of the Immortal Realm. As for the Cloud Alliance of the Cloud Realm, it was in the north of the Immortal Realm. The other 8 realms were distributed in the north, south, east, and west of the Immortal Realm. In the center of the vast and boundless Immortal Realm was the Chaotic Lands. The land of extreme chaos wasn't just a simple continent. The reason it was called the Chaotic Lands was because it was a place where people from all the forces and realms of the Immortal Realm were mixed together. It was chaotic and noisy, with all kinds of people living there. Moreover, there were countless powerful sections. Among the 10 major realms of the Immortal Realm, the Demon Realm, the Buddhist Realm, and the Demon Realm could be said to be the 3 most powerful realms. However, some people had carefully calculated that if all the forces in the Chaotic Lands united, their strength would definitely be more tyrannical than the 3 most powerful realms. However, it was impossible for such a situation to exist in the Chaotic Lands. Since its birth, no one had been able to unify it. Even Mu Yun had only gone to the northern Zhao Realm and Zhouyuan Realm to establish the Cloud Realm. Some people had even tried to unify the entire Chaotic Lands, but in the end, no one had ever succeeded. It was a rather legendary place. The Heavenly Extermination Sword sect was there. This time, Mu Yun was not worried about Xianxia's return. After all, Yi Jingyun was there, and nothing would happen to her. At this moment, Mu Yun was looking at the 9 heavens cold jade in his hand. This time, he could use this 9 heavens cold jade to try and enter the true Immortal Realm. Thump, thump, thump. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio. It was settled by him too. Who is it? Senior Brother Mu, the elders from Triji Heavenly Alliance are here. Then, Wang Xianxia is here with her team. Why is she here? Mu Yun smiled bitterly when she heard the report. Wang Xianxia said that she was coming, but he thought it was a joke. He did not expect her to really come. Why? Am I not welcome? As soon as Mu Yun said that, the door of the main hall was pushed open, and a figure walked into the main hall. She was wearing a white top and a short skirt, revealing her straight legs. She was as fair as jade, slim and graceful. Wang Xianxia's outfit looked pure with a hint of charm. Her smile was even more enchanting. Welcome, of course we welcome you. How can we not welcome you, Zither Fairy? Mu Yun smiled faintly. Wang Xianxia looked at Mu Yun and rushed into Lin Jishuo's arms. But there are people watching. Don't be afraid. Let them see. I'm hugging my husband. Who can stop me? Wang Xinya smiled, her eyes filled with longing. Brother Yun, I missed you so much. We've only been apart for 3 days, and you're already missing me? Of course. Lin Jishou felt goosebumps all over his body as he watched the two of them flirting in the main hall. He left the main hall immediately and closed the door. Old Lin, why are you here? Fan Wuyan asked worriedly when he saw Lin Jishou. It was Wang Xinya who beat Brother Mu up the last time. How dare you let them be alone? No, I have to go in and take a look. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Jishou pulled Fan Wuyan back and said with a smile, go in and take a look. Be careful that Mu Yun smashes your head. Ah? Sigh, tell me, why is the gap between people so big? Lin Jishou sighed. The two of us are considered extraordinary, but look at Mu Yun. Sect Master was taken care of by him, and now, Zither Fairy was taken care of by him, no. Fan Wuyan suddenly shook his head and said, I remember that Mu Yun has a wife called Wang Xinya. Don't tell me it's him? Zither Fairy? No way. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. Let's go. We must ask Ren Gang. Lin Jishou. He and Mu Yun came from the lower world. Mu Yun. Yes. The two figures studio. Ren Gang and Tian. Ren Gang Ren. Ren Gang Studio was. Ren Jiu Lin. Mu Yun Yen Studio Lin Mu Yun Li Studio Li. Brother Yun Yen Big Yun. Wang Xinya asked. Yes. Ever since I entered the immortal world, I've met some old friends. However, I've never seen Yao Yuner, and the others. Mu Yun said. The immortal world is so vast. I wonder where they are now. Don't worry, Brother Yun. Wang Xinya suddenly said. To be honest, I never thought that I would meet you in the sword domain. Back then, you told us that you were the reincarnation of the Cloud Alliance's leader. I didn't believe you. However, after I entered the sword domain, the more I learned about the 9 Immortal Pavilion, the more I suspected that you were too similar to that leader. There are too many miracles in this world. One day, we will meet again. Hence, I've been waiting for you. Didn't I wait for you? Wang Xinya felt extremely comfortable and peaceful as she leaned against Mu Yun. Perhaps if she hadn't met Mu Yun, she would still be the daughter of a family in the Nanyun Empire. However, because of Mu Yun, the happiness she received was far greater than the sadness she felt. Most importantly, because she had physical contact with Mu Yun, her body had undergone tremendous changes. Unknowingly, a lot of enlightenment was awakened. Wang Xinya knew that all of this had to do with Mu Yun's bloodline. To be precise, it was Mu Yun's bloodline power that had changed her bloodline power. Looking at Wang Xinya, Mu Yun smiled. I didn't expect you to be so proficient in music. You even have a master of music cultivation as your master. You're highly regarded. Actually, I feel that all of this is because of the essence you injected into my body. Oh? Mu Yun was surprised. Then, have you cultivated the Immortal Blood Codex again all these years? Of course. I've already cultivated the first level of the Immortal Blood Codex you gave me back then. Hearing this, Mu Yun's interest was immediately piqued. He knew that when he gave the Immortal Blood Codex to Wang Xinya and Xiao Yuner, both of them couldn't cultivate it. Only Qin Mengyao improved rapidly. He didn't expect Wang Xinya to be able to cultivate it now. Mu Yun immediately said, I've also obtained the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of cultivation methods. I'll pass them to you. You can cultivate them gradually. Okay. Mu Yun vaguely felt that the reason for such changes was probably because Wang Xinya's body had undergone some strange changes after he injected his essence into her. Everyone was born with a talent that belonged to them. Wang Xinya was very familiar with the array Dao back then. Now that she had touched upon music, perhaps this was her true path to rise. However, he didn't know how terrifying Qin Mingyao's cultivation had become now. The awakening of the Ice Phoenix spirit and Qin Mingyao's memories would definitely be greatly obstructed. He was afraid that there would be unavoidable trouble. All of this was hard to say. On this day, early in the morning, Mu Yun got up from the bed, opened the window, and looked inside the Heaven Sword Tower. She had a realization in her heart. In 3 years, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect had begun to recruit disciples. Although they were only outer sect disciples, they were required to be at the perfected immortal realm. In that case, the inner sect disciples were at least at the golden immortal realm. Golden immortals were definitely overlords in the southern sword domain, but they were only inner sect disciples in the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. In that case, those elders were at least at the perfected golden immortal realm. In that case, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was probably even stronger than 10,000 years ago. At this moment, Mu Yun's mind was filled with thoughts. The 9 heavens cold jade appeared in her hand, and Mu Yun held it. The 9 heavens cold jade nourished the soul and was a supplement. Mu Yun didn't expect the Triple Heavenly Alliance to be able to obtain this item, which surprised her. However, the reason why the Triple Heavenly Alliance sent this item was most likely to prevent the Heaven Sword Tower from swallowing the Triple Heavenly Alliance. The 3 Alliance Masters were afraid. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and directly placed the 9 heavens cold jade in her palm. At this moment, the immortal chi and origin energy in her body crazily gathered and spread toward the 9 heavens cold jade. A buzzing sound was heard. At this moment, the 9 heavens cold jade gradually shrank and gradually disappeared from Mu Yun's palm. In an instant, a pure power came from her body. The gentle power was not origin energy or immortal chi, but pure power, the power that the soul needed. The gentle power rushed toward Mu Yun's soul consciousness. At this moment, not only was the deity extermination painting spinning above Mu Yun's head, but the blue sky underworld painting was also spinning continuously. The 2 paintings were opposite each other, but their auras were harmonious. At this moment, Mu Yun's embryo was sitting right below. At this moment, the nascent soul and soul were incomparably close together. This time, relying on the power of the large number of origin embryos, Mu Yun was going to step into the true immortal realm. As the power gathered crazily, Mu Yun's entire body was extremely relaxed at this moment. Rumbling sounds came one after another, and the origin embryo completely released its power at this moment. Wisps of soul energy directly entered the origin embryo and nourished her soul energy. Gradually, Mu Yun's thoughts came to a complete halt. All of his attention was focused on his soul. In the early stage of martial arts cultivation, the most important thing was the body. Compared to the powerful demon clan and demon clan, the body of a martial artist was the weakest. Therefore, humans had always paid attention to adjusting the strength of their bodies. Now that the body had become strong to a certain extent, it was time to strengthen the soul. The strengthening of the soul could be said to be the most important thing in the path of a martial artist's advancement. When the soul was strong, the martial artist's spirit would be strong, and it would be easier to strengthen the body. A true immortal was slightly stronger than a Xian immortal. The most important difference was that a true immortal could attack with soul energy. However, the soul energy attack was also divided into strong and weak. Basically, the soul energy attack condensed by a level 1 to level 5 true immortal could only attack the soul of a martial artist. As for the powerhouses after level 5, they could condense their soul power into a physical attack. In other words, once Mu Yun stepped into the level 1 true immortal realm, her soul energy would increase and she could use it to attack. The attacks condensed by a level 1 to level 5 true immortal realm martial artist could not hurt her at all. Once her soul was in danger, she could directly jump into the deity extermination painting. It could also be said that the deity extermination painting was a layer of protective armor. In her previous life, it was the deity extermination painting that allowed her to survive and leave behind a remnant soul. However, if a martial artist above level 5 true immortal were to condense their soul energy and attack her body, even if her soul entered the deity extermination painting, her body would still be seriously injured. Furthermore, it did not mean that she was invincible against level 1 to level 5 true immortals. At the very least, excluding soul energy, the strength of a true immortal realm martial artist was much stronger than a Xian immortal realm martial artist. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios stepping into the true immortal realm. Time passed bit by bit. Mu Yun's entire body and mind stayed in the soul and his heart. That gentle power nourished his soul one by one. The comfortable aura almost made Mu Yun let out a relaxed murmur. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun's mouth had a relaxed expression. To others, this trial was incomparably difficult. However, to him, this trial was extremely easy. After all, to condense a true soul, the physical transformation of the soul was the most important. However, Mu Yun had experienced these processes before, so there was no bottleneck. In his heart, Mu Yun was already preparing to step into the true immortal realm. His soul was transforming, step by step, toward the true immortal realm. Boom, however, at this moment, a roar sounded. In front of Mu Yun's eyes, the scene of heaven and earth changed drastically. He was no longer in his room, but appeared on a battlefield. The wind was rustling, and the rain was heavy. The sounds of fighting, shouting, and wailing rose and fell one after another. This world was vast and boundless. At this moment, he was wearing a silver battle robe, and his white robe was already dyed red with blood. Young master, leave quickly. Everyone, listen up. We must do our best to protect the young master. Kill. Noisy voices sounded in his ears, and those figures almost filled Mu Yun's eardrums. Haha, today is the day you die. Mu Yun, you will die without a doubt. A roar sounded, and between the sword and saber light, a figure charged directly. Puff puff puff, however, before that blade light could reach them, numerous figures had already stepped forward to block it. That blade light had shattered their bodies and bones, causing them to disappear into nothingness. However, those people still did not retreat. Warriors of the shepherds, you can only die standing, not live kneeling. A man in red armor, holding a halberd, roared and charged into the crowd. Uncle Lu, looking at that figure, Mu Yun suddenly spoke. Uncle Lu? Who was Uncle Lu? However, with this shout, Mu Yun was immediately puzzled. However, at this moment, he could not move from head to toe, as if he was fixed in place. However, in the blink of an eye, that red-armored man's head was chopped off by a sword. Even so, his body still didn't stop. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun only felt something flowing from the corner of his eyes. Wiping the corner of his eyes, Mu Yun was stunned. Crying, he was actually crying. Mu Yun, 10th heaven's favorite son, known as the god of war, you have a day? Suddenly, a figure shrouded in a black robe charged at him. If you touch him, you will die. However, at this moment, a figure by Mu Yun by Mu by Mu Yun by Mu by Mu by Mu by Mu Yun by Mu. That person Mu Yun Ming by Mu Yun Yang. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly, Mu by Mu by Mu 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 Studios huff, panting heavily, Mu Yun's entire body was soaked in sweat. Brother Yun, what's wrong? Wang Xinyao looked at Mu Yun in horror. Me? Mu Yun shook his head as if he had been through life and death. I'm fine. I had a very strange dream. Dream? I heard you keep calling Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu. Who is Uncle Lu? Is he also a member of your Cloud Alliance? Wang Xinyao asked curiously. No. Mu Yun shook his head. Who was Uncle Lu? He did not know at all. Mu Yun looked at his own hands and then at his own body. At this moment, the soul in his Yuan embryo had undergone a great transformation and transformed into an immortal soul. Rich soul power was stirring wantonly in his Yuan embryo. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had stepped into the perfected immortal realm. However, what was going on with that scene just now? It seemed like, the memories buried in his heart. Mu Yun felt a little confused. Shepherds, young master? What was all this? Mu Yun was completely confused. Guai, did you see it? Mu Yun said slowly. See it? See what? Guai replied, that's your own memory. How can I see it? My own memory? Do you mean that those are things that I've experienced? Are they experiences from my previous life? No. Mu Yun suddenly denied. In my previous life, I was just a baby who walked out of the God Burial Mountain range. How is that possible? Previous life? This is too ridiculous. Mu Yun felt that he really could not figure out what was going on. He had not finished the things in this life, and a series of questions from his previous life had appeared. What, did you see? Guai asked, puzzled. Immediately, Mu Yun began to explain in detail. Shepherds? Do you know where that is? And young master, Uncle Lu, what are these? Mu Yun hoped to find the answer from Guiyi. After all, this guy knew a lot. I don't know. You don't know? Aren't you the artifact spirit of the immortal extermination painting? How can you not know? Mu Yun was puzzled. The world is so big. If I knew everything, would I still be here? Guiyi snorted and did not speak anymore. Mu Yun simply closed the immortal extermination painting and stopped looking at the old fox. This fellow had a belly full of evil tricks in his heart. He didn't know, how could he not know? At this moment, Guiyi in the immortal extermination painting was cursing. Brat, you must be up to something wicked again. Next time when you are in danger, don't look for me. However, this brat, as his strength increases, his bloodline power awakens in this life. I'm afraid, there will be many interesting changes. As Guiyi's faint words fell, he looked at the 300 blood guards on the immortal extermination painting and immediately shouted, "What are you looking at? Don't you need to cultivate? Your master has reached the perfected immortal realm. If you don't work hard, what use is there for him to keep you?" Hearing this, the blood guards immediately clung to the 9 spirits heaven capturing steel and stopped looking around. Guiyi cursed angrily, "What bad luck. This brat, let a few beauties in so that I can have some eye candy. I have to look at a bunch of skeletons every day." At this moment, Mu Yun could only keep saying that he was fine in the face of Wang Xinya's inquiry. Unfortunately, Wang Xinya did not believe him at all. Mu Yun could do nothing about it. That scene made it impossible for him to calm down. In the end, after comforting Wang Xinya, Mu Yun sat down obediently and began to cultivate. When he looked at his origin embryo again, Mu Yun was shocked. Martial artists in the perfected immortal realm mainly cultivated soul power. The soul power between stage 1 and stage 9 true immortals was divided according to a kind of quality. It was usually divided by stages. Generally, stage 1 true immortals had soul power of stage 1. Stage 2 true immortals had soul power of stage 2. Stage 3 true immortals had soul power of stage 4. Stage 4 true immortals had soul power of stage 8. Stage 5 true immortals had soul power of stage 16. At every level, the soul power showed a terrifying growth. And this was only the first 5 ranks. However, he now realized that his soul power, according to this division, was probably more than stage 4. What was going on? Mu Yun was stunned. At this moment, Wang Xinya looked at Mu Yun's stunned expression and thought that Mu Yun was thinking about something. He remained silent and gently patted his back. The accumulation of immortal chi is only at the level of a stage 1 true immortal, but your soul power has reached the terrifying stage 4. Comparable to a stage 3 true immortal. It's really strange, Mu Yun suddenly said. What's strange about this? Wang Xinya suddenly said, I once heard from Master that since ancient times, there have been many outstanding geniuses whose soul power has become strange. Moreover, you are a reincarnated human. Perhaps because of your 2 lives, there have been many changes. Hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and did not bother about this anymore. In the following period of time, Mu Yun had been tempering his soul power. After reaching the perfected immortal realm and forming the true soul, the increase in strength was on a completely different level. Mystic immortal realm martial artists, perfected immortal experts, golden immortal experts, zenith heaven golden immortals, and peerless immortal kings. These titles weren't just for show. After reaching the perfected immortal realm, one could be called an expert in the immortal realm. For a few months, Mu Yun had been accompanying Wang Xinya. The two had almost tasted all the feelings of separation in the past few decades. When they met again, it was naturally a collision of wood and fire. Moreover, unexpectedly, Wang Xinya directly broke through the shackles of a stage 7 true immortal and reached the stage 8 true immortal realm. On the contrary, Mu Yun had been exploring the reason for the increase in his soul power and did not start to improve his cultivation. Moreover, the most important thing was that the current Mu Yun found that as the blood essence and blood pearls in his body gathered, there were even traces of soul power gradually inserted into them. Mu Yun was rather surprised by this. Once the soul power inserted into the blood essence and blood pearls, once it exploded, it would not only be the tyrannical explosive power of the blood pearls, but also the shattering attack of the soul power. The blood essence and blood pearls could be said to be Mu Yun's most powerful trump card now. For nearly half a year, Xianxia stayed in the Heaven Sword Tower. She was entangled with Mu Yun all day long and never separated. Half a year had passed. The Heaven Sword Tower passed the assessment and completely advanced to become a silver force. Xianxia had no choice but to return to the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. However, half a year had passed and Xianxia had not returned. Mu Yun looked at the empty room and felt rather lonely. Happy days are always so short. Now, I can only start to cultivate. Mu Yun smiled bitterly and sat cross-legged on the bed. His strength had increased greatly. Some of the immortal techniques that he used previously were no longer enough to increase his strength. This time, what Mu Yun wanted to do was to find some immortal techniques to make up for it. As for the sword technique, he had already decided in his heart. Falling Feather Sword Technique. This sword technique was an inferior soul-level immortal technique, which was just right for him now. Moreover, his swordsmanship was constantly improving. Now, the sword realm had already expanded to 100 meters. Just this sword technique alone would definitely kill an ordinary stage 1 true immortal. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Sword Saint Lu Qingfeng. Mu Yun was very cautious this time. What he needed was a powerful and lethal immortal technique. All this time, he had indeed possessed it, but he had never learned it. It came from the 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet. Now, he already had 4 tablets of the 9 Spirits Heaven Seas tablet. He had already mastered the secrets of these 4 tablets, and because of this, he had stepped into the bloodline realm of the bloodline Dao. However, the 4 stone steels contained even more powerful bloodline incantations. For example, on the first tablet, there was a martial technique move, 9 Hell Blood Claw. On the second tablet, there was the Blood Dragon Roar. Just by looking at the introduction on the tablets, it was enough to determine that these 2 blood arts were very powerful. On the third and fourth tablets, there should also be martial techniques. However, Mu Yun was only in the bloodline Dao now, so he had not yet reached that level. However, these 2 blood arts were enough for Mu Yun to ponder. At the same time, what surprised Mu Yun even more was that the changes in his bloodline power had caused him to comprehend the Heaven's Eye. Heaven's Eye had long been subdued by his body. However, all this time, he had only been able to use the Void Blade and Void Spin attacks. When he reached the immortal world from the lower realm, these attacks changed. Therefore, he renamed them Void Blade and Void Spin. Now, following the change in his strength, his soul power condensed to attack. Now, he was trying to inject his soul power into the Void Blade and Void Spin step by step. The results were beyond his expectations. Originally, he could only control those Void Blades to attack. However, the infusion of soul power could change the shape of the Void Blade. That was incredible. When he fought with others, he could directly increase the Void Blade by dozens of times, or reduce it to the size of a needle tip. The destructive power would be completely different. Mu Yun already had some plans in his heart. In the remaining 2 years, he needed to strengthen his comprehension of martial techniques. He could put aside the matter of increasing his strength first. Mu Yun also knew that blindly increasing his cultivation level was not necessarily beneficial to his own strength. Time passed bit by bit, and the entire sword domain started to become lively. The reason was none other than the overlord of the sword domain, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, was about to begin their once-in-a-century recruitment. Although he was only an outer court disciple, he was an outer court disciple that had entered the 33 heavens. The outer sect of the 33 Heavens Sword sect would have a boundless future. Under such circumstances, no one would choose to give up. Furthermore, the requirements for the selection were already out. Above the true immortal realm, bone age under 1,000 years. Such a requirement could be said to be harsh. It could be said that to be able to reach the true immortal realm within 1,000 years, one would at least be a genius. To be more precise, geniuses were not qualified at all. At the very least, they had to be geniuses who could continuously obtain fortuitous encounters. Under normal circumstances, only a peerless genius would be able to achieve this. Many of the old-timers who had been cultivating were disheartened when they heard the news. As for those who were eager to participate, they were all dejected. This year, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect seemed to have chosen to increase the difficulty of the recruitment. This was something they did not expect. The news gradually spread. Within the sword domain, the 4 gold rank forces in the north, south, east and west started to get busy. Within the south sword domain, the silver rank forces were the Tripoli's Heavenly Alliance, Heaven Sword Tower, Purple Phoenix Tower and Bilua Huangquan School. As for the east sword domain, the west sword domain and the north sword domain, they were the Life and Death sect, for Symbol's Loft and Black Fiend sect respectively. Needless to say, within the 4 gold rank forces, there were at least thousands of disciples who had reached the true immortal realm, if not 10,000. As for the silver rank forces under their respective jurisdiction, there were very few who met this requirement. However, even so, just the disciples of the 4 gold rank forces added up to 10,000 people. This did not include those genius disciples who were cultivating alone. The entire sword domain was so vast, and the number of people was in the hundreds of millions. Such a requirement was indeed ridiculous, but it did not mean that no one could meet it. Mu Yun believed that this time, when the requirements were released, new geniuses would be born in the entire sword domain one after another. Mu Yun already knew the requirements. Now, she just had to wait to register and participate in the competition. However, after staying in the Heaven Sword Tower for a year, Mu Yun kept trying to figure out her martial techniques and cultivation techniques, wanting to comprehend them. Until one day, an unexpected guest came to visit, Bao Qingyu. As usual, Bao Qingyu had a tall and slender figure, and she was wearing a tight dress that accentuated her beautiful figure. Sect Master Bai must have some news for you to visit, right? Can't I come to visit you if there's nothing? Bao Qingyu smiled and said, those 2 lovely people of yours are not here today, right? 2 lovely people? Mu Yun was stunned and immediately understood. Bao Qingyu was talking about Wang Xianxia and Yi Sueki. It seemed that Bilua Huangquan School was really well informed. If they were here, I really wouldn't dare to come to your Heaven Sword Tower. Sect Master Bai is so beautiful. What's there to be afraid of? Mu Yun smiled. This time, I'm here to tell you where the 33 Heavenly Swords sect is going to hold the trial this time. Oh? It seems that you already know about it, Sect Master Bai. Bao Qingyu didn't explain much and said slowly, this time, the 33 Heavenly Swords sect will select their inner disciples to go together with the disciples of the 4 gold rank forces. The disciples of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect will also go? However, it's different from the past. This time, the higher-ups of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect are very good at thinking. Oh? What do you mean? Mu Yun was puzzled again. This time, the outer disciples of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect who will participate in the trial are all 5th grade true immortals and below. These disciples are actually some of the weaker disciples of the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. Letting them participate is equivalent to fighting with the disciples of other forces. It's also considered a second selection. It's survival of the fittest. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun immediately understood. The disciples of their own sects who improved slowly or whose potential was exhausted were sent out for the trial again to compete with the new disciples. It was the law of the jungle. The 33 Heavenly Swords sect's move was very clever. Therefore, this time, at least 100,000 disciples will participate in the trial. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, therefore, the 33 Heavenly Swords sect has chosen a very good location this time. Where? The Saint's Tomb. The Saint's Tomb? Yes, the Saint's Tomb. Bao Qingyu smiled and said, very few people know about this place. Those who know about this place are either old antiques from 10,000 years ago or dead people. As soon as he said this, Mu Yun became more and more puzzled. I don't know if Mr. Mu knows about the Sword Saint from 10,000 years ago, Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, Mu Yun's heart skipped a beat. The Sword Saint of that generation, Lu Qingfeng, was once the disciple of Mia Tianyan. Moreover, he was known as the strongest disciple in the way of the sword. People called him the Sword Saint of Qingshan. That's right, it's him. Bao Qingyu said slowly, the location of this trial is Sword Saint Lu Qingfeng's tomb. Crack, as soon as Bao Qingyu said this, the cup in Mu Yun's hand fell to the ground. What's wrong? Lu Qingfeng is dead? How could it be? Mu Yun was in disbelief. Lu Qingfeng had always been deeply taught by Miai Tianyan. It could be said that Miai Tianyan regarded him as his own son and was proud of his senior brother. His master was completely at ease when Lu Qingfeng was outside, but his master was completely worried when Lu Qingfeng was outside. However, Mu Yun still remembered that Lu Qingfeng's talent in the way of the sword could be said to be outstanding. Back then, when both of them were in the 33 Heavenly Swords sect, Lu Qingfeng almost always took the lead in the sect's internal competition. Later on, he even followed his master and occupied a pivotal position in the Heavenly Swords sect. Previously, he had asked Yi Sueki about his senior brother, but Yi Sueki did not know his whereabouts. How could he be dead now? Where is the saint's tomb? I don't know the exact location. I'm afraid only the 33 Heavenly Swords sect knows where it is. Bao Qingyu said with a smile. She seemed to have seen Mu Yun's uneasy look and had some thoughts in her mind, but she did not say anything. Thank you for telling me. Mu Yun cupped his hands and said. He had already experienced the feeling of losing a good brother once and did not want to go through it a second time, but now, he had to go through it again. How could Lu Qingfeng, who was like a father and a brother, die? Mr. Mu, you seem to be feeling unwell? Yes. Mu Yun nodded and said apologetically, I've been blindly cultivating recently and have forgotten about my roots. I'm indeed feeling a little uncomfortable. Then I'll take my leave first. When the time comes, some of our Biluo Huangquan school's disciples will participate in the assessment and go to the 33 Heavenly Swords sect together. What do you think? Yes. Bao Qingyu left slowly. At the same time, on the other side, Mu Yun stood up dejectedly. Ever since he learned of Shui Zhao's death, this was the second time. The second time, that kind of despair and heart-wrenching pain made him unable to breathe. The first time, it was inseparable from the 33 Heavenly Swords sect. The second time, it was the same. 33 Heavenly Swords sect, I, Mu Yun, am not a man if I don't destroy you in this life. His cold words gradually spread, and the temperature in the entire hall suddenly dropped. Mu Yun held his sword and came to the mountain behind the Heaven Sword Tower. He waved his sword and a sharp sword ray slashed on the sharp mountain. Rumbling sounds rose and fell one after another. The people in the Heaven Sword Tower were suddenly shocked and exclaimed. What happened? Was someone invading? Compared to the sudden outburst of Mu Yun in the Heaven Sword Tower, outside the Heaven Sword Tower, Bao Qingyu turned around gracefully. Why did you tell him this? The purple-robed man stood beside Mu Yun and said softly. Sword immortal. Bao Qingyu suddenly said, if a worker wants to do a good job, he must sharpen his tools first. Mu Yun is now a sharp weapon. How can he be good if he doesn't polish it well? Sect Master, what you mean is that we should fight to the death. Otherwise, our Biluo Huangquan school will destroy the 33 Heavenly Swords sect and let him return to the Cloud Alliance to be the Alliance Master? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All parties were dispatched. I understand. Jian Fengxian mumbled to himself, I just can't bear it. It's not that I can't bear it. The Holy Tomb is not Lu Qingfeng's tomb. I don't know what's going on inside. He needs to explore it himself. I didn't tell him that Lu Qingfeng is dead. The two figures left the place, leaving Mu Yun in the Heaven Sword Tower. Time trickled by, and the entire Heavenly Sword Tower regained its tranquility. Everyone began their own stable cultivation. As for the Heavenly Sword Tower, it could be said to have left behind a good story in the sword domain. For nearly 2 years, Mu Yun stayed in the Heavenly Sword Tower and did not come out. Until one day, people from the Jade Fall Netherworld sect arrived. The leader this time was Bao Qingyu, Jian Yiming and the other 7 martial arts students also followed. It was a team of about 10 people. Sect leader Bai is leading the team personally? Yes. Bao Qingyu smiled faintly. I'm also preparing to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Of course, I have to prepare well. You're also preparing to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect? Mu Yun was surprised to see Bao Qingyu. Can't I? Hee, of course you can. I just didn't expect sect leader Bai to be such a genius. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect required martial artists with a bone age of less than 1,000 years to be above the true immortal realm. He did not expect that Bao Qingyu, who had always been unfathomable in his eyes, would also want to enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. Mu Yun whispered, "Didn't we agree that I'll enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect as a spy and stir up some trouble?" "Yes." "Then why are you, Mr. Mu, you're overthinking." Bao Qingyu laughed. "Biluo Huangquan School may seem like I'm in charge, but my father has always been in charge. Now that there's a better opportunity, I naturally have to seize it." "Your father?" "Bai Zhongtian," Bao Qingyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Yun nodded and did not say anything else. This time, no matter what, Biluo Huangquan School had been dormant for 10,000 years and had prepared for a longer time than him. They probably wouldn't act rashly. Moreover, Yi Sueki had probably returned to the Extreme Chaos continent to discuss matters with her master's wife, so she hadn't returned yet. "Alright, let's go." "Yes." Everyone sped along. With Tian Junyu, a golden immortal, managing the Heaven Sword Tower, pretending to be a true immortal, he was not worried. There was nothing to worry about anymore. In that case, the next step would be to rush forward and embark on a new journey. This time, in the Holy Tomb, he wanted to see who was responsible for Lu Qingfeng's death. At the same time, the entire sword domain was in an uproar. North Sword Region, Black Fiend Sect. A figure stood at the front, looking at the mountains and rivers outside the Mystic Fiend Gate. 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, I, Xiantian, am here. This person was the young master of the Mystic Fiend Sect, Xiantian. In the North Sword region, he had always been respectfully called the young master of the Mystic Fiend Sect. He had a deep understanding of the Mystic Fiend Sect's secret techniques. This time, Mystic Fiend Sect disciples, just do your best. Behind the crowd, there was no one, but a voice could be heard. The 33 Heavenly Sword Sect has deep roots, but you must also understand that if it doesn't belong to you, don't force it. The Mystic Fiend Sect may be able to give you a new world. Yes. Yes, sir. The disciples received the order and looked into the distance, each of them eager to fight. Among them, they were all true immortals, and there was no lack of 5th-grade true immortals. This time, it was said that the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect had also sent out their inner disciples. However, it was said that some of them had not even reached 5th-grade true immortal. To some of them, those disciples were just bystanders. They were destined to kill to their heart's content in this battle. They were not only killing the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, but also the disciples of the other 3 sword domains. At the same time, in the Western Sword Domain, the 4 Symbols Loft. As the overlord of the Western Sword Domain, the 4 Symbols Loft could be said to be able to cover the sky with one hand in the entire Western Sword Domain. The 4 Symbols Loft was not much different from the Triple Heavenly Alliance. Back then, it was also the 4 great silver rank forces that had joined together to form a gold rank force. However, the 4 Symbols Loft could be said to be divided into 4 pavilions. The disciples of these 4 pavilions were not like the disciples of the Triple Heavenly Alliance, who fought and killed each other. At this moment, the 4 figures known as the 4 heroes of the 4 symbols stood outside the 4 Symbols Loft. Chu Mingho, this time, you have to do your best. Be careful, the 3 of us will enter the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, but you will not be selected. A young man dressed in purple robes said with a smile. Xianhao, I suggest that you sew up that mouth of yours. Chu Mingho snorted and said, this time, not only will I enter the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect, but I will also enter in first place. Kong Ming, Chu Jiren, the 2 of you have to do your best. It's just the 2 of you arguing all day long. It's boring. Kong Ming frowned and walked to the front without saying anything else. Disciples, listen up. Set off immediately. Yes. The mighty army set off once again. At the same time, 2 figures stood outside a large hall in the life and death sect of the Eastern Sword Domain. Let's go. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Heziyu, Shan Fan, the 2 of you, one is the eldest disciple of the Life Pavilion, the other is the eldest disciple of the Death Pavilion. This time, you have to work together. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. The hoarse voice sounded again, this time, you have to be careful. The Saint Tomb is said to be the tomb of the sword Saint Lu Qingfeng, the disciple of the sword god extinguishing heavenly flame. I don't know if Lu Qingfeng is dead, but if he is, there should be an immortal artifact called the Nine Heavens Sword inside. The Nine Heavens Sword is refined from the Nine Heavens extreme fire and extreme frost. It is extremely powerful. I need this sword. Bring it back. Yes. As soon as he said that, the voice said again, all right, let's go. Yes. The two figures, one on the left and one on the right, slowly retreated. He's you. Shan Fan was wearing a simple coarse hemp garment. He looked like a farmer from the countryside. This time, the disciples of the Life Pavilion better stay away from us. If we have a common enemy, I will join hands with you. Otherwise, let's do our own things and not disturb each other. That's my intention. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They did not mind. The Life and Death sect was divided into two pavilions, the Life Pavilion and the Death Pavilion. The disciples of the two pavilions had always been at odds with each other. This time, everyone would do their own things. It was best not to disturb each other. However, the two of them knew that even though that was the case, if they were to really enter the sage tomb and come across one another, a battle would be inevitable. At the same time, in the Nine Immortal Pavilion of the Southern Sword Domain, Chu Yuji looked at the two outstanding disciples in front of her and said, Chu Yiming, this time, you have to take good care of Xianxia. If anything happens to you, I will hold you responsible. I know, Master. I will definitely protect junior sister well. Chu Yiming immediately bowed. I don't need senior brother Chu's protection. I am now an 8th grade true immortal. I can protect myself. Wang Xianxia said and secretly glanced at Mu Yun in the crowd. Mu Yun and Bao Qingyu stood together and smiled. This time, as a silver force under the Nine Immortal Pavilion, they naturally followed the Nine Immortal Pavilion. Disciples, listen up. Chu Yuji said. In this trial, the disciples of the 4 Great Gold Forces and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect will all participate. Chu Yuji said slowly, my request is very simple. I only hope that you can return safely without any accidents. As for whether you can enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, it will depend on your own luck. This time, the number of people entering the Saint Tomb was estimated to be no less than 50,000. It could even be more than 100,000 people. These tens of thousands of geniuses and even stronger martial artists would fight for 100 places. It was no different from fighting in a sea of people. It was a horrifying ratio of 1 to 1. It was really 1 in 1,000. Moreover, it was a selection from 1,000 geniuses and disciples who surpassed geniuses. At this moment, Mu Yun was not completely confident. Compared to the disciples of the 4 Great Gold Forces and the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, he could only be said to be ordinary. At least, the 1st grade true immortal realm was the lowest requirement. However, Mu Yun would not be discouraged at this moment. The less outstanding he was, the less people would notice him. On the contrary, he would be able to improve greatly in this trial. This time, whether there was a trace of Lu Qingfeng in the Saint Tomb or not, Bao Qingyu did not say that Lu Qingfeng had really died in the Saint Tomb. Since the 33 Heavenly Sword sect had set the examination venue here, it was very likely that they did not know whether Lu Qingfeng's Saint Tomb was his real tomb. This time, no matter what, he would be facing the geniuses of the entire sword domain. Mu Yun was full of fighting spirit. Let's go. Chu Yuji looked at the crowd and nodded. Immediately, she sat down cross-legged and a zither appeared on her legs. Her 10 fingers linked together and she started to play the zither with both hands. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, almost in an instant, the top of the Nine Immortal Pavilion was filled with musical notes. The figures of the crowd were immediately driven by the musical notes and flew up directly. In the blink of an eye, a vortex appeared in the sky. The vortex's speed of expansion increased and gradually became 1,000 feet wide. With just this move alone, Mu Yun immediately concluded that Chu Yuji was definitely a powerful great golden immortal. A true immortal realm martial artist's soul power was enhanced, while a golden immortal realm martial artist's soul power was comprehended by the law of space of the immortal realm. However, Mu Yun knew that even a top golden immortal realm martial artist who had comprehended the law of space could not have such a powerful move. Chu Yuji's strength was not to be underestimated. But then again, to be able to unify a gold force, one's strength was not weak at all. The figures of the crowd floated up like a feather. It was dark all around. Everyone was scattered. After about an hour, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The light flashed and everyone felt that their feet were on the ground. That feeling of steadiness made everyone calm down. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, a selection of 1 in 1,000. At this very moment, they seemed to be in a great formation. As for the grand formation, it firmly surrounded everyone's figures. A layer of fog seemed to have covered the surroundings of the great formation. All of the fog was a vast expanse of white, making it impossible for the crowd to see what it looked like. Although they were unable to see what the outside looked like, they were able to see the inside of the great formation clearly. At this moment, the entire plaza was incomparably huge. 18 white marble pillars towered into the clouds, reaching a height of over 100 meters. Most importantly, the hundreds of pillars formed a circular shape. At this moment, the plaza could be seen to be divided into 5 fan-shaped regions. Over there are the people from the North Sword Domain's Mystic Fiend sect. Over there are the people from the West Sword Domain's Force Symbols Veranda. Over there is the Eastern Sword Domain's Life and Death sect. Seeing such a lively scene, the crowd could not help but discuss spiritedly. As for the other side, no one was able to see who it was. Those people should belong to the disciples of some secluded experts from the Sword Domain, Bao Qingyu said as he looked around. It seems that the 4 great gold forces and those without sects have been divided into 5 regions. This is just right. Indeed, it was just right. At a glance, there were at least 70 to 80,000 people. Among these 70 to 80,000 people, most of them were disciples below the level of rank 5 True Immortal. As for disciples above the level of rank 5 True Immortal, they should only occupy a tenth of the total number. At this very moment, Mu Yun smiled faintly in his heart. Fortunately, the number of disciples participating in this trial was not as many as he had imagined. Furthermore, it seemed that their strength was not all that terrifying. Buzz buzz buzz, at this very moment, buzzing sounds could be heard. In the sky, a figure appeared on each of the stone pillars. 18 figures appeared. Immediately, the crowd quieted down. At this very moment, the 18 figures stood in different directions. Everyone. However, at this very moment, a voice suddenly sounded in midair. Suddenly, a figure appeared above everyone's heads. The person was dressed in a gray robe. He had one hand in front of him and the other behind him. His long hair was scattered, giving him a rather dashing appearance. Everyone, please calm down. The man's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jian Wushuang. At this very moment, Mu Yun took a step forward, wishing that she could rush forward. What are you trying to do? Bai Qingyu said immediately when she saw Mu Yun taking a step forward. Nothing, I've been standing for too long and my legs are numb. Mu Yun casually. However, Bai Qingyu did not point it out when she saw Mu Yun staring at the figure above with fire burning in his eyes. At this very moment, the man too. Is of. Is to be four disciples to be. Although they had already heard of this news, they still found it hard to calm down after hearing it for themselves. Tens were to be there were tens hundred is, they could only fight their way out. The rules of this competition are different from the previous years. Jian Wushuang said slowly, in the previous years, you may have been given some fairy weapons to track your aura for the competition. But this year, each of you will get a fairy weapon. As Jian Wushuang spoke, he waved his hand. Light spread out. Almost everyone had a bracelet in their hands. This bracelet cannot track your aura, but it can record it. Record what? Everyone was surprised. It can record how many people each of you has killed in the Saint Tomb. Jian Wushuang finished his words. The entire square was in an uproar. How many people had they killed? Could it be that this competition was about killing people? Everyone's guess is correct. The competition this time is about killing people. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, whoever kills the most people will be number 1. At that time, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect will choose the top 100 on the massacre list to be disciples. Then, the 33 peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect will choose 3 disciples each. what about the last person? Immediately, a disciple asked. The last person will naturally be the number one. As for which peak will be chosen, it will be announced at that time. Jian Wushuang's words made the disciples curse silently. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect did not treat them as humans. In other words, in this trial, with tens of thousands of people placed together, other than the strongest 100 people, the rest were just stepping stones for these 100 people. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect not only chose the most outstanding geniuses in their sect, but also weakened the strength of the disciples of the gold rank forces. Originally, they were supposed to select the best disciples from the most outstanding disciples. And now, the 33 Heavenly Sword sect was not only selecting the best disciples, they were also going to kill those who weren't the best in order to consolidate their high and mighty status. However, after hearing this, the disciples were full of confidence. They were all geniuses. Who was afraid of who? Oh, by the way, there is one more thing that needs to be made clear. Each of you can rob each other of your bracelets. You can also rob the number of people killed. However, killing immortal beasts does not count. Moreover, it is said that the Saint Tomb is divided into 5 areas. There are many immortal beasts in the 5 areas, ranging from mortal rank bloodline to spirit rank bloodline. However, remember that there are 5 overlords in the 5 areas. They are all immortal beasts with gold rank bloodline. It is said that their strength is not ordinary. As soon as this was said, some of them were already cursing in their hearts. Immortal beasts with gold rank bloodline, that was equivalent to an expert in the golden immortal realm. If they entered and encountered immortal beasts with gold rank bloodline, wouldn't that be food for them? Moreover, immortal beasts could transform into human form. When the time came, they would sneak into the crowd and launch a sneak attack. They would be dead meat, everyone cursed in their hearts. Mu Yun, however, felt that it was getting more and more interesting. With his current strength, he was afraid that he would not even be ranked in the top 10,000 among the tens of thousands of people. Among these people, there were some who were strong enough to kill him in a second. However, they were not invincible in the Saint Tomb. As long as there was fear, they could not act recklessly. The corners of Mu Yun's mouth raised slightly into a smile. Well, I seem to have said what I should say. As for the things that I have forgotten, they are definitely not important. Jian Wushuang smiled slowly and said, so all of you, go in without worry. As his words fell, Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Immediately, the 18 elders standing on top of the 18 jade pillars were agitated. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the 18 elders were all perfected golden immortals. The aura felt from their bodies was not any weaker than Qiuji's. Perhaps, this was the difference between the 33 Heavenly Sword sect and the gold rank forces. Only Mu Yun, who was standing in the crowd, sneered in her heart. What did those self-righteous disciples of the gold rank forces know? The true 33 Heavenly Swords Gate's current strength was merely a drop in the ocean. Not to mention others, just the 33 peak masters of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, including Jian Wushuang, were all in the Celestial King realm. The foundation and strength of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, which dominated the sword domain, was not something they could know. Boom boom boom, suddenly, a series of explosions sounded at this moment. The whole earth was completely rolling at this moment. In the next moment, everyone disappeared. Jian Wushuang suddenly patted his head and laughed. I forgot to tell them that in there, they will not be taken out for less than 10 years. Maybe even after 10 years, they might not be taken out. Forget it, forget it. It's fine if I forgot to tell them. Let them have fun inside. This time, I'd like to see how many geniuses the 4 gold rank forces and the old antiques in sword domain have nurtured. Only a few geniuses with heavenly saint aptitude would make people a little excited. As Jian Wushuang's words fell, he stepped out of the fog. Then, the scene in front of Jian Wushuang suddenly changed. After walking out of the fog, he appeared in a mountain range surrounded by mountains. On the mountains, there were rows upon rows of buildings. Birds and beasts came and went in an endless stream. Figures came and went, busy. It was really a scene of immortals. In this forest, the most majestic mountain was 10,000 meters high. On the mountain, there were 7 big words that seemed to be engraved on it, but also seemed to be floating on it. 33 peaks of the Heavenly Sword sect. The strokes were sharp and powerful. Peak Master. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared, a figure immediately saluted him. Phew. So troublesome. Jian Wushuang exhaled and said slowly, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken on this task. Peak Master, you have worked hard. Isn't it so that our 33 peaks can show off in the next summit competition? Forget it, I don't have that intention. It's the old man who insisted on it. Really, Sect Master, do you think that our 33 peaks are easy to bully? Jian Wushuang curled his lips and said, this time, I don't know how many good seedlings will come out. Peak Master, you have worked hard. Watch carefully. Don't let anything go wrong with the formation. Let them stay in there for a while. I will go to the 29 peaks to have a look and ask for some wine. As soon as Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he flew up. As Jian Wushuang flew up, he could see that there were thousands of peaks spread out with the 33 peaks as the center. Separated by thousands of peaks, he could see the neighboring 32 peaks, 31 peaks, and 30 peaks. The 33 peaks that appeared just now were as vast as the 9 Immortals Pavilion. It was just one of the main peaks of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sect. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ironback Saber Mantis. However, even though they had not seen the entirety of the 33 Heaven Sword Sect, they were still dumbfounded. When they arrived at the Holy Tomb, before they could even see their surroundings, some disciples were killed. However, the ones who killed them were not immortal beasts. Instead, they were killed by humans. Humans were alive. The instant they arrived at the Holy Tomb, a dense crowd suddenly charged out. There were even some people that jumped out from the bushes and the ground to kill them. Needless to say, those people were the disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect. Jian Wushuang simply did not tell them that the disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect had already entered the Holy Tomb. Furthermore, they had set up a trap for them. Damn it, what did the 33 Heavens Sword Sect take them for? Moreover, they had entered the Saint Tomb from a completely different point of view. Many of the disciples had originally agreed to enter the Holy Tomb with their companions. However, there were no companions around them. There were only the disciples of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect that wanted to kill them. Everyone was swept away and scattered. Seeing this scene, the crowd was completely stunned. Even so, they still had to charge out. They couldn't possibly have their throats slit right after entering the Holy Tomb without even seeing what the Holy Tomb looked like, right? At this moment, the crowd felt like crying in their hearts. However, even if they wanted to cry, they had to escape from the encirclement. Of course, there were disciples that were surrounded and killed, but they did not panic. After all, the disciples that came from various sects and secluded old monsters were also very strong. The transformation between prey and hunter depended on one's strength. At this moment, Mu Yun was speechless. This Jian Wushuang was truly sinister. How could he possibly forget to inform them of such news? It was obvious that he wanted to use the disciples as bait. Hee, a rank 1 true immortal brat. It would seem that we're quite lucky this time. A disciple of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect laughed mischievously. That's right. Let's quickly kill him and go to other places. This time, the disciples that came from below possess strength of rank 1 and rank 2 true immortals. There are quite a few of them. If we kill a few more, we can guarantee that we'll be accepted by the sect. Another disciple smiled and said, I don't want to be chased out of the 33 Heavens Sword Sect. The two men looked at Mu Yun with sneers on their faces. The 33 Heavenly Sword Gates disciples are still the same as they were 10,000 years ago. Arrogant, despotic, and selfish. Mu Yun suddenly said, let me ask you, are the 33 peak masters of the 33 Heavenly Sword Sects still the same people from 10,000 years ago? Is Jian Nantian still the leader of the 33 Heaven Sword Sect? Io, this kid actually knows about the sect leader? The young man sneered and said, Brat, you still have so much nonsense to say before you die? The 33 peak masters are all peerless immortal kings. Our patriarch Jian Nantian is the patriarch of one of the 10 domains in the immortal realm. How dare you call him by his name? As expected, nothing has changed even after 10,000 years. Mu Yun laughed. With a whoosh, the secluded speech sword appeared in his hand. This secluded speech sword was originally obtained from the Golden Immortal Ruins. It was just that Mu Yun had been unable to unleash its full power before. But now, he could slightly unleash some of its power. Mu Yun judged that this secluded speech sword was at least a soul-grade immortal artifact. And now, Mu Yun was in the true immortal realm with his true soul at large success. He was no longer an ordinary body or soul. He was an immortal soul and immortal fetus. With a buzzing sound, the secluded speech sword in Mu Yun's hand emitted rays of light. It looked abnormally bright. At the true immortal realm, the immortal soul could communicate with soul-grade immortal artifacts most effectively. Soul-grade immortal artifacts were soul-grade immortal artifacts because they could accommodate the soul power of true immortals. Using immortal chi to control the soul-grade immortal artifact, coupled with the control of soul power, would make the immortal artifact completely become a part of the martial artist's body. Burning Moon Sword Attack. Mu Yun slashed out with his sword, and a sharp sword light rushed out. Before the sword light could attack, Mu Yun had already turned and left. Don't run. However, when the two people behind saw that Mu Yun actually wanted to run, they immediately chased after him. However, before the two of them could chase after him, they suddenly felt pain in their necks. Fresh blood spurted out. They wanted to cover it, but they couldn't. Bang bang, two bodies fell to the ground. When Mu Yun's sword hit the two of them, the soul power in the sword light whizzed out and completely crushed their immortal fetuses. This was the power of a soul immortal realm expert. All kinds of magical effects were far from what a mystic immortal could compare to. Phew, after exhaling, Mu Yun said slowly, it seems that this time, I really have to kill. The 33 Heavenly Sword sect came up with such a competition rule. It was exactly what he wanted. He really wanted to kill all the disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. To be able to kill someone so brazenly and in accordance with the requirements of the 33 Heaven Sword sect, why not? Mu Yun's heart was filled with joy. That Jian Wushuang said that the Saint Tomb is divided into 5 areas, each of which is guarded by 5 golden immortal realm immortal beasts. In that case, there must be many soul-level bloodline immortal beasts protecting those 5 big guys. It seems that this time, I have to be careful. The main opponent this time was humans, but those immortal beasts couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, it was an immortal beast in the golden immortal realm. It wouldn't be a problem to slap him into pieces. Mu Yun wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could still fight against a golden immortal. Not to mention him, even a level 9 true immortal realm warrior would be courting death if he wanted to fight against a golden immortal. The most important point was still the strength of a golden immortal. A golden immortal realm warrior could change the color of the entire earth with a wave of his hand. The most important thing was that a golden immortal realm warrior had comprehended the power of the space law. The space law controlled space. The power of this space law was not much different from a swordsman who had comprehended the sword principle. A powerful swordsman's control of the sword realm was even stronger than the control of the space law. However, there were very few swordsmen who had comprehended the sword principle. In the famous sword realm, Mu Yun had only met one until now, Yi Sueki. These differences couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. Killing 2 people would earn him 2 points. Mu Yun finally realized. This 33 Heavenly Sword sect was simply deceptive. The points of the people killed weren't evaluated according to their realm, but according to the number of people. This method was too ruthless, it was completely based on the number of people. According to this sort of method, all of the people in the Sage Tomb that wanted to obtain points would start from the weakest rank 1 true immortals. Anyway, killing a level 1 true immortal realm disciple and killing a level 9 true immortal realm disciple would only earn 1 point. Why would they bother killing a level 9 true immortal realm disciple? Mu Yun finally understood what Jian Wushuang meant. The goal of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect in this competition was to kill people. Kill people regardless of the consequences. Kill the weakest first, and then move on step by step. In the end, the survival of the fittest. Those who remained would definitely be the strongest. What a good method. They completely treated everyone as killing machines. Mu Yun finally understood. Walking on the ground, Mu Yun didn't choose to fly. Instead, she moved forward quickly. Rumbling sounds could be heard. As Mu Yun moved forward, she saw dozens of figures flying up and down in the bushes in front of her. All kinds of sword lights flew out. The bushes below seemed to be more than 10 meters tall. They were messy and flickering with light. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, many figures were constantly attacking the dozens of people. Ironback saber mantises. Ironback saber mantises were soul-level immortal beasts. The stronger ones could reach the level 4 true immortal realm. Looking at the scene, there were at least 10 ironback saber mantises in the bushes below. However, there were more than 20 disciples above. Their strengths were level 1 true immortals and level 2 true immortals. These people were probably unlucky to encounter those ironback saber mantises and be entangled. Looking at their decorations, they didn't look like disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. This time, when Mu Yun saw the 33 Heavenly Sword sect's disciples, she directly attacked them without any reason. However, they weren't disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. If others didn't attack her, she wouldn't attack them. Mu Yun turned around and was about to leave. "Brother, I'll have to trouble you to make a move." However, just as Mu Yun was about to leave, one of the disciples suddenly spoke. "Make a move? Brother, we aren't disciples of the 33 Heavenly Sword sect. If you can make a move, we'll definitely thank you greatly." "Thank you greatly? What kind of thank you greatly?" Mu Yun said with a smile. "I have a sacred item here that can nourish one's true soul, purple field stone. I believe you must have heard of this purple field stone." "Purple field stone?" Mu Yun's interest was piqued when he heard this. "Okay." After saying that, Mu Yun raised her sword and attacked. Those ironback saber mantises were all covered in hard shells. Moreover, when Mu Yun got closer, she saw that there were 3 figures among the ironback saber mantises that were tightly surrounded. The 3 figures supported each other with difficulty and supported a protective shield. But now, 4 or 5 of the 20 ironback saber mantises were surrounding the protective shield and using their 2 blade-like forelimbs to constantly chisel at the ironback saber mantises. Cracking sounds rang out one after another. Fine cracks had already appeared on the protective shield. At this moment, the dozens of disciples on the periphery were unable to break through and rescue the 3 people. No wonder this guy was so anxious that he was even willing to take out the purple field stone as a reward. Mu Yun pulled out the broken sword in her hand. A faint light flashed on the Yoyu sword. "Burning Moon Sword Kill." She slashed out with her sword. Clang, the sword slashed out with the Yoyu sword was directly blocked by an ironback saber mantis with its sharp forelimbs, making a clang sound. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun was slightly stunned. It's useless." The man who called out to Mu Yun before shook his head and said, "These ironback saber mantises have very strange defenses, especially the double sabers on their forelimbs. They can simply contend with a soul-grade immortal weapon." Seeing that Mu Yun's attack was ineffective, the man seemed to be a little disappointed. He asked Mu Yun to help because he wanted to be lucky. If she encountered a powerful disciple, she would definitely be able to rescue his 3 companions. But now it seemed that the guy she encountered was not good at all. Crack crack. Translator, Transin editor, Transin, what's wrong with tricking you? Senior brother Wu Ming, junior brother Qin and the others might not be able to hold on. A disciple immediately said anxiously. Mu Yun was also somewhat anxious at this moment. He didn't expect that the ironback saber mantises here would be so strange. Got it. However, suddenly, looking at the attacks of the ironback saber mantises, Mu Yun had an idea. The defense of these ironback saber mantises could be said to be firm and unyielding. Their attacks were even more insolent. Relying on their iron backs, they simply didn't care about the attacks of the crowd. Relying on their blade-like forelimbs, they wantonly launched attacks. It wasn't that Mu Yun couldn't break the attacks of those ironback saber mantises, but he didn't want to reveal his true strength in front of these people. However, these guys' defense and attacks were abnormal. He didn't know if they could withstand soul power attacks. When this thought appeared in Mu Yun's mind, he immediately took a step forward. Although he looked like a rank 1 true immortal, the strength of his soul power had reached stage 4. There was no difference between him and a rank 3 true immortal. Having made up his mind, Mu Yun immediately attacked brazenly. In the blink of an eye, there was a buzzing sound, and at this moment, an invisible wave slashed out. Clang, however, Mu Yun instantly felt that his soul power attack was blocked. The moment his soul power attack was blocked, Mu Yun suddenly felt a tremor. Although this attack didn't bring about a destructive blow to the ironback saber mantises, Mu Yun clearly felt the fluctuation of the aura. It's effective. Mu Yun's face lit up with joy. Just now, he was just testing the waters. Now, he was truly using it. Among this group of people, the one with the strongest cultivation was only senior brother Wu. Rank 2 true immortal with stage 2 soul power. They had probably tried soul power attacks before, but it was probably useless. Mu Yun made up his mind and directly attacked. Buzz, an attack directly attacked one of the ironback saber mantises surrounding the 3 disciples. Bang, Mu Yun's attack fell, and a bang sounded. His soul attack directly caused the defense of the ironback saber mantis to be greatly reduced. At this moment, a disciple's attack landed. With a bang, the ironback saber mantis unexpectedly exploded. These guys can't hold on any longer. Seeing that the ironback saber mantis was directly smashed into pieces by him, the disciple immediately became excited. Attack! Seeing this, senior brother Wu immediately gave the order. At this moment, Mu Yun did not explain further. They thought that the ironback saber mantis couldn't hold on any longer. How could they have known that it was his soul attack that had taken effect, and now, Mu Yun was pleasantly surprised. This was the first time he had condensed his soul power to attack since he had stepped into the true immortal realm. The results were indeed unexpected. The tyrannical power of the true immortal realm and the wondrous use of soul force were gradually being grasped by him. Bang bang bang, immediately, everyone charged into the center, and the ironback saber mantises surrounding the 3 disciples were quickly dealt with. However, right at that moment, a loud bang was heard. As the light barrier shattered, the 3 disciples immediately flew out and joined the rest of the group. Retreat! Senior brother Wu immediately roared. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, everyone immediately flew away. Mu Yun also followed the rest of the group and left this place. Behind them, the ironback saber mantises whistled and began to chase. However, it was clear that although the ironback saber mantises' defense and attack were very strong, their speed was really slow. At this moment, everyone also calmed down. Why are you still following us? However, just as Mu Yun and that group of people were walking, a disciple turned around and shouted at Mu Yun. Mu Yun furrowed his brows at this shout. Wu Yun. Right at this moment, senior brother Wu, who was the leader, suddenly frowned. Senior brother Wu, this kid didn't do anything at all. Why should we keep him alive? Wu Yun immediately shouted, Senior brother Wu, why don't we just kill this kid? Hearing this, Mu Yun's face darkened. Burning the bridge after crossing the river, a smile appeared at the corner of Mu Yun's mouth. You're still laughing? Wu Yun immediately rushed directly at Mu Yun. He bent his palm and shot out a stream of light. Wu Yun, stop. At this moment, senior brother Wu walked forward and stopped Wu Yun. Brother, I can't do what I promised you before. After all, you didn't do anything. Senior brother Wu turned around and looked at Mu Yun, saying, so, you'd better leave. You're playing with me? Mu Yun laughed. Brat, so what if I'm playing with you? You're only a rank 1 true immortal. Do you really think you can do anything? Wu Yun shouted again, if you don't leave, I'll send you away. Hearing this, Mu Yun could only smile bitterly. It seemed that his actions were not seen through by others at all, so they thought he was trash who did nothing. Mu Yun sneered. You're still laughing? Die. Wu Yun couldn't bear it and immediately attacked again. However, at this moment, a scream suddenly sounded. In the crowd, a disciple's whole body was split into 2, turning into 2 pieces of flesh and blood. Ironback saber mantis. Suddenly, in the crowd, panicked voices rose and fell one after another. Seeing this scene, all the disciples were stunned. The ironback saber mantis had caught up? Quick, defend. Senior brother Wu shouted at once. Senior brother Wu, this brat. Wu Yun said unwillingly. Do you still have the ability to control him? Senior brother Wu snorted and turned around to leave. At this moment, Wu Yun understood that these ironback saber mantis would definitely not give up. He immediately began to organize the defense. At this moment, the ironback saber mantis had all surrounded them. Looking at the number, there were at least 100 of them. Moreover, they came from all directions and surrounded them tightly. Damn it, why are there so many of them suddenly? Senior brother Wu shouted in a deep voice. The expressions of Wu Yun and the others also changed. At that moment, Mu Yun, who was standing by the side, was completely isolated. His whole body was surrounded by more than 30 ironback saber mantis. It was airtight, as if there was no door to heaven. Humph, brat, you will definitely die. Although Wu Yun had no time to think about Mu Yun at this moment, seeing Mu Yun surrounded by those ironback saber mantis, he immediately snorted. However, in the middle of dozens of ironback saber mantis, Mu Yun was not nervous at all. Instead, he looked at the more than 30 people in front of him with great interest. He wanted to see how they would escape from death this time. It had been a long time since Mu Yun had encountered such a situation where he turned his back on him. The feeling of being looked down upon and even being threatened with death made Mu Yun very unhappy. At this moment, the more than 30 ironback saber mantis around Mu Yun had their limbs like blades crisscrossing each other. Their whole bodies were crawling on the ground as fast as the wind, changing positions back and forth. Seeing this scene, Mu Yun just had a faint smile on his face. Crack, 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 suddenly, a series of cracking sounds rose and fell. Those ironback saber mantis finally could not bear it and directly attacked the crowd. Immediately, Senior Marshal Brother Wu and the others started to be on guard. However, these ironback saber mantis were not as weak as before. Instead, they were even more powerful. Their attack speed and strength had more than doubled. Screams rose and fell, one after another, constantly sounding. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Wu Yun was completely dumbfounded. Why did these ironback saber mantis suddenly seem to have been injected with chicken blood? This was not scientific. However, at this moment, on the other side, poochie poochie sounds kept sounding. Mu Yun faced more than 30 ironback saber mantis alone. She was almost killing one with a sword attack. Her speed was extremely fast. How could this be? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The dozens of ironback saber mantis surrounding Mu Yun were all dizzy as if they were drunk and let Mu Yun kill them with a sword attack. This was very strange. How could this be? Wu Yun's face was completely pale. It's a soul power attack. Senior Marshal Brother Wu suddenly shouted. The soul power attack made these ironback saber mantis lose their defensive and offensive awareness. Soul power attack. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. How could this be? Could it be that the ironback saber mantis surrounding Mu Yun were all drunk? Not long after, the dozens of ironback saber mantis surrounding Mu Yun swayed and fell to the ground one by one. Mu Yun looked at everyone and sneered. Under everyone's gaze, she started to cut the pincers of the ironback saber mantis. Damn it! What kind of luck did this kid have? Wu Yun snorted. Luck? Senior Marshal Brother Wu sneered at this moment. Do you still think it's luck? This kid has been pretending to be a pig to eat tigers. Just now, it's very likely that those ironback saber mantis were killed by us in a daze because of him. Hearing this, Wu Yun immediately snorted, Impossible. Impossible? Then how could this scene be explained? At this moment, Wu Yun's heart was filled with anger. Looking at Mu Yun's eyes, he wished he could peel off her skin. However, Mu Yun suddenly raised her head. Her gaze locked onto Wu Yun. After dealing with these ironback saber mantis, it's your turn. Just now, it was you who wanted to kill me, right? After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at Wu Yun in front of her and sneered. So what if it was me? Wu Yun snorted, I'm telling you, don't mess around. I'm a disciple of the Guiyuan sect under the Western Sword Region's 4 Symbols Loft. Our senior martial brother, Gui Tianyu, will be here soon. If you dare to mess around, just wait for your death. Mess around? Mu Yun snorted, you want to kill me, but unfortunately, you're not my opponent. Then, I can only kill you. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she took a step forward. The silent whisper sword came out silently. The powerful sword realm's power instantly crushed Wu Yun, making him unable to escape. No. Right at this moment, senior brother Wu directly charged towards Lin Fan. You want to stop me? Then let's die together. After Mu Yun finished speaking, she looked at the two and directly attacked with the silent whisper sword, one sword after another. Puff puff, 2 arrows of blood immediately shot out from the two's necks. Wu Yun, a rank 1 true immortal, and senior martial brother Wu, a rank 2 true immortal, died immediately. Mu Yun finally understood. These guys were simply arrogant and condescending. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to hide herself in this dog-eat-dog place. Guiyuan sect. After killing 2 people with 2 strikes, Mu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. As for the remaining people, they were all dumbstruck when they saw this scene. Senior brother Wu and Wu Yun could be said to be the 2 strongest individuals among them. Yet, they were directly killed by that rank 1 true immortal level brat. How could they dare to say another word? Mu Yun couldn't be bothered with the others at this moment. You didn't attack me just now, so I won't kill you. With that, Mu Yun turned around to leave. He left just like that? However, the moment Mu Yun turned around, numerous figures came from afar and charged at her. Those figures seemed to have concealed their auras, and their bodies reeked of blood. Senior brother Gue! Senior brother Gue! Seeing that person arrive, the eyes of all the disciples were filled with excitement. Senior martial brother Gue Tianyu of the Guiyuan sect, the origin returning sect, was also a silver-ranked force. It was located in the Western Sword region and was also very famous. Moreover, Mu Yun knew that in the entire Sword domain, in the Eastern Sword domain, the Western Sword domain, and the Northern Sword domain, the 3 gold rank forces were slightly stronger than the 9 immortal pavilion in the Southern Sword domain. Moreover, the subordinate silver forces were also slightly stronger. This could be seen from the number of true immortals in the Taishu sect and the Crimson Thunder Hall back then. The man who appeared was dressed in a long white robe. His aura was deep and serene, and his appearance was dignified. The man's eyes were cold as he looked at Mu Yun. How dare you? You killed someone from the origin returning sect and you still want to run away? Gue Tianyu looked at Mu Yun and immediately shouted. Looking at Mu Yun, Gue Tianyu also kept sizing her up. The person before him did indeed possess the aura of a rank 1 true immortal. However, just now, he was actually able to kill both Wu Yun and Wu Ming directly. This was truly shocking. He did not underestimate Mu Yun now. The moment he underestimated his opponent, he might be the one to die. Gue Tianyu said coldly, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Me?" Mu Yun had a thought and said, "You lowly slaves are not worthy of knowing my name. I am a disciple of the 33 Heavens Sword sect. If you know what's good for you, scram." The moment these words came out, Gue Tianyu was immediately extremely enraged. He was a member of the origin returning sect and had a high status within the sect. These 20 to 30 people were all secretly nurtured disciples of the origin returning sect. They had specially come to participate in this trial. If a disciple could enter the 33 Heavenly Sword sect, they would at least be able to become a golden immortal in the future. They might even become a great golden immortal. They had just entered the Saint Tomb, yet they were being looked down upon by others. Gue Tianyu snorted and took a step forward. Berserk energy spread out. Gue Tianyu's entire body instantly exploded with power. 3rd stage true immortal. Seeing this person's strength, Mu Yun could not help but be surprised. It was simply unbelievable that a silver rank force could have such a powerful disciple. However, at this moment, Mu Yun was not afraid. 3rd stage true immortal. Other than having stronger immortal chi than him, his soul power level was not weak. Moreover, the 2 core spirals in his body, origin power and immortal chi, could be interchanged. The aura that he displayed was only half of his true strength. If this Gue Tianyu wanted to fight with him, then he could test his current strength and see how strong he was. The moment Mu Yun thought of this, he stood on the spot and looked at Gue Tianyu. At this moment, although Gue Tianyu had already used his killing move, he was muttering in his heart. This kid did not seem to be afraid of him at all. However, there was no possibility of retreating now. He had to kill Mu Yun. There were so many origin returning sect disciples watching. Wu Ming and Wu Yun both died directly. As the leader of this trial, of course he would not pass on his responsibility to stand up for his disciple. Die. Gue Tianyu directly took a step forward. His entire body seemed to gather a layer of invisible waves. The waves of power gave people a very comfortable feeling. At this moment, Mu Yun did not dare to be careless. 10,000 Origin Guai Technique. With a low shout, Guai Tianyu's body seemed to absorb all the power that could be controlled around him. Buzz, suddenly, an invisible soul power attack directly attacked. At this moment, Mu Yun could rely on her own soul power to sense that invisible soul power attack. Soul power attack? Are you qualified? Mu Yun sneered, took a step forward, and attacked. Clang clang, two clanging sounds suddenly sounded in the invisible air. Immediately, the two figures each took a step back. Guai Tianyu looked at Mu Yun's expression, and finally changed. As soon as he made his move, he could feel it. Mu Yun's soul power was not weaker than his. This brat was blessed by the heavens in the aspect of soul force. Why aren't you attacking? Seeing Guai Tianyu in a daze, Mu Yun teased. Don't be complacent. Guai Tianyu snorted again. With a clang, a long spear directly attacked. Guai Tianyu shouted, your soul power is strange, but your immortal chi fluctuation is at the level of a first-grade true immortal. I am a third-grade true immortal. Without relying on soul power, you will die without a doubt. Oh? Is that so? Mu Yun sneered and said, why don't you try? Whoosh, the quiet language sword appeared, and Mu Yun's fighting spirit rose at this moment. At this time, facing Guai Tianyu, she had no reason to be afraid. With a slash of the sword, Mu Yun's speed did not decrease at all. Before Guai Tianyu attacked, she took the initiative to attack. Dong, a dull explosion sounded, and the two figures suddenly collided. Bang 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 sounds kept exploding. Guai Tianyu and Mu Yun's figures were suddenly entangled. However, at this moment, Guai Tianyu was dumbfounded again. He originally thought that Mu Yun's soul power was just a little strange. But now, after exchanging blows, he discovered that the power in Mu Yun's body was also very strange. Immortal chi seemed to be endless, and her foundation was deep. Compared to him, Mu Yun's attack was just unable to surge out a huge amount of immortal chi in an instant. If the immortal chi fluctuation in his body was like a 1,000-meter wide river, surging and surging, it might only be a few hundred meters long. The immortal chi fluctuation in Mu Yun's body was like a 100-meter-long river, but its length could reach a terrifying endless. This guy was a complete freak. At this moment, Guai Tianyu no longer dared to underestimate her in the slightest. However, even if he did not underestimate her in the slightest, he was still unable to suppress Mu Yun. On the contrary, Mu Yun relied on the sword realm to form a very strong control over him. This guy was really difficult to deal with. At this moment, Guai Tianyu already had thoughts of retreating. Wait. Suddenly, Guai Tianyu retreated, looked at Mu Yun, and said, I admit that your strength has obtained my recognition. Neither of us can kill the other. Since that's the case, why don't we stop now? Stop? Hearing this, Mu Yun immediately laughed. I also want to say that. Wait. Mu Yun said slowly, are you sure you want to stop? But I'm not sure. You can't kill me, but I haven't displayed my true strength yet. Just now, I was just warming up with you. Now, I'll show you my true strength. Mu Yun gave a low shout, and the broken half of the Lonely Whisper sword in her hand immediately spread out to form a long sword. Burning Moon Sword Kill. With a swing of the sword, the Lonely Whisper sword in Mu Yun's hand bloomed with 1,000 rays of light. This sword was incomparably hot, like the cold moonlight, but it contained a scorching aura. Bang, the sword fell, smashing towards Guai Tianyu. With a loud bang, Guai Tianyu's entire body, from top to bottom, was firmly struck. Seeing this scene, all the disciples were dumbfounded. Guai Tianyu seemed to be on the verge of dying. Sun Transformation Sword Rain. At this moment, Mu Yun's second sword also directly attacked at this moment. The sky full of sword rain, under the control of the sword realm, sprinkled down. On the contrary, the current Guai Tianyu's entire body was imprisoned by the sword realm, unable to move. Puff puff puff, his clothes were torn, blood flowed, and bloody holes appeared all over Guai Tianyu's body. You're dead, stinking brat, just you wait. Guai Tianyu knew that this brat had been holding his nose and pretending to be a pig. Now, this was his true strength. Guai Tianyu secretly hated himself for being stupid. You can't escape. However, at this moment, Mu Yun snorted, "How can I let go of someone who wants to kill me?" As her words fell, the blade of space immediately attacked. An invisible sound of breaking air spread out at this moment. At this moment, Mu Yun directly attacked, and the aura on her body was incomparably strong. Puff puff puff, this time, the sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh made Gue Tianyu completely die without a burial place. At this moment, Gue Tianyu's eyes bulged, and the aura on his body gradually declined and disappeared. He was angry until his death. Angry at his own carelessness. Even more angry, Mu Yun, how did she do it? Could it be that she used some method that he didn't know of to hide her cultivation? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to guess. Mu Yun looked at Gue Tianyu's corpse and immediately felt that the number in her wristband had changed. 132. It seemed that this Gue Tianyu had killed a lot of people. At this moment, her figure turned and looked at the other remaining disciples. Immediately, those disciples who were stared at by Mu Yun were indignant. "I see that you all seem to want to kill me. Since that's the case," with a wave of her hand, 300 blood guards immediately charged out. Among these 300 blood guards, the strongest was Luo Tianqing, who was only a second-grade true immortal, and some of the other blood guards were also peak mystic immortals. However, it was a battle of 300 against less than 30, and the outcome was easily determined. After killing more than 30 people, Mu Yun's points rose to 164. Seeing this point, Mu Yun didn't feel anything. She knew that now was only the beginning of this trip to the Saint Tomb. In the final stage, the highest point would probably reach the terrifying top 10,000. The lowest point of the top 100 should be hundreds of points. Among them, Mu Yun didn't know who could stabilize the supremacy. End of chapter 1268. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.